Chapter 1. A Madman? A Yandere? In the bustling city of Shangnan, at the Mingxian Music Academy, there stood a quaint bubble tea shop. It was 6 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Yichen, drenched in sweat, pushed open the glass door of the establishment. As a freshman who had just completed military training, he was granted a brief respite of 2 days at this hour. The shop was fairly crowded, predominantly with couples, all eyes drawn to a figure seated in the second to last row on the left. A girl in a white dress captured attention, while in the last row sat a mysterious figure whose long hair cascaded over her shoulders, obscuring her face from view. Jiang Yichen made his way to the second to last row, where the girl in white was none other than his sister, Jiang Yichen. Shortly after entering university, she had been bestowed with the title of Campus Beauty. Standing at 168 centimeters, her features were soft and exquisite, often adorned with a gentle smile that radiated the warmth of a kind-hearted older sister. "Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you? You're drenched in sweat," Jiang Yichen remarked, pulling a tissue from her bag and offering it to him. As Jiang Yichen settled down, he accepted the tissue but didn't immediately wipe his brow. Instead, he looked at her with a grave expression. "Sister, you need to listen to me. What I'm about to tell you is extremely terrifying. Please don't be afraid." Jiang Yichen tilted her head, rarely seeing her brother so serious. "What's the matter?" Jiang Yichen took a deep breath. "I just had a dream, and in this dream, our world is actually a fictional realm. But this story is rather unconventional. It's a yuri tragedy." And then, before he could finish, Jiang Yichen burst into laughter. Jiang Yichen, feeling anxious, urged her, "No, sister, I'm not joking. I'm serious." Jiang Yichen pursed her lips and nodded. All right. Jiang Yichen continued. "You are the protagonist, a passive character." Hey. Jiang Yichen stood up, somewhat displeased. "What kind of dream is this? Even if I'm a protagonist, I would undoubtedly be the one at the top." "No, sister, please don't interrupt me. Just let me finish, okay?" Jiang Yichen understood that what he was saying might be hard to believe, but it was the truth. He had truly dreamt of his past life, and the dream felt so vividly real, as if it had occurred just yesterday, that in his previous life, after finishing this very novel, he had stepped outside only to be taken away by a construction truck. "All right, go on. I'll listen to you." Jiang Yichen sat back down. "You are the one at the bottom," Jiang Yichen continued. "And here comes the crucial part. When classes officially commence the day after tomorrow, you will encounter someone. She will be your teacher, named Professor Qin Ling, sister. I must warn you, you must keep your distance from this Professor Qin." "Why?" Jiang Yichen inquired. "Because she possesses a dual personality. She is a twisted individual who delights in drawing blood. A madman and a yandere, the violent and provocative contents of a novel that Jiang Yichen had previously read seemed innocuous at the time. But now he found them increasingly difficult to accept. Jiang Yichen had always treated him with utmost kindness, sharing everything from food to fun. Yet, this gentle, angelic sister was now entangled with the deranged Professor Qin. "Xiao." Jiang Sui glanced around anxiously, and upon realizing that no one was paying attention to them, he let out a sigh of relief. Such words should never be spoken carelessly. Jiang Sui said earnestly that I understand. Jiang Yichen nodded. "I just didn't want you to underestimate the gravity of the situation. In any case, sister, keep your distance from that Qin Ling." Jiang Sui looked worriedly at the opposite side, then patted the seat beside her. "Xiao, come sit over here. What for?" Jiang Yichen finally used the tissue he had taken earlier to wipe the sweat from his brow. It was early September, and although they had just finished military training, the weather remained oppressively hot. He was nearly drenched after sprinting from the dormitory to the milk tea shop. "Hurry and sit down." "Oh." Jiang Yichen had always been obedient to his elder sister, for Jiang Sui was the first person in this world who truly cared for him. "Xiao, you are 18 now. While it's true that you can access those things, I believe it would be better for you to limit your exposure to them." Jiang Sui spoke in a tone meant only for their ears. Jiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped her meaning. "No, sister, listen to me. I must reiterate, everything I said earlier is true." Sigh. Jiang Sui ruffled Jiang Yichen's hair. "I understand that at your age, having such dreams is quite normal, but you must learn to distinguish between reality and dreams." "Not that, sister, forget it." Jiang Yichen knew the situation was absurd. After all, who would willingly believe that the world they lived in was akin to a fictional narrative. However, for the sake of his sister's future happiness, he sighed. Sister, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Promise me you will never get involved with that Qin Ling again. Do you understand? Jiang Yichen said earnestly. All right, Jiang Yusui nodded reluctantly. But Xiao Yi, you must also promise me one thing. Try to avoid those unhealthy distractions. Jiang Yichen. 10 minutes later, Jiang Sui linked her arm with Jiang Yichen's as they exited the milk tea shop. Both siblings possessed striking looks, one a school beauty and the other a school hunk. During military training, they often walked together, which had initially sparked rumors about a potential romance between them. Hey, Teacher Lin, you're here for milk tea too? Jiang Sui greeted the approaching female teacher, her counselor, Lin Yao. Jiang's student, Lin Yao, smiled warmly at the pair. I'm here to meet a friend at OO. Lin teacher, Jiang Yichen echoed the greeting. After a brief exchange, the siblings made their way toward the cafeteria, while Lin Yao entered the milk tea shop, taking a seat at the far left of the last row, where she could observe without being seen. She wore a simple white shirt casually draped over her shoulders, paired with a black midi skirt. Her facial features were exquisite, with a straight nose, elegantly tinted lips, and eyes that were both clear and profound, exuding a subtle sense of detachment. Oh my, Lingling, you have finally returned home, Lin Yao exclaimed, taking a seat with an air of familiarity. What are you gazing at? Is there anything outside that could possibly rival the beauty of a long-lost friend? Nothing much, Qin Ling replied, taking a sip of the water on the table. Her gaze lingered on the figure of a young man outside the window. A madman? A bloodsucker? A world from a novel? A dream? How intriguing. Chapter 2. Are you certain she is my professional course instructor? Jiang Yichen followed his sister to the college cafeteria. The Mingxian Music Academy's dining hall offered affordable meals, albeit with mediocre flavor. However, the small cafeteria boasted an array of food counters, featuring dishes such as chicken hot pot, braised chicken, omelet rice, and clay pot rice, all of which far surpassed the quality of a larger dining hall. The siblings approached the spicy hot pot counter and ordered a set meal for two. Holding the order number, they found a table to sit down. While waiting for their food, Jiang Suihuan inquired Xiao Yi, have you developed an affection for any girls since starting university? Not at the moment, Jiang Yichen replied, lost in thought. According to a novel he had read in his previous life, his character, Jiang Yichen, was not mentioned. The narrative primarily revolved around the love and conflict between Jiang Suihuan and Qin Ling. There are a few girls in our class who seem quite taken with you, Jiang Suihuan remarked, resting her chin on her hands. Dressed in a flowing white dress, she resembled a captivating scene amidst the bustling cafeteria, drawing the attention of many eager to catch a glimpse of the new campus beauty. Unfortunately, Jiang Suihuan's focus was solely on her brother. She playfully ruffled Jiang Yichen's tousled hair. Standing at 1.8 meters tall and possessing striking features, he was indeed handsome, and several girls in her class sought to obtain his contact information. Forget it, sis. I'd rather find someone on my own, Jiang Yichen shrugged. He and Jiang Suihuan were not in the same class. He was in the piano department while she was in vocal studies. Although some in his class were curious about Jiang Suihuan's contact details, he had declined their requests, believing that none of them were worthy of his gentle sister. If you happen to like someone, do remember to tell me, Jiang Suihuan smiled. I'll be sure to screen them for you. Jiang Yichen had initially intended to seek a romantic relationship during his university years. However, he currently had no time for such pursuits. His priority was to ensure that Jiang Suihuan and Qin Ling would not intersect in any significant way. While it was a noble thought, putting it into practice proved challenging. According to the original narrative, Qin Ling was Jiang Suihuan's professional course instructor, making it seemingly impossible to avoid any connection. Noticing her brother deep in thought, Jiang Suihuan refrained from interrupting and instead busied herself with her phone. Teacher Lin, attention all members, the course schedule has been released, please take a look. A message popped up on her screen, prompting Jiang Suihuan to open it. To her astonishment, the schedule was filled with early morning classes from Monday to Friday, with the exception of Friday afternoon when there were no classes. However, what caught her attention more was the absence of any mention of her professional course instructor, who was not the Qin Ling her brother had mentioned. Xiao Yi, did you just say my professional course instructor's surname is Qin? Jiang Suihuan asked. Yes, it's Qin. In the single character Ling, Jiang Yichen responded. Jiang Suihuan handed her phone to him. Where did you hear such unreliable information? Look at my schedule. It doesn't list teacher Qin Ling's name. Jiang Yichen received the phone with a look of skepticism, scrutinizing it closely before exclaiming, How is this possible? Xiao Yi, from whom did you hear that Qin Ling is my teacher? Moreover, do you even know Qin Ling? Who is she, and what is your relationship with her? He paused, rubbing his temples, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. He distinctly recalled that Qin Ling was supposed to be Jiang Suihuan's teacher. Our spicy hot pot seems ready. Allow me to fetch it, Jiang Suihuan remarked, sensing her brother's unusual demeanor. It was mealtime, and the small canteen was gradually filling with patrons. As the ancient said, beauty enhances the flavor of food, and indeed, glancing at lovely women while dining seemed to make the dishes more delectable. Jiang Suihuan hurried to the hot pot counter, and in the brief distance she traversed, she captured the attention of several onlookers. Yet, soon enough, their gazes were drawn to another stunning figure that graced the canteen. At an unknown moment, a captivating silhouette appeared, standing there like a proud plum blossom in the snow, her gaze exuding a profound indifference. With her elongated form and features as frigid as ice, one could not help but acknowledge that some individuals are born to be the protagonists of the world. While the diners in the canteen remained entranced, Jiang Suihuan found herself momentarily transfixed, recognizing her as the enchanting figure from the milk tea shop. It was her first encounter with such a breathtaking woman, whose aura radiated confidence from within. Wow, Lin Yao remarked, giving Qin Ling a gentle pat on the shoulder. Your charm remains undiminished over the years. Just look at how you captivate these students, both men and women alike. Ignoring her friend's playful banter, Qin Ling inquired, What shall we eat? Let me see. How about some rice noodles? Weren't you fond of clam rice noodles before? Lin Yao suggested, pointing towards a nearby counter. Qin Ling glanced around the canteen and replied, There are no seats available. Let's move on. Ah, you're right, Lin Yao lamented. But just as she was about to leave, she caught sight of Jiang Suihuan nearby. She quickly grasped Qin Ling's arm and said, Wait, over there. That is one of my students. We can share a table. Following Lin Yao's gesture, Qin Ling's gaze fell upon a pensive young man, and her eyes narrowed slightly. All right. Xiao Yi, look over there. Such a beautiful woman. Jiang Suihuan called out. She had encountered attractive women before, but none compared to this one. Jiang Yichen replied absent-mindedly, his mind preoccupied. He was diligently piecing together his thoughts. Firstly, he was certain that he was in the world of a novel he had read in his past life, for the historical trajectory here was distinctly different from that of Earth. Secondly, he was convinced that his sister was undeniably the heroine of this tale. Jiang Suihuan, her name accurate, her birth date and identity correct, her field of study precise. Yet, why was Qin Ling's name absent from Jiang Suihuan's class schedule? Had he overlooked some crucial detail? Jiang Yichen hastily began to recall, as memories from his previous life played back in his mind like a tape, accessible whenever he wished to revisit them. At this moment, Jiang Suihuan and Lin Yao approached Qin Ling teacher Lin. Jiang Suihuan, a well-behaved student, instinctively stood up. Don't be nervous, Lin Yao waved her hand. I just came to ask if we could share a table. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Suihuan replied, Of course. Great, Lin Yao nodded, thank you. With that, Lin Yao turned to Qin Ling and said, I'll go order food. You can sit here for now. Qin Ling softly acknowledged. She gracefully circumvented Jiang Yichen and took a seat beside him. Chapter 3. It's almost over. She heard it. Wait a minute, sister. Could you show me your class schedule again? Jiang Yichen snapped back to reality, extending his hand forward. As soon as he spoke, he sensed something was amiss. Why was his sister's gaze constantly drifting, seemingly absent-mindedly, to his left? And why was there a faint scent of sandalwood wafting through the air? It seemed to be emanating from his right side. Turning his head, he was taken aback. Wasn't he that the striking figure he had seen earlier at the milk tea shop? Who are you? Jiang Yichen inquired with curiosity. Just now. Teacher Lin brought this teacher to share a table with us. Xiao Yi, what is going on with you today? You seem off, Jiang Suihuan observed, looking at her brother with concern. No, sister, I just didn't sleep well last night, Jiang Yichen casually explained. He then turned to the beautiful woman beside him and politely greeted, "Hello, teacher." Qin Ling tilted her head slightly, casting a cold glance at Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen found her icy gaze somewhat perplexing. "Teacher, what subject do you teach?" Jiang Suihuan asked curiously. "Piano," replied Qin Ling, her voice melodious and resonant, reminiscent of a deep-voiced enchantress. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but recall his roommate, who every night, with a strained voice, would engage in long phone conversations, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. While both belonged to the realm of deep voices, one was forced and the other seemed naturally rich and magnetic, akin to the sonorous tones of a cello, captivating all who heard it. "May I ask your name, teacher? I am a freshman piano student this year, and you might be my instructor in the future." Jiang Yichen's mind perked up. Just based on the woman's looks, if she were indeed his professor. He vowed never to be late or absent for a single class throughout his college years. He would diligently review and strive for excellence every day. A mysterious smile graced Qin Ling's lips as she scrutinized Jiang Yichen for a moment before solemnly stating her name, Qin Ling. "Oh, so you're a teacher, Qin." Jiang Yichen responded with a smile, but suddenly his grin faltered. I'm sorry, teacher, what did you say your name was?" Qin Ling observed the shift in his expressions, repeating her name deliberately. Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard, immediately pressing for clarification. Which Qin and which Ling? This time, Qin Ling chose not to respond. Just then, Lin Yao returned from ordering food and inquired, noticing their conversation, "What are you discussing?" Jiang Suan wore an odd expression as she remarked, "Xiao Yi is inquiring about teacher Qin's name. Who is this Qin, and who is this Ling?" The three of them discussed the character of Qin, noting that Ling consists of 3 water strokes. Lin Yao, assisting in the conversation, provided her insights. Suddenly, a shrill sound pierced the air as Jiang Yichen abruptly stood, retreating a few steps. "What on earth? Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you?" Jiang Suihuan questioned, her face etched with concern. She pondered how late her brother had stayed up the previous night to result in such erratic behavior today. Jiang Yichen managed a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, cautiously sliding back into his seat. "It's nothing, sis. Let's eat. The dishes will grow cold," he said, taking a bite of rice with his chopsticks. However, he recalled that this Qin Ling had claimed to teach piano. Could it be a case of sharing a name? Jiang Yichen tried to reassure himself, but upon catching sight of Lin Yao, he suddenly remembered that in the original novel, Lin Yao and Qin Ling were the best of friends. Looking at Lin Yao, who sat diagonally across from him, Jiang Yichen dared not glance to his right again. "By the way, how old is teacher Qin this year?" he inquired. Lin Yao replied, "She is 27 this year, 28 by traditional reckoning. Professor Qin was brought back from overseas at a high salary, you know." Jiang Yichen pondered for a moment before asking, "Her birthday wouldn't be on January 23rd, would it? That date is rather peculiar." Before knowing her identity as Qin Ling, he had hoped to become a student of this beautiful professor. But now, knowing her true identity, he genuinely feared that she might take a disliking to him and dismiss him entirely. The original Qin Ling was portrayed as aloof, dismissive of others, and possessing formidable martial prowess, having trained in internal martial arts from a young age. Yet at the age of 16, she was drugged by her stepmother and confined in a basement for 2 weeks, subjected to strange experiments, which birthed her second, deranged persona. "How do you know that? Have you been investigating her?" Lin Yao asked, fixing her gaze on Jiang Yichen. "Jiang Yichen, I can't shake the feeling that you are quite curious about Professor Qin. You and B. Hey, Lin Yao, please don't misunderstand. I assure you, there's nothing to misconstrue." Jiang Yichen interjected hastily. The thought of pursuing a relationship with this woman was far too audacious. He was not foolish enough to court trouble. With her birthday now confirmed, Jiang Yichen felt a weight settle heavier upon him. Only one query remained, her measurements. Yet he could never voice such a question. Asking it would likely lead to dire consequences. By now, he had largely concluded that the Qin Ling seated beside him was indeed another protagonist. However, he was still plagued by the same question. How had Qin Ling transitioned into a professor of piano when the original narrative clearly described her as being in the vocal and opera department? Had he somehow traversed into another realm? A butterfly effect, perhaps? Jiang Yichen mulled over these thoughts as Jiang Suihuan continued to eat her meal, occasionally stealing glances at Qin Ling from the corner of her eye. She found today's Jiang Yichen rather peculiar. Oh, by the way, Jiang Yichen, if I recall correctly, you are from the piano department, right? Lin Yao smiled meaningfully. If my memory serves me right, Professor Qin seems to be one of your professional course instructors this year. You might just be her student. Abruptly, Jiang Yichen stood up in excitement. No, don't do that. What is this reaction? Lin Yao teased. He chuckled awkwardly before sitting back down. No, Teacher Lin. It's just that the thought of Professor Qin possibly being my instructor makes me uncontainably happy. Xiao Yi, you seem quite strange today. Should I accompany you to the infirmary later? Jiang Suihuan suggested. No need. Jiang Yichen mustered the courage to glance to his right, inadvertently locking eyes with Qin Ling's striking phoenix eyes. Oh no, given the circumstances, it was highly likely that she had overheard his previous remarks about her at the milk tea shop. Chapter 4. A first encounter with Qin Ling leads to a lifetime of regret during the meal. Jiang Yichen was engulfed in anxiety. Once finished, he quickly dragged Jiang Suihuan away. It was still September, and the sky darkened late. The setting sun cast a warm glow upon Jiang Yichen as he observed numerous first-year students passing by, all smiling and chatting joyfully with friends. Yet, his mood was in stark contrast, plummeting to the depths of despair. He felt as if the flutter of his little butterfly wings had caused quite a stir. However, the silver lining was that his sister, Jiang Suihuan, should be safe now. Xiao Yi, let me accompany you to the school infirmary, she insisted. No, sister. You should return to your dorm and rest well. Remember what I told you. Keep your distance from Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen advised. Jiang Suihuan appeared perplexed. Why? Xiao Yi? I don't understand. I just saw Professor Qin, and she seemed perfectly fine. Why do you want me to avoid her? Besides, do you even know her? Sis, some matters cannot be judged solely by their surface. Just trust me on this, Jiang Yichen replied. Jiang Suihuan rolled her eyes. What is the reasoning? And how can it not be just about the surface? I doubt you even know her well. Otherwise, why did you just ask for someone else's name? With a serious demeanor, Jiang Yichen insisted, Sister, just believe me. In the future, when you see her, take a detour. With a resigned sigh, Jiang Suihuan remarked, Xiao Yi, I think you should focus more on yourself right now. I suspect Professor Qin heard you in the milk tea shop calling her a sickly, obsessive bloodsucker. You should find an opportunity to apologize to her in person. Apologize in person? Forget it. I'm afraid I won't come back if I do. I think it's best to test the waters first and see if I need to escape. He figured since it was the beginning of the semester, he could probably get most of his tuition refunded. If worse came to worst, he could just repeat a year. Is it really that serious? Jiang Suihuan asked. Jiang Yichen confidently replied, Absolutely, it is. Professor Qin's first persona is manageable. She's merely a bit aloof. However, her second persona, if the first holds a grudge, will lash out even at innocent bystanders. Sis, what do you say we just go back and repeat a year? Jiang Suihuan raised her hand and gently placed it on Jiang Yichen's forehead. You don't have a fever at all. Well, never mind, sister. You should head back to your dormitory. Jiang Yichen paused in front of the girls' dormitory, while Jiang Suihuan remained still, switching to her other hand to touch his forehead again. You really don't have a fever. I'm fine, sister. Just joking, Jiang Yichen replied with a feigned lightheartedness. That's good, Xiao Yi. I'll take my leave now. Remember to sleep early tonight and don't stay up late. Jiang Suihuan turned back to wave goodbye repeatedly. Jiang Yichen stood still until he confirmed that Jiang Suihuan had gone upstairs before he turned to leave. In the small cafeteria, Lin Yao slurped her rice noodles while admiring the flawless face of the woman sitting across from her. The creator can sometimes be rather partial. How could someone look so picturesque even while eating? Hey, Ling, I specially asked the boss for a bowl of cilantro for you. Lin Yao pushed a small bowl brimming with cilantro toward her. I really don't understand how anyone could enjoy this. It makes me want to vomit just thinking about it. After saying this, Lin Yao also nudged the vinegar bottle towards her. And here's some vinegar. Thank you, Qin Ling said as she picked up the small vinegar bottle, swirling it left and right before adding it all to the bowl filled with cilantro. Lin Yao's eyes twitched at the sight. Her friend had a notoriously peculiar taste. Ling, Do you think that guy just now was smitten with you? He was so eager to ask me about your age and birthday. I don't know, Qin Ling replied, uncertain if Jiang Yichen was truly infatuated with her. However, she was well aware that he likely held a significant misunderstanding and prejudice against her. A deranged and obsessive character? A second personality? A bloodsucker? In her 27 years of life, it was the first time she had heard herself described in such a way. Yet, it was clear that he must have consumed some unhealthy media to draw such bizarre comparisons between her and a fictional character. How absurd, huh? Unknowingly. Back in our school days, there must have been at least 800 boys who fell for you at first sight. I suspect Jiang Yichen feels the same way, if not more. Today, there must be many others as well. Lin Yao reminisced, recalling how her best friend had been the unrivaled campus belle during their university years. Before Qin Ling attended university, each grade had its own beauty, but once she arrived, the title became singular. Once you see Qin Ling, you are doomed for life, was a saying that circulated widely on campus, illustrating her captivating allure. Now, things were even more different. The once innocent campus beauty had returned from studying abroad, exuding the grace and poise of a mature woman. With her figure and beauty, how could she not mesmerize everyone? Lin Yao even questioned whether the students attending classes with Qin Ling could focus at all. But tell me, what do you think of that boy from earlier? He is the new campus heartthrob at our school, Lin Yao teased. Just a child, Qin Ling assessed. A child who enjoys watching risky content. A child? Lin Yao laughed. He is at least 18, a full-fledged adult. How can you still call him a child? I am 9 years his senior. When I was 18, he was still in elementary school. During my middle school years, he might have still been in kindergarten, clad in his childish shorts. Is that not the essence of youth? Indeed, such a statement holds true. Lin Yao, with a curious expression, inquired further. Yet you are already 27. Do you not feel a sense of urgency? Has your family not urged you to find a boyfriend? Bored, Qin Ling had no intention of continuing the conversation. With an elegant gesture, she dabbed her mouth with a tissue and stood to leave. Just as she rose, a boy approached her, holding his phone, his demeanor shy as he asked, "Hello, may I add you on WeChat?" Qin Ling appraised him briefly. He was not unattractive, yet he paled in comparison to the earlier boy who had a penchant for inappropriate content. Not convenient, she replied nonchalantly, uttering only those 3 words before gliding past him. Her departure was graceful, but the lingering scent of sandalwood left the boy blushing. Oh, Lin Yao stood up, casting a sympathetic glance at the boy before hastening after Qin Ling. So, Ling, do you intend to remain solitary for life? Shall I introduce you to some worthy candidates? Qin Ling discreetly rolled her eyes. No need. Over the past 2 years, she had encountered numerous so-called quality matches that Lin Yao had suggested, which she could only describe as less than desirable. Chapter 5. The Brotherhood of Men, who dominates whom Dormitory 3, Room 206. Every time Jiang Yichen returned to his dormitory, the sticker affixed to the door elicited a profound sense of social embarrassment within him. Initially, he had opposed the idea of placing such a thing on their door. Yet, the decision was not solely his. The other 3 roommates had unanimously agreed. Among them were 3 distinct personalities. The muscular Zhang Wei, affectionately dubbed Big Cannon, the bespectacled Jiang Yichen, who spent his days engrossed in long phone conversations with his online romantic partner, known as Chenggu, and the formidable Shunin, referred to as Sister Shun, who had a penchant for organic delicacies. Jiang Yichen recalled his first day at school, having been startled by the sight of Sister Shun, leaving him to wonder if he had mistakenly entered a girl's dormitory. Resisting the urge to tear down the label from the door, he pushed it open and entered the dorm. Instantly, he was greeted by the cacophony of mechanical keyboard clatter within. Zhang Wei, bare-chested, was fervently typing while hurling expletives. "Hu Tao, are you playing with me?" Wielding a long sword, unleashing your energy while I have helped you through 3 executions. You still can't manage it. Are you messing with me? His banter was a simple yet exquisite indulgence. After venting his frustrations, Zhang Wei felt a wave of relief wash over him. Turning to Jiang Yichen, he called out, "Hey, Lao Jiang, you're back? Where are the others?" Jiang Yichen glanced toward the upper right bunk beds, noting that the curtains of the inner one were a delicate pink and white, resembling a princess's chamber. One was exceedingly abstract, resplendent in golden hues. adorned with the three prominent characters Golden Lawn Hall. Alas, there is no need for further observation. They have just departed. Old Jiang, have you eaten? Zhang Wei inquired. I have already dined, Jiang Yichen replied, reclining on his bed. What transpired this afternoon? You awoke as though from a nightmare. It's nothing, Jiang Yichen said, retrieving his phone to send a message to Jiang Suihuan, essentially requesting her to obtain Professor Qin's contact information from Teacher Lin. Jiang Suihuan responded with an emoticon and instructed him to wait. As time quietly slipped away, Jiang Yichen found himself waiting for 2.5 hours. Just as Jiang Suihuan sent him Professor Qin Ling's number, a notification popped up on his phone from the QQ group. Attention all members, the class schedule has been released. Feel free to check it. As Jiang Yichen clicked on it, Zhang Wei's voice erupted from the dormitory, cursing, what the hell? Is there really an 8 a.m. class every day? Is this even human? In that moment, Jiang Yichen's heart sank as he spotted the name Qin Ling on the class schedule. He just mentioned how his eyelids had been twitching on his way back. Turning onto his side, Jiang Yichen stared blankly at the ceiling. Hey, old Jiang, old Jiang. Zhang Wei excitedly patted the edge of Jiang Yichen's bed. You must see what is happening in the group. I don't have time for that. I wish to be alone, Jiang Yichen replied. Oh, come on. What time is it? You're already on? Zhang Wei rambled on. The group says our piano performance class teacher is a stunning beauty. Jiang Yichen could already surmise who they were discussing. Indeed, if judged solely by appearance, that statement held a grain of truth regarding Qin Ling. First-year piano students typically have courses like ear training and music history. But the piano performance class is distinct, requiring one-on-one instruction between students and the teacher. And Qin Ling was to be his instructor for this course. Wow, Zhang Wei exclaimed, startling Jiang Yichen with his volume. You must look at the group. Someone has shared the profile picture of that beautiful professor. I can't believe it. Her name is Qin Ling. They say Professor Qin teaches the piano performance class. Zhang Wei's excitement was palpable. Jiang Yichen felt an unsettling chill wash over him, devoid of any inclination to check his phone. In stark contrast to his indifference, Zhang Wei was bouncing around the dormitory, exclaiming, if Professor Qin were my teacher, I would surely study diligently. I would never skip class. I would never be late. I would strive for excellence every day. Had the instructor not been Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen believed he might have shared in his roommate's enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating the vibrant campus life ahead. With a sense of pessimism, Jiang Yichen picked up his phone, copied the number Jiang Suihuan had sent him, and attempted to add it. Perhaps a sincere apology would sway Professor Qin to overlook his previous missteps. Due to the recipient's privacy settings, you cannot add this user as a friend at this time. Staring at the screen, Jiang Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Well, this was splendid. Yet another avenue had been blocked. Irritated, Jiang Yichen switched screens. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, the QQ class group had swelled to 99 messages. Ah, my celestial professor. More captivating than some celebrities. After removing a few distractions, I must say, Professor Qin is the most beautiful woman I have ever encountered. But wait, everyone, it's merely an identification photo. It could be misleading, right? That makes sense. One must see the person in reality. Nevertheless, she must be quite lovely, I presume. Jiang Yichen glanced at the screen for a moment before switching back to the interface. Almost immediately, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from below. What the hell? No. Why? Why is my professor an old man? Zhang Wei clutched his chest, staring incredulously at his phone screen. Meanwhile, the chat group erupted in chaos. Why am I not a student of Professor Qin? Neither am I. This is hilarious. I bet Professor Qin is just afraid that you boys lack the motivation to attend class. Hi, Lao Ziyang. Zhang Wei composed himself. We celebrated too soon. With so many professional course instructors in the school, it seems that Professor Qin is a figure to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with. Jiang Yichen gave a thumbs up. Is that how it's used? No, Lao Jiang. Why do I feel like you're a bit down today? Did something happen? Zhang Wei inquired curiously. Jiang Yichen sighed. To be honest, my professional course instructor is Professor Qin. Zhang Wei's expression turned to one of confusion. What? Could you repeat that? I said Professor Qin is my professional course instructor, Jiang Yichen reiterated. Then why the long face? You're lucky. Do you know everyone in the chat is saying there are no boys in Professor Qin's class? Are you trying to flaunt it? Zhang Wei suddenly felt Jiang Yichen was indeed boasting. Huh? Jiang Yichen sat up straight. Really? ISNT it randomly assigned? Zhang Wei replied, It is random, but it seems you're the first boy in our class. There are still a few girls left. Zhang Wei added, Damn it, Lao Jiang. Did you step in dog poop on your way back today? Chapter 6. The White Lily. 2 days later, Professor Qin Ling's name spread rapidly throughout Mingxian Music Academy. For 2 consecutive days, the confession wall was filled with photographs of Professor Qin Ling. Some dining, some shopping at the supermarket, others walking leisurely, most of which were candid shots taken by students. Initially, someone inquired about her major in class. Comments below clarified, This is Professor Qin, the professional course instructor from the piano department. Soon, the beautiful professor ignited fervent discussions within the academy. Following that, news of Professor Qin being the campus beauty of Mingxian Music Academy emerged. Within 2 days, her name resonated throughout the entire school. Jiang Yichen stared at his class schedule, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. On the very first day of classes, he had a professional course with Professor Qin. At 2 in the afternoon, in room 401 of the piano building, Zhang Wei lamented, Lao Jiang, I've been pondering for 2 days and still can't figure out why. Jiang Yichen chuckled lightly, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation. Brother, do you think I wish to attend? Why don't you go in my stead? You claim your name is Jiang Yichen? How absurd. Even now, you are still indulging in your own self-importance. Jiang Yichen found himself at a loss, wishing his professor for specialized courses were an elderly gentleman instead. He sighed, saying, I must attend class now. Stepping onto the balcony, he splashed some water on his face. The wind howled, and the icy waters of the Yishui River flowed ominously. A brave soul once ventured forth, never to return. Jiang Yichen casually kicked a small fruit knife from his dormitory into his backpack. Additionally, he had borrowed pepper spray for self-defense from Jiang Suihuan yesterday. This was purely for his own protection. Upon leaving the dormitory, Jiang Yichen did not head toward the piano building, but instead made his way to the southern gate of the academy. Alongside preparing his self-defense tools, he had resolutely spent 200 yuan to order a bouquet of white lilies for Qin Ling, her favorite flower. Jiang Yichen believed that his gesture of apology was sincere. If Professor Qin did not forgive him, he would have nothing more to say. He exited the dormitory at 1:30 p.m., reaching the school's south gate precisely at 1:45 p.m. Approaching the security office, he inquired with the security guard, who informed him that no delivery of flowers had arrived. Confused, Jiang Yichen took out his phone to check the already completed delivery order. He had placed the order for the flowers at noon, and the florist was only 5 kilometers away from the school. The scheduled delivery time was 1:30 p.m. at the southern gate, and the order had been completed 15 minutes prior. Where are my flowers? Jiang Yichen promptly called to inquire. I left them at the security office, replied the delivery person. Are you certain? I don't see them here, Jiang Yichen questioned, perplexed. I'm sure I placed them at your school's security office. Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow. Did you perhaps leave them at the north gate instead? I followed the navigation on my phone, the delivery person answered. Jiang Yichen reopened the order details and was taken aback. How had his location been set to the north gate? He swiftly ended the call. Glancing at the time, it was now 1:48 p.m. He quickly briefed the security guard to keep an eye on his belongings and then dashed toward the north gate with remarkable speed. As the saying goes, high school is the peak of intellect, middle school is the zenith of physical strength, and university is the pinnacle of dining. Even with a feeling of extraordinary agility, it still took him 10 minutes to traverse from the south gate to the north. At 1:58 p.m., he retrieved the bouquet of white lilies. Without delay, Jiang Yichen hurried back. The piano building was closer to the south gate, which was why he had requested the delivery to be made there. As he ran back, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and he was drenched in sweat. At 2:10 p.m., in room 401 of the piano building, Qin Ling sat expressionless, staring at the clock mounted on the wall. Was it truly her first official lesson? Only to be stood up? She sighed and took a seat on the piano bench. With no students in attendance, she would have to amuse herself for the duration of this class. As soon as the first note was struck on the black and white keys, The door to the practice room was forcefully pushed open. The impact was so vigorous that the door collided harshly with the wall. Qin Ling emitted a dissatisfied click of her tongue and turned to look. There stood the handsome youth she had encountered 2 days prior, appearing as though he had just emerged from the water. Clad in white, a large patch on his chest was soaked through, beads of glistening sweat trickled down his face, and his bangs were matted into small clumps. He carried a backpack on his back, and in his hands, a bouquet of lilies. Was he perhaps on a date? Qin Ling couldn't help but wonder. Jiang Yichen was panting heavily, exclaiming, "Goodness, I truly thought I was about to meet my end. Despite hurrying, I am still over 10 minutes late." Professor Qin. Today, Qin Ling resembled her previous attire, wearing a white shirt, a black mid-length skirt, and flat shoes. Her simple ensemble drew Jiang Yichen's gaze momentarily before he averted it. He casually placed the white lilies atop the piano cover. "You are late," Qin Ling stated coldly, glancing at the clock on the wall. 12 minutes past. "That, I do not explain just yet." Qin Ling rose, picked up the ruler resting on the piano cover, and then settled onto the stool beside the piano. "You have 33 minutes left for class. Anything you wish to say can wait until after." "Understood." Jiang Yichen hesitated before sitting on the piano stool, rummaging through his backpack for textbooks and sheet music. He then set his backpack down by his feet, prepared to draw out his self-defense tool at the slightest hint of trouble. "Play a piece you excel at. Let me listen," Qin Ling instructed. "Very well." Chapter 7. Professor Qin, what are you up to? Throughout his life, Jiang Yichen's academic performance had been mediocre, neither outstanding nor dismal. He consistently placed in the middle tier during exams, and while he possessed some talent in piano, it was limited. Gaining admission to Mingxian Music Academy was merely a matter of barely passing the threshold. When Qin Ling requested he play his best piece, he chose to perform a Chopin etude he had played during his entrance examination, The Winter Wind. Having practiced it countless times, it was second nature to him. Qin Ling retrieved a notebook and pen from her briefcase. She uncapped the pen and opened to the first page of her notebook. However, before she could begin writing, a cacophony of wrong notes erupted. "Start over," Qin Ling commanded coldly. "Understood. Starting over." "Good. Start over." "All right. Change pieces. Play 849. "Very well. Start over." "Okay. Starting over." "Good." Finally, after another series of discordant notes, Jiang Yichen turned his head. In moments of awkwardness, one often feels compelled to say something to alleviate the tension. "Professor Qin, I assure you, I'm not usually like this. While I may not play exceptionally well, I certainly wouldn't make so many mistakes. Today is truly an anomaly. I'm simply not in the best state of mind. Perhaps it's primarily due to my complete lack of confidence." Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, pointing the ruler at Jiang Yichen's awkward smile. "Do not give me that foolish grin during class." "Oh," Jiang Yichen immediately straightened himself, sitting upright. "Stop." Qin Ling shook her head, closed the pen cap, and placed the notebook back into her briefcase. The performance had been utterly subpar, riddled with numerous wrong notes and significant rhythmic issues. She leaned forward, intending to demonstrate the correct technique for Jiang Yichen. Unexpectedly, he sprang up like a coiled spring. A look of vigilance etched across his face. "What are you doing?" Qin Ling inquired, frowning. Jiang Yichen held his backpack in front of him and retorted, "Professor Qin, what are you planning?" Qin Ling remained silent, her gaze fixed on him. Jiang Yichen, not daring to underestimate her, grasped the can of pepper spray tucked within his bag. With only a ruler in her hand, he reasoned that if she dared to strike, he would first spray her with the pepper spray, followed by a swift application of chili water, and ultimately brandish a fruit knife in a flurry of defensive maneuvers, leaving her incapacitated if not worse. Qin Ling was baffled by his overly defensive demeanor. Was there truly a generational gap between her and today's youth? Jiang Yichen softly murmured her name, gradually leaning back against the chair, the ruler resting horizontally on his thigh. "You seem quite afraid of me. Why is that?" Qin Ling asked, perplexed. Although she could appear intimidating at times, it hardly warranted such fear, as if she were ready to take his life at any moment. Seeing Qin Ling's demeanor relax somewhat, Jiang Yichen remained tense, his nerves still on edge. "No, Professor Qin, don't say such things. I'm not afraid of you at all. Do you want to take a look at yourself? Right now?" He chuckled lightly. A clever tactic to divert his attention? Not a chance. The sun blazed fiercely around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, and the music room felt stifling. Before long, Jiang Yichen was drenched in sweat. Noticing the rising heat, Qin Ling retrieved a folding fan from her briefcase. As she leisurely fanned herself, she observed Jiang Yichen, who was still on high alert. Today, she was curious to see what this child would manifest. The paper fan swayed back and forth, a gentle breeze lifting a few strands of her long hair. Jiang Yichen, standing 2 body lengths away, caught a whiff of a warm sandalwood fragrance. After a few minutes of stalemate, Jiang Yichen could no longer endure the tension. "Professor Qin, speak," she replied. With a serious expression, he declared loudly, "I was wrong." Qin Ling felt a surge of amusement. His anxious demeanor made the statement appear quite comical. "As long as you realize your mistake, you have 15 minutes until class is over. I will demonstrate once for you, and then you'll play," she stated, snapping the fan shut. As soon as she stood, Jiang Yichen hurriedly retreated several steps. Qin Ling struggled to comprehend his line of thinking, but resolved to fulfill her duties as a teacher. Within the music room, melodious notes began to resonate, forming a stark contrast to the cacophony of wrong notes that had preceded it. Qin Ling provided a complete demonstration for Jiang Yichen. However, as she finished the last note and turned around, she was taken aback. Jiang Yichen maintained his vigilant, serious demeanor, one hand behind his back while the other cradled a bouquet of lilies. Qin Ling observed her companion with keen interest. "Classmate Jiang Yichen, what are you preparing to do?" "Professor Qin, I was in the wrong, and I hope you can forgive me," Jiang Yichen stated earnestly. "What have you done wrong?" Qin Ling inquired. "Last time, at the milk tea shop, I should not have spoken ill of you behind your back. Professor Qin, I sincerely ask for your forgiveness." Qin Ling's gaze softened slightly as she studied Jiang Yichen's expression. His demeanor appeared genuinely sincere, yet she sensed an undercurrent of fear. Was she truly such a formidable creature? Did he have reason to be so apprehensive? After all, she had merely wielded a ruler in class today. Were today as youth so fragile? Qin Ling's thoughts raced. "Take the flowers back. I am not angry," Qin Ling replied, feeling no need to be upset over a child's trivial words. "You're not angry?" Jiang Yichen found it hard to believe. "Professor, please accept these flowers," Jiang Yichen insisted earnestly. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling lifted her delicate hand to examine the card attached to the bouquet. "Dear Miss Qin, you are as beautiful and elegant as this bouquet of pure white lilies. Your existence makes my world a better place. I am deeply in love with you and hope you will accept my feelings. If you had such sentiments, it would be better spent on your studies," Qin Ling stated flatly, showing the card to Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen's heart sank. "No, Professor Qin, let me explain. I just now noticed this card. Do you believe me?" No wonder the seller had inquired about the surname of the recipient when he purchased the flowers. He never mentioned he intended to confess. Have flower sellers become so adept at stirring emotions? "Do you even believe it yourself?" Qin Ling countered. "Ido?" Jiang Yichen replied. "I do not," Qin Ling asserted. "Then why ask?" Jiang Yichen's lips twitched, though he only expressed this internally. "Are you secretly cursing me?" Qin Ling suddenly interjected. No, Jiang Yichen quickly waved his hands. "Professor, I admire you immensely. My respect flows like an endless river, akin to the overflowing Yellow River, unstoppable in its course." Qin Ling scoffed at his flattery. "Such smooth talk. Let me ask you, did you understand the demonstration I performed earlier?" Jiang Yichen visibly faltered. "Earlier? Demonstration? What demonstration?" He had been focused on the eccentric professor's back, wary of an unexpected attack to his head. He had to admit, Qin Ling had an impressive figure. Even clad in formal attire, she exuded a captivating allure, reminiscent of a ripe, juicy peach. Seeing Jiang Yichen's distracted expression, Qin Ling realized her demonstration had been in vain. Chapter 8. The Worth of a Brotherhood. Professor Qin, the time is getting late. Class should be over soon. I have matters to attend to. So I will take my leave, Jiang Yichen remarked, glancing at the clock on the wall. Class had started at 2, lasting 45 minutes. And with the time now reading 2:44, it was indeed time to dismiss. In summary, Professor Qin, I genuinely apologize for my previous disparaging remarks about you. These flowers are my attempt to make amends. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold it against me." Upon finishing his words, he did not wait for Qin Ling to respond, placing the flowers atop the piano cover before casually seizing the textbook from the stand, and then gliding out of the piano room as if he were gliding on oil. The oppressive presence of the eccentric professor was overwhelming. He felt an aversion to remaining even a second longer. If it were within his power, he would genuinely propose to the Academic Affairs Office to replace the instructor for the specialized course. Jiang Yichen. The moment Qin Ling uttered the name, there was no trace of Jiang Yichen left in the room. She glanced at the clock on the wall. How delightful. Not only was he 10 minutes late, but he also dared to depart a full 30 seconds early. His attention during the class was utterly lacking. Qin Ling retrieved the attendance sheet, located Jiang Yichen's name, and promptly deducted 5 points from his daily performance score. She had 3 classes scheduled for the afternoon. Aside from Jiang Yichen, there were 2 other girls in her class. Each class was separated by a 10-minute break. Seizing this opportunity, Qin Ling unhesitatingly took the bouquet of lilies and made her way downstairs. "Hello, Andy." Qin Ling greeted the cleaning lady who was busy tidying up. "You've worked hard. These flowers are for you." Before the cleaning lady could fully comprehend, Qin Ling had set down the bouquet and departed. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Yichen returned to his room, feeling quite satisfied with his performance that day, awarding himself a perfect score. His sincere apology had nearly led him to kneel before Qin Ling. Moreover, it seemed she bore him no ill will. He realized he had been the one excessively anxious. It was only natural. After all, why would she, a young girl, bother to hold a grudge against him? With that thought, he felt a sense of relief, though he decided it best to avoid her in the future. Jiang Yichen felt reassured that he need not consider withdrawing from school. Taking a nap, Jiang Yichen removed his clothing and climbed into bed. He had not slept well in the past few days. Now, he could finally rest and catch up on his sleep, though he lamented the sudden loss of 200 yuan from his living expenses. He had received a total of 1,500 yuan in September, leaving him with 1,300, and it was only the 2nd of the month. There were still 28 days left. As he pondered this, his eyes slowly closed, and he drifted into a deep slumber. He was awakened by the boisterous voices of his 3 roommates and the clattering of keyboards. Zheng Mingqiang exclaimed, "Damn it, it's crooked again. That damn spirit is off. And so is the collapse. Why is everything misaligned?" Shannon, in a sweet voice, chimed in, "Jungle brother, could you come and gank top lane?" Zhang Wei shouted, "What the hell? I ran into that dead Hu Tao again. Can you stop unleashing that dead sword energy? I've already helped you secure 3 executions." 3 different games were being played simultaneously, yet none were disturbed by the others. Over the course of the past month, Jiang Yichen had grown accustomed to the unexpected presence of female voices in his dormitory. He glanced at his phone to check the time, then performed a dramatic leap from his bed. Zhang Wei noticed his descent and approached, asking, "Old Jiang, how did your class with Professor Qin feel today? Did your heart flutter?" Jiang Yichen shot him a disdainful look. "Are you out of your mind?" Zhang Wei, "Hey, what you just said is true, admitting it isn't shameful. Professor Qin is undeniably recognized as the most beautiful woman at our university. Currently, there's a poll on the college's confession wall where Professor Qin stands out, leading the votes over our college's flower. But fear not, my sister's votes are only second to Professor Qin's. Jiang Suihuan is also a well-known figure across the entire school, having secured her position as the freshman flower through candid photos taken during military training. Since discovering that Jiang Yichen and Jiang Suihuan are siblings, many classmates have risked being rebuffed to seek out Jiang Yichen for his contact information, yet all have been met with rejection. Jiang Yichen retorted, "My sister is far more beautiful than that Qin Ling. That cold, expressionless face can't compare to my sister." Zheng Mingqiang interjected, "Old Jiang, you're being biased. By conventional standards of beauty, your sister is merely an inexperienced college student, while Professor Qin embodies a mature allure, exuding feminine charm in every gesture. Your sister may eventually rival her, but not just yet." Shen and, listening to their conversation, wholeheartedly agreed with Chang Ji's statement. "Indeed. Zhang Wei, did you hear that? Old Jiang? The public's gaze is sharp." Jiang Yichen scoffed. "Huh, that's because you all don't understand. Zhang Wei, we don't understand. It's you who fails to appreciate the allure of a mature woman. Zhang Wei continued. Let me put it this way. If Professor Qin were to slap me right now, I would catch a whiff of her fragrance before her hand reached my face. When that slap finally lands, it wouldn't hurt. It would feel exhilarating. Meanwhile, Shen and Zheng Mingcheng, engrossed in their game, simultaneously exclaimed, "Pervert!" Jiang Yichen chuckled. That slap could send you flying to the other side of the earth. While his analogy was indeed exaggerated, Qin Ling is a formidable presence. One slap from her could likely knock Zhang Wei senseless. Zhang Wei, you don't know anything. Even if it killed me, I would welcome it. Jiang Yichen, ridiculous. Chapter 9. I ask you, Professor Qin, are you allergic to romance? Evening. Mingxian Music Academy Faculty Apartments. Building 2, Room 401. The apartment is adorned in a minimalist style, featuring white walls, light gray sofas, and wooden dining furniture. Upon returning home after a long day of classes, Qin Ling set her briefcase and warm dinner down temporarily and bent down to retrieve a pair of black slippers from the entrance. After changing her shoes, she took a seat at the dining table. Almost as soon as she settled in, there came a knock at the door. She turned to open it. It was Lin Yao. Remember to change into slippers upon entering, Qin Ling reminded her as she turned back. Wait, Ling, I have a surprise for you, Lin Yao said with a mysterious expression. Qin Ling turned back, curious, and gave her a once-over. Close your eyes first, Lin Yao instructed. However, Qin Ling did not comply. Instead, she walked directly to the dining table and sat down, reminding her, don't forget to change your shoes. Not quite. Lin Yao wore an expression of exasperation. Professor Qin, it has finally dawned on me why you have remained single for so many years. Are you perhaps allergic to romance? Qin Ling appeared to be in an entirely different realm. I only have a bowl of clam rice noodles. If you haven't eaten, feel free to order takeout. Defeated, Lin Yao conceded, recognizing the truth in her words. She suspected that Qin Ling was destined for a life of solitude. Upon entering the room, Lin Yao found a pair of white slippers in the entrance hall. After changing her footwear, she turned sideways and retrieved a bouquet of lilies hidden beneath the wall. Qin Ling, with her back turned, initially failed to notice. However, when the familiar white lilies came into her view moments later, she was momentarily taken aback. The flowers, the wrapping, and the accompanying card were unmistakably those that Jiang Yichen had given her earlier that afternoon, which she had then passed on to the cleaning lady. Here are your favorite white lilies, Lin Yao remarked, feeling rather deflated, as she had intended to surprise Qin Ling, only to find her completely unresponsive. Where did you get these flowers? Qin Ling inquired. Aunt Wang from the school gave them to me. Oh, right. You probably don't know Aunt Wang. She has worked at our school for many years, and I have a good rapport with her, Lin Yao explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling pushed the flowers back toward Lin Yao. You should take them back. Why? Lin Yao asked, puzzled. These are your favorite white lilies. Didn't you adore them back in school? Qin Ling was at a loss for words. She never anticipated that the flowers would come back to her in such a roundabout manner. These flowers belong to someone else. I do not want them, Qin Ling stated firmly. Lin Yao immediately countered. How can they belong to someone else? They are now in my possession. If I gift them to you, then they become yours. Did you not see the card? It was used for a confession. Lin Yao lifted the card from within the bouquet and, in front of Qin Ling, tore it to shreds, discarding it into the trash bin. Well, now it is no longer for a confession. Interestingly, it seems that the name inscribed on the card is also Miss Qin. I cannot be bothered to discuss this further. Anyway, you will take the flowers with you, Qin Ling declared. Unwilling to elaborate, Lin Yao, seemingly unfazed, rose from her seat without even warming the chair. I don't even like white lilies. They are of no use to me. I merely stopped by to check on you. Now I shall take my leave. The two teachers' apartments were quite distant, situated just across the hallway. Lin Yao did not intend to leave the slippers behind. Clutching her own shoes, she opened the door to return home, but as she closed the door, she called out to Qin Ling inside. Ling, I'm wearing your slippers on my way back. Wait. Qin Ling stood up, took the bouquet from the table, and without further ado, thrust the flowers into Lin Yao's arms. Take care. With a firm slam, the door shut behind her. Lin Yao shook her head in disapproval. Old woman, destined for solitude. After finishing her meal, Qin Ling tidied up the room, placing the rubbish into a black trash bag by the door. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 7:30. She entered her bedroom and donned a black trench coat. After changing her shoes, she stepped outside, first disposing of the household waste, then making her way to the campus parking lot. The night had fallen. A Porsche Cayenne within the campus has captured the attention of numerous onlookers. At the northern gate of the campus, Jiang Yichen is waiting for a ride with her 3 roommates. Suddenly, the Porsche, waiting for the security guard to open the gate, draws the gaze of a few individuals. Wow, isn't that Professor Qin? Oh my, she is so beautiful, exuding such elegance. Driving a Porsche truly signifies wealth and beauty. Jiang Yichen also glanced over. This marks her second encounter with Professor Qin, and even after their initial meeting, she cannot help but marvel at how perfect Professor Qin is. Not only is she exceptionally knowledgeable and attractive, but she also appears quite affluent. Jiang Yichen finds herself curious about the type of man who could possibly match someone like her. She wonders if Xiao has already apologized to Professor Qin. At that moment, Jiang Yichen remembers she has yet to inquire about the outcome from Jiang Yichen. She is aware that Jiang Yichen intends to apologize in class today. With this thought, Jiang Yichen picks up her phone to send a message asking, "How did it go? Did you apologize to Professor Qin?" Wow, Yichen, look over there. It's Professor Qin. Oh my, I feel like I might be swayed. One of her roommates exclaims. Did Professor Qin just glance our way? The other roommates are enamored. Who wouldn't want to become such a wealthy and beautiful woman? Even Jiang Yichen aspires to embody that ideal someday. In the boys' dormitory, Jiang Yichen is transforming into a passionate pianist, animatedly greeting the parents and ancestors of his opponents on the computer screen. Competing with a pianist in typing speed? Jiang Yichen scoffs, his slender fingers dancing across the mechanical keyboard, creating a blur of motion. Naturally, this commotion draws the attention of his 3 roommates. Zhang Wei, puzzled, remarks, "Old Jiang, what's the point of this? Isn't there in-game voice chat now? Can't you just speak your mind?" Zheng Mingqing adds, "No, old Jiang. Your typing speed is still too slow." Shannon chimes in, "Not bad. Yicheng, I recognize your attacking prowess." Jiang Yichen twitches the corner of his mouth. Sister Shun, doesn't that title sound a bit odd? Shannon lightly places her fair hand on Jiang Yicheng's shoulder. Don't you like me calling you that? To be honest, I've always had a soft spot for you. Jiang Yichen feels a tightening sensation. Is it possible for him to change dorm rooms? This boy's dormitory is quite bizarre. Ha ha ha. Shannon chuckles mischievously. Don't be upset. I'm just joking. Look at how nervous you are. Chapter 10. Wait, sister. Who are you with? Jiang Yichen sees a message from his sister sent at 9 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Yichen, I apologized. Professor Qin is magnanimous and didn't hold it against me. Jiang Yichen, oh, that's good. Jiang Yichen, guess where I am? Jiang Yichen, how am I supposed to guess? Jiang Yichen, image, Jiang Yichen, a nightclub? Jiang Yichen, no, it's a quiet bar, a small tavern, where I'm with my roommate, named 9 Pieces Tavern. Jiang Yichen, oh, I see. Jiang Yichen, by the way, Xiao Yi, guess whom I just encountered? Jiang Yichen, who? Jiang Yichen, I ran into Professor Qin. I had seen her once before when I was hailing a taxi at the school gate, and then when I arrived at this tavern, I noticed her car parked outside. However, I only know that she's inside the tavern. I have no idea where exactly. At that moment, Jiang Yichen felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He suddenly recalled a plot from the original novel, where Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling had an unexpected encounter in a tavern, leading to Jiang Yichen getting drunk, after which Qin Ling took her back to her faculty apartment. Jiang Yichen, in her inebriated state, accidentally injured her arm, prompting Qin Ling's second persona to emerge upon sighting the blood. Thus began the entangled fate between Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling. He then realized why the name 9 Pieces Tavern seemed somewhat familiar. It was indeed a venue owned by one of Qin Ling's close friends. However, if his memory served him right, that particular event should occur in about half a month. Around mid-September, Jiang Yichen, sister, you must return quickly. I've suddenly thought of an urgent matter to discuss with you. After sending the message, Jiang Yichen made several attempts to call, but no one answered. Panic seized him, and he hastily donned his clothes. Old Jiang, what commotion is this at such a late hour? Are you heading out? Zhang Wei inquired. Jiang Yichen had no time to respond. He swiftly shut the dormitory door with a bang. Hey, that kid. 9 Pieces Tavern. Come on, Jiang Suihuan. It's your turn to drink. Hurry up. Jiang Suihuan waved her hand in refusal. No, I really can't drink anymore. She was aware of her own limits. If she continued, she would indeed become intoxicated. I'm just going to the restroom. Jiang Suihuan steadied herself to stand. Huan, should I accompany you? No need, I'm not drunk. I just have a slight discomfort in my stomach. I'll be fine after a quick trip to the restroom. You all continue enjoying yourselves. Jiang Suihuan declined the kindness of her friends, picked up her small handbag, and stood up. Though it was her first visit to this tavern, and despite it being a quiet bar, she was fully equipped for safety, carrying pepper spray, a tactical pen, a personal alarm, and other protective tools. The tavern was dimly lit, and she walked slowly. This scene was observed by a graceful figure on the second floor. What is the matter? Do you know her? A neutral voice inquired beside Qin Ling. A student from my school. Qin Ling swirled her wine glass, the red wine releasing a subtle, sweet aroma. Beside her stood a short-haired woman, who was also gazing downwards. The short-haired woman, dressed in a leather jacket and wearing smoky-eye makeup, was named Lu Rong, one of her university roommates, similar to Lin Yao. A student? Lu Rong chuckled softly. I truly don't understand why you, like Lin Yao, chose to return to teaching. I personally despise places like schools. The tavern was divided into 2 areas, the first floor and the second. The first floor was a lively hall, dimly lit, featuring several booths, while soothing classical music played in the background. Jiang Suihuan was seated in the innermost booth along with a few of her roommates. The second floor, relatively more private than the first, consisted entirely of enclosed rooms, each adorned in distinct styles. From the vantage point of the second floor, one could gaze through the glass floor-to-ceiling windows and take in the scenery of the first floor. This was one-way glass, allowing those on the second floor to see the first, while the reverse was not true. Qin Ling and Lu Rong's room was the finest in the tavern, boasting excellent sound, insulation, and exquisite decor. The room was dominated by deep brown and golden hues, with the walls embellished with elegant wallpaper. A magnificent crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, though it remained unlit, casting the room into a dim ambience. In front of the expansive windows lay a cozy seating area. At this moment, Qin Ling, barefoot and legs curled, reclined on the sofa, one hand gently swirling a glass of red wine while the other supported her chin. Her cascading black hair fell loosely around her, and the buttons of her white shirt, which she had worn to class earlier, were now undone. Qin Ling raised her glass to clink with another. It was a student from Lin Yao's class. Lin Yao? Why didn't she come today? Lu Rong inquired, a slight pout on her lips. Qin Ling chuckled softly. She doesn't enjoy drinking, as you well know. Lu Rong replied, when shall we find a time to gather? The 4 of us, the Mingxian sisterhood, ought to convene. Now that you and Lin Yao are teaching at school, and I have opened several chain stores, we certainly have the time to meet. However, Fang Xiaodian is a different story, flying across the country for engagements. Let us discuss it later. Qin Ling lifted her slender fingers, raising her wine glass slowly to her lips, taking a delicate sip. Lu Rong's treasured red wine was indeed delightful. The aromas of blackberry and cherry wafted through the air. Upon tasting, the wine's robust and smooth body, with delicate tannins and balanced structure, lingered warmly on the palate, leaving a long-lasting impression. Qin Ling relished the sensation of mild intoxication. Tiske, I can't shake the feeling that you came here solely to plunder my cherished wine. Lu Rong teased. Is that a problem? Qin Ling replied from the sofa, her skin as white as jade, unaffected by the dim lighting of the room. Lu Rong gazed on with genuine envy. Despite her diligent skincare routine and sun protection, she still felt overshadowed by Qin Ling's natural beauty. Chapter 11. Do not trust this wicked woman. By the time Jiang Yichen arrived at the tavern, he had attempted to call Jiang Suihuan more than a dozen times. All unanswered. He had rushed over at breakneck speed, sending at least 80 messages. Sister, please don't frighten me, he muttered, tucking his phone away as he began to meticulously search the tavern's hall. The lighting was dim, making his search somewhat arduous. As he scoured the left side before moving to the right and then to the center, Jiang Yichen approached each table, drawing curious glances from several patrons. On the second floor, Lu Rong asked, "Hey, Ling, does your family pressure you to find a partner?" Qin Ling replied, "They used to, but not anymore." "Why not now?" Lu Rong pressed. "Because I lied and told them I found a boyfriend abroad. Isn't that bound to backfire? Let backfire if it does." Though Qin Ling had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, she began to feel the effects of the evening's indulgence. She had not indulged in such carefree drinking for quite some time. Lu Rong glanced at the woman seated beside her. If the previous Qin Ling exuded an aura of a cold goddess, the current Qin Ling, with a blush adorning her cheeks, radiated an enchanting allure reminiscent of a celestial being descending into the mortal realm. Lu Rong mused to herself, how biased is the divine? Unaware of which window had been shut on Qin Ling gradually, Lu Rong noticed Qin Ling's gaze seemed to be following a certain young man below. He appeared to be around 1.8 meters tall, rather handsome and quite refined, though an air of urgency clouded his expression. "Another student from your university?" Lu Rong quickly discerned that he was undoubtedly a college student, his innocent eyes reflecting a foolishness akin to their own in their younger days. "Yes, he is my student." Qin Ling too had just noticed Jiang Yichen's erratic movements within the tavern. It was past 10 o'clock, and Lu Rong glanced at the time, recalling that their school typically locked the dormitory doors at 11. Should I send someone to inform him to return promptly? No need. Qin Ling shrugged nonchalantly. If he can't return to the dormitory, he can always find an internet CAF to stay overnight. Lu Rong shook her head in disbelief. You really take your role as a teacher seriously. What is wrong with that? We're all university students now, adults, not high schoolers. Qin Ling replied with a dismissive pout. Ling, I recently learned a couple of new cocktails. Would you care to sample them? They're delightful. Lu Rong exclaimed enthusiastically. No, I've had enough to drink tonight. Qin Ling waved her hand dismissively. Lu Rong felt a pang of regret. But when her gaze fell upon the solitary Jiang Yichen below, her eyes lit up. How about inviting your student up to let him try the new cocktails I've mastered? Qin Ling turned her head in surprise. You must be drunk. Who is drunk? I, a respectable tavern owner, could never be inebriated. Lu Rong puffed her chest out. I merely seek a guinea pig to help me assess the flavors of my recent concoctions. Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. Are you suggesting you wish to use me as a guinea pig? Lu Rong's face flushed, unsure whether it was from intoxication or embarrassment. On the first floor, Jiang Yichen searched in vain for Jiang Suihuan's presence. His gaze gradually ascended as he looked towards the second floor, feeling a weight in his heart. According to previous descriptions, Qin Ling had initially taken Jiang Suihuan to a private room on the second floor before ultimately bringing her home. With her eyes partially veiled, despite the dim lighting of the tavern, Qin Ling sensed Jiang Yichen was observing her intently. Lu Rong, are you certain this glass is one way? Qin Ling inquired. Of course, Lu Rong replied. No sooner had the words left her lips than Qin Ling spotted Jiang Yichen making his way directly to the second floor, and he promptly found their private room. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, Lu Rong called out cheerfully. Upon entering, Jiang Yichen beheld the silhouettes of two women on the sofa. Qin Ling had her back to him, leaning against the couch, holding a glass of red wine, presenting an infinitely captivating profile. The other woman, scrutinizing him, was undoubtedly Lu Rong, one of Qin Ling's close friends mentioned earlier. Young man, have you lost your way? How did you manage to find your way here? Lu Rong teased. Boss Lu, Jiang Yichen said respectfully, I'm here to find someone. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, you recognize me? However, I doubt you will find the person you seek here. Jiang Yichen swiftly surveyed the room. Although he did not spot Jiang Suihuan, his instinct told him that these two must know her whereabouts. May I inquire, Ms. Lu, if you have seen a girl approximately 168 centimeters tall, wearing a white long dress today? As he spoke, Jiang Yichen retrieved his phone and opened a selfie that Jiang Suihuan had previously sent him. Can't see it. Perhaps you should bring it closer? Lu Rong beckoned from her seat on the sofa. Heeding her words, Jiang Yichen took a few steps forward. Lu Rong then clearly discerned the image on the screen. That girl just left. She departed moments ago. I just saw her off with Qin Ling as she left with her roommate. And what is your relationship with her? A boyfriend? Lu Rong inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Qin Ling. However, Qin Ling appeared indifferent, as if she were a stranger. She is my sister, Jiang Yichen clarified. Lu Rong's fleeting glance towards the side had not escaped his notice, confirming his suspicion that they indeed knew Jiang Suihuan's whereabouts. With Qin Ling still present, it was plausible that Jiang Suihuan was nearby. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen greeted respectfully. It is you. I thought the silhouette seated here looked somewhat familiar. Have you seen my sister? He continued. She has returned to school, Qin Ling replied. Jiang Yichen clearly found her response unconvincing. Wait, hold on, my fellow student. Do not believe her. She is deceiving you, Lu Rong interjected. This remark not only captured Jiang Yichen's attention, but also drew Qin Ling's gaze, silently questioning Lu Rong's intentions. Lu Rong returned her a reassuring look before directing her attention back to Jiang Yichen, beckoning him closer. Come. Lu Rong approached a nearby table, which was stocked with various bartending tools and ingredients due to her interest in mixology. Jiang Yichen walked over and seated himself at the bar. Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling reiterated sternly, I've already stated that your sister has returned to school. Hey. Lu Rong quickly interjected, do not trust her. This wicked woman is lying to you. At this point, Qin Ling chose to remain silent, having said all that needed to be said. If he did not believe her, so be it. With a sly smile, Lu Rong began to busily prepare drinks. Moments later, 3 specially crafted cocktails were placed before Jiang Yichen. Drink this, and I shall reveal your sister's whereabouts. Ms. Lu, my tolerance for alcohol is quite low, Jiang Yichen politely declined, having never consumed alcohol throughout his life. He wondered if 3 glasses would lead to his downfall. Fear not, Lu Rong explained with a smile. This is a new product we are about to launch at our tavern, with a low alcohol content of merely 5%. It's less than a bottle of beer and 1 tea intoxicate you. I simply wish for you to taste and provide feedback on the flavor. Is that so? Jiang Yichen asked, puzzled. Lu Rong nodded with conviction. Absolutely. Very well then. Jiang Yichen, filled with a mixture of skepticism and curiosity, lifted the first cup and, after sipping it slowly, discovered it had little effect. He then proceeded to consume the second and third cups in quick succession. His spirited demeanor elicited an appreciative glance from Lu Rong. Well done, young man, she commended, clapping her hands. Now, where's my sister? Actually, your teacher was indeed correct. She has already returned to school, Lu Rong replied with a sly grin. With 3 concoctions consumed, Jiang Yichen suddenly felt a surge of dizziness. His vision clouded with golden sparks. The world around him began to spin, and he perceived several indistinct shadows of Lu Rong. It appeared as though she were conversing with Qin Ling. He shook his head, trying to comprehend the situation, but the words eluded him. Ling, did I hear incorrectly? Did that young man just insult me? Lu Rong asked incredulously. What did you give him a drink? Qin Ling inquired, noticing something amiss with Jiang Yichen's condition. Just a new cocktail I recently learned, Lu Rong began, but then gasped. Oh no, I must have used the wrong ingredients. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling sprang from the sofa, her feet bare as she hurried to Jiang Yichen's side. Jiang Yichen attempted to continue his tirade, yet his mind felt as if it might explode. He soon found solace by resting his head on the table, which provided him with a slight reprieve. Jiang Yichen, are you all right? Qin Ling gently patted his back. It was her first day as a teacher, and a student was already in distress under her watch. This was unacceptable. He's fine, Ling. You needn't worry. He merely intoxicated, Lu Rong interjected. Be quiet, Qin Ling retorted. How can you say that? If you hadn't been teasing him, he wouldn't have consumed your drink. Lu Rong looked embarrassed. I didn't intend for this to happen. It was an accident. Boss Lu, the password. Where's my sister? Jiang Yichen mumbled indistinctly. Hey, Lu Rong, having misheard him before, now realized this boy is indeed insulting me. Silence, Qin Ling scolded. She then turned to Jiang Yichen. Speaking softly, don't worry, she has returned to school. However, Lu Rong teased. One cannot deny that the bond between these siblings appears quite strong. Do you still have time for idle chatter? Perhaps you should consider what to do next. What can we do? We might as well send him back to school. Oh no, it seems it's past curfew, Lu Rong pondered, then proposed, "How about we find a cyber CF and book him a night there?" Qin Ling, incredulous, replied, "P.S. drunk now. Do you really want to leave him alone in a CAF? What if something happens?" "That's a valid point. So what do you suggest? After all, you're his teacher. That's rich coming from you, considering you're the one who made him drink. By the way, Ling, I suddenly remembered I have something urgent at home. I must take my leave." 10 minutes later, in the parking lot outside the tavern. "Hello, I need a designated driver." "All right, please get in." Qin Ling settled into the back seat with Jiang Yichen beside her. After 2 minutes, the driver followed the navigation and drove away. She, too, had indulged a bit too much that evening. Had it not been for the unfortunate incident that transpired, she would have undoubtedly found joy in the evening. However, Jiang Yichen evoked a peculiar sentiment within her, a profound sense of trepidation that seemed to transcend mere apprehension. Qin Ling found herself perplexed, although she typically maintained a stoic demeanor, exuding an air of solemnity intended to instill respect among her students. Jiang Yichen's reaction was exceedingly exaggerated. This afternoon's class had epitomized the notion of caution to an extraordinary degree. Moreover, Jiang Yichen's evident distrust towards her as a teacher was disconcerting. Even after she reiterated twice that Jiang Suihuan had returned to school, he remained skeptical. The root of this mistrust eluded her comprehension. Shouldn't students place their faith in their teachers? Strangely, he seemed to trust the words of the unfamiliar Lu Rong over her. Was this not a case of being misled? Qin Ling. A sharp call resonated beside her. Pulling her gaze from the window, Qin Ling turned to face the young boy beside her. If she had not misheard, Jiang Yichen had just addressed her by her full name in a rather unceremonious manner. He appeared to be in a state of distress, his brow furrowed deeply, and his loud exclamation prompted the driver in front to cast several curious glances into the rearview mirror. Qin Ling was equally bewildered. Yet, that was not the end of it. Throughout the car journey, Jiang Yichen remained restless, shouting intermittently. The driver could no longer contain his curiosity, turning to gesture at his own head, questioning the sanity of the situation. Is everything all right here?" he inquired. Qin Ling, somewhat exasperated, could only respond with a sigh of resignation. Half an hour later, at Xiangyao community parking lot, the driver's gaze as he concluded the ride was laden with peculiar incredulity directed at Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen. Observing the boy fast asleep in the car, she was suddenly overtaken by an impulse to abandon him on the street, allowing him to fend for himself. Having never relished caring for younger children due to their incessant noise and propensity for misappropriating her belongings, she had sat in contemplation during the ride. Jiang Yichen had ceased his clamoring, falling into a profound silence. Qin Ling began to suspect his earlier exuberance had been feigned. After all, he had shouted with such vigor. Yet now, with the driver gone, he was utterly quiet. Steeling herself, she exited the vehicle first, then reached in to assist Jiang Yichen as they prepared to ascend to the apartment. The moment she touched him, he inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "It smells so good." With that, he opened his eyes, locking gazes with Qin Ling startled. He pushed her away and exclaimed, "Whoa." Qin Ling, stumbling backward. Qin Ling was about to admonish him when he leaned against the car, muttering incantations. "Monsters and demons, begone." After repeating this several times, he relaxed and slid to the ground, sleeping soundly on the pavement. Qin Ling, her expression tinged with annoyance, approached him and knelt down, gently patting his face. After several attempts yielded no response, she resigned herself to the situation, hoisting Jiang Yichen to his feet as they awkwardly made their way to the elevator. Qin Ling couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps in a past life she had owed Jiang Yichen something, for otherwise she would never have encountered such a troublesome student in this life. The elevator arrived swiftly at their floor, 8th floor, apartment 805. The community is situated a considerable distance from the Mingxian Conservatory of Music, and she can only return home during weekends. The residence boasts 5 rooms and 3 halls. A spacious flat with ample room. After unlocking the door with a fingerprint, she gently seated Jiang Yichen at the entrance to change his shoes before replacing her own with a pair of slippers. Whether Jiang Yichen changed or not was inconsequential. She merely needed to tidy the floor. Once she had donned her slippers, Qin Ling lifted her gaze and found herself locking eyes with Jiang Yichen once more. "Qin Ling, you shall perish," Jiang Yichen declared, gripping an umbrella, and with a swift motion he struck. With a resounding crash, a framed picture fell from the wall. Chapter 13. The Pinnacle of Youth. Burning crimson. Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling's chest heaved with exasperation, clearly infuriated. At that moment, Jiang Yichen, after executing his most flamboyant move, lay sprawled on the floor, eyes shut, a picture of peaceful slumber. Taking a deep breath, Qin Ling reminded herself to remain calm. Breathe, breathe. He is merely a child. Punitive measures are ineffective, especially given his current state of inebriation. Resisting the urge to cast him out, she assisted Jiang Yichen into the guest bedroom. She was too weary to remove his clothing or shoes, having been thoroughly exhausted by the antics of this boy. Glancing at the clock, it was 11:30. Qin Ling went to the bathroom to freshen up, then returned to the living room with a foot bath. While soaking her feet, she absent-mindedly scrolled through her phone. Suddenly, a commotion drew her attention, prompting her to look up. She beheld Jiang Yichen standing by the bedroom door in a rather disheveled state, muttering softly as he approached her. Due to the distance, Qin Ling could not discern his words, but her intuition as a woman sensed trouble. Hastily, she withdrew her feet from the basin. Jiang Yichen soon stood before her. "What do you intend to do?" Qin Ling asked sternly, and truthfully, she could easily contend with 10 of this fragile university student. Jiang Yichen was lost in his own world. Night Kai. With a sudden kick, he sent the foot bath tumbling to the ground, water rapidly spilling across much of the living room. Qin Ling was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yichen struck a pose, declaring, "My youth shall never fade." However, before he could finish, Qin Ling, unable to contain herself any longer, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Jiang Yichen," ignoring the wetness on her feet. She hastily slipped on her slippers and, with one hand gripping Jiang Yichen's arm, urged him outside. "Youth? Pinnacle? Just wait. If you dare to kick over my foot bath, let us see if you pass my course at the end of the semester." Dragging Jiang Yichen to the entrance, she flung the door open and unceremoniously tossed him outside. With a resounding bang, she slammed the door shut, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Returning to the living room, she surveyed the sopping mess. Qin Ling couldn't help but regret her decision to extend a helping hand to Jiang Yichen. Perhaps it would have been wiser to heed Lu Rong's suggestion and simply leave him in an internet CAF. However, upon further contemplation, Qin Ling realized that if given the opportunity to choose once more, she would still bring Jiang Yichen home. As a teacher, she could not possibly neglect her student. But that mischievous boy, Jiang Yichen. Never mind. Qin Ling retrieved a mop from the bathroom, spending nearly 10 minutes to clean the floor adequately. At midnight, Qin Ling lay on her bed, the exquisite chandelier illuminating her slightly troubled face. Sleep eluded her as she tossed and turned for nearly half an hour. The mere thought of Jiang Yichen waiting outside her door conjured an image of him looking pitifully cold. After a while, Qin Ling changed into a black silk nightgown and made her way to the living room. Her fair skin contrasted beautifully with the black silk, appearing even more delicate and luminous. Her collarbones stood out like fine sculptures, graceful yet alluring. Above them, her neck exuded elegance, while below, the gown hugged her figure perfectly, accentuating her ample and upright curves. Her slender waist seemed easily encircled by a single hand. The hem of her gown swayed gently with her steps, falling just above her knees and revealing her long, proportionate legs. As she opened the door, she found Jiang Yichen curled up against the wall, looking undeniably pitiable. Qin Ling stepped forward to assist him back inside. Before she could guide him to the bedroom, Jiang Yichen's eyes met hers again. Instantly, she released him, bracing herself for his next antics. "Mom," Jiang Yichen exclaimed. The sudden address caught Qin Ling off guard. Just as she was about to speak, he called out "Mom" again and made his way to her sofa. To her astonishment, he clutched a cushion from her sofa, weeping as he lamented, "Mom, I missed you so much. You finally came to find me." Qin Ling approached, snatching the cushion from him. "This is not your mother. It's my sofa." Hearing this, Jiang Yichen did not protest, but cried even louder, "Mom, Mom, Qin Ling hurriedly returned the cushion to his embrace, saying, all right, stop crying. Here, as your mother. The moment he had the cushion in his grasp, Jiang Yichen ceased his tears and began to grin foolishly. This scene reminded Qin Ling of her university days when Lin Yao had a similar experience, drunk and both crying and laughing. The next day, Lin Yao would be mortified, wishing to disappear into the ground. While drunkenness was not frightening, the horror lay in having someone remind you of the previous night. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ling took out her phone to capture Jiang Yichen's current state of wailing. What are you holding, little friend? She inquired. My mom, Jiang Yichen replied through his tears. To be honest, I haven't seen her in a long time. I never expected she would come for me today. Oh, so it's your mother. Qin Ling nodded satisfactorily. So, little Jiang Yichen, do you want to sleep with your mother? Of course. I want to sleep with my mom. Jiang Yichen responded without hesitation. How old are you this year? Why are you still sleeping with your mother? How embarrassing. Qin Ling laughed. Jiang Yichen huffed. I'm only 7 years old, and I want to sleep with my mom. Oh, Qin Ling drawled meaningfully, little Jiang Yichen. May I ask if you can still cuddle with your mother and return to your bedroom to sleep? Jiang Yichen nodded. Qin Ling escorted him back to his room and then put away the phone she had been recording with. Chapter 14. Something seems off. Is Professor Qin cold on the outside, but warm on the inside? The next day, Jiang Yichen felt as though he had experienced an exceptionally long dream. In the dream, he encountered Qin Ling, who transformed into a vampiric demon. Just as she was about to sink her fangs into him, he recited an exorcism incantation. He then swiftly drew a holy sword and slashed, but Qin Ling proved to be quite elusive and evaded his attack. Ultimately, he morphed into a powerful emperor and kicked her, causing her to bleed profusely. Strangely, it seemed that Qin Ling's blood was rather hot underfoot. After vanquishing Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen found himself reunited with his mother, who had left when he was just 7. He clung to her, weeping like a child, while she gently listened to his confessions. A sudden clap interrupted his reverie. Stop fooling around, Jiang Yichen mumbled, likely disturbed by Shun An's attempt to wake him. The cool touch on his face accompanied a faint, elusive fragrance. Just 5 more minutes, please, he pleaded. After all, he was now in college. There were no early morning classes, and as long as he arrived on time for attendance at 8, he was fine. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he could wash his face and brush his teeth within a minute, including the time to get out of bed, dress, and reach the classroom. Waking up at 7:50 was entirely feasible. However, he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that his blankets were exceptionally comfortable today. Had he forgotten to change out of his clothes? It felt as if he hadn't even taken off his shoes, and his head was slightly foggy. Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. Look at this little brat, sleeping so soundly. While I suffered from insomnia last night, he appears to have indulged in beautiful dreams, drooling all over the pillow. With that thought, Qin Ling pulled the pillow from beneath his head and smacked it against Jiang Yichen's forehead. He jolted awake, grumbling, Hey, who is it? Jean de Peo. Waking abruptly from a delightful dream in such a forceful manner would irritate anyone, and such a violent awakening could only be attributed to Zhang Wei. Jiang Yichen, feeling a bit dazed, ruffled his hair in annoyance. However, he quickly cleared his throat, rubbed his eyes, and was about to politely greet the person who had awakened him when his gaze caught sight of a perfectly fitted white shirt. As his blurry vision focused upward, he was met with an exquisitely beautiful yet profoundly stern face. After confirming the identity of the person standing by the bed, Jiang Yichen rubbed his eyes vigorously once more. Was this real? Why on earth was Qin Ling in his dorm room so early in the morning? Tentatively, he reached out to pinch Qin Ling's ample thigh, but before his hand could make contact, another pillow flew toward his face. Last night's memories surged upon him like a tidal wave in this fleeting moment. It appeared that he had wielded his umbrella as a sacred sword, uttering some melodramatic lines, and with a swift kick, sent Qin Ling's footbath flying. Finally, Jiang Yichen cast his gaze upon the cushion by his pillow. Goodness! The memories of last night were somewhat fragmented, yet certain key moments remained vividly etched in his mind. Would Qin Ling not seek to end his life? Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen managed to muster a smile more grotesque than tears. Could you leave me with a complete corpse? 3 minutes. If you do not rise, I shall ensure your demise is without a trace. Qin Ling turned away. Before she could exit the guest room, a tremendous noise erupted behind her. Jiang Yichen had not even undressed last night, leaving his shoes on, so getting out of bed was but a matter of seconds. Wait in the parking lot for me. Yes, Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen replied hastily, wishing he could leap down the stairs in a single bound. Hold on. Qin Ling glanced back at the disheveled bed. Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen halted immediately. If a military training instructor were to arrive, he would surely receive a commendation for his obedience. Make the bed tidy, she instructed, pointing at the mess beside her, and bring that pillowcase back for washing. Understood. Jiang Yichen promptly set to work. At that moment, the benefits of military training became evident as he folded the bedding into a neat square. Professor Qin, is this acceptable? He inquired. Ugly, she replied, leaning against the doorframe. Jiang Yichen's lips twitched. Ugly? What nonsense. This is the standard of military training. I was even praised individually by the instructor. Take the pillow. Qin Ling continued, forget it. Just take the pillow with you, and also bring your mother back. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yichen said, clutching a pillow and a sofa cushion as he settled into the passenger seat. He turned to gaze out at the scenery. The overcast sky mirrored his dismal mood. Jiang Yichen had just glanced at his phone, which was littered with missed calls and messages from his sister. She explained that her phone had died last night. Hence she hadn't returned his call, inquiring about what had transpired. He offered a casual explanation, relieved that nothing serious had occurred. Professor Qin, where are we headed? Jiang Yichen asked. Qin Ling remained silent. A sinking feeling enveloped him. Could this woman possibly be seeking a place to bury him? Professor Qin, I was wrong last night. Jiang Yichen stammered. I should not have used the umbrella to strike your picture frame, nor should I have kicked your footbath. I take full responsibility. Please do not take it to heart. Qin Ling continued to ignore him. Professor Qin, be quiet. Oh, Jiang Yichen jolted, startled. Qin Ling's icy demeanor was somewhat intimidating. Before long, Qin Ling drove to a steamed bun shop by the roadside. She exited the car, purchased a steamer of soup dumplings and 2 cups of soy milk, then returned to the vehicle, distributing 1 cup of soy milk and 4 dumplings to Jiang Yichen. Eat. Jiang Yichen, somewhat surprised by this unexpected breakfast, accepted it. His mind felt foggy, yet his thoughts were remarkably clear. It was an entirely different experience. It seems that the unfolding of events bears little resemblance to the novel he had once read. Judging by his actions last night, when he kicked the footbath of Qin Ling, her second personality should have emerged long ago to deal with him. According to the original text, Qin Ling would trigger her second personality whenever she felt anger or encountered blood. However, last night, despite her anger, she merely expelled him from the room. Not to mention, afterwards, she even pulled him back in. Although her method of waking him this morning was rather brusque, she had nonetheless treated him to a warm breakfast. Jiang Yichen pondered deeply. He seemed to have been ensnared in a web of misconceptions. To trust the written word too implicitly is akin to ignorance. Perhaps Qin Ling did not possess a second personality at all. He realized he should not approach Professor Qin with his previous notions. Eat up, Qin Ling frowned. Why are you suddenly looking so teary-eyed? It's just breakfast after all. Indeed, there appeared to be a generational gap between them. All right, thank you, Professor Qin. Once Jiang Yichen arrived at this understanding, he felt significantly lighter. Perhaps Professor Qin was not a deranged, obsessive individual, but rather a warm-hearted older sister, tender and kind. Right. Qin Ling took out her phone, opened a certain video in her album, and placed the device between her and Jiang Yichen. Just as he was filled with curiosity, a familiar voice echoed within the car. Before long, the previously silent vehicle resonated with the conversation. Little Jiang Yichen, what are you holding? My mom. How old are you this year? Still sleeping with your mother. How embarrassing. I'm only 7. I want to sleep with my mom. Jiang Yichen quickly reached out, but Qin Ling anticipated his move and snatched the phone back. Professor Qin, this is a bit socially awkward for Jiang Yichen. It's nothing serious. I just want you to study hard, Qin Ling replied. I don't want to see any more tardiness or early departures. And you should practice your piano diligently. If you score over 80 in the final exam, I'll delete the video. Jiang Yichen maintained a polite smile. He had to retract his earlier compliment, suggesting that Qin Ling might be a warm older sister. An 80 in the final exam? He would be grateful to achieve 60. Was it university just for fun? After enduring 12 years of rigorous study, he thought it reasonable to take a break and play for 2 semesters during his freshman year. Professor Qin, please don't do this. Just put your hand back. No, Professor Qin, listen to me. Just put away. Qin, it's nothing. I just wanted to say, Professor Qin, you are truly a responsible teacher. Thank you. Jiang Yichen held back a torrent of words that swirled within him. After finishing breakfast, Qin Ling continued to drive towards the school. On the way, Jiang Yichen contacted Shunin, asking for assistance with a test answer. Besides being a master of cross-dressing, Shunin was also a voice actor with various vocal ranges. Such innate talent made her the perfect ally for helping a roommate answer questions. His mind was still a bit hazy. He would need to rest a while longer. Jiang Yichen, Shunin, could you do me a favor? Shunin, no money. Jiang Yichen, no, Sister Shun, do I seem like the kind of person who borrows money? Shunin, then what do you propose? Jiang Yichen, help me answer a question in class later. Shunin, call me Dad. I genuinely failed to comprehend why so many people these days aspire to be Dad. Jiang Yichen, Dad. Shunin, oh, but I'm currently out, so I can't assist you with your question. Jiang Yichen, Sister Shun, you ought to be careful tonight. Shunin, why? Do you intend to harm me? Shunin, hee, come me then. How provocative. Jiang Yichen felt a twinge of embarrassment. The online personas he had encountered were all shy and demure, while Shunin was even more audacious than a woman. Chapter 15. Bringing a pillow to class for a nap? Make sure to pay attention in class later. All right, Professor Qin. In the college parking lot, Jiang Yichen bid farewell to Qin Ling, clutching a pillow and a sofa cushion as he turned towards the classroom. Shunin, I shall remember this grudge. By nightfall, I shall make you call me Dad. Upon entering the classroom, it was still sparsely populated. Jiang Yichen chose a seat at the very back, with the pillow and cushion in hand. He would not mind the discomfort of the desk while napping. The pillow was rather large, sufficient to support 3 or 4 heads. It was yellowish-white with exquisite patterns, though marred by a slightly damp stain. Jiang Yichen flipped it over to reveal the clean side, buried his head into it, and inhaled deeply. It possessed a peculiar fragrance, reminiscent of the sandalwood scent associated with Professor Qin. As for the sofa cushion, it was simply designed a deep gray, lacking any distinctive features. Jiang Yichen intended to embrace it while sleeping, but upon recalling that he had called such an abject mother the previous night, he disdainfully tossed it aside. One by one, students trickled into the classroom. Zhang Wei, Zhang Mingcheng, and Shunin entered in succession. The trio immediately spotted Jiang Yichen dozing at the back, and truth be told, nearly every student who entered cast a glance his way. There was no other reason. He was simply too conspicuous. Bringing a pillow to class for a nap was undoubtedly an act of individuality. The classroom seating was arranged in pairs. Zhang Wei took the seat beside Jiang Yichen, while the other 2 settled in front of him. Zhang Wei, old Jiang, where were you last night? Did you steal that pillow for some girl-less house? And what S with the sofa cushion? Shunin, you enter the classroom and immediately sleep? You must have been thoroughly exhausted last night. Zhang Mingcheng, old Jiang, don't sleep yet. Share your adventures with us. With his head buried, Jiang Yichen instantly lifted it upon hearing Shun An's voice. Shun An, didn't you say you wouldn't come to class? Shun An appeared alarmed. Brother Jiang Yichen, you're quite fierce. Have I upset you? I'm not falling for your tricks. Come here. Jiang Yichen yanked her by the collar. The next moment, Shunin squealed in a delicate tone, Dad. Jiang Yichen's pupils dilated in shock. What the heck? Oh my goodness. Zhang Wei and Zhang Mingcheng were left utterly flabbergasted. Jiang Yichen found himself at a loss for words. Forget it, I might as well go back to sleep. He buried his head again, continuing his slumber. An elderly professor entered the classroom. Initially, there seemed to be nothing unusual, but gradually he noticed the audacious Jiang Yichen. After years of teaching, it was indeed his first encounter with a student who brought a pillow to class for a nap. Student, the one over there with the pillow. Stand up and answer the question. Someone call him. Jiang Yichen, groggy, was gently roused by Zhang Wei's playful pat, mistakenly thinking class had ended. Rubbing his eyes and clutching his pillow, he began to make his way out. It must be said, Professor Qin's pillow was rather comfortable. What do you think you're doing? The old professor exclaimed, bewildered by such insolence from a student. At that moment, Jiang Yichen noticed the collective gaze of his classmates upon him. Without even having the chance to respond to the question, he was promptly escorted outside by the professor, still clutching his pillow. As the morning class concluded, Jiang Yichen and Shun Un, along with another friend, headed to the cafeteria to order a dry pot dish. For 4 people, it cost a mere 98 yuan, and the total was just over 20. The 4 returned to their male dormitory, dining and gossiping. Zhang Wei teased, "Come on, old Jiang, confess. Where did you stay last night?" "And with which young lady?" Zhang Mingchang chimed in. "Was on campus or off?" Shun remarked, "Given the style of your pillow and cushion, it must belong to some sister's home, right? Let us focus on eating, not these topics." Jiang Yichen attempted to steer the conversation elsewhere, but his friends relentlessly pursued the matter. Reluctantly, Jiang Yichen divulged, "To be honest, I spent the night at Professor Qin's house." Zhang Wei burst into laughter. "I must also confess, my ancestor is Qin Shi Huang." Shun retorted, "Oh, old Jiang, you really ought to come up with a better excuse next time. Such words can't be carelessly spoken. Be careful not to be hunted down." Zhang Mingqing added, "Forget it, but you'd best not let us catch wind of your underground romance." Jiang Yichen could only spread his hands in resignation. The dry pot from the school cafeteria was quite delectable. Seizing the opportunity while his friends chatted, Jiang Yichen discreetly took a generous portion of meat. As they continued dining, Zhang Wei and the others suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, where's all the meat? It's all vegetables." "I'm full." Jiang Yichen elegantly wiped his mouth. Just as he prepared to rise from his seat, Zhang Wei's large hand pressed him back down. "Old Jiang, you're quite the sly one. Taking advantage of our conversation to eat in secret." Jiang Yichen protested. "How can this be considered sneaky? I am merely acting with complete transparency." Zhang Wei turned to the others. "What do you think, Chenggu? Shunjia? Let's get him." Shun Un and Zheng Mingchang chimed in unison. Outnumbered, and with Zhang Wei's muscular presence, Jiang Yichen realized the precariousness of his situation and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, hold on. It is well known that the boys' dormitory is a place filled with fatherly affection. There is nothing that a simple dad, father, or guardian cannot resolve." Zhang Wei inquired, "And how do you propose to resolve this?" Jiang Yichen replied, "I will treat you all to breakfast tomorrow." Shun nodded, "That sounds reasonable." Zheng Mingqing agreed, "Fair enough." Chapter 16. Why are you watching me instead of paying attention to the path you're running on? "Hey, Ling, look at our school's confession wall," Lin Yao exclaimed, as she presented her phone screen to Qin Ling. The image displayed was of Jiang Yichen standing outside the classroom, clutching a pillow. Qin Ling cast a fleeting glance before swiftly averting her gaze. Lin Yao pointed at the picture and remarked, "Wow, today's youth are truly bold. Bringing a pillow to the classroom for a nap, right in front of the notoriously strict Professor Li. But this pillow, doesn't it resemble the one you have at home?" Qin Ling focused intently on her dinner. Lin Yao continued to chatter, "Such taste. I've always wanted to buy one just like yours, but I could never find it." Qin Ling replied, "I'll send you the link later." "Oh, by the way, Ling, I brought back that lily for you." Lin Yao pointed to a corner of the living room. Qin Ling was at a loss for words. "Don't throw it away. That was a meticulously prepared vase. You mustn't discard it," Lin Yao insisted. In the male dormitory, Zhang Wei exclaimed, "Wow, Lao Jiang, this picture of you is quite comical." Shannon added, "Save it as a meme." Zheng Mingqing requested, "Send me a copy." Jiang Yichen felt somewhat exasperated. Who claimed that life lacked an audience? ISNT life filled with cameras at every turn? Ignoring the raucous antics of his 3 companions, Jiang Yichen busied himself with his tasks. First removing the pillowcase belonging to Professor Qin, followed by the sofa cushions. He then made his way to the balcony, beginning to wash the clothes by hand. In truth, there were self-service washing machines on each floor of their dormitory, which were quite affordable, 5 yuan for a basin of clothes. However, after witnessing someone mix socks and undergarments with regular clothes during a wash, Jiang Yichen could no longer muster the courage to use the dormitory machines. It was summer, so hand-washing wasn't too bothersome, but it would become quite vexing in winter. As he hummed a tune, Jiang Yichen scrubbed the pillowcase for Professor Qin, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. After some initial assessment, He concluded that this world was indeed the same as the one he had encountered in his previous life's novel. Yet the plot and characterizations were entirely different. Qin Ling. Age: 27. Blood type: O. Height: 1. 73 meters. Weight: 53 kilograms. Measurements: 86-66-90. Jiang Yichen extracted useful information from his mind, filtering out notions of a second personality or obsessive tendencies. Likes lilies. Favorite pianist: Chopin. Preferred piano piece type: nocturne. Dislikes sweetness. Enjoys sour food. Loves cilantro. And prefers to drink until mildly tipsy. Menstrual cycle: 11th to 17th of each month. Morning runs: Monday to Friday. Jiang Yichen was uncertain which of these details were authentic and which were fabricated. After washing the pillowcase, he casually grabbed a drying rack and hung it on the balcony. The next day at dawn, the piercing sound of an incessant alarm clock echoed throughout the male dormitory at 6:30. Zhang Wei. Who on earth set the alarm clock so early? Shinin. So annoying. Who is it? Zhang Depeo. The sound is coming from your desk. Jiang Yichen, roused from his slumber by the commotion, grumbled. Seriously? Who set an alarm for such an early hour? Is something wrong with them? Just as he finished his complaint, he suddenly sat upright. If his memory served him right, wasn't that alarm clock set by him? Shinin, damn it. Zhang Depeo, is it you? You're calling out the thief while being one yourself. Go turn off the alarm. Zhang Wei. Nonsense. My phone is right here on my pillow. Jiang Yichen, feeling somewhat guilty, suggested, I'll go turn off the alarm first. Zhang Wei scanned the dormitory, and his gaze landed on the peacefully sleeping Jiang Mingchen. It must be old Jiang. That rascal woke us all up, yet he sleeps soundly. Shinin, all right. No more shouting. Let me sleep a little longer. We can deal with this when we wake up. After silencing the alarm, Jiang Yichen returned to bed. He waited for 10 minutes, then cautiously peered out to ensure everyone had fallen back asleep before quietly getting up. Dressed in black shorts and sneakers, he made his way to the balcony, applying some of Cheng Ji's hair wax to style his hair into a handsome, trendy look. At 6:50, Jiang Yichen stealthily slipped out of the dormitory. The playground was still bustling with individuals exercising at this hour. He quickly recognized the graceful silhouette of Qin Ling. The professor was also clad in black, wearing a white sports tank top paired with a sheer black jacket and athletic pants, with a towel draped around her neck. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to greet her, a flamboyant boy, whose hair appeared to be sculpted with a bottle of gel, dashed over to Qin Ling. The boy excitedly approached her, asking, Professor Qin, I'm a junior piano major, and I've been having some academic issues. May I ask you some questions? Qin Ling hardly acknowledged him. The boy continued to trail after her. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes at the boy's attempts at conversation. Academic issues? Really? Why not consult your subject teacher instead of seeking out Qin Ling? You think that's genuine curiosity? I wouldn't even dignify that with a response. Jiang Yichen hastily approached. Hey, Professor Qin, are you out for a morning run too? Qin Ling glanced over at Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, I have some academic issues. Could I possibly ask you a few questions? Qin Ling. Sure. The junior was taken aback. He had assumed Jiang Yichen was merely another student seeking sympathy. But the outcome was starkly different. Why is that? What given a right? Junior. Professor Qin, I also have questions to ask. Qin Ling. Go ask your subject teacher. Junior. But why can he? Qin Ling. He is my student. Upon hearing this, the junior dejectedly walked away. Jiang Yichen quickly pulled out his phone, offering his QR code. Professor Qin, please scan me. Qin Ling. Wait a moment. Jiang Yichen. All right. He followed closely beside Qin Ling, running lap after lap. Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, how many laps do you have left? Jiang Yichen seemed to glimpse his great-grandmother beckoning to him once more. The amount of exercise he had engaged in that brief morning surpassed what he had accomplished in the past week. Silence, Qin Ling admonished. Speaking while running often leads to breathlessness. Jiang Yichen acquiesced and continued to jog alongside her, only to be reprimanded again. Just as he was reflecting on this, he noticed Qin Ling extending a slender finger. In an instant, he understood. This indicated there was one lap remaining. Professor Qin had her hair tied in a high ponytail, which swayed with her movements, radiating a youthful vibrancy. Beads of perspiration adorned her forehead, and her alluring lips parted rhythmically. Watch the road, Qin Ling reminded him. Hmm? Jiang Yichen failed to catch her words. No sooner had she spoken than he saw Professor Qin extend her delicate hand, grasping his arm. He willingly fell into her embrace, his hand instinctively wrapping around her slender waist. How exquisite! The ratio of her waist to hips was simply perfection. Before he could fully savor the moment, Qin Ling abruptly pushed him away, exclaiming, "Keep your eyes on the road. If you're going to stare, at least pay attention to where you're running." Jiang Yichen, belatedly aware, turned his gaze forward, only to find a girl ahead tying her shoelaces, glancing back at him. Chapter 17. When I say it exists, it indeed does. Well, that settles it. He no longer needed to run the final lap. "My apologies, Professor Qin," Jiang Yichen said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had inadvertently been caught staring moments earlier. After all, she was the female protagonist in the original story, and her beauty was strikingly extraordinary. At that moment, Qin Ling faced him, her hair slightly damp with sweat, a few strands clinging to her forehead. She breathed gently, her full chest rising and falling with each breath. Qin Ling's naturally fair complexion appeared even more smooth and delicate under the morning light. She picked up the towel hanging around her neck to wipe her sweat. Still looking, she chided. Coughing slightly, Jiang Yichen quickly diverted his gaze. After a brief moment, they continued to jog along the red track of the playground. Jiang Yichen incredulous that she could notice him watching from behind. Experts have claimed that gazing upon beautiful women can enhance one's mood. And Jiang Yichen found this notion quite convincing, for he felt exceptionally cheerful at that moment. Without breaking her stride, Qin Ling coldly stated, "Jiang Yichen." "Yes," he replied. "Come to the front." "Sure thing," he responded, taking 2 large strides to walk alongside her. "What is the matter with you?" she inquired. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yichen replied, puzzled. "Aren't you afraid of me anymore?" She continued, recalling how terrified he had been just days prior, maintaining a safe distance during class. Jiang Yichen earnestly countered, "Professor Qin, that statement is inaccurate. I have never been afraid of you." Qin Ling chuckled lightly. "Professor Qin, let's connect," Jiang Yichen offered, presenting his QR code. "You mentioned having a question for me." "What question? Didn't you say you had something to ask me?" Jiang Yichen hesitated, a shy smile gracing his lips. "Well, it's not a significant issue. Could we possibly delete that video?" "No, not deleting it. Professor Qin, I must remind you that you are infringing upon my portrait rights," Jiang Yichen declared earnestly. Jiang Yichen exclaimed, "Hey, you switched to English on me, Professor Qin. Please don't pressure me." Qin Ling remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yichen, conveying a message that he should discern for himself. With the most vehement tone, Jiang Yichen uttered the most cowardly plea. "Please don't force me to kneel and beg you." It was evident that a confrontational approach would yield no results. A single punch from Qin Ling could shatter his resolve. If force was futile, then a softer approach was the only alternative. "A man's knees are worth their weight in gold," Qin Ling reminded him. "Not all, Professor Qin. As the saying goes, one kneels to heaven, to the earth, to parents, and even to one's wife." "Oh," Qin Ling elongated her tone, halting her steps and turning slightly to regard Jiang Yichen with keen interest. "Ha ha." Jiang Yichen felt intimidated by her gaze, awkwardly chuckling before continuing, "Professor Qin, please just delete that video. You have no idea. Just the thought of it keeps me awake all night. Truly, it feels as though ants are crawling all over me." He even managed to inject a hint of a choked voice into his plea, likely deserving an award for his dramatic performance. Yet, Qin Ling was entirely unfazed. "Continue your fabrication. Your words are as impenetrable as oil and salt," Jiang Yichen silently critiqued. "Are you cursing me in your heart again?" Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "How could that be, Professor Qin?" Jiang Yichen flattered her. "To be candid, my admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river." "Stop," Qin Ling interjected, raising her hand to interrupt. "I've heard that before." Jiang Yichen scrambled to think quickly. "Well, do you have any questions for me?" Qin Ling asked. "Yes, indeed," Jiang Yichen recalled. "Professor Qin, you didn't assign me a piece in our last class, and I'm utterly lost regarding what to play next. You were late and left early last time. How dare you bring that up? Actually, The main reason I was late was that I went to get flowers for you, and I didn't leave early, did I? I arrived right on time. Jiang Yichen defended. You left class half a minute early, Qin Ling corrected. That is not true. If I say it is, then it is. All right. Jiang Yichen nodded repeatedly. You're right, you're always right. Qin Ling glanced at the time and said, all right, give me your details. I will send you the piece you need for next class. Great. Jiang Yichen promptly presented his QR code. Professor, how about those flowers from last time? Are they still all right? I threw them away, Qin Ling replied, looking down at her phone, her fingers deftly sending Jiang Yichen several titles of music pieces. Those flowers, after going through several hands, now resided in her teacher's apartment living room, thanks in no small part to Lin Yao's efforts. You threw them away? Jiang Yichen exclaimed. I spent 200 yuan on those flowers. You wasteful girl. By the way, Qin Ling added, you lost 5 points for your regular performance. What? Jiang Yichen reacted with alarm. He was already a slacker, and now his regular performance was penalized. What if he failed at the end of the term? Next time, if you do this again, you'll lose 10 points. With that, Qin Ling turned and walked away. Jiang Yichen hurried after her. Professor Qin, please reconsider. This is my first time. If you deduct 5 points, what if I fail my final exam? At that moment, I found myself unable to face the elders of Jiangdong, and thus, I resolved to seek refuge on a rooftop of the teaching building to gauge the strength of the wind. Qin Ling remained silent. This child possessed quite the silver tongue. Just for the incident of her kicking the basin for foot soaking, her refraining from allowing Jiang Yichen to fail directly was a mercy on her part. Professor Qin, listen to me. Jiang Yichen, could you remain quiet for a moment? Actually, Professor Qin, silence. Oh. Jiang Yichen trailed behind Qin Ling in silence, arriving at the faculty dormitory. Qin Ling had come to realize just how troublesome children could be nowadays. All right, stop following me. I 1T deduct your points. Is that satisfactory? She said with resignation. Professor Qin, you are truly kind, Jiang Yichen chuckled, then audaciously added. Could you also delete that video while you're at it? What do you think? Qin Ling retorted with a frosty expression. I think that's possible, Jiang Yichen nodded. But upon seeing Qin Ling's displeased demeanor, he quickly amended. Never mind, Professor Qin, I was just joking. Rest assured, I will study diligently and strive for excellence. Then, Professor Qin, I shall take my leave now, Jiang Yichen said politely. Wait, Qin Ling interjected. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen felt a surge of excitement, suppressing the urge to smile. Ah, Professor Qin, I knew you were the best. About that video, Jiang Yichen, have you misunderstood something? Qin Ling continued. What I meant to convey was that I would like you to handwrite the few pieces I sent you earlier on staff paper. I will check them in our next class, and upon satisfactory completion, I shall reinstate your usual grade. But, Professor Qin, you didn't mention this before. In this day and age, who handwrites anything? It would be so much more convenient to print it out. Jiang Yichen protested, clearly displeased. However, under the weight of Qin Ling's piercing gaze, he managed a slight smile, quickly changing his tone. Very well, Professor Qin. I will present my hand-drawn staff paper in the next class. Chapter 18. A Friend in Death, an Immortal in Poverty, another invigorating morning for the 8 o'clock class. Within the classroom, students in the front row attentively absorbed the teacher's lecture, while those in the back exhibited a stark contrast. Some dozed off, others engaged in gaming. There existed an unspoken agreement. The front seats were reserved for those intent on serious study. Compared to high school, university life offered a great deal more freedom. As long as one did not interrupt the teacher during class, whether gaming or napping was overlooked. Unless, of course, one was an exceptional case like Jiang Yichen, who brought a pillow to class, intending to sneak out when called upon. Among the male companions seated in the last row of the classroom, each took on diverse postures. Zhang Wei peeled a tea egg, chewing on a small bun. Not bad, old Jiang, your breakfast choice today suits my taste perfectly. Zheng Mingsheng took a sip of soy milk and gave a thumbs up, while Shunan refrained from eating, instead snapping a photo of his breakfast to share on social media. Jiang Yichen, biting on a straw, opened his phone to scrutinize Qin Ling's social media profile. The professor's nickname was simply Qin Ling, her profile picture a minimalist depiction of a lily. Jiang Yichen felt that this resembled the sort of name used by middle-aged women in their 30s or 40s. If Professor Qin were to change her nickname to Flourishing Wealth, it would resonate even more. He then opened Professor Qin Ling's moments. Stunning photos of her physique, artistic shots, and travel pictures, each more breathtaking than the last. It was evident that Professor Qin had a profound love for life. However, her captions were merely timestamps, such as September 2nd, 2024, 21:30, accompanied by 2 images. The most recent was a selfie taken last night at a bar, where she held a tall glass with grace. Jiang Yichen savored the images, scrolling to the next. He dedicated an entire lecture to perusing Professor Qin's moments. Notably, there was no time restriction on her posts. The earliest entry dated back 9 years. Jiang Yichen reviewed all her moments from the past 9 years. Indeed, while their personas differed, their worldviews shared a common foundation, he mused softly. Each post radiated a zest for life, contrasting sharply with the pessimism that permeated the original Professor Qin, who had never shared a single post. Yet, the earliest entry piqued his curiosity. It was a missing person notice for a boy named Qin Ling. There was no photo, just a few brief details. Intriguingly, the birthday listed was the same as his own, October 10th, 2005. Old Jiang, what are you mumbling about? What persona, what worldview background? What have you been looking at during class? Zhang Wei inquired with curiosity. Reading a novel, Jiang Yichen replied. Reading a novel? Which one? Let me see, Zhang Wei said, stretching his neck. To his disappointment, Jiang Yichen's phone was equipped with a privacy screen. What's so interesting? Jiang Yichen promptly locked his screen. Thankfully, he had purchased a privacy filter. Otherwise, if the nearby group discovered he'd spent the entire class scrolling through Professor Qin's moments, they would undoubtedly be furious. Zhang Wei, with a knowing look, remarked, I see, it must be something a bit risky, right? Jiang Yichen retorted, you're delusional. Who would look at that during class? Zhang Wei scoffed. I don't believe you. Lift your shirt. Let me see if you're hiding something. Jiang Yichen was left speechless. You're insane. After the morning class, Jiang Yichen and his 3 companions went to the small cafeteria for a serving of spicy hot pot. The crowd made it quite economical. Having learned from previous experiences, they refrained from chatting this time, opting to start with meat dishes. Jiang Yichen wished he could sprout additional limbs. The speed at which they devoured their meal was astonishing, particularly Zhang Wei, who, without adhering to any etiquette, continued to serve himself even before finishing his meat. After their hearty lunch, they each returned to their computers and launched their games. Suddenly, Zhang Wei recalled that morning and exclaimed, whose alarm clock was that? It woke me up at the crack of dawn. Shunan, equally irate, chimed in, who set the alarm? Step forward and confess. Leniency awaits the honest, while those who resist will face severity. Truly, who is so inconsiderate as to set an alarm for such an early hour? Jiang Yichen, filled with righteous indignation, fixed his gaze intently upon Zhang Mingsheng. Zhang Mingsheng, engaged in his daily tasks, became perplexed upon hearing the trio's remarks. Morning? Did someone set an alarm? Why did he not notice? It seemed as though everyone had been awakened. However, the collective attention of the 3 was now directed at him, prompting his confusion. What are you all looking at me for? Zhang Wei was the first to rise, twisting his wrist as he approached Zhang Mingsheng. Damn it, Lao Zhong. I have endured you for far too long. Every night in the dormitory, with that ridiculous bubble voice of yours during phone calls. Just wait until I peel your skin off today. Following suit, Shunan stood up. Why bother saying so much? Look at him. He doesn't even know what he did wrong. Last to rise, but quickest in stride, Jiang Yichen took 2 large steps to stand behind Zhang Mingsheng, then raised his hand to cover the latter's mouth. I propose we take matters into our own hands. I'll start by silencing him. Apologies, Sheng Yi. But a dead comrade does not hinder the Taoist. Zhang Mingsheng had yet to grasp the situation, with one covering his mouth, another binding his hands, and the third teasingly poking him. Laughter erupted among the boys in their abode. After a while, Zhang Mingsheng appeared to be thoroughly played with. Zhang Wei exhaled a sigh of relief. Let us see if you can keep it down from now on. In the evenings, go to the balcony for your phone calls. Shunan added, let us see if you dare to set such an early alarm again. Huh? Jiang Yichen lamented, on the verge of tears. I didn't tea before he could finish. Jiang Yichen again covered his mouth. Hey, Chinga, honestly, what was the need to set an alarm so early? After venting their frustrations, Zhang Wei and Shunan returned to their respective desks, one engrossed in a game, while the other indulged in a drama series. Jiang Yichen patted Zhang Mingcheng's shoulder. Chinga, to be honest, it's not entirely your fault. Your fruit-branded phone is simply unreliable. Perhaps it was indeed your alarm. I recommend you switch to a Xiaomi phone, like mine. Zhang Mingcheng remained seated, his expression one of existential doubt. Chapter 19. I want to copy songs to make money, Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin Ling, said Jiang Yichen. That video, Qin Ling. Not deleting Jiang Yichen. It's been 2 days. Sister, I beg you please delete it. You have no idea what I've been through these past 2 days. Insomnia, sleepless nights. 2 days had passed. Jiang Yichen persistently greeted Professor Qin each day, pleading for the removal of the video. Yet, Professor Qin's response was succinct. Not deleting, 2 words, simple and unembellished. It was indeed true that he had struggled to sleep, though not solely due to this matter. He had been engrossed in gaming. After all, during university life, missing out on late-night adventures would be a grave loss. Qin Ling, who are you calling sister? Mind your manners. Qin Ling. Also, let me reiterate, your final performance will determine this. If you achieve a score of 90, I will delete it. Jiang Yichen, wasn't he at 80? What on earth? Has it doubled? You expect a slacker like me to score 90? Qin Ling, haven't you been rather free these past couple of days? You haven't even practiced the piano. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, your statement is quite erroneous. I have been immersed in the piano room day in and day out these past few days. Qin Ling, are you certain? Jiang Yichen hesitated for a moment, then mustered the courage to type a reply. I am certain. Qin Ling swiftly sent a picture. It was a check-in record from the Smart Campus piano room, indicating that Jiang Yichen had not practiced at all since the semester began. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, allow me to explain. I have been practicing at an institution outside of school. Qin Ling, are you certain? Once again, those 3 words. Jiang Yichen, momentarily dazed, caught a glimpse of the icy gaze from Qin Ling through the phone screen, instinctively recoiling, and then replied, Actually, I'm not entirely sure. Qin Ling, how is your sheet music coming along? Qin Ling, think it through before you respond. Jiang Yichen, I plan to work on it over the weekend. Qin Ling, all right, don't forget. Jiang Yichen sighed in relief, then gazed out the window. The weather in September remained sweltering, and the pillowcases and sofa covers he had washed a few days ago were nearly dry by now. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, do you have some time? I need to return your pillow or the sofa cushions. Qin Ling, I do not have time. Jiang Yichen, what are you busy with? There was no response. Jiang Yichen had grown accustomed to Professor Qin disappearing mid-conversation over the past few days. After all, she was a distinguished professor, and he was merely a student who idled away his time. Perhaps I should consider earning some money. Jiang Yichen glanced at his remaining pocket change. He had 800 yuan left. School had only just started a few days ago. If this continued, he would indulge in lavish meals at the beginning of the month and be left with nothing but plain buns and instant noodles by the end. Truthfully, he couldn't even comprehend how he had spent his 1,500 yuan down to 800. It seemed he had only bought a bouquet of lilies for Professor Qin, then treated himself to meals, some fruit, a few snacks, and a month's subscription for a couple of games. Had he really done much else? He even checked for discount vouchers each time he spent money. His frugality had somehow led to significant expenditures. To avoid starving by the end of the month and to secure a happier future, he needed to contemplate how to earn money. Firstly, he retained memories from his past life. Secondly, he was currently a piano student. And lastly, this was a parallel world akin to Earth. Jiang Yichen rifled through his past memories, realizing that the most suitable course of action would be to replicate the songs from his previous life. Although this world bore similarities to his former life, there were numerous differences. In essence, the popular songs from his past simply did not exist here. Old Jiang, goodness! Zhang Wei exclaimed loudly. Shannon grumbled. Zhang, could you lower your voice a bit? How can you say that? Every night you play games, and your volume is even louder than mine. Zhang Wei rolled his eyes, then raised his phone, leaning over Jiang Yichen's bedside. Old Jiang looked quickly. Someone on our school's confession wall said that Professor Qin will be playing the piano at tonight's welcome party. Oh, Jiang Yichen replied indifferently. What kind of reaction is that? This is your Professor Qin, the piano goddess. Your teacher, Zhang Wei exclaimed. I can already envision Professor Qin elegantly ascending the stage in a formal attire to play the piano. Jiang Yichen, upon hearing this, picked up his phone and opened his photo gallery, selecting an image that Qin Ling had shared on her social media. In the picture, Qin Ling sat gracefully at the piano in a stunning white gown. Indeed, it was quite beautiful, and Jiang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. After school that afternoon, Jiang Yichen and his companions deliberately took a detour to the playground. A stage had already been erected there, complete with massive speakers and an uncountable number of lights. To the side of the stage stood a white grand piano. Jiang Yichen imagined the scene of Qin Ling playing elegantly upon it that evening. As night fell, nearly everyone showcased their most charming selves. However, the freshmen, having just completed their military training, found themselves at a disadvantage with their sun-kissed skin compared to the sophomores and juniors, who were more adept at fashion and makeup. In the boys' dormitory, a significant event unfolded. They had run out of paper. It is well known that paper is a scarce resource in a boys' dormitory. While a few hundred yuan in cash might go unnoticed, a pack of paper could vanish in the blink of an eye. Who took my paper? Shannon bellowed. Clutching his stomach, Zhang Wei, Jiang Yichen, and Zheng Mingcheng exchanged glances, then collectively shook their heads. No idea. Shannon shot them a fierce glare. Next time I buy paper, I'll store it in a password-protected suitcase. Faced with this urgent situation, Shun resorted to tearing a few pages from his notebook before hastily making his way to the restroom. After this minor interruption, Jiang Yichen and the others resumed their preparations. Zhang Wei glanced at his tan skin, then turned to Jiang Yichen's fair complexion and asked, Old Jiang, what skincare products do you use? Jiang Yichen replied, this essence costs over 1,000. Of course, he could never afford it. It was all thanks to his older sister, Jiang Suihuan, who had insisted he take it. Zhang Wei pulled out his phone and searched for it online, exclaiming, wow, are you a rich second generation? No. Jiang Yichen modestly waved his hand. It all relies on having a wonderful sister. Let me use some, Zhang Wei requested. Forget it, Zheng Mingcheng interjected. With that face full of acne scars, it won't make a difference. Just use some basic cream. Chapter 20. The reactions of you eternal players are swift. As night descended, the Mingxian Academy playground resonated with vibrant music from several massive speakers. Colorful spotlights danced across the stage, creating a mesmerizing visual spectacle on the digital screen. One program after another took to the stage, featuring fiery dancers, heartfelt singers, piano performances, as well as comedic acts and magic shows. Everyone's faces glowed with anticipation and excitement. Jiang Yichen watched intently, missing not a single performance, while his companion Zhang Wei was quite the opposite. Whenever a young lady graced the stage, Zhang Wei would momentarily set aside his phone, activating his focus. The seasoned observer, Jiang Yichen, remarked. As time slipped away, quietly, a sense of confusion enveloped Zhang Wei. Where's Professor Qin? He pondered aloud. Was it not agreed that Professor Qin would perform? The event was nearing its conclusion. Perhaps she is the grand finale, Jiang Yichen suggested. Given Professor Qin's appearance and prowess, she ought to be the highlight of the evening. That makes sense, Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Almost everyone was convinced by the rumors circulating on the confession wall, eagerly anticipating Qin Ling's performance. Meanwhile, Qin Ling sat in the faculty section, engrossed in her phone. The annual program of Mingxian Academy rarely deviated from its routine. Singing, dancing, comedic acts, and magic tricks. Having attended for 3 consecutive years during her time at the school, she had grown immune to these performances and felt no spark of interest whatsoever. Hey, Ling, didn't the confession wall say you would perform today? Lin Yao inquired curiously. The event is about to wrap up. When will you go on stage? Who told you that? Someone at school mentioned it. That is false. Qin Ling replied, just as the host on stage announced. Next, we present the final act of our academy. Unlike our traditional performances, we will randomly select a member of the audience to take the stage. With that, the vibrant lights began to sweep across the playground, ultimately resting on the second row of the faculty section, illuminating a teacher clad in a black shirt. Professor Qin's attire remained consistent with her style, albeit in a different hue, a black shirt paired with a deep blue midi skirt. "Oh my," Lin Yao murmured, "so that's what it means to go on stage." Qin Ling frowned. The situation was clearly contrived. She detested this orchestrated feeling. "Let us discover which fortunate individual will grace the stage," the host declared. "It is none other than Professor Qin Ling. Let us extend a warm round of applause for her performance." The atmosphere of the playground ignited, erupting into enthusiastic applause. "Finally, she has arrived," Jiang Wei exclaimed, lifting his gaze, only to be met with a murky view obstructed by Shen Yan's back. "Shunin, could you exhibit some decorum and sit down?" Jiang Wei immediately stood up. Jiang Yichen interjected, "Brother, your reaction is rather sluggish." As soon as the host finished speaking, nearly everyone in the back stood up. He mused, "I wonder what the academy was thinking. It's a welcome event. Yet the entire freshman class is seated at the back. Is that appropriate? To see anything clearly from the back, one must stand." Jiang Yichen watched as Qin Ling gracefully ascended the stage. However, to everyone's astonishment, Qin Ling merely uttered a few simple words before descending the stage. "I am unwell today." Despite her swift, lively demeanor and rosy complexion, she hardly appeared to be indisposed. Her succinct statement left the entire audience momentarily speechless. The host was the first to react, demonstrating a remarkable level of professionalism. "All right, since Professor Qin is unwell, we shall invite the next fortunate individual." The stage lights began to sweep across the playground once more. Half a minute later, Jiang Yichen suddenly sensed something amiss. His line of sight expanded considerably. Those who had stood up promptly sat back down, as the spotlight had turned in his direction. Jiang Yichen, quick to respond, attempted to sit as well. However, to his surprise, Jiang Wei, ever so swift, yanked him back just as he was about to take his seat and settled down himself. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but admire Jiang Wei's reflexes. Truly commendable for someone who spends his days wielding a blade in playful banter. Just as he was about to curse Jiang Wei, a large image of his own face appeared on the stage's digital screen, forcing him to swallow his words of reproach. "Let us welcome our lucky contestant to the stage," the host announced. Jiang Yichen, undaunted, strode confidently onto the stage, stepping forward amidst the enthusiastic gaze of the entire faculty and student body. "Young man, could you please introduce yourself?" the host inquired. "I am a freshman from the piano department, Jiang Yichen," he replied. "Our junior is quite handsome," someone remarked. "Thank you. Could you share your thoughts about coming to this university?" "It's quite good. What performance do you plan to present today?" "Singing. As a piano major, why choose singing?" "No particular reason." It seemed the junior had a rather aloof demeanor. "Not bad," Jiang Yichen said, his expression serious, starkly contrasting his usual self. He finally understood why Qin Ling sometimes spoke so little. It elevated his aura significantly. The audience below found the simple interview amusing, and Jiang Yichen's exquisitely handsome visage stirred the hearts of many senior female students present. "Jiang Yichen, Huan, look, your brother is on stage." I see. Jiang Sui Huan propped her chin on her hands, gazing at Jiang Yichen's face on the big screen, marveling at her brother's good looks. Huan, about that favor I asked you last time." "Oh, my brother said he's just started college and doesn't want to date, only to focus on his studies." "My apologies," Jiang Sui Huan explained casually. She was willing to help, but it seemed her brother had no interest in romance. "Oh, that's all right," a voice beside Jiang Sui Huan replied, tinged with disappointment. "When did Lao Jiang become so pretentious?" Jiang Wei quipped, raising his eyebrows. "I don't know, but can he actually sing?" Shannon wondered aloud. Studying piano and vocal performance are entirely different matters. Many pianists sound dreadful when they attempt to sing. "Aren't you two going to take out your phones and start recording?" Zheng Mingcheng suggested. "I have a feeling Lao Jiang is about to make quite a spectacle of himself." "Good point," Jiang Wei agreed. Hey, Lin Yao, watching the interview chuckled. "Don't you think he sounds a bit like you?" "Does he? How could he not? I feel as though you are an exact reflection of myself." Qin Ling gazed at the stage, sensing that the child was mimicking her speech. The host on stage wore a black line of confusion on his forehead, yet his smile remained unwavering. What song will you be performing, Junior? Do you require accompaniment? Or would you prefer to sing and play? Jiang Yichen gracefully approached the grand piano nearby and waved his hand at the host. I'll be singing and playing the piano. Chapter 21. The Unspoken Secret. Thanks to Jiang Suohuan, Jiang Yichen had acquired numerous vocal techniques from a young age. He had once harbored a profound admiration for the piano, aspiring to become a grand pianist. However, this passion gradually waned amidst the monotony of daily practice. What began as fervor transformed into indifference. Perhaps he simply lacked sufficient passion. Jiang Yichen sat down at the white grand piano, while a campus volunteer adjusted the microphone for him. As he stepped onto the stage from backstage, he had already decided on the song he would perform, The Unspoken Secret. He had cherished this song in his previous life and had practiced it diligently. Ding! Jiang Yichen gently struck the first note. The melodious and lyrical prelude resonated across the playground. Many students began to keep time with the rhythm. Gradually, they realized that Jiang Yichen's performance seemed unfamiliar to them. Cold coffee leaves the coaster. The emotions I've restrained linger behind, desperately trying to reclaim the past, still vividly apparent on my face. The most beautiful moments aren't rainy days, but the eves where we once sheltered from the rain. As the students listened, their brows furrowed deeper, and some teachers exchanged puzzled glances. If they weren't mistaken, this song was an original composition? What? Is that old Jiang? Zhang Wei exclaimed in astonishment. Is it? Shannon pondered uncertainly. Should we even record this? Zheng Mingchang questioned, doubting his own perception. Initially intending to reveal a roommate's embarrassing history, who could have anticipated this would become a moment of brilliance? Of course we should record. Zhang Wei pointed at the figure playing the piano on stage. That's my son up there. How can I not record this? Shannon concurred. That makes sense. Zheng Mingxing remarked, wow. Ling, your student is remarkable. Lin Yao clapped in praise, having only heard a few lines, but finding the song quite enchanting. Qin Ling remained silent, simply listening intently. The song indeed sounded wonderful. You say that letting love gradually fade will lead to a longer journey. Why then must we alter the time we have missed? You use your fingertips to prevent me from saying goodbye, imagining you by my side before complete loss ensues. You say that letting love gradually fade will lead to a longer journey. Perhaps fate only allows us to meet, permitting us to fall in love in this autumn season, only to discover the fragments of happiness scattered around me, leaving me to ponder how to gather them. After a long moment, the song concluded. The audience erupted in thunderous applause. Jiang Yichen calmly rose and walked to the center of the stage, bowing slightly. His demeanor, light and unburdened, captivated many of the girls present. Wow, Ling, you have struck gold. Your student sings beautifully. Lin Yao praised. Not bad, she replied. But could you refrain from speaking like that? I feel as though your students are emulating your manner of speech. Lin Yao initially thought nothing of it. But after witnessing Jiang Yichen's interview on stage, a sudden sense of dissonance surged within her. Qin Ling's eyes twitched slightly. Perhaps she should encourage Jiang Yichen to transcribe a few more scores by hand? Goodness, what is up with Jiang? Zhang Wei asked the other two roommates, puzzled. It seems unlike him, Shannon replied. Remove the seams, Zheng Mingsheng interjected. This act is utterly convincing. Zhang Wei expressed his admiration. Watching him stirs my blood. I wish I could go up there and perform a bit myself. Shannon chuckled. Oh really? I reckon if you went up there, your legs would be trembling. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiao Nanliang? Zhang Wei retorted. Shun En, adopting a contemplative expression, remarked, if I'm not mistaken. It was you who pushed Jiang up there just now. He ought to thank me profusely. Zhang Wei patted his chest with pride. Us eternal players are like that. The moment he reacted to the spotlight, without a score of 4,500, he simply couldn't pull it off. As Jiang Yichen descended from the stage, he was immediately approached by several senior female students. Junior, your singing is quite lovely. I'm a third-year vocal major. Let us practice together sometime. Junior, I'm in the third-year piano department. You're in piano too, right? Let us schedule some practice sessions. Junior, that song you just performed was beautiful. Was it an original? I'm a third-year composition major. Would you like to chat? Jiang Yichen regarded the approaching seniors with a detached demeanor and waved his hand dismissively. I'm not available. Strangely enough, I must admit, Qin Ling's manner of speaking is rather refreshing, Jiang Yichen mused, deciding to maintain his aloof persona. He graciously declined the offers of the senior students and returned to his class. Jiang Yichen, I never expected your singing to be so delightful. Not bad, just average. He replied nonchalantly. Have you had formal training in singing? Yes. Jiang Yichen was surrounded by classmates who encircled him in admiration. Zhang Wei and Shun stood on the periphery, frowning as they observed Jiang Yichen's cool demeanor. After a while, the crowd dispersed, signaling the end of the welcome party. Old Jiang, what shall we have for dinner later? Zhang Wei inquired. Anything is fine. How about spicy hot pot? Sounds good. Jiang Yichen replied. Zhang Wei's expression darkened as he cracked his knuckles. Enough of this. Shun chimed in exactly. It's one thing to put on a show in front of others, but to act like that in front of us? Zhang Mingqing added. Do you really think we're unaware of your usual self? Jiang Yichen waved his hand lightly. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Am I not like this usually? Zhang Wei playfully hooked his arm around Jiang Yichen's neck. Do you believe we three could give you a good scare when we return? Shun excitedly agreed. Absolutely. I still have some wigs and skirts. We can arrange something. Once the lights are off, it will be just like that. Goodness, Jiang Yichen exclaimed, astonished. Three fathers. How about we have dry pot for dinner? Zhang Wei responded. Now that's more like it. Shun suggested, let us have spicy hot pot. Zhang Mingchen concluded, I think chicken pot sounds delightful. After a spirited game of rock, paper, scissors, the group made their way to the small cafeteria. Following dinner, Jiang Yichen received a message of greeting from his elder sister. Jiang Suihuan. That's impressive, little Yichen. I had no idea you could write songs. Hian Dichen. No. Jiang Suihuan. Are we going out together this weekend? Hian Dichen. No. I have plans this weekend. Jiang Yichen also longed to indulge in some leisure, yet he had sheet music to transcribe and, more importantly, he had scarcely practiced his instrument, having only spent a brief time in the practice room the previous night. He planned to dedicate the weekend to honing his skills. For if Qin Ling were to hear him play poorly in the next lesson, he feared he might suffer a severe reprimand. Jiang Suihuan. All right then. Jiang Yichen. Remember. After responding to his sister, Jiang Yichen proceeded to his computer desk and opened his music production software. Chapter 22. I teach music. Jiang Yichen toiled until the early hours of the morning, finally completing the audio file for his song by 3 o'clock. He then accessed the music copyright certification platform to upload his audio file, lyrics, and identification. His three roommates were quite cooperative, noticing his busy efforts in recording audio, and the sounds of their gaming diminished significantly. Zhang Wei stayed up with him, engrossed in games until the same hour. Jiang Yichen was quite curious about how Zhang Wei had managed to develop such impressive muscles while spending all his time gaming in their dormitory. How could his arms be larger than Jiang Yichen's thighs? Zheng Mingcheng also stayed up until 3, but rather than gaming, he was indulging in a lengthy phone conversation with his girlfriend. Compared to Shun An's princess room, Zheng Mingcheng's lavish quarters made Jiang Yichen feel as though he and Zhang Depeo were sleeping in a thatched hut every night. Sometimes, he found himself wondering what Zheng Mingcheng's girlfriend looked like, a curiosity shared by Zhang Wei and Shunin, yet Zheng Mingcheng always kept her photos tightly guarded. However, from his sweet, melodic voice that occasionally wafted from his phone, it seemed she must be quite charming. Shun En, the earliest to retire in their dormitory, typically went to bed well before midnight, and today was no exception. The price of staying up until 3 was that they would be late for class the next day. Fortunately, since it was their first offense, the subject teacher was lenient. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but think of the stark contrast with Qin Ling 36 hours later. On the weekend, Jiang Yichen received the electronic document confirming his song's copyright. Ever since the welcoming party 2 days prior, he had earned the moniker of the aloof campus heartthrob at Mingxian Music Academy, a title that Jiang Yichen found quite agreeable. However, Zhang Wei and the others did not share his sentiment. As they perused the online comments, they burst into laughter. Zhang Wei, this is killing me. Aloof heartthrob? They clearly have never seen you lounging in bed, picking your toes. Jiang Yichen retorted, Zhang Depeo, that is slander, pure defamation. When have I ever done such a thing? Shinin, I can attest that you have indeed done so. Jiang Yichen, I can vouch for that as well. Jiang Yichen countered, I was merely trimming my toenails. Shinin, nonsense. Jiang Mingcheng continued to provoke. Clearly, you are just picking your toes. Jiang Yichen retorted angrily. If you two keep barking, I shall dismantle both your princess rooms and the Golden Yuan Hall. Shinin, with a pitiful demeanor, approached Zhang Wei from behind, saying, Brother Zhang Wei, look at him. How fierce. Upon their first meeting, Jiang Yichen thought Shun Jie from Nanliang was truly beautiful, her voice quite melodious. However, over the course of the past month, Shun Jie's image in his heart had undergone a dramatic transformation. To sum it up in one word, flirtatious. Old Jiang, come and show me, Zhang Wei said, cracking his knuckles. Jiang Yichen was well aware of the current situation. He could easily bully Shun and Zhang Mingcheng. But Zhang Wei was another matter entirely. He was not a match. Nevertheless, that was of little concern. He was acquainted with a formidable powerhouse. Seizing the opportunity to use the restroom, Jiang Yichen pulled out his phone and sent a message to Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin. Yuzhong, please respond swiftly. Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen, do you have any clever tricks for a decisive strike? The opponent is larger and stronger than I am. Qin Ling, do you think it's appropriate to ask me this? Jiang Yichen, it is appropriate as a student. I have some doubts that I wish to have clarified by the professor. Qin Ling, I teach music. Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling, have you washed the pillowcase? Jiang Yichen, yes, I have. Qin Ling, come to the faculty apartment. Jiang Yichen, all right. Jiang Yichen gathered Qin Ling's pillow and sofa cushions and made his way out. Oh, old Jiang, where are you off to? Zhang Wei inquired curiously. I'm going to find my sister to give her these things. Jiang Yichen used Jiang Suihuan as a shield. Once he exited the dormitory, his previously cheerful expression vanished, replaced by a serious and indifferent demeanor. He needed to maintain the persona of the aloof campus heartthrob. Over the past few days, his notoriety had surged throughout the school. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals who regarded him with admiration, mostly senior female students. They wished to approach him for contact information. But as soon as they beheld Jiang Yichen's cold face, coupled with the descriptions of his aloofness on the college confession wall, they promptly dismissed the idea. With a stern expression, Jiang Yichen walked from the dormitory to the faculty apartment. This place rarely saw students, especially on weekends when it was virtually deserted. With even the teachers absent, Jiang Yichen, I have arrived. He messaged Qin Ling, who quickly responded. Room 401, Building 2. Jiang Yichen followed the room number to find her waiting at the door. She appeared to have just finished yoga, her skin glistening with a sheen of sweat. However, it was somewhat regrettable that her fitted yoga attire was concealed beneath a flowing trench coat. Jiang Yichen silently entered, stepping forward to present the pillow and sofa cushions, which he had carefully placed in 2 large plastic bags. Qin Ling raised her hand to accept them, inspecting the cushions. Have you washed the pillowcase? She asked. Yes. Jiang Yichen nodded. How is your practice going? Qin Ling inquired. Not bad, he replied. Have you completed the sheet music? Not yet. Qin Ling squinted her eyes, wondering if this child was attempting to emulate her. Jiang Yichen responded. Jiang Yichen could not fathom why, but he suddenly felt a surge of exhilaration. Qin Ling's captivating phoenix eyes were fixed intently upon him, causing Jiang Yichen to feel a twinge of unease deep within. He cleared his throat awkwardly and inquired, Professor Qin, what do you require of me? Would you like to transcribe the musical score a couple more times? Jiang Yichen's aloof demeanor crumbled entirely. Professor Qin, are you jesting? With an unwavering expression, Qin Ling replied, I perceive that you are rather keen on it. No, Professor Qin, I merely came to deliver something, Jiang Yichen said as he began to turn away, reasoning that since the item had been delivered, it was time for him to depart. Rest assured, Professor Qin, I will diligently practice the piano upon my return. Just as he took a step away, his peripheral vision caught sight of the lilies adorning the table in the living room. Oh, Professor Qin, did you not mention that you had discarded those flowers? You sent them to me. I threw them away, but those are my new purchase, Qin Ling replied. Jiang Yichen pursed his lips, feeling a flicker of disbelief. Though he deemed it inconsequential, he quickly bid farewell to Qin Ling, anxious that she might insist he transcribe the score again. Half an hour later, at the male dormitory, old Jiang log in. My friend will take you to the gathering cave for some chaotic fun. No, you go ahead, Jiang Yichen responded, seated at his computer desk, diligently transcribing the musical score. It was indeed hard to believe that in this technologically advanced era, there were still individuals who hand-copied musical notations. What are you doing? Zhang Wei inquired as he approached, and upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, Jiang Yichen, what on earth are you up to? Engaging in academic competition? Are you secretly trying to pass the English level 4 exam without us? Shunin stretched his neck out from his princess room. Who? Jiang Yichen. What are you doing? Zhang Mingsheng, initially intending to take a nap, was roused by Zhang Wei's ruckus and abruptly lifted the curtain of his golden palace, glaring at the scene below. Old Jiang. Are you studying? Jiang Yichen, exasperated, replied, No, guys, I'm merely copying a musical score. This vividly illustrated what it meant to be kept awake by the rustling of a roommate's pages. Copying a musical score? Zhang Wei questioned, puzzled. Why would you do that? Why not just print it out? Chuckling lightly, Jiang Yichen replied, Do you think I wouldn't prefer that? I suddenly felt the urge to transcribe score. Upon learning that he was copying his score, Shun and Zhang Mingsheng retreated to their respective rooms. Zhang Wei, finding the situation dull, abandoned the idea of gaming and returned to his open-air abode. Jiang Yichen quickly grasped their sentiments. Evidently, copying a musical score was acceptable, but studying was not. Chapter 23. Upset stomach. The entire weekend was predominantly spent by Jiang Yichen in the pursuit of transcribing musical scores and practicing the piano. His original intention was to indulge in a leisurely university life. However, fate had led him to encounter Professor Qin, a remarkably responsible instructor. In order to avoid being reprimanded during class, Jiang Yichen refrained from even opening a game throughout the weekend. Fortunately, the pieces assigned by Professor Qin at the semester's onset were not overly challenging, merely a few practice pieces. He dedicated 2 days to practice, achieving a considerable level of proficiency. In addition to practicing musical scores and honing his skills, Jiang Yichen received numerous calls from domestic musicians, agents, music companies, and entertainment firms. He diligently added them to his contacts and engaged in brief discussions regarding their offers. A discerning bird chooses its perch wisely. Besides the remuneration, he intended to take a couple of days to thoroughly investigate the various entertainment companies before making a decision, as compensation was only one facet of his considerations, albeit a significant one. Monday dawned with an early class at 8. For someone who had endured 2 sleepless nights over the weekend, rising from bed proved to be a formidable task. As September progressed, waking up became increasingly vexing, and, come winter, Jiang Yichen suspected that even a dozen alarms might not suffice to rouse him. Upon arriving in the classroom, the usual scene unfolded. The male friends occupied the last row, their desks cluttered with an assortment of books. Jiang Yichen had brought English, Zhang Wei had philosophy, Shun and carried a history of music, while Zhang Mingsheng boldly brought along a novel. In truth, none of them had the correct textbooks. At noon, the small cafeteria presented yet another crucial decision in life. What to eat? How about trying the newly opened Chow's in the second cafeteria? I've heard many rave about it, suggested Shunin. Although the second cafeteria was somewhat distant, located to the west of the academy, after a brief deliberation, they decided to make the trek. Once there, they opted for a 4-person meal. Shunan's rice remained a modest bowl, while Jiang Yichen and the others each ordered an additional boxed meal. However, opinions on spice levels diverged greatly. Zhang Wei, an aficionado of spicy food, desired an extra hot dish. Shun and Jiang Yichen exchanged glances, unsure if their dorm's restroom could handle such heat, and thus settled on mild spice. Zhang Mingsheng, on the other hand, requested a touch of spiciness. Ultimately, the majority prevailed, and they ordered mild. Back in the dormitory, the 4 shared a tacit understanding and dined in silence. Zhang Mingsheng's face turned crimson as he barely managed a few bites before reaching for a bottle of Waha. This is my first time trying Chow's, he confessed. Jiang Yichen patted him on the shoulder, offering comfort. Not eating spicy is a blessing. It means one less person to compete for the meat. Shunin typically ate little and preferred vegetarian dishes, leaving only Jiang Wei to vie for the meat. After this satisfying lunch, Jiang Yichen and Jiang Wei felt it was a worthwhile meal, as they had consumed the majority of the four-person feast. Once lunch concluded, they returned to their respective beds. Jiang Yichen gazed at the princess room and the golden palace across from him, contemplating whether he should also adorn his humble abode. What would be fitting? Perhaps he should create his own golden palace? Attending the early class would then feel akin to attending a morning court session, filled with ceremonial grandeur. As he pondered, a sudden turmoil erupted in his stomach. Oh no, it was urgent. Jiang Yichen quickly leaped from his bed and scoured the dormitory in vain, unable to locate any toilet paper. "Sister Shun," he called, clutching his abdomen as he approached the princess room. Shun poked his head out, inquiring, "What is it? Could I borrow a couple of sheets?" Jiang Yichen pleaded. Upon witnessing Jiang Yichen's antics, Shun could not help but chuckle. "Call me Dad. Don't be ridiculous. You might spill something," Jiang Yichen retorted, twisting his body. Shun continued to whistle, reiterating, "Call me Father." Without hesitation, Jiang Yichen turned and approached the dormitory door, retrieving Shun and suitcase. With deft fingers, he entered the combination 666 on the lock, and with a click, the suitcase sprang open. In a flurry, Jiang Yichen extracted several sheets of toilet paper and dashed towards the restroom. "Jiang Yichen, you rascal!" Shun scolded, chasing after him. "Damn it. I've been wondering why the toilet paper has been mysteriously diminishing these past few days. It turns out the other guys in the dormitory have cracked my code. Apologies. Sister Shun, I'll transfer you 50 cents later. Besides, it's my first time taking any. Zhang Depeo usually takes the most," came Jiang Yichen's voice from the restroom. Jiang Wei, who had been comfortably playing on his bed, perked up at Jiang Yichen's words. "Old Jiang." Jiang Yichen was struck by a severe sense of gastrointestinal distress. Yet, he could not fathom why. Having shared a meal of chowsher with 3 others, he alone faced the repercussions. Within a short afternoon, he had visited the restroom no less than 10 times. Jiang Wei and the others had since left the dormitory to attend their respective classes at the piano building. Jiang Yichen, feeling utterly despondent, slumped at his computer desk. Glancing at the time, he noted it was 1:50 p.m. His legs, having squatted all afternoon, felt numb. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yichen picked up his phone and dialed Qin Ling. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, silence met him. Just as he contemplated another call, a sudden urge overtook him, not from below, but from above. He barely made it to the restroom, but alas, he could not contain himself, and with a retch, he vomited in the dormitory. The remnants of a chowsher he had consumed earlier were now expelled. Afterward, pale-faced, Jiang Yichen staggered to the balcony, rinsing his mouth several times before returning to the restroom to clean up the mess he had made. This meal of chowsher had truly wreaked havoc upon him. He vowed never to partake in it again. Chapter 24. Professor Qin, I think I might meet my great-grandmother in room 401 of the piano building. Qin Ling coldly regarded the clock on the wall. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. She counted down in a deep voice. Late again, her beautifully arched brows knitted together. Jiang Yichen, does this little brat intend to challenge her authority as a teacher? Setting aside her folder, Qin Ling rummaged through her briefcase for her phone. Typically, she would activate the Do Not Disturb mode half an hour before class. Upon lighting up the screen, she discovered several missed messages from Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen, missed call. Jiang Yichen, missed call. Jiang Yichen, missed call. Jiang Yichen, it's over, Professor Qin. I feel like I might meet my great-grandmother. Qin Ling stared at the messages, exasperation washing over her, and promptly dialed Jiang Yichen back. After a series of beeps indicating a busy line, no one answered. Qin Ling dialed the number once more, yet no one answered. Setting her phone aside, she rummaged through her briefcase and retrieved the roster, locating Jiang Yichen's name. His usual score was a mere 5 points. After waiting for an additional 3 minutes, the music room remained unoccupied, and the phone had yet to ring back. Qin Ling picked up her pen again and deducted another 5 points. What a nuisance! To visit relatives without even having the courtesy to request leave in advance, informing her of such matters just 10 minutes before class. She had every reason to suspect that Jiang Yichen simply did not wish to attend. Just as her frustration peaked, Jiang Yichen's call request illuminated her phone screen. Glancing at the clock on the wall, she noted that class had already commenced 5 minutes prior. "I'll give you 1 minute. Come to the music room yourself, and I shall overlook this incident," she stated. "That is not possible, Professor Qin. I feel as though my great-grandmother is beckoning to me," came Jiang Yichen's weak voice from the other end of the line. "What do you mean?" Qin Ling replied coldly. "You informed me at the last minute that you were visiting relatives?" "What relatives?" Jiang Yichen, somewhat speechless, responded, "Professor Qin. I mean, I feel as though I'm nearing death. I can see my late great-grandmother waving at me." Qin Ling fell silent, contemplating the generational gap. "Where are you?" she inquired. "In the dormitory." "Wait there." Qin Ling meticulously gathered her belongings into her black briefcase and then exited the music room, striding purposefully toward the boys' dormitory. Today, she was determined to see what antics Jiang Yichen was up to. If he dared to feign illness, she would personally ensure he met his great-grandmother. Wait for what?" Jiang Yichen asked, bewildered. "Professor Qin, you're not actually coming over, are you?" However, the only response he received was the sound of a busy signal. Realizing the potentiality of her arrival, Jiang Yichen glanced around at the chaos in his room and set aside the mop he had been holding. Clutching his stomach, he made his way to the balcony. After a few minutes, he indeed spotted a stunning figure appearing within his line of sight. Though her exquisite features were marred by an intimidating aura, Jiang Yichen felt a shiver of fear. Thankfully, he indeed pretended to be ill. Otherwise, being confronted by such a fierce Professor Qin would surely have led him to a meeting with his great-grandmother. As he admired Qin Ling's graceful silhouette, his phone suddenly rang. Drawing back his head, he returned to his dormitory to answer the call. "Where is your dormitory?" came the frigid voice from the other end, causing Jiang Yichen to shudder. "Building 3, the boys' residence," he replied. "What? Ugh, 3 to 206. Wait there." Jiang Yichen quickly glanced at his reflection in the half-mirror on the balcony, noting his pale visage. Feeling it insufficiently pitiful, he ruthlessly pinched the flesh at his thigh, the sharp sensation almost bringing him to tears. "Hold it together," he muttered to himself. He returned to the dormitory and sat on a stool, adopting a posture that suggested he might collapse at any moment. In truth, he was indeed nearing that state, having already been dehydrated. Moments later, he heard the sound of footsteps approaching, echoing closer. Was Professor Qin wearing heels today? He had noticed while peeking from the balcony, but the sound now unmistakably suggested high heels. Qin Ling scanned the room numbers, searching for his door. Before the door of room 206, the door was slightly ajar. Qin Ling glanced at the slogan on the doorframe. Although she indeed felt a generational gap with the current post 00S, it did not hinder her attempt to comprehend the meaning behind the phrase. Male partners? Who? Jiang Yichen, reflecting on the delicate features of the other. Qin Ling deemed it a possibility. She pushed the door open, and before she could step inside, an unpleasant odor assaulted her senses. There, she found Jiang Yichen sitting on a stool, his complexion pallid, and the floor littered with filth. "Jiang Yichen?" Qin Ling called softly, an ominous premonition creeping over her. Surely, this child was not truly intending to meet his great-grandmother? "Jiang Yichen," she called again, but he merely sat quietly, eyes closed, arms hanging limply at his sides, appearing as though he might slip away at any moment. "Jiang Yichen." Qin Ling hastily tossed her briefcase onto a computer desk, whose owner was unknown, and rushed forward to gently pat Jiang Yichen's face. Hey, Jiang Yichen, wake up." At that moment, Jiang Yichen finally grasped the meaning behind Zhang Wei's earlier remark. If Professor Qin were to slap him, he would first catch a whiff of the fragrance emanating from her fingertips before the slap descended, an experience that, rather than painful, was oddly pleasant. He thought, it does feel somewhat comfortable. "Hey, Jiang Yichen." Qin Ling continued to pat his face and shook his shoulder. "The teacher is here. Wake up, don't sleep." With that, she swiftly turned to retrieve her phone from her briefcase. Jiang Yichen, at this juncture, quietly opened one eye, sensing that Professor Qin was about to call for an ambulance. Realizing that the time had come, he groggily opened both eyes and weakly murmured, "Professor Qin." "I'm here. The teacher is here," Qin Ling replied, rushing back. "I feel terrible." Jiang Yichen struggled to adjust his sitting position, admitting that the previous posture had indeed been quite uncomfortable. It felt as though he might slide off the seat at any moment. It's all right. Qin Ling gently reassured him. I will call for an ambulance right away. Coughing persistently, Jiang Yichen thought to himself that he was aware of his condition. He had encountered similar situations before, most likely acute gastroenteritis. A little montmorillonite powder, some hot water, and a good night's sleep would suffice, and he would be fine by the next day. Professor Qin, no need for that. I can just go to the school infirmary for some medicine, Jiang Yichen insisted, even standing up to demonstrate that it was truly not a serious matter. Are you sure you can walk? Qin Ling asked, putting away her phone. Then wait for me downstairs. I will drive you to the hospital. No, Professor Qin, listen to me. It's just a minor issue, nothing to worry about. Be quiet. If I say go down, then go down. Do you not recall how you were just now? You fainted. Jiang Yichen, no, Professor Qin. Do you think it is possible that I am deliberately playing the victim? He could not utter such words. Just moments ago, Qin Ling's anxious expression did not seem feigned. If she were to discover that he was feigning distress, the consequences would be dire. In 3 minutes, I expect to see you downstairs at the dormitory. With that, Qin Ling swiftly grabbed her briefcase and exited the room. The sound of her high heels striking the ground was more urgent than before, indicating her pace had significantly quickened. Jiang Yichen had barely opened his mouth to respond when Qin Ling decisively left the dormitory. 3 minutes? Are you, Qin Ling, Usain Bolt? It's impossible to reach the parking lot and return in such a short span. Chapter 25. Getting in the car 3 minutes later. Jiang Yichen tidied the floor of his dormitory before making his way downstairs. If his 3 roommates returned to find the room in disarray, he would likely face their wrath. Descending from the 2nd floor to the 1st took merely a minute, yet he walked with a certain slowness. Until now, he felt a lingering discomfort in his rear, not due to the spiciness of the food he had consumed, but rather from visiting the restroom excessively, to the point of irritation. Upon reaching the ground floor, Jiang Yichen meandered around, but he could not spot Qin Ling. Instead of waiting idly, he proceeded toward the campus clinic. There was no need for a hospital visit. A couple of medications from the clinic would suffice, as a hospital would incur significant expenses. He currently had only 800 yuan on him. Although he was devising ways to earn money through songwriting, he had yet to see any returns. Just as Jiang Yichen departed, Qin Ling's car pulled up in front of the boys' dormitory. Noticing his absence, she immediately dialed his number. Hearing his phone ring, Jiang Yichen glanced at the caller ID and felt reluctant to answer. However, he surmised that avoiding the call might lead to a grim fate. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly picked up the phone. Hello, Professor Qin. Have you not come down yet? I'm on my way to the clinic. I believe I don't need a hospital visit. It's merely a minor issue. Before Jiang Yichen could finish his explanation, the call was abruptly disconnected. Not even half a minute passed before the sound of a horn echoed behind him. Turning around, he was met with a familiar vehicle, and upon closer inspection, he saw Qin Ling's exquisite face, darkened with an ominous expression as if she intended to devour him whole. Qin Ling parked her car directly in front of him, rolled down the window, and commanded, "Get in." Jiang Yichen hesitated, attempting to explain, "Professor Qin, it's just a case of food poisoning. I merely need some medication and to stay hydrated. There's truly no need for a hospital visit." Before he could finish, Qin Ling exited the car, her long strides bringing her to him in an instant. One hand grasped his arm while the other opened the passenger door. Jiang Yichen shook off her grip, but she fixed her gaze upon him, her red lips parting as she declared, "I said to get in the car." "Professor Qin, enough with the excuses." Qin Ling forcefully pushed him into the passenger seat and slammed the door shut behind him. As he attempted to open the door, she shoved him back down, asserting, "Sit tight, Jiang Yichen." That shout rendered him obedient. Qin Ling circled around the front of the car and took her seat in the driver's position, fastening her seatbelt. "Professor Qin, please listen to me," she urged. "I need you to buckle your seatbelt." Jiang Yichen complied and fastened his seatbelt, then added, "Professor Qin, may I speak now?" "Silence," she interjected. Jiang Yichen sighed, resigned to the whims of this domineering woman, and turned his head toward the window. The half-hour drive was enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon arriving at the hospital, Qin Ling parked the car, and, without waiting for her to speak, Jiang Yichen obediently exited and waited. They registered, waited, and consulted with the doctor. Thanks to Professor Qin's persistent efforts, Jiang Yichen was admitted to a premium hospital room, in addition to a consultation with a proctologist. Qin Ling insisted on a brain scan. The doctor confirmed there were no issues, but Professor Qin was unconvinced, citing his recent fainting episode in the dormitory. Consequently, the doctor recommended a 2-day observation in the hospital. Jiang Yichen was reluctant, insisting he felt fine. However, his protests fell on deaf ears as Qin Ling produced her card and arranged for a luxurious room for him. Lying in a hospital bed, now clad in a patient gown, Jiang Yichen surveyed the opulent surroundings and inquired of Qin Ling, Professor Qin, "How much does it cost to stay in this room for a night?" Sensing his concern, she reassured him, "Don't worry, I've taken care of it." Professor Qin was swift in her arrangements, having secured 2 premium nurses before promptly returning to the university to continue her lectures. That evening, Jiang Yichen received fervent messages from his 3 sons. "Zhang Wei, old Jiang, where have you disappeared to? Hurry back. We need you to level up together. I'm just a few points shy of the Shura rank. Shen and Jiang Yichen, why is my paper short again? Zhang Mingqing, where are you? What else for dinner?" He responded to each message. Just then, Qin Ling arrived at the hospital. "Have you eaten dinner?" she inquired. "I have," Jiang Yichen replied. The back-and-forth running seemed to have worn her out, and Jiang Yichen noticed the unmistakable fatigue etched on her face. Despite her often stern and somewhat domineering demeanor, she genuinely cared for her students, he mused. Qin Ling settled beside his bed. After a moment, someone entered carrying a takeout bowl of clam rice noodles. She stood to receive it and then moved to a small round table, savoring the noodles in small bites. Jiang Yichen curiously glanced over, noticing several open packets of vinegar and a small box of cilantro. Just as in the original narrative, Qin Ling had a penchant for tangy flavors and was an ardent cilantro enthusiast. Jiang Yichen rose from his bed and joined her, saying, "Professor, I feel completely recovered. I wish to return to school." After lying there all afternoon, he felt as though he might wither away from boredom. "That is not permissible," she replied. "Haven't you already been examined?" "The doctor informed me that my ailment stemmed from consuming something unsavory, resulting in a mild case of diarrhea." Jiang Yichen discreetly rolled his eyes as he observed Qin Ling, who was engrossed in slurping her rice noodles. He felt an inexplicable urge to place the lunchbox atop her head. Nonetheless, he decided to let it go. 2 days of rest would suffice. With no early classes for the next 2 days, he anticipated a touch of boredom. Chapter 26. Happy Teacher's Day, Professor Qin during his brief hospital stay. Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to thoroughly comprehend the methods of generating revenue from music in this parallel world. Through his investigations, he discerned that the calculation of song earnings here closely mirrored that of his previous life. Revenue was derived from streaming and download shares. For streaming, on mainstream digital music platforms, earnings from every 1,000 plays were approximately 12 yuan. Thus, 100 million plays would yield 120,000 yuan. For downloads, if a user paid to download a song, the earnings were determined by the number of downloads and the platform's revenue sharing agreement. For instance, if a song was priced at 2 yuan, the copyright holder would receive 0.6 yuan per download after the platform's 73 cut. Moreover, there were additional revenue streams from copyright licensing, performance earnings, physical albums, and merchandise, as well as fan-based economics. After 2 days of contemplation, Jiang Yichen reached a decision. He would not sign with an entertainment company and instead pursue a path as an independent musician. He had conversed with various representatives from entertainment firms, and, universally, they insisted that signing would necessitate shared ownership of the song copyrights. This highlighted a fundamental distinction between independent musicians and those affiliated with entertainment companies. Independent artists maintained complete ownership of their musical works. The advantages and disadvantages of both paths were evident. Entertainment companies boasted abundant resources and substantial financial backing, capable of propelling a mediocre song to phenomenal success with ease. Conversely, independent musicians faced significant challenges in market promotion, lacking professional marketing teams and extensive networks. However, this posed little concern for Jiang Yichen. as his mind was brimming with memories of numerous classic songs from another world. As long as the music was exceptional, all obstacles could be overcome. Take, for instance, the last song he performed at the welcome party, The Secret That Cannot Be Spoken, which had garnered several covers on short video platforms in recent days. Upon completing his discharge procedures, Jiang Yichen awaited his professor at the hospital entrance. Professor Qin had offered to pick him up. To be fair, despite her typically aloof and domineering demeanor, she exhibited a certain warmth. At the hospital's entrance, the crowd bustled about. His attention was drawn to an elderly woman selling flowers nearby. "Young man, would you like to buy some flowers? Feel free to browse," she cheerfully invited. "This one, please," Jiang Yichen said, pointing to a white lily nestled in her basket. The old woman wore rather worn clothing, patched in many places. Yet the bouquets she sold were exquisitely wrapped in old newspapers, exuding a charming retro aesthetic. "5 yuan, she declared. "Is it really so inexpensive?" Jiang Yichen asked, astonished. The last time he ordered a bouquet of lilies from a shop, it cost 200 yuan for merely 10 flowers, averaging 20 yuan each. The elderly woman's weathered face broke into a smile as she spoke. "Young man, I've been selling flowers here for many years, and the price has always remained the same. Are you buying this for your girlfriend?" Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. No, it's for my teacher. I haven't given her a gift yet for Teacher's Day yesterday." He scanned the payment code and transferred the money, accidentally sending an extra 5 yuan. The old woman, lacking a smartphone or a voice notification indicating the transaction was complete, left Jiang Yichen somewhat concerned about how she would handle potential cheaters. "Grandma, aren't you afraid I won't pay?" Jiang Yichen asked curiously. The old woman handed him a white lily, saying, "This place, the hospital, is inherently sacred. I've heard countless sincere prayers here. Over the years, I have encountered many young people who might take advantage of an old woman like me, but most are honest enough to pay, and many even send me a little extra." Understanding her perspective, Jiang Yichen nodded appreciatively, took the flowers, and bid farewell to the old woman before returning to the entrance of the hospital. As he approached, he spotted Professor Qin's familiar vehicle parked by the roadside. He walked over, hand behind his back, concealing the flowers. Leaning into the car, he said to Qin Ling, "Professor Qin, I have a surprise for you. Want to take a guess? Did you buy flowers?" Qin Ling replied, "How did you know?" "I saw them." Jiang Yichen paused momentarily, then entered the passenger seat and presented the white lilies, saying, "Happy Teacher's Day." "Thank you," Qin Ling responded softly. Over the past few days, she had received numerous flowers from students in honor of Teacher's Day, which had touched her heart. However, most of the flowers were roses, and while some students had gifted her lilies, they were not white. Curiously, she inquired, "Jiang Yichen, why did you choose white lilies?" "Because they look beautiful," Jiang Yichen replied, "and they seem to suit you perfectly." Qin Ling remained silent as she started the car, temporarily placing the white lilies in the compartment of the passenger seat. Jiang Yichen stole a few glances at her and wondered if it was just his imagination, but she appeared slightly paler than usual today. After turning a corner, Qin Ling asked, "Have you finished the score from last week?" "Of course, it's done." "And how is the piece coming along?" "Fluid and smooth as flowing water." Jiang Yichen exaggerated slightly. "All right, we will have a class when we return." Jiang Yichen wore a puzzled expression and rubbed his ears. "Professor Qin, what did you just say?" "A class? What class?" "It's already 8 in the evening. We're not going back to the dorm to sleep. We're having a class. I don't want to repeat myself," Qin Ling stated firmly. "Professor Qin, it's 8 at night. It doesn't seem appropriate to have a class now." "No, you missed the class the day before yesterday and need to make it up. Can it be made up tomorrow during the day? I've seen your schedule. It has to be tonight or tomorrow night. Can't you let slide?" "Absolutely not." Jiang Yichen clutched his chest, feigning distress. "Oh no, I feel my stomach still isn't right. It hurts a bit." "Stop pretending," Qin Ling firmly stated. "The doctor has assured me there are no issues." Jiang Yichen replied incredulously. "The doctor has declared everything fine? Just days ago, the same doctor said everything was all right, yet you still insisted on having me admitted to the ward." Chapter 27. The vulnerable Professor Qin, with a reluctant expression, Jiang Yichen was dragged by Qin Ling into the piano room. "Professor Qin, I just remembered that I left my sheet music and textbooks behind. Might I return to retrieve them?" "Sit properly," Qin Ling instructed, already prepared. She pulled a textbook from her briefcase and placed it on the piano stand. Jiang Yichen's lips twitched. Professor Qin, you truly are a responsible teacher. Play, she commanded. Oh, Jiang Yichen flexed his wrist. Again. Good. Again. Good. Stop. Qin Ling withdrew a ruler, pointing at a segment of the exercise on the page. Tell me, what does this symbol signify? Jiang Yichen awkwardly turned his head, very strong. And what were you playing? Qin Ling inquired. It sounded soft and lacking in strength. Play with more conviction. Understood. Jiang Yichen nodded and resumed playing. Stop. Qin Ling once again lifted Jiang Yichen's hands from the black and white keys. Your rhythm is flawed. All right. Jiang Yichen began anew, this time fully focused, paying close attention to both strength and rhythm. Stop. Qin Ling raised her ruler for a second time. Is this what you refer to as flowing like clouds and flowing water? Jiang Yichen sheepishly scratched his head. I was merely making a metaphor. Just as Qin Ling was about to respond, she noticed Jiang Yichen's slightly dejected expression and gently patted his shoulder. Stand aside. I shall demonstrate once more. Oh. Jiang Yichen stepped aside, attentively watching. However, compared to the piano keys, his gaze was primarily drawn to Professor Qin's somewhat pale complexion. He recalled the information he had about her. Today was the 10th, the day she would experience her menstrual cycle. Dysmenorrhea? In an instant, Jiang Yichen comprehended. It was previously noted that due to her innate cold constitution, Qin Ling suffered from painful periods, particularly at night, when the pain would keep her tossing and turning without sleep. Do you understand? Qin Ling turned to find Jiang Yichen deep in thought. Jiang Yichen, she called out. Yes. He immediately snapped back to attention. What were you doing? Daydreaming in front of me? Qin Ling said, slightly annoyed. I wasn't. Jiang Yichen defended. I was simply observing how pale Professor Qin looked. You seem unwell. Qin Ling's expression softened a bit. I will demonstrate once more. Pay close attention. All right. The tutoring session extended for quite a while, lasting from 8:30 to 10 o'clock. Qin Ling taught diligently, and Jiang Yichen listened earnestly. This particular lesson was perhaps the only one among all his subjects where he remained completely engaged and attentive. When it was finally time to conclude, Qin Ling maintained her usual aloof demeanor. However, she felt an unusual level of discomfort, her abdomen aching more than usual, though still within a bearable range. At times, she genuinely envied those girls who seemed unfazed by their monthly cycles. Professor Qin, are you all right? Jiang Yichen inquired. I'm fine, she replied. Qin Ling appeared unfazed, although her complexion was notably paler than usual, lacking the usual rosy hue. After speaking, she turned and departed, with the teacher's dormitory and the boys' dormitory in opposite directions. Jiang Yichen observed Qin Ling's resolute silhouette, reminiscent of her usual decisive demeanor. If he were not privy to her circumstances, he might have been convinced by her facade. Jiang Yichen watched as she gradually faded from his sight, suddenly reminded of her anxious expression from 2 days prior when she had insisted on taking him to the hospital. He stood still for a moment before heading in another direction. In the past, whenever Jiang Suihuan experienced menstrual cramps, he would prepare a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea in advance and massage her abdomen. Jiang Suihuan had claimed it was quite effective, especially after consuming the tea he had made, which left her feeling warm and comforted. Upon arriving at the local grocery store outside the school, Jiang Yichen purchased some brown sugar and ginger. He then proceeded towards the teacher's dormitory, familiar with the path from his previous visit. Meanwhile, Qin Ling returned to her apartment and immediately entered her room, taking an ibuprofen tablet mixed with warm water, though it seemed ineffective. She clutched her abdomen and curled up on the bed, her delicate brows knitting together in pain. Her limbs began to grow increasingly cold, and she bit down on her pristine white teeth. Before long, she could feel cold sweat forming on her brow. In moments of agony like this, she had lost count of how many times she had suffered. Qin Ling couldn't help but reminisce about the night she was tormented by her stepmother at the age of 16. The current pain felt trivial in comparison. Her eyelashes fluttered as she gazed at the chandelier on the ceiling. It seemed that during her most excruciating moments back then, a little boy had unexpectedly entered her life. Suddenly, the sound of urgent knocking jolted her from her reverie. It was likely Lin Yao. Qin Ling rose from her bed, disregarding her disheveled appearance, and walked over to open the door. Professor Qin. Upon recognizing the visitor, Qin Ling's pained expression vanished, replaced by a facade of calm as she inquired, "What brings you here?" "I noticed that Professor Qin seems a bit unwell," Jiang Yichen replied. "You must be on your period, right? My sister used to experience the same." "Go back," Qin Ling replied curtly. This time, Jiang Yichen met her striking eyes without flinching. "I'll brew you a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea, and then I'll leave," he insisted, stepping into the room. Qin Ling frowned at his intrusion and said sternly, "Jiang Yichen, I told you to go back." "I've already said so." Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. "I'll leave after making you the tea." The teacher's dormitory was equipped with a kitchen, and Jiang Yichen strode towards it without hesitation. Seizing the opportunity while his back was turned, Qin Ling inhaled sharply in pain, then furrowed her brow and followed him into the kitchen. "Jiang Yichen," she called, "this is your last chance. Leave immediately." "Why do you always insist I go back?" Jiang Yichen ignored her, picking up a knife to slice the ginger. "Professor Qin expressed such concern for me a couple of days ago. How could I, as a student, possibly turn a blind eye to your suffering? What pain could I possibly have?" "I am perfectly fine," Qin Ling reassured. "If you do not return soon, the dormitory will close." "What does it matter?" Jiang Yichen shrugged nonchalantly. "If I cannot return to the dorm later, I shall simply find an internet CF to stay overnight. If Professor Qin truly cares about my ability to return to the dorm, please refrain from disturbing me. Once I have prepared this ginger tea, I shall return immediately." Chapter 28. The thoughts of Professor Qin are incomprehensible. Ginger was cleaned and peeled, then sliced into thin strips to enhance its flavor. Water was brought to a boil over high heat before being simmered gently. Jiang Yichen adeptly busied himself in the kitchen, while Qin Ling sat in the living room. At this moment, with the effects of ibuprofen taking hold, the agony of her cramps had diminished significantly. Qin Ling observed Jiang Yichen as he moved back and forth in the kitchen. How audacious! He completely disregards the teacher's instructions. Qin Ling glanced at the time on her phone, 10:30 p.m. "Professor Qin, it's ready." Jiang Yichen emerged from the kitchen, holding a steaming bowl of ginger tea. "You must return quickly," Qin Ling urged. "You drink first." "I will only go back after you have finished," Jiang Yichen insisted, rising with a stern gaze. "I will say this one last time. Hurry back." "Professor, it seems you have just said that," Jiang Yichen replied stubbornly, presenting the ginger tea before Qin Ling. "Place it on the table. You should head back first." "I will drink later." No, I will not go until you finish your drink." Jiang Yichen stood firm once more. Perhaps this newfound courage was inspired by Liang Jingru. He had audaciously resisted Qin Ling's wishes not once, but twice. Qin Ling felt a flicker of annoyance. She preferred Jiang Yichen's obedient demeanor. The current Jiang Yichen was rather unruly. After accepting the ginger tea, Qin Ling intended to gulp it down in one go. "Be careful, it's hot," Jiang Yichen cautioned, but before he could finish his sentence, Qin Ling had already begun to blow on the tea, wincing at the heat. "Shall I help you cool it?" Jiang Yichen inquired. "No need," Qin Ling replied, taking small sips after gently blowing on the tea. As the warm liquid entered her stomach, she immediately felt a comforting warmth spread within her. It seemed to indeed be effective. Qin Ling savored the sensation of warmth enveloping her limbs. Jiang Yichen watched closely, nodding frequently. "How is it, Professor Qin? Is the ginger tea satisfactory?" "Mediocre." "Mediocre?" Jiang Yichen pouted, suspecting that Professor Qin's notion of mediocre was likely a compliment in disguise. "Speaking of which, Professor Qin," he continued, "considering how hard I have worked running about tonight, could you possibly delete that video of me at your home, hugging your pillow and calling it mother?" Qin Ling abruptly halted her drinking, placing the bowl on the table. "So you were waiting for this?" Do not misunderstand. Do not misunderstand. I merely inquired. There was no intention of leveraging favors," Jiang Yichen explained. "Professor, please continue drinking. There is still more in the pot. Shall I serve you another bowl?" "No need." Qin Ling turned her head and said, "I've finished drinking. You should go back. As for the video, let it be, Professor Qin. You can keep it as a memento." Jiang Yichen's expression changed. "Oh." Qin Ling was taken aback. "I was initially contemplating deleting it, but since you've said that..." I shall hold on to it until I see your final grades before deciding. Jiang Yichen responded, Wait, sis, what do you mean by that? He was eager to decipher the thoughts of Professor Qin, yet found it utterly inscrutable. Then let's delete it after the finals, he said with a forced smile. Rest assured, Professor Qin, I shall strive to study diligently and practice the piano every day. Such enthusiasm? Why not aim for a perfect score on your finals? Qin Ling remarked. Jiang Yichen thought to himself, if I could achieve a perfect score, would I even be here at this school? All right, hurry back. Qin Ling noted the time. It was 10:35, and the boys' dormitory closed at 11. If Jiang Yichen left now, he would still make it. You haven't finished your drink. Jiang Yichen pointed to the half-full bowl of ginger tea. I can't drink anymore. Qin Ling replied, just get back quickly. No, I must finish. If I don't go back, I'll post a video in your class group. You, Professor Qin, are quite the clever one. Jiang Yichen immediately responded, I'm leaving. I'm leaving right now. Qin Ling watched him depart, realizing that had she known it would be this easy, she wouldn't have wasted her words. She should have acted sooner. On his way back to the dormitory, Jiang Yichen sent a message in the dormitory group. Prepare yourselves, your esteemed elder is returning. All members, Zhang Wei, Shunin, Zheng Mingsheng, Jiang Yichen. Why the question marks? Zhang Wei. Because your fathers are not in the dormitory. Jiang Yichen, which internet CAF? In an instant, Jiang Yichen understood. During last month's military training, they had sneaked out for an all-nighter together. That day happened to be a day off, and they had gone to the nearest internet CAF. Although they had computers in their dorm, the internet CAF possessed a certain enchanting allure. Upon reflection, Jiang Yichen attributed this to the atmosphere. Playing games all night was exhilarating. Yet the following morning, one felt rather dazed, often leading to exclamations of, next time, I'll never pull an all-nighter again. Zhang Wei, just like last time, old Jiang, hurry over. The waitress today is wearing black stockings. Shunin, so that's why you were staring at her legs? Zhang Wei, who was staring? Zheng Mingsheng, I can attest, you were just staring and even dropped several knives from your hand. Jiang Yichen promptly altered his course, heading toward the campus exit. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the Yunzilin Internet CAF. Jiang Yichen powered on his device and sat beside Zhang Wei and the others. Old Jiang, what has been going on with you these past few days? Zhang Wei inquired curiously. Didn't I mention? I ate something bad and ended up in the hospital. Is that true? Was it that Chao's place? We all ate there together. Why are we fine? Who knows? Jiang Yichen found himself perplexed by the situation. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of bad luck that led him to consume the contaminated meat. Suddenly, it dawned on him that he had yet to leave a negative review. As he spoke, he reached for his phone, but just as he opened it, a message from Professor Qin arrived. Qin Ling, have you reached your dorm? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yichen replied, Yes, I have. Qin Ling, good. In the faculty apartment. After Jiang Yichen departed, Qin Ling returned to the kitchen to prepare herself a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar. This concoction was remarkably delightful, far surpassing any ginger tea she had previously tasted. Chapter 29, Why Must One Lie? In the Internet CAF. The four friends faced an unbroken streak of losses throughout the night. From Eternal Calamity to League of Legends, then Wong, and finally PUBG, Jiang Yichen came to understand that failure was an inescapable thread woven through the fabric of life. Not a single game had they won. As their silence deepened, they communicated solely through gestures. Damn it, I'm never pulling an all-nighter again, Zhang Wei lamented, rubbing his swollen eyes. Me too, Shunin echoed. You all said the same thing last time, Zheng Mingsheng remarked. All right, let us head back, Jiang Yichen yawned. At 7:30, after acquiring breakfast downstairs, they would be just in time for class, aiming for a prime spot to rest. The four of them swayed as they descended the stairs. Just after purchasing their breakfast, they encountered Teacher Lin Yao at the school gate. Good morning, Teacher Lin, Jiang Yichen greeted. Jiang Yichen? Lin Yao glanced at his current state and that of his companions, noting the dark circles under their eyes, indicative of a night spent awake. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yichen continued toward the school while Lin Yao departed in the opposite direction. During the lunch break at the faculty apartment, Lin Yao, carrying ginger and brown sugar she had purchased earlier, knocked on Qin Ling's door. Is something the matter? Qin Ling inquired as she opened the door. I was just worried about you, Lin Yao replied, waving the bag in front of Qin Ling. Today, you shall taste the brown sugar ginger tea I've learned to make over the past 2 years. Lin Yao recalled Qin Ling's troublesome habit from their university days when a severe bout of menstrual pain had left her bedridden, startling everyone with her distress. You? Cooking? Qin Ling reacted as if she had heard an outrageous joke, recalling the near-disastrous experience with Lin Yao's culinary endeavors. Lin Yao scoffed. That was ages ago. You know what they say, a man should be re-evaluated after 3 days apart. Today I will impress you. Qin Ling nodded slightly. All right, I look forward to it. Lin Yao entered, changed into slippers, and proceeded to the kitchen, with Qin Ling following closely behind, observing intently. Lin Yao took out fresh ginger and began slicing it. Why are you slicing it? Shouldn't it be shredded? Qin Ling asked in confusion. Shredded? Who told you that? Slices are the way to go, Lin Yao explained. Very well, Qin Ling conceded. Perhaps everyone had their own method for making ginger tea. With curiosity, she cast a couple of glances before settling onto the sofa outside to wait. Oh, by the way, Ling, I encountered one of your students when I left the school this morning, Lin Yao exclaimed loudly from the kitchen. Who? That one. Your campus heartthrob student. What do you mean, my warrior? Speak properly. TSK, Lin Yao clicked her tongue. Qin Ling, this old woman truly cannot take a joke. Jiang Yichen. You know him, right? And then? That's it, Lin Yao replied. I just ran into him at the school gate. But judging by the dark circles under his eyes, he must have pulled an all-nighter at the internet CAF last night. I really don't understand why those boys enjoy hanging out in such places. What did you just say? Qin Ling walked back into the kitchen. Huh? You asked where Jiang Yichen was last night. At the internet CAF, Lin Yao said, somewhat confused. So why are you so agitated? Disagree? Come on, we're in college, not high school. As long as the students don't go to the rooftop to shout about the wind being strong, why should you care where they go? Never mind. Before long, Lin Yao emerged from the kitchen with her creation. Here, give it a try. Qin Ling took the bowl, blew on it, and then took a sip. This is genuinely mediocre. Mediocre? Lin Yao retorted indignantly. I learned this from a secret recipe. And why is it genuinely mediocre? Nothing, Qin Ling said politely, taking a few more sips. I misspoke earlier. It's quite good. The 4 male classmates had slept throughout the day. They dozed off in the morning until noon, had lunch, and instead of returning to their dorms, they headed straight to the classroom for their afternoon lectures to continue sleeping. By 5 or 6 in the afternoon, they gradually regained their energy. After waking up, Jiang Yichen glanced at his phone. Professor Qin had sent him a message earlier that afternoon, inquiring where he had slept the previous night. Still dazed from his nap, Jiang Yichen didn't think much and replied, dormitory. After dinner, Jiang Yichen went to a nearby grocery store outside the campus. He purchased brown sugar and ginger, buying a bit more this time since his older sister, Jiang Suihuan, was expecting her monthly visit today. Although Jiang Suihuan didn't suffer as severely as Qin Ling, he thought he could make her a cup as well. With that in mind, he also stopped by the supermarket to buy a thermos. At 7:30 in the evening, he arrived at Qin Ling's doorstep and knocked. Qin Ling opened the door, and upon seeing Jiang Yichen, she immediately wore a cold expression. What are you doing here? Professor Qin. I came to make you some brown sugar ginger tea, Jiang Yichen explained. Today, Professor Qin appeared much better, her complexion rosy and not as pale as the day before. No need, Qin Ling said, raising her hand to close the door. However, Jiang Yichen quickly wedged his foot against the door. Remove your foot, Qin Ling commanded. I want tea. Jiang Yichen thought this was a typical reaction associated with her monthly cycle. It was widely known that a girl's mood could shift dramatically during such times. Go back. I want tea, Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen finally sensed that something was amiss with Qin Ling. She seemed somewhat upset. You've managed to irritate Qin Ling again. He is undoubtedly the student most capable of provoking her. I ask you, where were you last night? Qin Ling inquired in a frosty tone. As Jiang Yichen was about to speak, he hesitated, suddenly recalling his encounter with Lin Yao earlier that morning. In that instant, everything became clear to him. Professor Qin, please allow me to explain. He implored. The situation is as follows. I returned to the dormitory yesterday, only to find that the caretaker had locked the door early. Thus, I had no choice but to spend the night at an internet CAF. Do I appear to be a fool? Qin Ling inquired. Well, actually, my roommate asked me to go out and spend the night online, Jiang Yichen admitted. So why the lie? Qin Ling pressed further. Jiang Yichen, taken aback, had not considered his words carefully the previous night and simply responded. Qin Ling regarded him in silence. The two stood at the door for several minutes. Professor Qin, I admit my fault. I shall certainly be truthful next time. Jiang Yichen offered a sincere apology. Qin Ling did not respond, merely releasing her hand from the door and returning to the living room. Chapter 30. The key to Professor Qin's home. Professor Qin, are you returning home this weekend? Jiang Yichen inquired from the kitchen. Tomorrow was Friday. He had intended to use Qin Ling's stove to prepare some brown sugar ginger tea for Jiang Suehuan. Is there something amiss? Qin Ling asked. Jiang Yichen clarified, it's nothing serious. I just wish to borrow your stove. My sister's monthly visitor is approaching, and I would like to make her some brown sugar ginger tea as well. Observing the thermos on the living room table, Qin Ling initially assumed it was intended for her, but it seemed she had overthought it. I won't be here this weekend, she replied. All right, Jiang Yichen acknowledged. However, after a moment's contemplation, Qin Ling rose from the sofa, walked into the kitchen, and placed the key before Jiang Yichen. You may use the kitchen, but only the kitchen. Jiang Yichen understood her intention and smiled in response. Professor Qin, you underestimate my character. Do I appear to be someone who would sneak into your bedroom? Qin Ling scrutinized him with an impassive gaze. Jiang Yichen's youthful heart felt wounded. What was with this suspicious look? Professor Qin, you cannot tarnish my integrity. I trust you, he declared. After uttering these words, Qin Ling turned and exited the kitchen. A short while later, Jiang Yichen prepared a bowl for Qin Ling and placed it on the living room table before filling the thermos for Jiang Suehuan. As he turned back to the kitchen, Qin Ling approached the table, cradling the freshly brewed brown sugar ginger tea, from which steam gently rose. She returned to the sofa, slightly lowering her head, her red lips parting as she blew on the tea before taking a small sip. The reddish-brown liquid enveloped her senses with a delightful blend of ginger's spiciness and sweetness. A warm current swiftly spread throughout her body, causing her brow to relax, her eyes to narrow slightly, and a content smile to bloom upon her lips. The brown sugar ginger tea was 100 times more enjoyable than the one Lin Yao had brewed at noon. Professor Qin, came a call from the kitchen. Qin Ling's smile faded, her expression reverting to the indifference she had previously worn. Well, I shall take my leave now, Jiang Yichen said, emerging with the thermos. Seeing Qin Ling seated on the sofa, cradling the tea, he couldn't help but chuckle. Who said it was just ordinary yesterday? This is far from ordinary. And yet, you still drink it, he thought bemused. Hypocrisy, he mused. Indeed, Qin Ling spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Just as she was about to step out of the room, Jiang Yichen turned to her, who was seated on the sofa, and inquired, Professor Qin, I couldn't finish the large pot of ginger tea from yesterday, so I poured it out. Qin Ling replied lightly. Jiang Yichen scrutinized the professor, whose complexion remained unperturbed. How could he be so incredulous? Poured it out? He pondered for a moment. Professor Qin, is that true? You just advised me against lying. Before he could finish his sentence, a piercing gaze shot towards him. Are you leaving or not? Qin Ling asked sharply. Yes, I will leave immediately. Jiang Yichen rolled his eyes. Upon seeing this, Qin Ling promptly stood up and approached him with a smile playing on her lips. Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen felt an unsettling chill from her smile. I suddenly think, Qin Ling paused, capturing Jiang Yichen's attention, that your video shouldn't be posted in the class group. What do you think about sharing it on the school confession wall instead? Jiang Yichen responded, Really? Another video warning? Next time, I will find an opportunity to steal your phone and delete the video. Professor Qin, I have something to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Jiang Yichen hurriedly exited the room. Qin Ling promptly closed the door, her eyes gleaming with delight. Little brat, challenging me? You are still light years away from that. At the base of the girls' dormitory, Jiang Suehuan had been waiting for Jiang Yichen upon receiving his message. Sister, Jiang Yichen greeted her from a distance, hands clasped behind his back. As he approached, Jiang Suehuan asked with curiosity, Little E, what brings you here so late? Are you hiding a surprise for me? Guess. Jiang Yichen responded mysteriously. Indeed, it was evident that someone like Jiang Suohuan possessed the thoughts befitting a normal woman. If it were the esteemed Professor Qin, she would hardly indulge him in such games. I can't guess. Flowers? A gift? Jiang Suohuan replied. Ding, ding, ding. Jiang Yichen exclaimed theatrically as he produced a thermos from behind him. Jiang Suohuan accepted it, somewhat taken aback. Ginger tea? Where did you get this? A milk tea shop? She lifted the lid to sniff the contents and continued. No, wait, this scent. Did you brew it yourself? I specially prepared this for you. Drink it when you get back. Jiang Yichen said. Thank you, little E. Jiang Suohuan beamed. Are you free this weekend? Want to go out together? Where to? Jiang Yichen inquired. My roommates suggested we go sing first, then have dinner and drinks, Jiang Suohuan replied. Drinks? Jiang Yichen frowned. According to the original story, this weekend, Jiang Suohuan would coincidentally encounter Qin Ling at a tavern, resulting in a cut on her arm that would draw blood, thus triggering Qin Ling's second personality. However, Jiang Yichen was now confident that Qin Ling did not possess a second personality. Sister, you're on your period and you're still drinking? Jiang Yichen questioned in confusion. It's my roommate's birthday. It's fine. I'll just drink juice, Jiang Suohuan assured. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yichen replied, All right, sister, I will join, but I'm only free in the evening, so I will come later. He intended to witness everything with his own eyes. According to his thoughts, since the character persona has changed, the plot must also differ. Indeed, Jiang Suohuan nodded and said, If you come, my roommate will undoubtedly be overjoyed. Why? Why do you ask? My aloof school idol brother. Jiang Yichen was momentarily at a loss for words. Well, it seemed he understood. Since you've said that, sister, do remember to help me maintain my aloof persona when the time comes, Jiang Yichen continued. Aloof persona? Upon hearing the term, Jiang Suohuan couldn't help but chuckle. Why put on an aloof facade? It's somewhat delightful. Somewhat delightful? Jiang Suohuan was even more puzzled. Why? Oh, don't ask, big sister. Let's head back. Remember to finish this brown sugar ginger tea and get to bed early. Chapter 31. Qin Ling, you do not understand love this weekend. The boys' dormitory was particularly quiet. On Saturday morning, Jiang Yichen awoke to find himself alone in the entire dormitory. Zhang Wei, for reasons unknown, had declared the previous night that he could no longer wallow in despair and had decided to go to the gym. Shannon had gone out early to spend time with her friends. Zhang Mingcheng had also left early to meet his online girlfriend. Jiang Yichen, still somewhat dazed, got out of bed and made his way to the balcony to freshen up. He then sat back down at his computer desk and observed the streaming data for his latest song. He had recorded the song the previous evening in the school's recording studio and uploaded it to various music platforms. As of now, Jiang Yichen glanced at the time and checked the 3 major music websites. One had 80,000 plays, another 100,000, and the last one 150,000. He took out his calculator to tally the figures. 96,000, 120,000, and 180,000, totaling 396,000 plays. Jiang Yichen stroked his chin. This outcome was within his expectations. After all, he had not engaged in any promotion and had no fan base. Not to mention that the multitude of cover songs on short video platforms were not intended for profit and thus did not constitute infringement. He decided to wait a couple more days, estimating that many had not yet discovered his song upload. Had he released the song on the night of the welcome party, it would have certainly garnered millions of plays by now. If things did not improve in 2 days, he would have to devise another plan. Perhaps participate in a show similar to The Voice to gain free promotion. Xiangyao Community, noon. Qin Ling was awakened by pain. The midday sun streamed through the window, illuminating her furrowed brow. The previous night, unable to resist, she had poured herself a bit of wine at home, thinking that since it was the weekend and her stomach no longer hurt, it would be fine. However, now, Qin Ling could only curl up in bed, hands clutching her abdomen, knees drawn to her chest. Only this position provided her with a modicum of relief. After what felt like an eternity, as the pain gradually subsided, she felt as though she had been pulled from the water. Several strands of hair clung to her pristine forehead. As she lifted the covers, Qin Ling noticed the damp marks left by sweat on the sheets. She made her way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Afterward, she proceeded to the kitchen and poured herself a cup of steaming water, sipping it while gently massaging her stomach. Lin Yao. Ling Ling, does your stomach still hurt? Should I brew some ginger tea with brown sugar for you? Qin Ling. No need. Lin Yao. All right. Shall we meet tonight? Qin Ling. Sure. As Qin Ling drank the tasteless hot water, a sudden longing for Jiang Yichen's ginger tea washed over her. The unique flavor of ginger mixed with sugary water was unforgettable. If she were to open a shop, it would surely be a hit, and she would definitely be a regular customer. Ding dong. A warning flashed on her phone screen. Qin Ling tapped it, and the screen displayed the scene from the teacher's apartment. Jiang Yichen entered her apartment, carrying ginger and brown sugar. Unlike the previous occasions, this time he squatted at the entrance, glancing at the shoe rack. He picked up her slippers, hesitating whether to wear them or not. Qin Ling felt a wave of frustration. Previously, he had walked directly into the kitchen without hesitation, yet now he was pondering whether to wear her slippers in her absence. After a 2-minute wait, Jiang Yichen made his decision. He opted not to wear the slippers but took off his shoes, placing them on the rack, and entered the kitchen in just his socks. The ultra-high-definition hidden camera captured every movement of Jiang Yichen, which was transmitted to Qin Ling's phone screen. Qin Ling, you do not understand love, like the glacier heart that awaits thawing. Qin Ling, you do not understand love, like the cold moon shadow that awaits harvest. Fahai, you do not understand love, the Leifeng pagoda will collapse. Fahai, you do not understand love. Qin Ling, you do not understand love. Jiang Yichen sang joyfully while chopping ginger. Clearly in his element, his enthusiasm grew as he repeatedly sang his improvised version of Qin Ling. You do not understand love, thousands of miles away. Qin Ling's expression darkened. Who does not understand love? Her? The lyrics and melody were commendable, but regrettably misplaced. Without hesitation, Qin Ling dialed Jiang Yichen's number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Professor Qin. What can I do for you? Where are you? In the kitchen of your apartment, Jiang Yichen replied truthfully. And what are you doing? Making ginger tea with brown sugar. Jiang Yichen was puzzled by Qin Ling's seemingly inquisitive call. Professor Qin, I mentioned it to you the day before yesterday. And then? Then that was it. Jiang Yichen felt somewhat bewildered. Think carefully before you speak. Qin Ling's tone lowered. Jiang Yichen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Based on his current understanding of Qin Ling, she would not call without reason, nor would she make such a statement without cause. In a fleeting moment, he seemed to grasp something. Could it be? Jiang Yichen put down his phone and looked around. Professor Qin, I was just improvising earlier, Jiang Yichen explained. Continuing to elaborate. Jiang Yichen is now absolutely certain that Professor Qin has installed surveillance cameras in the room. Professor Qin, I was mistaken, Jiang Yichen admitted. Acknowledging that this was not his first instance of error, he was becoming quite familiar with the process. Do you have a fondness for the legend of Madame Whitesnake? Qin Ling inquired. Not particularly. I've merely watched it a few times, Jiang Yichen clarified. I have an assignment for you. Watch it again and write an 800-word reflection for me. What? Jiang Yichen exclaimed. Professor Qin, could you repeat that? I didn't quite catch it. 1,000 words. Wait a moment. Why has it doubled? 1,200 words. Jiang Yichen, recognizing the futility of protest, closed his mouth. Realizing the assignment had transformed into a daunting task. 1,200 words? Others only need to write 800 for their exams. Professor Qin, aren't you a music teacher? Just a query. How long do I have to submit it? Before class next week. But that is only 2 days. 1,200 words? Can I submit it electronically? Not permitted, Qin Ling replied. I'll grant you 2 weeks. Submit 600 words by class on Monday, and another 600 by the following Monday. Understood, Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen responded, enunciating each word carefully. And wait, don't leave just yet. I'll be right there. What? You're coming over? What for? Beep, beep, beep. How dare you hang up on me? Jiang Yichen exclaimed, but as soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something. Almost immediately, a message from Professor Qin appeared on his phone screen. 3 weeks, 1,800 words. Jiang Yichen glanced around and then replied with a smile. All right. Chapter 32. Have you eaten? This afternoon, Jiang Suihuan was set to go out and sing with friends, concerned that his sister might feel unwell while enjoying herself. Jiang Yichen arranged for her to bring a thermos down at noon. He instructed her to wait while he fetched the thermos, promising to return in half an hour at 2 o'clock. Curious about where Jiang Yichen had procured the brown sugar ginger tea, Jiang Suihuan asked, but he merely chuckled in response and remained silent. He never imagined that Professor Qin would have surveillance installed in his apartment. Otherwise, even with tenfold courage, he would never dare to dance in Qin Ling's kitchen while singing You Don't Understand Love, which would undoubtedly provoke the ire of Professor Qin. The wait in the living room for Professor Qin felt interminable, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. Jiang Yichen sat upright in the living room, maintaining a posture reminiscent of military training. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Qin Ling parked her car in the university lot. She alighted, her long legs striding purposefully towards a supermarket. She purchased a thermos and a pair of men's slippers before heading towards the faculty apartment with her bags in tow. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Yichen hurried to answer the door. Today, Professor Qin wore a sleek black dress and pointed stilettos, standing at 173 centimeters. She was nearly the same height as Jiang Yichen when adorned with her heels. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen greeted her with a warm smile. Upon entering, Qin Ling's first words were, "You don't understand love? How could that possibly be true?" Jiang Yichen desperately explained, "Well, how should I say this?" Qin Ling stepped forward without changing in his slippers, patiently listening as Jiang Yichen struggled to articulate his thoughts. Despite exhausting his vocabulary, Jiang Yichen could not conjure a coherent excuse. So he straightforwardly admitted his fault once more, saying, "Professor Qin, I was wrong. Please don't be upset. What are you doing? Are you being coy?" Qin Ling inquired. "No, I'm admitting my mistake." "Then why Adma?" she asked, arms crossed, looking down at Jiang Yichen with an air of superiority. Jiang Yichen's mouth twitched. How could he, a strapping man standing at 1 meter 80, be seen as being coy? "Professor Qin, I was wrong," he reiterated earnestly. 1,800 words, 3 weeks. 600 words reflection each week, Qin Ling stated. "Professor Qin, is there any room for negotiation here? You mentioned you teach music. What is there to reflect upon?" Before Jiang Yichen could finish, Qin Ling interjected, "I see you want to spend the next 3 weeks composing scores, right? I suppose I will just write the reflections then." Composing scores would take at least an hour, but writing reflections of 600 words. Jiang Yichen carefully weighed his options. He could just copy from the internet and finish in half an hour. "All right, that's enough of your business. Leave," Qin Ling commanded. "Oh." Jiang Yichen picked up the thermos on the desk, preparing to exit. "Wait," Qin Ling said, pulling out a pair of men's slippers from a bag and placing them on the shoe rack. "Were these next time?" "Next time?" Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow. Was Professor Qin designating him as a permanent guest in her apartment, preparing slippers for him? "Didn't you say your sister also suffers from dysmenorrhea? Are you coming here next month to make her brown sugar ginger tea?" Qin Ling asked. "Next month?" Jiang Yichen was taken aback. He and T thought that far ahead. It seems so," he nodded. "Then it's settled. I just thought it was improper to see you walking around my house in just your socks," Qin Ling explained. "All right," Jiang Yichen replied, casting a suspicious glance at Qin Ling. He couldn't shake the feeling that she wanted the tea for herself. Unfortunately, Professor Qin's icy demeanor left him uncertain. However, she was quite generous, allowing him to use her kitchen. "What are you staring at?" Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, questioning him. "Nothing." Jiang Yichen glanced at the opaque bag in her hand, wondering what was inside. "Is the kitchen clean?" Qin Ling asked. "It's clean," he replied. "Are the pots washed?" "There shouldn't be excess brown sugar ginger tea," she continued. "There's no excess. I poured it all out," Jiang Yichen assured her. Qin Ling fell silent, gripping the bag with increased intensity. As he was about to step out, Jiang Yichen turned back to Qin Ling and couldn't help but ask, "Professor Qin, does your stomach still hurt?" "Not anymore. Shall I brew some more brown sugar ginger tea for you?" "No need." "All right then, Professor Qin, have you eaten?" "No. I haven't tea." "Oh." Jiang Yichen nodded thoughtfully as he closed the door. Qin Ling hurriedly slipped on her high heels and rushed to the kitchen to check. As Jiang Yichen had predicted, everything was impeccably tidied, leaving no trace behind. "Sister, here's your thermos. When you go out later, remember not to eat anything unwholesome. And avoid cold drinks." If you must drink, have this, he advised. All right, I understand. Are you truly not coming out with me? She inquired. I'll come by later in the evening. You go enjoy yourself first, he replied, after delivering the thermos and offering a flurry of instructions. Jiang Yichen made his way to the small cafeteria. Approaching the window for the clam rice noodles, he ordered a large bowl to take away, requesting several packets of vinegar and an additional small bowl of cilantro. While waiting for his order, he seized the opportunity to buy ginger and brown sugar from outside the school, purchasing an ample supply that would likely last for 2 months. Upon his return, he fortuitously encountered Professor Qin Ling beneath the faculty apartment building. Professor Qin, he greeted, with the clam rice noodles in his left hand and ginger and brown sugar in his right. Professor Qin had intended a lunch on rice noodles herself. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? I bought this for you, he offered, adding, I got you 5 packets of vinegar and a small bowl of cilantro. Professor Qin scrutinized Jiang Yichen, pondering why this young man understood her so well. He not only brought her favorite flowers, but also knew her culinary preferences. How did you know? She asked. What do you mean? I saw it last time at the hospital, Jiang Yichen explained. Take it back. I won't. I already purchased it. He insisted, making his way upstairs. Where are you going? She called after his retreating figure. To your house. You're not allowed. The keys are with me, she retorted. Chapter 33. So warm, a peculiar sensation stirred within Qin Ling. It was her first encounter with such an odd feeling as she gazed at the busy figure in the kitchen. After a considerable time, Jiang Yichen emerged with a bowl of brown sugar ginger tea. Professor Qin, if you feel any abdominal discomfort later, try drinking this. If it doesn't help, just rub your hands together to warm them and massage your belly, he suggested, hesitating to offer to massage her belly himself, fearing her reaction. Above all, Professor Qin, it would be best if you refrained from taking any painkillers like ibuprofen. After all, every medicine has its side effects, he continued, knowing she typically resorted to ibuprofen in such situations. Although effective, long-term use could be detrimental to health. As he rambled out of the kitchen, he noticed Qin Ling staring blankly at the bowl of clam rice noodles on the table. He approached her and waved, asking, Professor Qin, are you all right? Snapped back to reality. She glanced at Jiang Yichen's delicate features and then picked up her phone, saying, How much do I owe you? I'll transfer it to you. There's no need. It's just a small amount, he replied. Jiang Yichen waved his hand with grandiosity and continued to chatter. I added some brown sugar and ginger in your kitchen. Professor Qin, if you wish to learn, you could try making it yourself. I'll send you the recipe later. All right. I shall take my leave now to reflect on the legend of the new white lady. With a loud thud of the closing door, silence enveloped the living room. Qin Ling stared blankly at the bowl of rice noodles before her. Subsequently, she picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and added the vinegar packet and coriander. She took small bites of the noodles, savoring them, and sipped the ginger tea beside her, feeling a warm sensation wash over her. Back at the boys' dormitory, Jiang Yichen turned on his computer and searched for reflections on the legend of the new white lady. 600 words on Baidu. However, halfway through copying, he was met with a membership fee prompt. Damn it, he muttered, reluctantly clicking on another link to continue his task seamlessly. Zhang Wei returned to the dormitory after lunch. Having not trained in a while, he exercised his pectoral muscles and felt as though he could fell a bull with a single punch. Hearing the rustling of paper nearby, he immediately stood up and turned to Jiang Yichen, asking old Jiang, What are you doing? Startled by the sudden outburst, Jiang Yichen replied, I'm writing a reflection. A reflection? Zhang Wei leaned in closer, scrutinizing the screen. After pondering, he inquired, Which class is this assignment for? It's not an assignment. It's a punishment from Professor Qin. Not an assignment? Zhang Wei was taken aback. Are you out of your mind? Why write a reflection? Are you preparing for graduate school? Jiang Yichen fell silent for a moment, replying, You wouldn't understand. This is my pursuit of art. Zhang Wei shook his head disapprovingly. However, upon confirming that Jiang Yichen was merely transcribing a trivial reflection, he returned to his seat, albeit in a rather peculiar posture, as if he were afraid Jiang Yichen would glimpse his computer screen. On it, apart from a gaming interface, there was also an application named 1000-Word Slaughter. After spending an hour, Jiang Yichen completed transcribing the reflection of 1,800 characters, dividing it into 3 sections. Once finished, he sensed something was amiss. Normally, Jiang Wei was boisterous while playing games in the dormitory. Yet today, he was unusually quiet. This was suspicious. Jiang Yichen stealthily stood up and approached Jiang Wei from behind. He overheard Jiang Wei muttering softly, "Abandon, forsake, discard, antonyms." Jiang Yichen felt a surge of irritation. Typically, Jiang Wei often exclaimed, "Study? What is the point? Isn't it better to lie flat and do nothing?" Now, he never expected Jiang Wei to be the first to engage in this excessive competition. Unbelievable. Truly excessive. Jiang Yichen took out his phone and discreetly captured Jiang Wei's transgressions. Afterward, he tucked his phone away, composed himself, and, summoning his voice to the highest decibel, shouted, "Jean de Peo!" Jiang Wei was startled, leaping from his seat. "What the hell? Why are you barking like a dog?" he exclaimed, clutching his chest, appearing quite shaken. Jiang Yichen chuckled lightly, "You little rascal, sneaking around and engaging in competition behind everyone's back. Do you not realize you are courting public ire?" Jiang Wei's expression shifted as he pondered for a moment. Then, with a hand draped over Jiang Yichen's shoulder, he suggested, "Old Jiang, how about we secretly study together and pass the CET, for without their knowledge? What do you think?" Jiang Yichen shrugged off the hand and replied earnestly, "Comrade, such divisive remarks are best left unspoken in the interest of unity. Furthermore, I have recorded what you just said." "Recorded?" Jiang Wei exclaimed in alarm, "You sly old Jiang, looking all dapper and yet harboring such dark intentions. Mind your language, Comrade Jiang. Do you believe I won't share your clandestine vocabulary photos and the audio of your earlier temptation in our dorm group chat right now? Old Jiang, you scoundrel. Huh? Damn, old Jiang, you truly are handsome. Now, that's more like it." Jiang Yichen nodded in satisfaction. "So this is what it feels like to have leverage in hand. Quite delightful indeed." That evening, Jiang Yichen glanced at the time, past 8 o'clock. He quickly tidied his attire, a white shirt, jeans, and white sneakers. The more he looked, the more he resembled Professor Qin. It seemed that Qin Ling had an affinity for white shirts. He had seen her donning one on 7 out of 10 occasions. "Old Jiang, where are you off to this evening?" Jiang Wei inquired skeptically. "Dressed so flamboyantly, you must be off to meet some girl." "I'm going to see my sister." "To see your sister? Surely you're not going to meet another young lady?" Jiang Wei teased. Jiang Yichen smiled enigmatically. "A young lady? There's nothing quite as appealing as an older sister. If I seek companionship, it would be from someone like Professor Qin. Ever since meeting Professor Qin, my standards have been considerably elevated," he mused. "Will you be back tonight?" Jiang Wei asked. "Of course." "Oh, then that's a bore." Jiang Wei immediately turned back to his game. "Come on, buddy, your mind is filled with nonsense." Chapter 34. I have a friend at 9 o'clock that evening. At the 9 Buck Tavern, in a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor, a wave of spicy and fragrant aromas enveloped the air. 3 women gathered around a dual-flavor hot pot. Come, let us toast to the reunion of our Mingxian sisterhood." Lu Rong raised her glass high. She had even brought an electric stove to prepare the hot pot. Lin Yao followed suit, but her glass contained orange juice. Qin Ling, however, was different. While others held wine glasses, she raised her thermos. Wait, Lu Rong interjected, retracting her glass. "Qin Ling, I understand you're on your period, but surely you can have juice like Lin Yao. Why the thermos?" With 2 holding wine glasses and 1 a thermos, the scene appeared rather peculiar. "Juice chilled," Qin Ling replied. "Miss Qin, do you really care about it being cold or not? Back in college, when you were on your period, didn't you indulge with gusto? You even had ice cream." Lu Rong reminisced. Qin Ling listened quietly as she opened the lid of her thermos and took a small sip of the brown sugar ginger tea inside. In the past, Qin Ling would leave her thermos on the table, but now that she is older. "So, what are you brewing in that thermos?" Lin Yao interjected. This thermos of Qin Ling's exuded an air reminiscent of middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. "Goji berries?" Lu Rong guessed. "Probun sukar kingertea, Qin Ling replied. "What is that?" Lin Yao inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Probun sukar kingertea. Did you make it or buy it?" "I bought it," Qin Ling said, glancing at the bubbling hot pot before her. She picked up a slice of beef tripe and dipped it into the broth. "Why didn't you ask me for some of that brown sugar ginger tea, Lin Yao asked, puzzled. "I sent you a message around noon. didn't I? Qin Ling responded succinctly, this one tastes better. Better? Lin Yao retorted, handing another empty cup to Qin Ling. Pour me some. I want to see just how good it really is. Qin Ling obliged and poured a bit into the cup. Lin Yao took a generous sip, the spicy zing of ginger mingling with the sweetness of the syrup. This, Lin Yao widened her eyes. It indeed seemed tastier than what she had made. Are you convinced now? Qin Ling said with a hint of pride. Where did you buy it? Lin Yao asked, intrigued. After a moment's thought, Qin Ling replied, I'll send you the location later. All right, you too. Lu Rong chimed in. Quickly lift your cups. I want to take a photo for my moments. Qin Ling, can't you just pour it into a wine glass to drink? Sure, Qin Ling nodded. Just send me a copy of the photo afterward. After capturing a ceremonious photo, the three began to enjoy their hot pot while reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their university days. Lu Rong said, Ling Ling, do you remember when you first entered university? There was a senior who pursued you and confessed to you with candles under the dormitory, but you rejected him? He wouldn't leave. So you threw a basin of cold water on him without a second thought? Did that really happen? Qin Ling asked. It did, Lin Yao exclaimed. I remember it vividly. That senior's face was ashen. I forgot, Qin Ling admitted. Lu Rong continued, oh. And remember when the four of us went to a bar for the first time and a group of rowdy boys tried to tease us? You kicked one of them 3 meters away. Did that really happen? Qin Ling asked again. It did. I remember it too. Ling Ling. You were so cool back then. Qin Ling mused. I think I might recall a bit of it. Moments later, Qin Ling initiated a new topic, by the way. I have a friend who has been going through some issues. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao and Lu Rong exchanged glances. It is well known that when someone says, I have a friend, it is likely a thinly veiled reference to oneself. Go ahead, Lu Rong encouraged. You share, Lin Yao urged. Qin Ling pondered her words for a moment before saying, It is like this. I met this friend abroad. He is a young man. Recently, he has been providing private tutoring and encountered a girl nearly 10 years his junior. Initially, he regarded her merely as a child. This young girl often irritated him and was somewhat disobedient, even speaking ill of him behind his back. At first, my friend did not pay much heed to this behavior. Yet, during their first lesson, the girl gifted him a bouquet of his favorite flowers, accompanied by a card expressing her affection. Without a second thought, he discarded the flowers. Subsequently, my friend encountered this girl again at a bar, but she was intoxicated and he brought her home. Her childishness, however, became a source of annoyance for him. Over time, he merely fulfilled his responsibilities as a teacher. Recently, my friend has been unwell, and this girl has persistently come to check on him, refusing to be sent away. Do you think this young girl harbors feelings for my friend? As Qin Ling finished her statement, Lin Yao and Lu Rong fell into contemplation. Initially, they believed Qin Ling was speaking of herself, though it did not quite seem to fit. I am certain this girl likes Lin Yao, she asserted with conviction. Indeed, I concur, Lu Rong added, before inquiring, what are your friend's thoughts about this girl? At first, he viewed her as a child, a student, Qin Ling replied. However, recently, he has noticed that this girl possesses a warmth about her. It seems she has taken the time to genuinely understand my friend, knowing his favorite flowers, his preferred foods and tastes. Lin Yao remarked, a teacher-student romance. I find it difficult not to support this. Lu Rong interjected with a crucial question. What does your friend look like? And how does that girl appear? My friend is of average looks, whereas the girl is quite lovely. She is the school belle. Qin Ling responded. So what is troubling your friend? Lu Rong continued to probe. Qin Ling replied, It's not so much a trouble. I merely wish to ascertain if this young girl truly likes my friend. Lin Yao exclaimed, Of course she does. Based on my extensive reading of romantic novels, this girl undoubtedly has feelings for your friend. Lu Rong agreed, Certainly. This girl not only gifted flowers, but also demonstrates an understanding of your friend's preferences, indicating she has secretly invested effort into learning about him. Very well, let us set this aside and enjoy our meal, Qin Ling concluded. After they had dined to their satisfaction, Lu Rong recalled a pressing matter and turned to Qin Ling, saying, Oh, by the way, Ling Ling, there is something I hope you can assist with. Do tell. Do you remember that young man who intruded into our private room that night? The one you said was your student? What about him? Qin Ling inquired, glancing at Lu Rong. He hasn't done much. It's just that I have a friend who works as a music director at an entertainment company. A few days ago, while dining together, he showed me a video of your student performing at a gala, emphasizing its significance. Qin Ling remarked that my friend is interested in signing your student to the entertainment company. Could you possibly facilitate an introduction? Absolutely not. Why not? Lu Rong asked, perplexed. He needs to focus on his studies, Qin Ling replied earnestly. Noticing that Qin Ling was serious, Lu Rong suggested, why not ask your student? My friend mentioned he could offer your student a top-tier debut contract. Your student possesses remarkable looks. He believes that within 3 years, he could be groomed into the next generation of star. No way, Qin Ling reiterated with unwavering conviction. All right, I understand. It seems you're just worried about your student mingling in the entertainment industry. Why are you so agitated? Lu Rong teased, poking at her teeth with a toothpick. But to be fair, your student is quite handsome. An 18-year-old lad, TSK, his vitality must be exceptional. If only I were 2 years younger. A sudden loud thud echoed as a deep imprint of a hand appeared on the solid wooden table. Lin Yao immediately interjected. Ling, please don't be upset. She was merely jesting. You know, a 28-year-old woman like her would never pursue your student romantically. Lu Rong promptly fell silent, then stood up to inspect the handprint on the table, exclaiming, no, Sister Qin, I was just speaking casually. Rest assured, I harbor no improper intentions towards your student. Speaking casually? Qin Ling felt as if she had been out of the country for too long, struggling to keep up with the conversation upon her return. The last time Jiang Yichen mentioned great-grandma, she hadn't realized it was a joke. It's just casual banter, Lin Yao clarified. Even so, that is unacceptable, Qin Ling asserted firmly. All right, Miss Qin. Chapter 35. The familiar fragrance of Professor Qin at the Juku Jiu Tavern on the first floor. Jiang Yichen's presence made Jiang Suihuan's friends flutter with excitement. However, as soon as Jiang Yichen sat down, he engrossed himself in his phone, perfectly embodying the persona of an aloof campus heartthrob. Huahuan, your brother is so aloof. He hasn't spoken a word or touched his drink, Jiang Suihuan remarked awkwardly, glancing aside. Jiang Yichen, focused on his screen, seemed oblivious to his surroundings, and she stretched her neck to catch a glimpse of what appeared to be an anime. White Snake. Shall we? Jiang Suihuan nudged Jiang Yichen aside. What is it, sister? Jiang Yichen looked up, inquiring. Would you like something to drink? Jiang Suihuan asked. Not really, Jiang Yichen replied, fully aware of his own drinking capacity. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suihuan turned to her friends and explained, I apologize. My brother might not be great with alcohol. Hey, Huahuan, look at you two. One is here sipping juice, and the other is glued to his phone. Sorry, I'm just not feeling well today. I promise next time. Jiang Yichen quietly continued to gaze at his phone, the bar buzzing with noise, rendering him unable to hear what his sister was discussing with her friends. Just then, he finished watching the White Snake film, which he had seen with his sister when it first premiered. Remarkably, they had shared the same opinion about it. Fahai was truly a having just finished reading it again. Jiang Yichen mused that if Fahai possessed a Douyin account, he would undoubtedly be subjected to online harassment. He refrained from delving further into the disheartening conclusion. With a sense of ennui, Jiang Yichen opened his moments, aimlessly scrolling through. His network comprising a total of 800 friends. In his youth, he had been unaware of the art of refusal, and whenever a young lady approached him for his contact information, he would readily oblige. Gradually, his circle expanded, and though he had previously pruned it by removing 200 acquaintances, he found the task too cumbersome to continue. Upon opening his moments, he was met with a vibrant display of posts. Black stockings, white stockings, elegant women, and youthful girls. Wait a moment. Jiang Yichen paused, his gaze fixated on a post radiating the charm of a mature woman. When had he added her? The image of this lady, appearing to be at least 35, eluded his memory. After a brief examination, he clicked on her profile and decided to remove her. The maximum age difference he could tolerate was 3 years. Anyone older was generally dismissed from his consideration. Of course, exceptions existed. If someone possessed the beauty and figure of Professor Qin, he would not hesitate, regardless of a 9-year gap or even more. Continuing to scroll through his moments, the next post depicted a toast. Jiang Yichen initially intended to glance past it, but upon noticing the individual who had shared it, he found himself drawn back, scrolling up again. Clicking on the post, he instantly recognized the hand as belonging to Qin Ling, the fairest among them. Professor Qin's complexion was remarkably fair, the kind of healthy white that stood out. Was that a drink she held? Enlarging the image, he scrutinized the deep brown liquid, pondering if it was indeed alcohol. After all, Qin Ling was quite fond of drinking. Unable to discern clearly, he decided to comment. Professor Qin, I suggest you drink less. On the second floor, Qin Ling noticed his comment, her brow furrowing. This young man dared to meddle in her affairs? Hey, Ling, look, isn't that your student? Lu Rong pointed to a corner. Who? Qin Ling inquired. The one from last time. Immediately, she moved closer to Lu Rong, following her finger's direction. Jiang Yichen sat quietly at a booth below, accompanied by several girls. One of them appeared to be quite inebriated and, rather audaciously, began to remove her clothing in front of Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling's brows knitted in distress. Lin Yao. What's wrong? Isn't she a student in your class? Lu Rong probed. In my class? Oh my, it truly seems so. Lin Yao exclaimed in astonishment. The girl, now nearly undraped, was indeed one of her students? How could anyone be so brazen? Wait, I need to go down for a moment, Lin Yao declared, hastily making her way downstairs, grabbing a blanket from a nearby sofa as she went. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen remained with his eyes tightly shut, too fearful to open them. He could distinctly hear the urgent cries of two girls beside him and his elder sister Jiang Suihuan. Don't take it off. Xiaoyu, don't take it off. Wake up. This is too wild. Jiang Yichen felt a twinge of fear. However, before long, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, sandalwood. Qin Ling? Jiang Yichen slowly opened his eyes a crack, but before he could fully awaken, a cold voice rang out beside him. Close your eyes. The familiar scent, the familiar tone, the familiar timbre. It was undoubtedly Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen obediently shut his eyes. He was a gentleman, after all, and would not gaze upon indecency. In the next moment, it seemed he remembered something and nearly opened his eyes wide to look at his sister Jiang Suohuan's arm. Yet, suddenly recalling that Qin Ling was right beside him, he hesitated. After contemplating, he asked Qin Ling, Professor Qin, do you see any scratches on my sister's arm? No. All right. The absence of injury confirmed Jiang Yichen's suspicions. The plot of the original novel in his mind no longer held any reference value. Qin Ling glanced back. The girl who had been undressing appeared to have completely lost herself. Even four people couldn't restrain her. Jiang Yichen, come out with me, Qin Ling asserted, taking hold of Jiang Yichen's arm and leading him outside. He was dragged out of the bar. What were you trying to do just now? Qin Ling inquired. I wasn't doing anything, he replied. Were you trying to sneak a peek? It's a misunderstanding, Professor Qin. Do I seem like that kind of person? Then why did you want to open your eyes just now? Jiang Yichen answered truthfully, I caught a whiff of your fragrance and wanted to see if it was you. Qin Ling was momentarily taken aback. Professor Qin, may I open my eyes now? Jiang Yichen asked. Qin Ling turned her back. You may. Chapter 36. Wait for me to walk with you. I really don't understand today's students. If their drinking capacity is so poor, why do they even drink? Can't they have a bit of self-awareness? Getting drunk and acting so wildly. Lin Yao complained softly. At this moment, her drunken student had finally quieted down. Qin Ling stood quietly beside them, her gaze directed towards Jiang Yichen and Jiang Suihuan. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry for scaring you, Jiang Suihuan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Any man in his place would likely not have been frightened by the earlier scene. Xiao Yi, there isn't enough space in Teacher Lin's car for all five of us. You should ride back to school with Professor Qin, Jiang Suohuan suggested, glancing at Lin Yao and Qin Ling in the distance. She anticipated that her roommate would probably feel too ashamed to face the world after the earlier embarrassment. All right, Jiang Yichen nodded. It wasn't the first time he had ridden in Professor Qin's car. Lin Yao checked the time, first bidding farewell to Qin Ling, and then urging Jiang Suihuan to get into the car quickly. Lin Yao and the other three girls from Jiang Suihuan's dormitory departed first. Jiang Yichen, too, made his way to the Porsche Cayenne, opened the door, and settled in, fastening his seatbelt. Qin Ling stepped inside, yet instead of starting the vehicle, she reached out towards the passenger seat and requested, "Give me the shoes." "Huh? There's a bag by your feet. Hand it to me." "Oh." Jiang Yichen bent down to retrieve the bag and, out of curiosity, peered inside, discovering a pair of flip-flops. He handed the bag over, only for it to be returned moments later, containing a pair of sleek black stilettos. Jiang Yichen dared not look further, placing the bag beside his feet and sitting up straight. As she started the car, Qin Ling softly inquired, "Jiang Yichen, what's the matter? Why are you here tonight?" "Of course, to drink." Upon hearing this, Qin Ling turned to glance at Jiang Yichen, remaining silent. Yet, Jiang Yichen could perceive a blatant disdain in the eyes of the esteemed Professor Qin. "Professor Qin, to be candid, my tolerance for alcohol is quite decent. The last time I got drunk was purely accidental." Before he could finish, he noticed Qin Ling had already driven a short distance and cautioned, "Professor Qin, aren't you concerned about being checked for drunk driving?" "Not at all," Qin Ling replied nonchalantly. "I haven't had a drink, so why worry about being tested?" Jiang Yichen pondered this and recalled a certain social media post from earlier that evening, then asked, "So, was your post about drinking or not?" "Yes." Jiang Yichen understood. It seemed he had misjudged the situation. The contents of Qin Ling's glass were likely not alcoholic, but rather a beverage. Lost in thought, he suddenly turned his gaze towards the thermos beside the gearshift. "Professor Qin, is there ginger tea inside that thermos?" Realization dawned on him, as the color of the liquid in her glass resembled that of ginger tea. "Not at all, not at all." Jiang Yichen responded skeptically, "Professor Qin, you previously mentioned not to lie." Qin Ling shot him a cold glance. Jiang Yichen promptly fell silent. How hypocritical, he mused inwardly. After a moment, he quickly grabbed the thermos, twisting off the lid. It was empty. He sniffed it. Qin Ling had cleaned it thoroughly. Just then, they encountered a red light, prompting Qin Ling to brake. "What are you doing?" Jiang Yichen awkwardly replaced the lid and returned the thermos to its original spot. "I was merely concerned for you." "Professor Qin, I heard your stomach was upset, and I didn't want you to consume anything cold. Is that so?" Qin Ling squinted her eyes slightly and replied, "Think before you speak." Jiang Yichen silently cursed the double standards he perceived. He bit his lip and, meeting the scrutinizing gaze of Professor Qin, reiterated, "I just wanted to see if it contained the ginger tea I made for you." "As you can see, it does not," Qin Ling affirmed. "Oh," Jiang Yichen pouted, attempting a different approach. "Then has your thermos ever contained the ginger tea I brewed for you?" Qin Ling turned her attention back to the now green traffic light, pressing the accelerator as she replied, "It has." Jiang Yichen wore a knowing expression, as if to say, "I knew it all along." "Professor Qin, the brown sugar ginger tea I brewed is quite delightful, wouldn't you agree? This is a skill passed down through 6 generations. I dare say no one in the entire school understands how to brew brown sugar ginger tea better than I do." Jiang Yichen confidently patted his chest. "It's acceptable," Qin Ling acknowledged. She had heard Lin Yao say the same thing before, but now she found Jiang Yichen's assertion more fitting. "TSK, TSK, TSK," Jiang Yichen murmured softly. "Is it that hard to say it's delicious?" The car moved slowly, encountering yet another traffic light. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. With a loud bang, the vehicle that had already come to a halt lurched forward slightly. Jiang Yichen turned to look. Was that a rear-end collision? He remained seated, observing. Qin Ling had already exited the car. The rear-ending vehicle was a white sedan, from which a tattooed man emerged, addressing Qin Ling with indignation. "How do you even drive?" "What the hell?" Jiang Yichen exclaimed upon stepping out and hearing the astonishing remark. Hadn't Qin Ling merely stopped for the traffic light? "Put your hand away and stop pointing at people," Qin Ling frowned, detecting the strong smell of alcohol emanating from the man. "Well, you're quite a looker with a temper to match," the tattoo man chuckled, taking a couple of steps forward and reaching out towards Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen, observing from the side, felt a jolt of apprehension, silently mourning the man's audacity. "Goodness, bro, you truly have guts. This is a formidable opponent, and you dare to flirt?" As anticipated, the next moment he witnessed a figure being sent flying. The tattooed man, initially approaching, was now propelled sideways. Qin Ling had kicked him away, then picked up her phone to dial the traffic police. "Hello, there is someone driving under the influence here." This delay meant returning to the school dormitory was out of the question. Jiang Yichen had no choice but to return to the car, waiting silently alongside Qin Ling for the police to arrive. "You won't be going back to the dormitory," Qin Ling stated. "MHM," Jiang Yichen nodded. "Professor Qin, just drop me off at a nearby internet CAF, since tomorrow is Sunday and there are no classes. I can stay up all night." "That's not possible," Qin Ling replied. "Come with me." Chapter 37. It seems I misunderstood you, Xiangyao community. This was Jiang Yichen's second visit to Qin Ling's home. During his last visit, he hadn't observed closely, but this time he felt as though a country bumpkin had entered the city. Professor Qin's residence was expansive, 5 bedrooms and 3 living areas, luxuriously decorated. Upon entering, one felt as though they had stepped into a palace of opulence. The grand and dazzling crystal chandelier, elegantly designed top-grade leather sofas, a marble coffee table polished to perfection, and $1 million grand piano exuded an air of extravagance. Truly, one could not help but marvel at the splendor of Miss Qin. Jiang Yichen recalled the information he had gathered about Qin Ling, daughter of a renowned real estate mogul. TSK, 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 the nefarious capitalist, an undeniable wealthy lady. "Stop gawking," Qin Ling said, producing a clean bathrobe along with a toothbrush and towel. "The shower is over there. Wash up and get to bed early." She tossed the items onto the sofa and indicated the direction of the shower before retreating to her room. "All right," he replied. Jiang Yichen, clutching his toiletries, entered the bathroom and closed the door, commencing the flow of water. The bathrobe, crafted from a luxuriously soft material, was clearly of high quality. First, Jiang Yichen retrieved his toothbrush, his gaze wandering until it landed on the toothpaste positioned on a shelf. Beside it lay Professor Qin's black toothbrush. Glancing at his own white toothbrush, he mused that it resembled the couple's set. After rinsing his mouth twice, a series of sharp knocks echoed from the door. "What is the matter? What are you doing?" Jiang Yichen called out. "Just rinsing my mouth, preparing to shower," he replied. Hearing his response, Qin Ling hesitated no longer and swung open the shower door, stepping inside. Jiang Yichen was taken aback, feeling that his privacy had been severely violated. He had just placed his hand at his waist, ready to remove his pants. "Close your eyes," Qin Ling commanded. "Is it just a piece of lingerie? Who cares?" Jiang Yichen retorted, having noticed it when he entered, but he had merely glanced at it. Reluctantly, he shut his eyes. A fragrant breeze wafted past him as Qin Ling gathered clothes from the laundry basket and exited. "Professor Qin, rest assured, I saw nothing," Jiang Yichen declared, pledging his loyalty. "Shut up." Qin Ling slammed the shower door shut. Jiang Yichen rubbed his ears, pondering the capricious temperament of women during their menstrual cycle. "This door is about to fall apart. I assent it? Thankfully, it's not my door." Half an hour later, having finished his shower, Jiang Yichen emerged to find Qin Ling seated on the sofa, soaking her feet. Suddenly, he recalled a week prior when he had accidentally kicked over her foot basin from that very spot. "What do you think you're doing?" Qin Ling inquired, her gaze fixed on him as he stared intently at her foot basin. "Are you thinking of kicking it again?" "Not at all," Jiang Yichen replied, amused at the sight of Professor Qin's wary expression. "By the way, Professor Qin, I have a question. If I were to kick your foot basin again, what would happen?" Qin Ling's eyelid twitched. "Kick it again? Last time, I let it slide when you were drunk. Now that you're sober, you dare to suggest it again? You can certainly try." "Ah, I was merely joking, Professor Qin. I wouldn't dream of kicking your foot basin." Jiang Yichen chuckled. "Well then, Professor Qin, I shall take my leave and head to bed. Good night." Hurriedly, he retreated to the room he had occupied previously. If this jest continued, he feared Qin Ling might retaliate with a kick of her own. The vivid image of the tattooed man flying out earlier still lingered in his mind. Upon returning to the familiar guest room, Jiang Yichen dove onto the soft bed, rolling left and right 3 times each. This bed was infinitely more comfortable than the wooden plank beds at school. If possible, he would wish to reside here every day. Lifting the covers, he found the same yellow pillow adorned with floral embroidery, and his expression darkened immediately. "What do you mean, Qin Ling, placing this sofa cushion here? It must be intentional, absolutely deliberate." Jiang Yichen stormed out of the room, clutching a sofa cushion in a fit of anger. Upon entering the living room, he found that Qin Ling, who had been soaking her feet on the sofa moments before, had vanished. Only a solitary phone lay quietly on the couch. Jiang Yichen first placed the pillow back on the sofa, then reached out with a mischievous hand towards the lonely device. The phone was unlocked, and a video was playing. His intentions were simple. He merely wished to delete a specific video from the album. Just as his fingers were about to touch the phone, a distant sound of running water caught his attention. He glanced in that direction and realized that Qin Ling seemed to be pouring water. He immediately withdrew his hand. No, there wasn't enough time to act. When Qin Ling returned to the living room, she found Jiang Yichen standing rigidly in front of the sofa. "Professor Qin, your phone is unlocked," he pointed out. Qin Ling scrutinized him thoughtfully and asked, "Did you tamper with my phone?" "Of course not," Jiang Yichen replied with utmost seriousness. "Professor Qin, you have truly misunderstood me. As a model student, how could I ever engage in such underhanded behavior?" Qin Ling remained silent, merely bending down to pick up her phone for inspection. "All right, it appears I have misjudged you," she conceded. "In that case, you need not write your reflections." After some contemplation, she decided that Jiang Yichen had not done anything wrong. He had merely adapted a song using her name. Forcing him to compose an 1,800-word reflection felt excessive, particularly since it bore little relevance to their piano course. Her actions seemed to verge on an abuse of power. "What?" Jiang Yichen exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No need to write. Damn it. I just spent an entire hour this afternoon meticulously crafting that essay. Is there a problem with that, Professor?" Qin Ling inquired. "No problem at all," he replied. "Very well, then. Rest early." With that, Jiang Yichen returned to his room. Chapter 38. Weekend? Extra classes? Ever since the military training, Jiang Yichen had developed a penchant for sleeping in. As for breakfast, it was a matter of chance. Sometimes he would wake up early and, if fortunate enough to visit the supermarket, could enjoy milk and bread. If he awoke late, he would forego breakfast and combine it with lunch. However, on weekends, he typically merged breakfast with lunch. Qin Ling sometimes followed a similar routine as Jiang Yichen. Yet, this morning, she had risen early, having not stayed up late the previous night. By 8 o'clock, she was already awake, a rare luxury for a weekend. After getting out of bed, she chose a set of workout clothes from her wardrobe and went for a stroll downstairs. Having started her period, she could not run. After a half-hour walk, she stopped by a local breakfast shop in the neighborhood to buy some buns and soy milk. Returning home at 9 o'clock, Qin Ling placed her breakfast on the table before walking to the door of the spare bedroom and knocking. There was no response. "Jiang Yichen, wake up and eat," she called out, but again there was silence. She opened the door and stepped inside. Jiang Yichen was cocooned beneath a thin blanket, resembling a fuzzy caterpillar. "Jiang Yichen," Qin Ling called out, "it's time for breakfast." Only then did Jiang Yichen groggily awaken, noticing Qin Ling standing at the foot of his bed. He turned over and said, "Professor Qin, just 5 more minutes." Qin Ling glanced at the time before turning to leave the room. She changed from her athletic wear into a casual shirt and jeans. Once dressed, she returned, mindful of the ticking clock. "Get up," she said, 5 minutes are up. Just 5 more minutes, the final 5 minutes. Jiang Yichen mumbled as he pulled the blanket over his head. Qin Ling looked at the time once more. The last 5 minutes indeed. She walked into the kitchen, grabbed a plate and a small bowl, and returned to the dining table, where she poured out the buns and pickles she had purchased that morning. Qin Ling sat for a moment, lost in thought. When the 5 minutes elapsed, she walked to the secondary bedroom. "Jiang Yichen, time's up." Jiang Yichen merely rolled over, a drowsy voice emanating from beneath the covers. "Really, the last 5 minutes, Professor Qin, you can eat first." This time, Qin Ling did not wait. She stepped forward and yanked the thin blanket away. Jiang Yichen was left clad only in his underwear. Qin Ling quickly covered him again, then snatched his pillow and playfully struck his head, saying, "I'll give you 1 more minute." In an instant, Jiang Yichen was wide awake, hastily dressing and moving to the living room. With his hair tousled and resembling a bird's nest, Jiang Yichen grabbed a bun and took a bite. "Wow, Professor Qin, these buns are delicious. Where did you buy them?" Qin Ling ate with great elegance, using chopsticks to delicately nibble at her bun. She did not respond. "Professor Qin, one could say that everyone has their own habits of lingering in bed. I believe that compared to the clamor of boys, Women simply listen in silence. After a while, Qin Ling finished her breakfast and wiped her mouth. Jiang Yichen continued speaking, but the next moment, a single sentence from Qin Ling left him utterly speechless. Hurry up and eat, then wash your face and get ready for class. The bun in Jiang Yichen's hand fell onto the table. Wait, class, am I hearing things? Recovering his senses, Jiang Yichen reached for the bun again, but Qin Ling preemptively picked up the remaining half and tossed it into the trash. Don't eat what has fallen on the table, Qin Ling stated. If you're still hungry, let me know, and I'll order takeout for you. Wait, Professor Qin. It's not about whether I'm full or not. What did you just say? Class? Jiang Yichen asked, uncertain. Yes, Qin Ling replied with a nod. Your piano skills are lacking, so this is essentially a tutorial. Coughing, Jiang Yichen abruptly stood up. The buns on the table suddenly lost their appeal. Professor Qin. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to at school. Stop right there. Jiang Yichen wore a smile that was more akin to a grimace. Professor Qin, today is the weekend. It's the weekend. Yes, Qin Ling said, but you are currently in my home. Jiang Yichen lamented. Had I known you would be giving extra lessons, I would have fled last night. Is that appropriate? Jiang Yichen inquired. Absolutely, she affirmed. I find it inappropriate, Professor Qin. Just think about it. What would it mean for you to tutor me alone? If your other students were to find out, how would they react? Jiang Yichen declared with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling responded lightly. You are the least skilled among my students. Jiang Yichen felt as though an invisible dagger had been thrust into his heart. Please, eat your breakfast, Qin Ling urged, pointing to the remaining bun on the table. Professor Qin, is there any way we can skip the extra lesson? Jiang Yichen inquired. Absolutely not. Qin Ling shook her head. With tears in his eyes, Jiang Yichen consumed the last bun and then carried his bowl to the kitchen. After washing it, he opened the fridge only to discover it was utterly bare. Qin Ling, ever responsible and considerate, had anticipated Jiang Yichen's lack of textbooks and had placed her own teacher's edition on the piano stand early on. At 10 o'clock, the tutoring session officially commenced. From the outset, Jiang Yichen claimed he had a stomachache and spent 20 minutes in the restroom. During those 20 minutes, he used 15 minutes to complete the daily task for 3 games, leaving the final 5 minutes to order some brown sugar, ginger, vegetables, and meat from a delivery app. Despite Qin Ling's relentless challenges, Jiang Yichen remained devoted to her as if she were his first love. Upon exiting the restroom, Jiang Yichen adopted a mindset of acceptance and diligently attended the class. The hour-long heartfelt tutoring session moved him to tears, and he silently vowed never to return. At 11:30, the lesson concluded, and a knock echoed at the door. Qin Ling opened it, perplexed by the delivery person bearing a large bag of items. Oh my, Jiang Yichen exclaimed, rushing forward to receive it. Professor Qin, to express my gratitude for your heartfelt tutoring this morning, allow me to showcase my culinary skills at lunch. Qin Ling appraised him with a curious gaze. You can cook? Well, Jiang Yichen replied with confidence. Let's just say, Professor Qin, you might want to be careful not to eat your tongue. Very well, Qin Ling said, closing the door. This arrangement seemed quite agreeable. She would tutor Jiang Yichen, and in return, he would prepare her a meal. Chapter 39, how would you rate it? Just okay? Not bad. Professor Qin's home was not only adorned like a palace in the living room and bedroom, but also boasted a kitchen that did not fall short. The walls were clad in delicate, creamy white tiles, their surfaces smooth as mirrors. A minimalist chandelier graced the ceiling, casting bright white light that elevated the kitchen's elegance. Beautifully grained wooden cabinets and deep grained non-slip tiles complemented the spacious island at the center, alongside an array of modern appliances, including an oven, microwave, and smart refrigerator. Jiang Yichen set the ingredients on the island and casually picked up a brand new knife, seemingly untouched. Professor Qin, do you have an apron? He asked, turning to the graceful figure leaning against the kitchen door. No, Qin Ling replied with a shake of her head. Though her kitchen was well furnished and stocked with various appliances and seasonings, she had never cooked in her life, having always dined out. Most of the items within were purchased by her father. All right then, Jiang Yichen shrugged, unfazed. He retrieved a potato from the packaging and began his culinary endeavor. Having started cooking at the tender age of 7, he possessed a commendable confidence in his culinary skills. The rhythmic sound of the knife striking the chopping board resonated throughout the kitchen. Jiang Yichen was demonstrating his knife skills on the potato, slicing it into evenly thick shreds. The crisp sound of chopping was melodious, akin to a perfect percussion ensemble. Professor Qin Ling leaned against the kitchen door, observing Jiang Yichen's diligent figure. But her gaze soon drifted to the brown sugar and ginger nestled within the packaging. After a moment of distraction, she quietly turned to leave. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Jiang Yichen emerged with 2 plates of home-cooked dishes, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, and stir-fried pork. "Professor Qin, please indulge," Jiang Yichen offered as he extended the chopsticks towards her. Qin Ling accepted them, her eyes fixated on the 2 dishes, both adorned with a vibrant layer of cilantro. Jiang Yichen reassured her, "Rest assured, Professor Qin, I haven't used these chopsticks." In silence, Qin Ling picked up a piece of stir-fried pork with the chopsticks. Initially inhaling its aroma, the complex and inviting sense of meat, soy sauce, and spices instantly awakened her dormant taste buds. The thin slices of meat were perfectly sautéed, crisp on the outside, yet tender within. As she slowly savored it, the rich sauce and subtle spiciness melted on her tongue, releasing an explosion of flavor. "It's quite delicious, nearly rivaling that of 5-star chef. How is it, Professor Qin?" Jiang Yichen wore an expectant expression, eager for her praise. Qin Ling, however, responded nonchalantly, "It's average." "Then do try the spicy and sour shredded potatoes," Jiang Yichen suggested, noting that he had particularly catered to her preference for sour flavors in this dish. Qin Ling gently chewed the crunchy potato shreds. "Does this child truly remember my tastes?" She pondered, noting the cilantro and the tanginess within the potatoes. "How is it, Professor Qin? Are you satisfied with the shredded potatoes?" Jiang Yichen grinned playfully. Qin Ling cast a sidelong glance at his somewhat infuriating smile and replied succinctly, "Not bad." "Good." Jiang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement, interpreting her "not bad" as a commendation surpassing mere adequacy. "Why do you say that? Do you know me well?" Qin Ling inquired. Jiang Yichen contemplated for a moment, mimicking her tone as he slowly replied, "Average." Fearing her retort, he swiftly turned and retreated to the kitchen to fetch rice bowls. Qin Ling's narrow phoenix eyes reflected Jiang Yichen's hasty retreat. Moments later, he returned with 2 bowls of rice, cautiously offering one to Qin Ling. "The esteemed Professor Qin hasn't rebuked me?" Jiang Yichen mused, surprised that she seemed unfazed by his earlier imitation. Looking at the plain white rice and the 2 home-cooked dishes, Qin Ling found the meal unremarkable yet comforting. As she ate, a warm current seemed to flow through her. After finishing her meal, Jiang Yichen began to collect the bowls and chopsticks. Qin Ling stood up as well, saying, "You sit down, let me take care of the dishes." "Professor Qin, allow me to take over." Jiang Yichen gazed at Qin Ling's delicate hands, untouched by the mundane. Her hands were exquisite, fair and slender, with evenly spaced knuckles, graceful contours, and faintly visible blue veins beneath the surface. Most notably, they exuded a subtle fragrance, which Jiang Yichen had experienced profoundly before. "Please, let me do it," Qin Ling reiterated. "Silence," Qin commanded. "Fine, here you go. You're so domineering, even over washing a dish." Jiang Yichen sat on a stool, absorbed in his phone. Curiosity led him to explore the creator platforms of various music websites. After a day's fermentation, the data had gradually improved. All 3 major digital music platforms had amassed millions of streams, with the most popular accumulating 2 million, yielding a total of 2,400 yuan. The remaining platforms, QQ Music and NetEase Cloud Music, collectively garnered 1,500,000 streams, amounting to 1,600 yuan. Altogether, the 3 platforms had generated 4,000 yuan in a single day. Jiang Yichen quickly contemplated withdrawing the money, as his balance had dwindled to mere pocket change. However, upon reviewing the withdrawal guidelines, he was met with a cold realization. Withdrawals could only be made on the 15th of each month, meaning his earnings from September would remain inaccessible until October 15th. A sharp sound from the kitchen interrupted his thoughts. Jiang Yichen approached to find a bowl shattered into pieces, the victim of Professor Qin's clumsy handling. Qin Ling observed the 8 fragments disdainfully before retrieving a broom from the bathroom. Professor Qin, perhaps I should handle this, Jiang Yichen remarked, noting her apparent inexperience in household chores. Despite years of cooking and washing dishes, he had never broken a bowl. No need, Qin Ling replied, bending down to meticulously clear the shards. Oh right, Jiang Yichen remembered. He fetched Qin Ling's thermos from the table outside and had also prepared a pot of ginger tea while cooking. As he held the thermos, ladling out the sweet ginger tea, he said, Professor Qin, I've brewed you quite a bit of ginger tea these past few days. And today I've made you a meal as well. Qin Ling paused her task, standing upright to face him. Could you do me a small favor? Speak. Could you lend me a little money? How much? 1,000. Rest assured, I will repay you next month, Jiang Yichen assured her. Qin Ling set down the broom, walked into the living room, and promptly transferred 2,000 yuan to him. Jiang Yichen felt a flicker of gratitude at the sight of the transfer notification on his phone. It seemed his efforts in brewing ginger tea had not gone unnoticed. Professor Qin, you could trust me. I will repay you, he reiterated. Qin Ling merely acknowledged him with a soft hum before resuming her cleanup of the debris. Chapter 40, Miss? Professor Qin, that's an elder sister. Jiang Yichen left. After lunch, when Qin Ling suggested he continue practicing the piano, he hurriedly fled, fearing she would insist he practice for the entire afternoon. Although Professor Qin's piano at home costs $1 million, providing a delightful tactile experience and superior sound quality compared to the instruments at school, Jiang Yichen believes that he would rather return to school early to indulge in a few games on his computer. He has practiced enough for the week, and as the saying goes, one must balance work and leisure. Incessantly practicing the piano is not ideal, and playing a couple of games is a necessary form of relaxation. Seated before her family's piano, Qin Ling immersed herself in the enchanting melodies of Chopin's Nocturne in B-flat minor. This piece resonated deeply with her, radiating a romantic essence akin to a lyrical poem. The melodious notes lingered in the living room for an extended time. Eventually, as the final notes faded, Qin Ling picked up the thermos resting on the piano lid and sipped on the warm ginger tea. Although her stomach no longer ached, the sweet ginger tea was a comforting delight, reminiscent of a child's radiant smile, enveloping her in warmth. At Mingxian Music Academy, in the male dormitory, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon as Jiang Yichen returned to his room. Hearing the sound, Zhang Wei sprang from his bed, dashing barefoot to inquire, Old Jiang, where did you go last night? Internet CAF, Jiang Yichen replied. Nonsense, Zhang Wei countered. Did you really spend the night at the Internet CAF alone? Can you come up with a more plausible excuse? Honestly, did you spend the night with some girl? No. Swear it. I swear. You're lying. Not at all. Jiang Yichen's serious demeanor left no room for jest. Can Professor Qin be considered girl? She is more of an older sister. All right, since you insist, I'll take your word for it. Zhang Wei clapped Jiang Yichen on the shoulder, sighing, You have no idea. I was the only one in the dorm last night, and I couldn't sleep a wink. Jiang Yichen glanced at the princess room and the imperial chamber above. They haven't returned? Exactly. Zhang Wei nodded. I understand, old Zhang. He must be meeting his online girlfriend. But what about Shunan? Do you think he spent the night with a guy or a girl? I couldn't tell you. Jiang Yichen waved his hand and sat down at his computer desk, proceeding to open entertainment news. He intended to check for any upcoming singing competitions or music programs. As an independent musician lacking funds for promotion, he aimed to ride the coattails of these programs for free publicity. Old Jiang, are you logging into Eternal Return? Zhang Wei turned to ask. You go ahead and play, Jiang Yichen replied. What are you looking at? Zhang Wei rose to peer over. Oh, entertainment news? What is your plan? I'm searching for any singing competitions, Jiang Yichen explained. Singing competitions? I'm well versed in that, Zhang Wei exclaimed, his excitement palpable. What type are you looking for? A professional singer competition? A nationwide talent show? Or a classical vocal performance? The first type is typified by I am a singer, while the second resembles Voice of Dreams. The third typically features vocal masters, like The Sound of Your Heart. But you're probably interested in the nationwide talent show, right? Zhang Wei continued eagerly. Indeed, Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before suggesting, why not check out The Voice of Dreams? I stumbled upon it recently, and the second season is about to commence. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen immediately searched for The Voice of Dreams Season 2 online. It was currently in the registration phase. with auditions starting on September 20th. The competition was divided into several stages: the audition phase, the mentor blind selection phase, the team phase, the elimination phase, and the grand finale. The structure of this competition bore a striking resemblance to the voice that Jiang Yichen remembered from his past life. As he scrolled through the details regarding the schedule and venue, he noted that the competitions would take place every weekend in Shangnan City. After a thorough review, Jiang Yichen spent a few minutes uploading his identification information, then proceeded to register. "Old Jiang, are you capable of handling this? Don't embarrass yourself on stage," Zhang Wei teased. Had it been before the welcome party, he would have mockingly questioned Jiang Yichen's audacity. However, it was difficult to say now. He had heard Jiang Yichen sing at the last party, and one might have assumed he was a vocal major. No worries. When I go up for my self-introduction, I'll simply say I'm Zhang Wei, a freshman from the 2024 piano department at Mingxian Music Academy. That evening, in the spacious and bright living room of Qin Ling's home, she was clad in a form-fitting, breathable yoga outfit, standing on her yoga mat. The attire accentuated her long legs and toned waist. Qin Ling first gathered her hair into a loose bun before beginning a series of simple yoga poses. Yoga, being a relatively gentle form of exercise, can enhance circulation in the lower body and alleviate symptoms of abdominal discomfort or menstrual pain. After selecting a few straightforward poses and practicing for about 15 minutes, she rolled up her mat and tucked it away in a corner of the living room. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed. Qin Ling approached the entrance and peered through the peephole. It was a glamorous woman wearing oversized sunglasses, Fang Ruoyan, one of her college roommates and a close friend, now thriving in the entertainment industry at the tender age of 27, earning the media's title of a little diva. "Hello, my dear friend. Long time no see." Fang Ruoyan greeted. "Come here, let us hug." Qin Ling deftly dodged the affectionate embrace, retorting, "Change your shoes first," before retreating back into the house. "Hey, Qin Ling, why is your temper still so foul?" Fang Ruoyan complained. "Not even a hug?" Ignoring her friend's grievances, Qin Ling went to the kitchen, retrieved a paper cup, and poured Fang Ruoyan a glass of warm water. Following closely behind, Fang Ruoyan was displeased upon witnessing this scene. "Qin Ling, why are you serving me plain warm water? Where's your wine? Bring it out. We won't stop until we're drunk." "Not happening." "Why not?" "Just not happening." Qin Ling settled onto the sofa with her thermos in hand. Fang Ruoyan eyed the thermos with a hint of confusion. When did this party girl start prioritizing her health? Suddenly, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear. How could I forget? Are you on your period?" Qin Ling did not respond to the question, instead gazing calmly at her companion and inquired, "So, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Chapter 41. Is there a man hidden in your room? Recently, there's been a singing competition in South City, and I was invited to serve as a judge. Fang Ruoyan removed her oversized sunglasses and placed them on the table, then picked up a paper cup and took a sip of warm water. After several years apart, Qin Ling had truly blossomed into an even more beautiful young woman. Her figure in that snug yoga outfit was undeniably alluring. Having navigated the entertainment industry for many years, she had encountered numerous female stars, yet none compared to Qin Ling's beauty. Moreover, she was reminiscing about Qin Ling from her university days. The current Qin Ling, with her striking features and an air of aloofness, could easily overshadow a multitude of female celebrities. "So, what is your purpose for coming to my home at this hour?" Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. "I have nowhere to stay and would like to temporarily reside with you." "You have nowhere to stay?" Qin Ling clearly did not believe her. Fang Ruoyan chuckled. "Isn't it because I missed you? It's been ages since we last met, and I thought we could rekindle our friendship." Qin Ling replied. "Find someone else. I have work to do." Fang Ruoyan retorted. "I came to you because I couldn't find anyone else. Try Lin Yao. She lives with her parents." "What about Lu Rong? Don't even mention her." Fang Ruoyan's irritation was evident at the mention of that name. She's busy enjoying life with a male university student. I wouldn't dare interrupt her. A male university student? Being kept? Qin Ling furrowed her brows, contemplating something. "Exactly." Fang Ruoyan continued with growing enthusiasm. "You're all unaware, aren't you? Lu Rong thinks she's hiding it well, but unfortunately for her, the one she's keeping is a trainee I once met on a show. Can you believe it? He is only 20, hasn't even graduated from college yet, and is quite the fitness enthusiast. Lu Rong is certainly indulging in youthful pleasures. What do you think? Is she not despicable? Qin Ling vehemently disagreed with her assessment, countering, what if it's mutual consent? Mutual consent? Fong Ruoyan burst into laughter. Didn't I tell you? That's a kept relationship. Lu Rong pays, and the male student sells his body. It's essentially the same thing. Just that a keeping arrangement is a long-term relationship, specifically tailored for the affluent. Qin Ling frowned. How much does Lu Rong pay? How would I know? But it shouldn't be less than this amount. Fong Ruoyan slowly extended 2 fingers. Qin Ling's eyes twitched. 2,000? Not quite, Fong Ruoyan replied, a bit exasperated. At least guess 20,000. After all, the one Lu Rong is keeping is somewhat of a star, albeit a very minor one. Qin Ling took another sip of her ginger tea and continued. So, your company didn't arrange accommodation for you? Didn't the event organizers provide housing? They did. Fong Ruoyan responded with reluctance. But I don't want to stay in a hotel. Now that I am back in South City, I naturally wish to live with my dear friend. Having said that, Fong Ruoyan immediately began to act coy. Oh, Ling, I implore you. Allow me to stay for a while. I am quite diligent. I can cook, clean, and manage household chores. I assure you I won't be a burden. Qin Ling fell into contemplation. Noticing her silence, Fong Ruoyan promptly rose and plopped down beside her, shaking her arm and continuing her charms. Please, Ling, you are the most beautiful, gentle, and graceful person I have ever encountered. All right, enough. Just choose a room, Qin Ling said, withdrawing her hand in mild exasperation. Yay! Fong Ruoyan exclaimed, gleefully running towards the bedroom. She set her sights on a secondary bedroom, diagonally across from Qin Ling's. This one will do, she declared, pushing the door open and stepping inside. As soon as Qin Ling realized which room she had chosen, she promptly followed her inside. No, you must choose another. Why? Fong Ruoyan asked, puzzled, her gaze falling upon the neatly arranged bed, deep in thought. Qin Ling, you don't have a man hiding in this room, do you? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. She found it hard to believe that such a perfectly folded bed could have been done by Qin Ling. No. Qin Ling shook her head. My cousin stayed over for a couple of days recently. Cousin? Fong Ruoyan scrutinized Qin Ling's expression. Does your cousin fold beds? She just finished military training. How old is your cousin? 18. Which school does she attend? Ask another question, and I shall ask you to leave, Qin Ling replied curtly. Fong Ruoyan fell silent, chuckling awkwardly. All right, Miss Qin, I won't ask anymore. When you see your cousin next, do extend my regards. Sure. Fong Ruoyan reluctantly chose another room. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the rarely cooking Fong Xiaotian, upon discovering the ingredients in Qin Ling's refrigerator, felt an irresistible urge to cook. After half an hour, she prepared a dish of hot and sour shredded potatoes. She then presented this carefully crafted dish to Qin Ling, offering chopsticks and inviting her to taste. Qin Ling did not decline, picking up the chopsticks for a small bite. As the potatoes entered her mouth, she chewed gently. How is it? Fong Ruoyan eagerly inquired. Qin Ling maintained her usual stoic expression, revealing nothing about whether it was delicious or not. Decent, Qin Ling stated, setting down her chopsticks. Fong Ruoyan's hot and sour shredded potatoes were rather average and paled in comparison to the dish prepared by Jiang Yichen earlier that day. Jiang Yichen's version had a distinct texture, with the crispness of the potatoes complemented by the pronounced sour and spicy flavors, evidently tailored to her preference for acidity. She had hardly touched the stir-fried meat at lunch, having indulged solely in the hot and sour shredded potatoes. In contrast, Fong Ruoyan's dish left much to be desired. It was, in a word, disappointing when compared to Jiang Yichen's. Oh no, Fong Ruoyan suddenly realized. I forgot to add more vinegar. Ling, wait, I'll be right back. When Fong Ruoyan returned with the potatoes, Qin Ling had lost her enthusiasm for further tasting. Fong Ruoyan was eager to showcase her culinary skills. Come on, Qin Ling. I made this especially for you. You must at least take a few more bites. Qin Ling simply shook her head. She suddenly recalled the moment at noon when she asked, Do you know me well? Jiang Yichen imitated her manner and replied, Generally. What does this generally truly signify? Qin Ling was uncertain, yet she was assured that Jiang Yichen understood her better than her closest friend. Oh no, It seems I've forgotten to add cilantro again. Fong Ruoyan lamented. Chapter 42. Online dating comes with risks. Meeting requires caution. Awakening at 8. The elite rise above the common crowd. A mere minute more in bed translates to a deft maneuver on the path of early risers. Today, the male group once again shattered records, rising at precisely 7:53. They were not late. The books they carried remained unchanged. Jiang Yichen with English, Zhang Wei with moral education, Shunan with music history, and Zheng Mingxiang with Do Pa. This time, Shunan correctly noted that the first class on Monday was indeed music history. Zhang Wei inquired, "Are you logging in? Is the shovel still a king?" Jiang Yichen replied, "I suppose it is." Shunan added, "I'm fine with anything." Zheng Mingxiang sighed, "I'm not in the mood." The trio turned their gaze toward Zheng Mingxiang simultaneously. He had returned late last night, nearly at the dormitory's closing hour, uttering not a word. Nor did he turn on his computer. After freshening up, he simply lay down on his bed. Most notably, they had not heard Zheng Mingxiang's usual exuberant voice the previous night. Typically, he would engage in long phone conversations after dark, but last night, there was a sudden silence. To be honest, Jiang Yichen felt somewhat unsettled by the change. What's wrong? Sheng Yi. Could it be that your online romance has hit a snag? Jiang Yichen inquired, his curiosity piqued. The atmosphere mirrored that of a heartbreak. Zheng Mingxiang sighed deeply. Zhang Wei, with a hint of schadenfreude, remarked, "It's all right, old Zheng. There's a saying, a man never truly matures without experiencing heartbreak. Don't be disheartened. You still have your brothers beside you." Seeing this, Shunan promptly retrieved his phone and opened his contacts. "Come on, old Zheng, pick anyone you like. I have plenty of resources." Jiang Yichen glanced curiously at Shunan's phone. A staggering 2,000 friends, surpassing even his peak. Indeed, the rumors were true. The women in Xiao Nanliang's circle were generally quite attracted to him. Zheng Mingxiang returned Shunan's phone, saying, "Sister Shun, no need for that. I do prefer to take some time alone." Zhang Wei, impatient, urged, "What happened? Speak up. Is it really a case of your online romance falling apart?" "Yes." Zheng Mingxiang nodded with difficulty. "What led to this?" Jiang Yichen asked, intrigued. Was it that she looked different from her photos? Zheng Mingxiang slowly recounted his tale. In brief, he had met the girl through a game, starting their acquaintance during the summer vacation. Initially, they exchanged no photos, merely engaging in daily phone calls while gaming. As time passed, their feelings blossomed. Last Friday, Zheng Mingxiang suggested they meet in person, prompting the girl to send him a photo. Upon receiving it, he found her quite lovely, and her voice was equally enchanting. Zheng Mingxiang even began to imagine what he would name their future child. On the day before yesterday, the day of their meeting, Zheng Mingxiang was utterly disheartened. The girl bore no resemblance to her photographs. Her voice was altered, and with the use of a voice changer. Zhang Wei could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, "My apologies, Chengge. I suddenly thought of something amusing." Jiang Yichen shook his head in disapproval, stating, "Online romance carries risks. One must approach meetings with caution." Shunan inquired, "So what happened next? Did you leave?" Zheng Mingxiang replied, "No, I stayed with her to watch a movie, had dinner, and then accompanied her home." Jiang Yichen remarked, "Impressive. Chengge is quite the gentleman." Zheng Mingxiang continued, "Then she bombarded me with messages yesterday, and I ignored them. I'm unsure how to decline her." Jiang Yichen nodded, comprehending the situation, and patted Zheng Mingxiang's shoulder, saying, "Here, let me see your phone. I shall assist you in deleting her messages." Zheng Mingxiang hesitated. Would it be inappropriate to delete them so abruptly? Zhang Wei retorted, "What indecision! You simply haven't encountered those types of fickle women. Severing connections dramatically is quite common." Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, sensing that Zhang Wei had a story behind his words. During the subsequent class, the group refrained from gaming and instead took on the role of love advisors for Zheng Mingxiang. The three of them used Shunan's phone, meticulously sifting through the contacts. Jiang Yichen said, "This one looks promising. She seems pure and innocent, a good match for old Zheng." Shunan questioned, "Are you sure?" "She frequently frequents nightclubs." Jiang Yichen dismissed the concern. "How about this one? She appears sweet. Surely she cannot be too contrasting?" Shunan replied, "Oh, she is similar to me. Are you certain old Zheng would accept her?" After much deliberation, They found no suitable candidates among Shun An's 2,000 friends. Although they discovered someone Jiang Yichen liked, she was not interested in dating. Having exhausted Shun An's contacts, they turned to Jiang Yichen's list. "Hi, Lao Ziyang. Who is this jealous coriander sister?" Zhang Wei asked curiously. "It's just her name," Jiang Yichen explained. "Such an odd nickname?" Zhang Wei jested. Jiang Yichen chuckled, recalling, "My previous nickname was Siberian Deep Mountain, Socially Anxious Lace Monkey." Shin exclaimed, "That's quite something." Jiang Yichen quickly scrolled down the list. Fortunately, they did not scrutinize Qin Ling's profile picture. "I believe this method is not effective," Jiang Yichen concluded, putting away his phone. "Wait, don't be hasty. I haven't finished yet," Zhang Wei interjected, engrossed in the search. "Lao Jiang, you have quite the collection of ladies on your list. Do tell. How many have you entangled with?" Jiang Yichen replied. "None at all. My first kiss is still intact." Dismayed, he suggested, "Perhaps we should add a few girls while we stroll around the playground tonight. What do you think?" Most of Shun An's contacts were not from their school, with many residing in different cities. If a romance were to blossom, the travel expenses would be considerable. It would be more prudent to seek someone from their own school, convenient and nearby. "That sounds feasible," Shin An wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed," Zhang Wei concurred. However, Jiang Yichen timidly admitted, "I'm a bit apprehensive about approaching them." "Ah, no worries. I can handle this sort of matter effortlessly." Jiang Yichen confidently patted his chest. But upon recalling his current aloof and cool persona as the campus heartthrob, he quickly turned to Shunin and said, Sister Shun, perhaps it would be best if you took care of this. I suddenly feel a bit inconvenient." "What? No way." Shunin waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not going. Let us have someone else do it." "How about Jean de Peo? Why am I being dragged into this?" Jiang Yichen protested. "I'm not suitable either." Chapter 43. Do you enjoy imitating me? Afternoon, 2 o'clock. Piano room, 401. Jiang Yichen arrived quite early this time, hoping to leave a good impression on Professor Qin and avoid being late. He reached the piano room by 1:30. To his surprise, he found that Qin Ling was already there. As he approached the door, the melodious sound of piano music wafted out. Truly, as expected of a professor, her playing was exquisite. Jiang Yichen quietly entered the room, holding his textbooks and sheet music. Autumn had arrived, bringing a gradual chill in the air. Today, Professor Qin wore her familiar white shirt and black midi skirt, complemented by a khaki trench coat draped over the piano cover. Qin Ling played with great focus, completely unaware of Jiang Yichen's entrance. Her long, fair fingers danced over the keys, producing a cascade of beautiful notes. Jiang Yichen observed her silhouette, contemplating whether he should surprise her with a sudden appearance once she finished playing. However, after deliberation, he decided against it. Professor Qin did not strike him as a teacher who appreciated jokes, and such a stunt might jeopardize his well-being. A few minutes later, Qin Ling completed her piece. Jiang Yichen quickly applauded, exclaiming, "Wow, Professor Qin, that was truly remarkable." Qin Ling turned to glance at him before rising and pulling a chair beside the piano bench. "Come here," she instructed. Jiang Yichen, crouched by the wall and engrossed in his phone, interpreted her words as a prompt to start class early. "Professor Qin, isn't it still a bit early for class?" He pointed to the clock on the wall, indicating it was 1:37, giving him 23 minutes before class commenced. Ample time for a quick game of Honor of Kings. Qin Ling retrieved a ruler from her briefcase and approached Jiang Yichen, looking down at his tousled hair. Unfortunately, she was wearing a short skirt or shorts today. Jiang Yichen glanced at her black midi skirt and quickly lowered his head to focus on his phone. "Welcome to Honor of Kings. The enemy will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Please prepare. All troops advance." Jiang Yichen attempted to concentrate on his phone, but with Qin Ling standing directly in front of him, it proved quite challenging. Initially, his gaze was fixed on the screen, yet he found his eyes drawn to her feet. Qin Ling was wearing a pair of ordinary black pointed high heels, revealing only the tops of her feet. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yichen's gaze kept wandering downwards, possibly due to his exceptional eyesight. The shoe design was simple yet exquisite, perfectly accentuating the delicate shape of Qin Ling's slender foot. The black shoes contrasted sharply with the fair skin. Qin Ling spoke up, "Professor Qin, we haven't started class yet." Jiang Yichen replied, tilting his head. In that brief moment, his phone screen turned to black and white. You might as well sit over there and play. Qin Ling indicated the piano stool with her ruler. Jiang Yichen was taken aback. No, Professor Qin, you can't be suggesting I start class early, can you? Did I say we would begin early? Qin Ling retorted. Jiang Yichen replied. Then why are you holding that ruler? Suddenly, a passionate explosion of sound erupted from his phone. Jiang Yichen quickly silenced it and hurriedly took a seat at the piano stool. Were it not for Qin Ling's presence beside him, he would have certainly confronted the person who had just spoken so disrespectfully. As Jiang Yichen immersed himself in his game, Qin Ling made no move to rush him. Instead, she took a book from her briefcase to read. In truth, she had initially intended for Jiang Yichen to start class early, but upon seeing him engrossed in his game, she decided against it. For boys, gaming held considerable significance. Had she insisted he quit the game to commence class, Jiang Yichen would likely have been displeased throughout the entire lesson. In this particular match, Jiang Yichen played with remarkable quietness. If he were at the dormitory, he would undoubtedly have been shouting in excitement. 20 minutes later, the opposing base's crystal exploded. Jiang Yichen grinned with satisfaction. Nothing was more exhilarating than a comeback. If there were anything more thrilling, it would be encountering someone particularly audacious who, during a team fight, sneaked over to sabotage another's base. Should he ever encounter such a person, he would surely type in the chat, "Have you ever won a game?" But if the culprit were himself, he would simply remain silent. As the match progressed, both sides exchanged blows, culminating in a fierce final team battle. Seizing the moment while both teams were engaged, Jiang Yichen stealthily obliterated the opposing base. Finished? Qin Ling, hearing the commotion, looked up and noticed Jiang Yichen's beaming face, pondering whether gaming could truly bring such joy. "I'm done," Jiang Yichen announced, retrieving his textbook and placing it on the music stand. Class commenced. 45 minutes passed swiftly. Jiang Yichen's performance today was unusually stellar, perhaps due to the victory he had achieved prior to class. "Professor Qin, how did I play today?" Jiang Yichen inquired. No sooner had he spoken than he accurately anticipated Qin Ling's response. "Average." They both uttered it in unison. Jiang Yichen immediately erupted into a triumphant laugh. Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. "Jiang Yichen, wait. Professor, I have something to say." Jiang Yichen interjected hastily. If his guess was correct, Professor Qin would either bring up a video or send him back to continue composing. "Professor Qin, does your stomach still hurt? How about I brew you some ginger tea with brown sugar when I return?" Jiang Yichen asked. "No need," they both replied simultaneously. Jiang Yichen grinned again, having accurately predicted Qin Ling's next move. Qin Ling alternated her hands on her thighs, leaning against the back of her chair. Her gaze complex as she inquired of the somewhat smug young man, "Jiang Yichen, do you take great pleasure in imitating me?" Jiang Yichen had initially been quite cheerful, but upon witnessing Qin Ling's stern and detached demeanor, his mirth quickly dissipated. No, Professor Qin, I was mistaken," he readily admitted. This routine was becoming familiar. He would dare to repeat it next time. Qin Ling held the ruler in her hand, lost in thought, remaining silent for an extended period. Jiang Yichen, who had been slightly bowing his head, stole a few glances at her when the silence stretched on. He observed Professor Qin appearing somewhat distracted. Glancing at the time, he noted that class was scheduled to end at 2:45 p.m., yet it was now already 2:54 p.m. "Professor Qin, your key," Jiang Yichen said, retrieving a key from his pocket and offering it to her. Qin Ling did not take it, instead retorting, "Weren't you supposed to prepare ginger tea for your sister?" "That was for the weekend. You weren't at school then. Now that you're back, I can simply knock," Jiang Yichen replied. "No need. Keep it for yourself. Sometimes I'm not at the apartment, so just tidy up the kitchen after you use it," she instructed. "All right, I shall return it to you in a few days," he responded, placing the key back in his pocket. During their conversation, a female classmate had appeared at the entrance of the practice room. Jiang Yichen recognized her as a senior who was about to begin her lesson, prompting him to quickly gather his belongings. The next class was imminent. At that moment, Qin Ling glanced at the wall clock and addressed Jiang Yichen. "This morning, the academy held a meeting, and it was announced that your cohort of freshmen will commence monthly evaluations starting this month." "Monthly evaluation? What is that?" Jiang Yichen queried. Qin Ling picked up her phone and sent him a document. Jiang Yichen opened it. The monthly evaluation was linked to their usual grades. In essence, it involved gathering the freshmen from the piano department and selecting a few to perform, with several faculty members providing scores. Jiang Yichen read it thoroughly, feigning indifference. Chapter 44. Are you still infatuated with Professor Qin? That evening, Qin Ling returned to her apartment. Having just changed her shoes, she received a message from Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, there's still some ginger tea in the kitchen. Qin Ling, after responding, she picked up her thermos from the dining table and headed to the kitchen. For dinner, she had yet again chosen rice noodles with clams. Perhaps having eaten it too frequently over the past fortnight, she suddenly felt a twinge of weariness towards it. She found herself reminiscing about the spicy and sour shredded potatoes Jiang Yichen had prepared yesterday, which suited her palate perfectly. Knock, knock, knock. Qing, Qing, open the door. Lin Yao shouted from outside. Qin Ling bit off a piece of noodle she had been slurping, shuffling in her slippers towards the entrance. Just as she was about to open the door, a sudden glance caught her eye at the men's slippers atop the shoe rack. She hurriedly pushed them out of sight, ensuring Lin Yao wouldn't notice. Once she arranged the slippers, she reached out to open the door. Ah, Ling, as I anticipated. I could tell from the aroma that you were indulging in the delicious rice noodles. Lin Yao remarked while lifting a large bag of roasted duck. Would you like some roasted duck? Not at all. Qin Ling decisively shook her head. Lin Yao felt a twinge of disappointment, but proceeded inside, one hand holding the roasted duck while the other retrieved a pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. Approaching the dining table, she gazed at the familiar rice noodles with clams and couldn't help but comment. I truly don't understand how you manage to maintain such a splendid figure while indulging in this dish so often. Qin Ling returned to her seat, and upon hearing Lin Yao's inquiry, she responded by consistently exercising morning runs and practicing yoga. Lin Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the morning run is a bit much. Waking up at 6 or 7 to jog would be akin to a death sentence for me. She admired Qin Ling, who at 27 still managed to rise early for workouts. She recalled a time in college when she impulsively joined Qin Ling for a morning run around the track and felt utterly exhausted afterward. As for yoga, she had once whimsically enrolled in a class but never returned after a few sessions. Does your stomach still hurt? Lin Yao inquired, as if the only compassion bestowed upon Qin Ling by the heavens was in relation to her menstrual cramps. Not anymore, Qin Ling replied. The first couple of days of my period are the most unbearable, but if I watch my diet and refrain from excessive drinking and eating, it becomes manageable. However, due to my naturally cold constitution, I often experience cold hands and feet during my period. Hence, I exercise daily to improve this condition. Ginger is known for its warming properties and can alleviate cold symptoms and nausea. I had once tried drinking ginger water, but the taste was quite unpleasant. Now, however, Jiang Yichen's ginger and brown sugar tea tastes delightful, and it warms my body each time I drink it. That's good, Lin Yao said as she peeled back the packaging of the roasted duck. Don't just focus on the noodles, you should eat some meat too. All right. Qin Ling had almost finished her dinner, but out of politeness, she picked up her chopsticks and symbolically grabbed a bit of meat from the large container of roasted duck that Lin Yao had brought over. Half an hour later, Lin Yao lay on the sofa, her belly round and full. Qin Ling tidied up the dining table. Ling, how about we take a stroll? Lin Yao suddenly propped herself up, realizing she could no longer continue the cycle of eating and sleeping without exercising. Otherwise, her figure would only deteriorate further. All right. At 8 in the evening, at the Mingxian Music Academy playground, the atmosphere buzzed with activity. There were spirited dancers from the dance club performing, vocal students showcasing their singing talents, couples strolling, and numerous singles on the lookout for romantic encounters. After Jiang Yichen had seen Jiang Sui off with some brown sugar water, he joined Zhang Wei and the others. Chengge, what do you think of the girl in the white dress sitting on the right side of the playground? Zheng Mingxing responded, not bad. Shen interjected, Jiang Yichen, what are you thinking? Didn't you notice she's wearing a ring on her left hand as middle finger? Jiang Yichen replied, then let us find someone else. Zhang Wei, I distinctly recall that girl in black attire from earlier. Jiang Yichen, were you observing her from the front? Fang Wei, no. Jiang Yichen, then what are you talking about? You might just be enamored by her silhouette. Zhang Wei, it's merely a feeling. Why don't you go and try? Jiang Yichen urged. Oh my! Zhang Wei exclaimed, tugging Jiang Yicheng's arm to point towards the other side of the playground. Isn't that Professor Qin? Jiang Yicheng immediately followed the direction of his finger. Qin Ling had changed into more casual attire, swapping her high heels from the afternoon class for sneakers. Stop staring, you two. We are here on serious business. Shin reminded us. We came to help old Zheng add friends. Jiang Yicheng promptly averted his gaze. The appearance of Qin Ling instantly captivated the attention of many on the playground. Shingo, what do you think? Do you have someone you fancy? Jiang Yicheng inquired. Zheng Mingcheng slowly raised his hand to point. Jiang Yicheng's face twitched at the direction of his finger. No way. Old Zheng, are you interested in Professor Qin? Zhang Wei teased. No. I'm referring to the girl in the floral dress in front of Professor Qin. Zheng Mingcheng clarified. Chapter 45. A sudden change of heart upon arriving at the playground. Qin Ling spotted Jiang Yicheng amidst the crowd, engaging in jovial conversation with his roommates. It wasn't long before Jiang Yicheng approached her. Hey, Ling, your student is coming over to greet you, Lin Yao teased. A smile crept onto Qin Ling's lips. Does she truly like her? Knowing her fondness for lilies, remembering her tastes, preparing sweet red sugar water for her during her menstrual cycle, and even try to mimic her speech, even now, just seeing her from afar brings such joy that she comes to greet her. Wait a moment, Ling, what are you smiling about? Lin Yao inquired, somewhat astonished. As Qin Ling's college friend and roommate, she rarely witnessed Qin Ling smile, who typically wore a frosty expression. But now, with the corners of her lips slightly upturned, was she recalling something delightful? Just recalling a few things, Qin Ling casually explained. Lin Yao, intrigued, asked what delightful thing. Qin Ling pondered for a moment and responded, I met Feng Ruoyan last night. Feng Ruoyan? Lin Yao was puzzled. So, you were happy to see her? Qin Ling continued. Not entirely. I was happy to see the three of you. Oh, Lin Yao thought. She too felt quite pleased. Reuniting with old friends is a significant joy in life. While the two conversed, Jiang Yicheng approached. However, to Qin Ling's surprise, he did not come directly to her, but instead ran up to a girl in a floral dress in front of her, holding up his phone as if requesting something. Lin Yao intended to continue their light-hearted chat, but Qin Ling's expression morphed back into her usual icy demeanor, and she sensed that Qin Ling appeared somewhat displeased. Hello, senior. Jiang Yicheng greeted. He was quite exasperated. After Zheng Mingcheng spotted the girl in the floral dress, the three of them began deliberating on who would approach her. Ultimately, after 3 rounds of rock, paper, scissors, Jiang Yicheng resigned himself to the challenge, bearing the burden willingly. The girl in the floral dress is quite charming, yet the exquisite beauty behind her captivates even more. Jiang Yichen? The girl in the floral dress inquired, somewhat surprised. Senior, do you know me? Of course, I know you. The aloof campus heartthrob, right? What brings you to seek me out? Jiang Yichen coughed awkwardly. Well, senior, I have a roommate who is interested in you. Could you? Certainly, she replied, graciously pulling out her phone and displaying her QR code. Jiang Yichen scanned it to add her as friend. All right, thank you, senior. This marked only the second time in his life he had taken the initiative with a girl. The first instance was on a bright morning dedicated to Professor Qin. Having successfully added her, Jiang Yichen waved goodbye to the girl in the floral dress. Junior, I've realized you're not as aloof as they say, another senior teased. Jiang Yichen smiled and turned to walk away. What a coincidence, Professor Qin, Teacher Lin, are you out for a stroll as well? Jiang Yichen approached Professor Qin and greeted her. However, she seemed somewhat irritable, wearing a look that suggested he should not disturb her, and she strode past him with purpose. Jiang Yichen, you're quite impressive, Lin Yao remarked, eyeing the handsome young man. Are you preparing for romance? Jiang Yichen, puzzled by Professor Qin's demeanor, quickly clarified in response to Lin's teasing. No, Teacher Lin, I was just helping my roommate. Just a few steps ahead. Qin Ling halted abruptly, her large strides transforming into small, hesitant steps as she stood still. Jiang Yichen and Lin Yao caught up with her. Your roommate is quite capable, Lin Yao joked. Indeed, Jiang Yichen replied. For friends, he would go to great lengths. Professor Qin, Lin Yao called out, why are you walking so fast? Lin Yao felt a sense of oddity about Qin Ling, who seemed to oscillate between joy and displeasure. Although it was that time of the month for her, the rapid shifts in her mood were perplexing. It's nothing, Qin Ling replied, then turned to Jiang Yichen and said, Jiang Yichen, make sure to practice your piano diligently. Understood, Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen nodded. I must take my leave. My roommate is waiting for me. Was all Qin Ling replied as she watched him walk away. Once he departed, Lin Yao could no longer contain her curiosity. Ling, what's going on with you tonight? You seem a bit off. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit unwell. I'll head back now, Qin Ling stated, turning to walk back to the apartment. Sorry, I happened to greet Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen said as he returned the phone to Zhang Mingsheng. Zhang Wei chuckled. Professor Qin truly is aloof. I saw you greet her, but she completely ignored you. Jiang Yichen was equally perplexed. Zhang Mingsheng interjected. You two stop chatting about trivial matters and help me come up with a plan. What should I discuss after adding her as a friend? Zhang Wei suggested. Take my advice. Start off with a friendly greeting. Zhang Mingsheng retorted. Are you sure you want to take that route? Starting with a friendly greeting would only make you look foolish. Zhang Wei replied. No, I call this counterintuitive strategy. Shinin. Could you please be quiet? Lao Zheng will heed my advice. Let her be for now. This is a tactic of feigned indifference. Zhang Mingsheng. Is that really effective? Shinin. Absolutely. Trust me. Zhang Wei. Nonsense. Listen to me, Lao Zheng. Jiang Yichen did not partake in their debate. He quietly stepped aside, retrieved his phone, and contacted Professor Qin, inquiring, Professor Qin, have you encountered any issues today? Qin Ling. No. Jiang Yichen. Yet I sensed you seemed a bit melancholic earlier. Qin Ling. No. Qin Ling. You are mistaken. My spirits are quite high. Upon arriving at the apartment building, Qin Ling received a message from Jiang Yichen. Does he genuinely care for her? Lin Yao, observing from the side, furrowed her brow, her instincts signaling that something was amiss with Qin Ling, who was wearing a smile. Lin Yao craned her neck, attempting to catch a glimpse of Qin Ling's phone screen. But Qin Ling swiftly locked it. Ling, something is off. You are not yourself. Lin Yao circled around Qin Ling, demanding, confess, have you started dating someone? Indeed, Qin Ling readily admitted. What? Lin Yao exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Who is he? What does he do? How old is he? Abroad, came the reply. Lin Yao was momentarily speechless, realizing this was merely an excuse to placate her family regarding marriage. Just know this. Wait, what was I going to say? Before Lin Yao could finish her thought, Qin Ling abandoned her and ascended the stairs. Chapter 46. Who practices piano seriously? Jiang Suihuan's period arrived 2 days later than Qin Ling's, from the 13th to the 19th. During this span, she found it quite perplexing that Jiang Yichen brought her brown sugar water daily, prompting her to question him repeatedly. Jiang Yichen simply explained that he prepared it using a small electric pot purchased by his dormitory mate. Jiang Yichen's life was quite orderly during this period. He awoke at 7:53 a.m. for his early class at 8. After having lunch with his roommates, he would visit the girls' dormitory, bringing Jiang Suihuan's thermos back to the classroom apartment. In the afternoons, he would also bring her warm brown sugar ginger tea when he attended classes. After the 17th, Jiang Yichen ceased bringing Qin Ling brown sugar ginger tea, as consuming too much of it could be detrimental to one's health. After school, he would head to the practice room to rehearse, preparing for the imminent competition. As dinner approached, he would return to his dormitory, where his evenings were spent either resting in bed or gaming. Daily, he would open the music platform's creator backend to check his data, discovering that he had accumulated over 30,000 yuan in earnings, with streaming and download counts exceeding 30 million across 3 major platforms. However, this money was merely a figure in his account, as he was unable to withdraw it. Jiang Yichen recalled that Qin Ling had borrowed 2,000 yuan from him on the 15th, yet by noon today, he was astonished to find that his balance had inexplicably dwindled to a mere 1,300 yuan. In just 4 days, he had lost 700 yuan. Jiang Yichen began to question whether the 2,000 yuan he lent to Professor Qin was sufficient to last until the end of the month. Jiang Yichen began to reflect. Perhaps he ought to be more prudent with his finances. At the very least, he needed to economize a bit before the 15th of next month. While he was meticulously contemplating how to save money, a bold idea flashed through his mind. Professor Qin had a kitchen at home. If he were to cook his own meals daily, it would undoubtedly be far more economical than dining at the small cafeteria. Moreover, to be frank, He had already sampled nearly all the dishes available at the school's large and small cafeterias. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yichen sent a message to Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling, speak. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, are there any dishes you particularly enjoy? Qin Ling, what for? Jiang Yichen, since I've been using your kitchen for quite some time, I thought I might prepare a meal of your favorite dishes to express my gratitude. Initially, Jiang Yichen had planned to return the key to Professor Qin's apartment today, but now his plans had changed. Qin Ling, that works. Jiang Yichen, great. Then I'll take creative liberties tonight. After sending the message, Jiang Yichen opened the delivery app and, recalling Qin Ling's fondness for sour flavors, decided to prepare 3 dishes for the evening: sour fish with pickled vegetables, stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, and spicy shredded potatoes. After spending a few minutes selecting the ingredients, he scheduled a delivery for 6:30 at the eastern gate of the academy. The faculty apartments were conveniently located near this entrance, and Jiang Yichen preferred not to make an extra trip, especially since Mingxian Music Academy prohibited delivery personnel from entering. He meticulously confirmed the location to avoid a repeat of the previous mishap when he had ordered lilies. In the afternoon, after classes, Zhang Wei was anxiously glancing at his dorm mates. What were we having for dinner tonight? The daily deliberation over meals consumed a considerable amount of time. Shannon replied, anything is fine. Zhang Mingxing added, whatever. Both of you can be quiet, Zhang Wei retorted, rolling his eyes. Old Jiang, what's for dinner? I have something to attend to tonight. You all can eat without me. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Wei stared with wide, curious eyes. Old Jiang, are you going out to dinner with a girl? Not at all, Jiang Yichen denied, meeting the ambiguous gazes of the 3. He spoke earnestly, I swear. I'm really not going out to dinner with a girl. Professor Qin certainly could not be categorized as a girl. Zhang Wei, with a complicated expression, remarked, it's not that we don't trust you. Just look at you. Why swear? Jiang Yichen chuckled softly before turning to inquire. How's it going with the floral dress senior you added on the playground a few days ago? Zhang Wei and Shun had been diligently coaching Zhang Mingsheng every night since then. One fancied himself a romantic Napoleon, while the other claimed the title of a minor Zhuge Liang in matters of the heart. Jiang Yichen, however, chose not to join their banter. Not bad, Zhang Mingxing nodded. Come on, with my minor Zhuge Liang skills here, it's a guaranteed success, Zhang Wei boasted. Shannon scoffed. Give it a rest. If you had followed your own advice, you would have failed long ago. Zhang Wei retorted, nonsense. Just wait. Jiang Yicheng suddenly recalled something and inquired, hey, what are your plans for the monthly evaluation at the end of the month? Yesterday, the counselor shared the document in the group. The diligent students in the class paid little heed to this matter, dismissing it as merely a test, thinking it inconsequential and believing they could simply perform when called upon. Meanwhile, the more lethargic students felt indifferent as well, convinced that only a select few would be chosen to take the stage, and they genuinely doubted their own chances. Furthermore, they reasoned that even if they did not succeed, the worst outcome would be a minor deduction from their regular grades, nothing to be overly concerned about. However, some students, straddling the line between diligence and apathy, those with average grades, felt a twinge of anxiety. They dreaded being called upon, fearing a lackluster performance. No witties. I refuse to believe I'll be chosen. I'll just enjoy my time, Zhang Wei nonchalantly remarked. Zhang Mingxing added, who practices seriously anyway? You want to practice? Shunan interjected, the monthly evaluation? Does that even concern me? Truly, I want to practice. Jiang Yicheng felt a flicker of urgency. Initially, he had been indifferent, but now many in the class had begun to practice. If a different instructor were to be in charge, perhaps he wouldn't mind. However, he was reluctant to drag Professor Qin into embarrassment alongside him. Wait a moment. Jiang Yicheng suddenly recalled something, his eyes intently fixed on Zhang Wei. He vividly remembered how Zhang Wei had secretly studied for the English Level 4 exam in their dormitory over the weekend. Something felt off. Jiang Yicheng suspected that Zhang Wei might be secretly engaging in a competitive endeavor. So what are you all up to now? Jiang Yicheng asked. Zhang Wei replied, heading back to the dorm to play games. Shannon stated, go to meet friends. Zhang Mingxing added, I'm going outside the school to buy something. As they exited the teaching building, the boys parted ways. 10 minutes later, at the foot of the piano building, Jiang Yichen observed Jiang Wei's sneaky figure. Li's mother. I knew this was not as simple as it seemed. Chapter 47. Happiness Jean de Peo, what on earth does this mean? Weren't you supposed to head back to the dorm to play games? Why have you brought your computer to the piano building? Jiang Yichen exclaimed loudly. Startled, Jiang Wei turned around, and upon seeing Jiang Yichen, awkwardly chuckled. Old Jiang, you understand me better than anyone else in the dorm, since they had crossed paths. He dropped the pretense, declaring, I'm going to practice the piano. You were rather laid back before. Why the sudden enthusiasm? Jiang Yichen questioned, puzzled. Jiang Wei replied earnestly. I've made up my mind. I'm going to study hard and quietly astound everyone. Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow. I thought you never paid attention in class. Jiang Wei exhibited a hint of embarrassment. Old Jiang, that's different. I engage in selective learning. After a brief chat downstairs, the two ascended separately to choose a practice room. Once upstairs, Jiang Yichen changed Jiang Wei's contact name to the king of dormitory competition. He never anticipated that Jiang Wei would be the most competitive one in the dormitory, and the kind that did so secretly. After 6 o'clock, Jiang Yichen exited the practice room and deliberately glanced at the room where Jiang Wei had entered. Jiang Wei was still diligently practicing. After casting a fleeting glance, he descended the stairs and made his way towards the eastern gate of the school. This time, he arrived with remarkable punctuality. Just as the delivery man arrived, he deftly took the order. Upon reaching Qin Ling's apartment, Jiang Yichen first knocked on the door. When no one responded, he retrieved his key and unlocked the door. Skillfully, he took off his shoes and donned his slippers from the shoe cabinet. He then proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. Meanwhile, Qin Ling was seated in her office, engrossed in her work. Once she concluded her tasks, Lin Yao hurried over, inquiring if she wished to join her for a meal outside the school. I cannot, Qin Ling replied. There is someone waiting for my return at the apartment. Not going? Lin Yao sighed in exasperation. Oh, my esteemed Professor Qin, could you possibly refrain from fixating on that delectable huajiao rice noodle? You must have had it for nearly a month now. Is it truly that delightful? Do you not tire of it? Tired. Qin Ling nodded truthfully, having grown weary of it days prior. Consequently, she had been dining at a 5-star restaurant after work recently. The food was delightful, yet the back and forth was somewhat cumbersome. Since you haven't joined me, allow me to treat you to something special today, Lin Yao exclaimed. Oh, by the way, I've also invited Lu Rong and Feng Run. This marks our first gathering as sisters. I cannot, Qin Ling reiterated. Under ordinary circumstances, she might have acquiesced, but regrettably, there was someone awaiting her at home. Wait, Qin Ling, what is going on with you? What will you eat instead? Lin Yao pressed. Qin Ling pondered for a moment. I do not know. Do not know? Why not accompany us? Are you waiting for someone else? Lin Yao continued her questioning. Yes. Who? Who could possibly be more important to you than us sisters? I have a prior engagement, Qin Ling replied. Let us gather another time. Lin Yao, disheartened, exited the office. Half an hour later, Qin Ling, carrying her briefcase, walked back to the apartment. Along the way, she noticed several students gazing at her, though none greeted her. On the school's confession wall, she and Jiang Yichen were categorized as a pair, the aloof campus heartthrob and the distant yet beautiful professor. Upon seeing this rumor, Qin Ling scoffed. She could not discern any aloofness in Jiang Yichen, although he occasionally imitated her demeanor. Jiang Yichen surveyed the delectable dishes spread before him on the table and nodded in satisfaction. Today, he had achieved at least a 10 out of 10 in his culinary efforts, certain that Qin Ling would be compelled to savor every bite. However, given Qin Ling's nature, he anticipated she would merely express that it was satisfactory. Once the meal was ready, Jiang Yichen glanced at the serene living room before picking up his phone to message Qin Ling. Professor Qin, are you finished? Qin Ling, yes. Jiang Yichen snapped a photo of the beautifully presented dishes and sent it to Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen. Image. What do you think? Qin Ling, quite good. Jiang Yichen shook his head in amusement. Satisfactory, acceptable, quite good. These were the phrases Qin Ling often uttered. As for terms like excellent, marvelous, or impressive, he surmised that she would never utter such words. Jiang Yichen, where have you been? Qin Ling, downstairs. Qin Ling ascended the stairs step by step. How could she possibly articulate the emotions swirling within her at that moment? The home, aglow with light, was filled with the enticing aroma of warm dishes. And someone awaited her return. An indescribable warmth spread through her heart, dissipating the fatigue of a long day's work. Upon reaching the apartment door, before she could even retrieve her keys, the door swung open. "Good evening, Professor Qin." Jiang Yichen, having heard the rhythmic click of high heels, knew it was Qin Ling returning. To secure his culinary privileges in her kitchen for the next month, he quickly extended his hand, first taking her briefcase and then fetching her slippers from the shoe rack, placing them before her. He then rose to assist Qin Ling in shedding her long coat. As he grasped the fabric, he couldn't help but wonder if it had been infused with perfume, for it emanated a delightful fragrance. "Professor Qin, please change into your slippers and wash your hands. Dinner is ready." Jiang Yichen thought highly of his attentive service. Qin Ling stared in astonishment as he placed her briefcase and coat on the sofa, before darting into the kitchen to retrieve 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls. Slowly, she slipped off her high heels and donned her slippers, making her way to the dining table. The food was aromatic and visually appealing, promising a delectable feast. Professor Qin." Jiang Yichen hesitated, then reminded her, "Perhaps you should wash your hands first?" "All right," Qin Ling complied, rising to wash her hands in the kitchen. Jiang Yichen served her a small bowl of rice. "How does he know my appetite so well?" Qin Ling thought as she resumed her seat at the table. It dawned on her that Jiang Yichen had come to return her keys today. A sudden longing stirred within her. She wished to see him at her home every day, helping her with dinner, taking her coat and briefcase, and fetching her slippers. In that fleeting moment when he opened the door, she understood that indescribable feeling. It was happiness. Chapter 48. Leftover dishes are not ideal. Come, Professor Qin, try this sauerkraut fish, Jiang Yichen said, deftly picking up a piece of fish and a bit of sauerkraut with his chopsticks, placing them in Qin Ling's bowl. She did not eat, but instead gazed at his wooden chopsticks. Jiang Yichen, thinking she was hesitant about using the chopsticks he had touched, quickly reassured her, "Professor Qin, rest assured, these chopsticks are unused." "It's fine," Qin Ling replied, picking up the chopsticks to sample the sauerkraut first, followed by the fish. The sauerkraut was richly flavored, while the fish was tender, a harmonious blend of sour and spicy, neither overwhelming nor harsh. The flavors intricately permeated every fiber of the fish. "What do you think?" Jiang Yichen inquired, sometimes wishing Qin Ling's stoic demeanor would reveal a bit more emotion. As he pondered, he answered himself, "Mediocre." Qin Ling responded, "Quite good." "Really?" Jiang Yichen looked at her with renewed curiosity, wondering why she had deviated from her usual reticence. "Are you trying to emulate me?" Qin Ling arched an eyebrow. "In my pursuit of learning from Professor Qin's admirable qualities," Jiang Yichen jestingly picked up his chopsticks and served a portion of shredded potatoes to Qin Ling, saying, "Here, try this shredded potato." Qin Ling mirrored his action, but instead of serving herself, she placed a portion of fish and pickled vegetables into Jiang Yichen's bowl, saying, "You should also sample your own creation." Once Jiang Yichen had swallowed the fish, Qin Ling inquired, "What do you think? How does it taste?" Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yichen replied, "Mediocre." His tone and demeanor mirrored the nonchalant, slightly disdainful air he had observed, and he felt he had learned quite well. "Professor Qin, please have a taste first. This stir-fried cabbage and vinegar. You should have the first bite," Jiang Yichen insisted, serving her a portion of the dish. "Why the first bite for me?" Qin Ling questioned. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yichen offered a rather trivial response, "Just because." Qin Ling lowered her head, savoring each dish as if they had been tailored to her palate. Slightly tangy, yet thoroughly enjoyable. She was pleasantly surprised that Jiang Yichen, despite his tender age of 18, could cook so delightfully. As they neared the end of the meal, Jiang Yichen broached a more serious topic. "Professor Qin, may we discuss something?" "Go ahead," she replied. "What do you think of tonight's meal?" Just as Qin Ling was about to respond, she recalled how Jiang Yichen seemed to relish continuing their conversation. So she paused for 2 seconds before saying, "Quite good. How does this meal compare to the offerings at the school canteen?" Jiang Yichen continued. At this point, Qin Ling realized that this dinner was rather significant, and she set down her chopsticks. "If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need for circumlocution." After careful consideration, Jiang Yichen asked, "Professor Qin, May I use your kitchen for a few more days? Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, slightly perplexed, given his earlier demeanor. She had wondered if he had landed himself in some trouble, prompting tonight's elaborate dinner invitation. Jiang Yichen patiently awaited her reply. Cooking? Qin Ling queried succinctly. Yes. Jiang Yichen affirmed with a nod. If you don't mind, we could eat together. My home-cooked meals are far safer than the pre-packaged ones outside. You saw what happened last time I had a meal from Chow's place. I got sick. Fine. Qin Ling acquiesced, adding, just let me know what you plan to cook. And I'll handle the grocery shopping. Is that really appropriate, Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen grinned. That sounds wonderful. It saves me some expenses. Clearly, my culinary demonstration tonight was a success. Qin Ling glanced at him, but offered no response. After the meal, Qin Ling requested to wash the dishes. Jiang Yichen was about to insist he would do it, but Professor Qin, firm in her resolve, took the empty bowls into the kitchen. Unlike their previous meal at her home, which had resulted in a clean plate, tonight was different. There were considerable leftovers of the pickled fish, shredded potatoes, and cabbage. Jiang Yichen resigned himself to sitting back and amusing himself with his phone. However, a moment later, he observed Qin Ling carrying the remnants toward the trash bin. Upon witnessing this action, Jiang Yichen immediately shouted, "Stop." He quickly approached Professor Qin Ling and inquired, "Professor Qin, what are you doing? Throwing it away?" Qin Ling furrowed her brow, her gaze silently suggesting otherwise. "You can put it in the refrigerator. It can be reheated and consumed tomorrow." As Jiang Yichen spoke, he reached for the plate in Qin Ling's hands. "Unnecessary," Qin Ling said dismissively as she discarded the food into the trash bin. "Leftover food is not good." Jiang Yichen was taken aback, his jaw nearly dropping. "Who said leftover food is bad? I've eaten it for years. I know its merits." Qin Ling disposed of the shredded potatoes and cabbage before placing the plate in the sink. She then turned back to the living room, carrying a bowl of pickled fish towards the trash bin. "Wait," Jiang Yichen exclaimed. "The potatoes and cabbage can go, but not the pickled fish. It absorbs flavor as leftovers, and the broth is perfect for soaking rice or noodles." "It's fine. I'll just buy more tomorrow," Qin Ling replied. "That's not the point," Jiang Yichen interjected, positioning himself between the trash bin and the pickled fish. "Unless you step over my lifeless body, you shall not throw away this dish." "What is the matter?" Qin Ling asked. "Professor Qin, you could use this pickled fish for noodles tomorrow morning. It's truly delicious," Jiang Yichen suggested. "Not going to happen." Jiang Yichen was momentarily bewildered. Here stood a true young lady, seemingly unaware of how to make noodles. No wonder she insisted leftovers were unpalatable. She probably had never eaten them in her life. "I'll teach you," Jiang Yichen continued. "Professor Qin, just trust me on this. Try it tomorrow, and you'll find it delightful." "Very well," Qin Ling conceded, noticing the earnestness in Jiang Yichen's demeanor, and safely placed the pickled fish on the table. She seldom cooked. The only thing she knew how to make was instant noodles with boiling water. Jiang Yichen sighed in relief, having saved his beloved pickled fish. He was already planning to return the next day to enjoy it reheated. "Meet me at the sports field at 6:30 tomorrow morning." "What?" Jiang Yichen's mind momentarily short-circuited. Chapter 49. "Help me with my hair, Professor Qin." "What did you just say?" he asked, still uncertain. "Did you not hear me clearly?" Qin Ling retorted. "Not at all." "Professor Qin, why are you going to the sports field so early?" Jiang Yichen thought in disbelief. 6:30 in the morning? It's already a feat to wake up by 7:30. 6:30? Do you think this is still during military training? Weren't you just saying you'd teach me about noodles? Thus, we will first go for a run in the morning, and then you can come back, Qin Ling asserted as she stood by the sink, washing the dishes. Jiang Yichen gazed at her tall figure, exasperated. "No, Professor Qin, what I meant by teaching you about noodles was to do it now, not to come to the apartment tomorrow morning." As he prepared to explain further, Qin Ling turned to him and said, "Help me with my hair." Her hands were covered in water and detergent, and a few rebellious strands kept falling into the sink. "All right." Jiang Yichen extended his hand to gently tuck away the rebellious strands of hair that fell out of place for Professor Qin Ling. Her hair was a lustrous black, akin to a smooth satin, flowing and supple, reflecting the light from the ceiling and emanating a captivating sheen. Jiang Yichen found himself momentarily curious about the brand of shampoo she used, wishing to procure a bottle for himself, as his own hair was dry and split. After delicately arranging Qin Ling's hair, he withdrew his hand, seemingly imbued with the fragrance of her hair. He felt an intriguing urge to inhale its scent, yet, considering that Qin Ling stood right before him, he refrained, fearing he might be perceived as a creep. Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Yichen completely forgot about his initial intention to decline Qin Ling's early morning invitation. Suddenly, Qin Ling recalled that there had been numerous individuals approaching her on the playground recently, seeking her contact information. After pondering for a moment, she proposed, "How about we skip the playground tomorrow and jog around the faculty dormitory instead?" Huh? Jiang Yichen snapped back to reality. "Is that not acceptable?" Qin Ling inquired, turning her head to face him. Jiang Yichen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He wished to refuse, but in the presence of Professor Qin's striking beauty, he could hardly utter a negative response. The allure of her visage was undeniably overwhelming for someone like him, who was somewhat of an aesthetic enthusiast. "Very well," he replied with a smile and a nod. A morning jog is certainly manageable. In truth, he had long desired to rise early for exercise. "Good." Qin Ling responded with a satisfied smile. Jiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, this woman before him was exceptionally beautiful. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that today, Professor Qin appeared unusually approachable. Later that evening, upon returning to his dormitory, Jiang Yichen discovered Shun and Zheng Mingqing gathered around Zhang Wei's computer desk, engrossed in the latest skin offerings from the game Intimate Connection. The trio was intently examining a new yoga outfit. "Wow, this collaboration deserves a perfect score," Zhang Wei remarked. Shannon added, "It's hard to fathom that this game, initially a martial arts title, has now introduced yoga outfits." Zheng Mingqing speculated, perhaps the planners recently secured a deal with a girl who wears yoga attire. The three of them pointed and commented on the screen, and Jiang Yichen approached to take a look. It was unmistakably in line with the game's signature style. However, he wished they could eliminate the stone milk mechanic. "Shen, how about you buy this outfit?" Zhang Wei suggested. "I'll pass. I don't have a defined waistline," Shen replied. Jiang Yichen, listening to their banter, fell into contemplation. The concept of a defined waistline was something Qin Ling likely possessed, given her routine of morning jogs and yoga practice. Ensuring her physique was undoubtedly commendable. As he envisioned Professor Qin in this new skin, he soon found himself shaking his head in disbelief, the imagery far too tantalizing. At that moment, Shannon noticed Jiang Yichen's return and teased, "Old Jiang, you coward, it's just a monthly evaluation. Why are you off practicing piano?" Zheng Mingqiang chimed in. "Does it even require practice? Setting aside whether one can draw it, even if you do, what difference would it make? Merely a deduction of a few points from the usual scores. Come the final exams, our teacher will certainly assist us in our endeavors." Jiang Yichen could not fathom the mindset of the two individuals. Were they truly waiting for the teacher's support at the end of the term? Perhaps others could afford such complacency. But for him, it was out of the question. If he continued to neglect his studies, once Professor Qin beheld his dismal grades, it would not merely be a matter of assistance. By the next morning, his inebriated video would likely have gone viral within the academy. He had even conceived a sensational title for it, Shock. The aloof campus heartthrob drunkenly clutches a pillow and calls for his mother in the dead of night. "I am cowardly. I am cowardly. I must practice the piano diligently." Jiang Yichen waved dismissively at Shun and the others, then reclined upon his bed. Subsequently, each of them busied themselves with their own affairs. Zheng Mingqiang was engaged in a conversation with the upperclassman in the floral dress from last time, currently in the phase of exchanging messages to get to know one another, yet had not progressed to voice chats. Thus, Jiang Yichen was spared from hearing the other's deep, bubbling voice. Shen was engrossed in a game, as was Zhang Wei. However, Jiang Yichen, with great care, peered down from his bed for a moment, discreetly observing and confirming that Zhang Wei was indeed playing a game. After casting a few more glances, he averted his gaze. He, too, would be heading to the audition for the competition the following afternoon, and had taken the opportunity to prepare the song accompaniment in the school's recording studio over the last couple of days. The next morning, Jiang Yichen had thoroughly learned from his previous missteps. This time, he set his alarm to vibrate mode and placed it beneath his pillow. At 6:20 in the morning, the buzzing sound emanated from beneath his pillow, rousing him immediately. He swiftly tossed aside the covers and dressed with agility. However, as he tiptoed down from his bed, he discovered that he was not the only adept in the dormitory. Zhang Wei, known as Zhang the Cannon, was perched on a small stool on the balcony, engrossed in a level 4 English vocabulary book, shaking his head and fervently reciting English words. Zhang the Cannon, Jiang Yichen called out. Startled, Zhang Wei jumped, causing the vocabulary book in his hands to tumble to the floor. Old Jiang, must you always startle me like that? Zhang Wei retorted, exasperated. You, Jiang Yichen, assisting in picking up the fallen vocabulary book, I hereby dub you the king of competition. Shoo! Zhang Wei gestured for silence, indicating that others were still asleep and should not be disturbed. Afterward, he scrutinized Jiang Yichen's well-prepared appearance, asking, Are you heading out? For a run to exercise. Jiang Yichen replied while adjusting his tousled hair in the mirror after just waking. He had no time to engage in idle chatter with Zhang Wei, as he was in a hurry to reach the faculty apartment. Oh! Zhang Wei exclaimed with excitement. Old Jiang, how can you criticize me when you yourself are also secretly competing? Not in the mood to discuss this with you, Jiang Yichen replied, applying some of Cheng Ji's hair wax to tame his unruly hair. He suddenly found himself reminiscing about the soft, smooth texture of Professor Qin's hair from the previous evening. It felt delightful to the touch. After fashioning a reasonably presentable hairstyle, Jiang Yichen splashed his face with water a couple of times. Inside, Shen and Zheng Mingsheng were still fast asleep, blissfully unaware. After exchanging a glance with Zhang Wei, he quietly exited the dormitory. Chapter 50, Reverse Heaven and Earth. He stealthily opened the door and stepped out. At the foot of the faculty apartment building, when Jiang Yichen arrived, Qin Ling was already engaged in her warm-up exercises. Good morning, Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen greeted. Good morning. Qin Ling nodded in acknowledgement. At 6:30, the area beneath the faculty apartment was deserted. The newly risen sun cast a golden glow across the landscape. Do not speak while running, Qin Ling cautioned, as it may easily lead to a stitch. Jiang Yichen glanced around, wondering if Qin Ling was indeed addressing him. Professor Qin, I haven't said anything, he replied, puzzled. I merely wanted to remind you to be cautious of getting a stitch during our run. Qin Ling anticipated that Jiang Yichen, given his character, would likely keep calling her Professor Qin incessantly while running. Understood. Though Jiang Yichen found the reminder somewhat perplexing, he complied. Let us walk briskly for a bit before we run, Qin Ling suggested. All right, he agreed, swinging his arms and shaking his legs to prepare. During military training, he had also been roused for morning runs, completing 2 laps around the field before breakfast. For the first 15 minutes, he kept pace with Qin Ling without any issues. However, as time passed, he began to struggle. Wait, Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen called out urgently. I just told you not to talk while running, Qin Ling responded, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Nevertheless, she maintained a good pace. She typically ran for 30 minutes or completed 5 kilometers during her morning jogs. Not you. Just hold on a moment. Jiang Yichen could no longer endure. His delicate physique could not compare to those with superior stamina. If he continued, he would soon be beckoning for his grandmother. Beckoning for your grandmother? Qin Ling inquired. Jiang Yichen paused, realizing what he had said, and gave a thumbs up to the perceptive Professor Qin. Yes. Qin Ling gradually reduced her speed, providing Jiang Yichen with some relief. Can you still run? She asked. How much longer do we have to run? About 15 minutes. How much? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen's legs turned to jelly, and he stopped abruptly, crouching down and gasping for breath. I can't go on, Professor Qin. You should continue without me. He waved his hand dismissively, already having run for 15 minutes. Another 15 would surely leave him exhausted. Seeing Jiang Yichen in such a state, Qin Ling also came to a halt. Then let us stop here. With that, she removed the towel draped around her neck and raised it to cover Jiang Yichen's head. Jiang Yichen, somewhat dazed, grasped the towel. It seemed that Professor Qin always carried a delightful fragrance, whether it be from her hair, her clothes, or even her hands. And this towel, too, seemed infused with a subtle scent, reminiscent of perfume. Use it to wipe yourself, Qin Ling instructed. Oh, Jiang Yichen replied, haphazardly wiping his face before returning the towel. Breathing slightly heavier, Qin Ling accepted the towel and began to dab the sweat from her brow. Jiang Yichen watched her intently. What are you staring at? She asked. Nothing. The two returned to the apartment, and it was still before 7 o'clock. Jiang Yichen first retrieved the leftover pickled fish from the refrigerator. After warming the dish, he commenced the preparation of the noodles. However, rather than cooking them himself, he instructed Qin Ling, who was nearby, while he stepped aside to guide her. He emphasized the importance of boiling the water first, then adding the noodles to cook them just right, ensuring they retain their elasticity and texture. Jiang Yichen's earnest teaching brought a sense of satisfaction as he observed the usually aloof professor behaving like an obedient student under his tutelage. Jiang Yichen, you seem quite pleased? Qin Ling remarked, initially focused on meticulously following Jiang Yichen's instructions. Yet, the radiant smile on his face was a bit too dazzling. Clearing his throat, Jiang Yichen composed himself and said, Professor Qin, I believe we can establish a mutual understanding. You may call me Teacher Jiang, and I shall address you as Professor Qin. In the future, you shall teach me piano, and I will instruct you in the culinary arts. I may not rival five-star chefs, but my skills are commendable, and I assure you, you will gain from this experience. Jiang Yichen proposed earnestly. Qin Ling remained silent, merely turning to look at him with an expressionless gaze. Jiang Yichen felt slightly uncomfortable under her scrutiny and quickly added, No, Professor Qin, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart. Teacher Jiang, Qin Ling called out. She had clearly noticed the anticipation on Jiang Yichen's face moments earlier. A broad grin spread across Jiang Yichen's face. Is that really such a source of joy? He mused, feeling somewhat foolish that a simple title could elate him so. No, Jiang Yichen protested, though his smile was stretching from ear to ear. The once aloof professor addressing him as teacher was indeed delightful. Still not satisfied? Qin Ling swiftly took out her phone and captured a photo of the elated Jiang Yichen, presenting it to him. Take a look at yourself. Jiang Yichen accepted the phone, glanced at the image, and returned it. He then cleared his throat, adopting a sage-like demeanor, and declared, Well, Xiao Qin, you are my very first student. Before he could finish, Qin Ling shot him a frosty glare. What did you just call me? Xiao Qin? Jiang Yichen replied softly. Under normal circumstances, he would never dare address her so. But today, the esteemed Professor Qin seemed unusually agreeable, having just called him Teacher Jiang. Jiang Yichen, return home and hand-draw the piece you are to play next week, Qin Ling ordered, leaving no room for refusal. She had initially intended to indulge a small wish by calling him Teacher Jiang, but now he had the audacity to call her Xiao Qin. What a turn of events. Chapter 51. What is it like today to younger brother? Professor Qin, I was wrong. I truly acknowledge my mistake. I will never speak so thoughtlessly again. At the dining table, Jiang Yichen sincerely admitted his error, his demeanor earnest, with a few crocodile tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. Yet, the beautiful woman seated across from him remained oblivious, continuing to eat. Qin Ling lifted the noodles and took a bite. The flavor was indeed delightful. Jiang Yichen had not deceived her. The tangy and spicy essence of the pickled fish broth melded perfectly with the noodles. It was delectable, having rarely indulged in leftovers before. Qin Ling now contemplated that perhaps making the most of resources in this manner could be a commendable choice. She took another 2 bites, yet Jiang Yichen, seated opposite her, had not touched his meal. He sat upright, silent, merely observing her. Qin Ling set down her chopsticks and remarked, Are you sulking with me? Upon hearing the frosty tone of Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen quickly clarified, No, I am merely reflecting. I am repentant. I feel quite ashamed of my earlier nonsensical ramblings. Very well, I understand. Let us eat, she replied. Professor Qin, regarding that hand-drawn score. Qin Ling felt at a loss. Indeed, he was like a child, employing such tactics of sulking to avoid his meal. I hope this is the last time. Should I hear you utter names like Little Qin again? Prepare to hand-draw the entire textbook for me. Professor Qin, rest assured, I promise this will be the final occurrence. Though Professor Qin appeared cold and aloof, she suspected he was rather easy to soften. After Jiang Yichen finished speaking, he picked up his chopsticks and began slurping the noodles. They were exquisite, far superior to the buns, steamed bread, soy milk, and porridge he usually consumed for breakfast. Professor Qin, your culinary skills are remarkable. The noodles you prepared on your first attempt are so delicious. Neither too soft nor too hard, just perfect, and they possess an exceptional chewiness, he praised, quite animatedly. Qin Ling did not respond, occasionally glancing at him from across the table. After breakfast, Jiang Yichen promptly headed to the classroom to prepare for his lecture. As expected, upon glancing at the empty classroom, he realized he was indeed the first to arrive. There were still 20 minutes until the 8 o'clock class. It was Friday, ushering in the weekend. Fridays invariably uplifted his spirits, especially since he only had half a day of classes. If the early class could be canceled, his joy would be even greater. He spent a few moments playing on his phone while others gradually trickled into the classroom. Zhang Wei and Shun arrived particularly early, entering the classroom at 7:50. Both Shun and Zheng Mingsheng were puzzled by Jiang Yichen's unusual early arrival and inquired about it. Jiang Yichen simply smiled, using his sister Jiang Suihuan as a shield, claiming she had invited him to breakfast. Perhaps due to the Friday ambience, time seemed to drag on. Jiang Yichen had neglected to charge his phone overnight, leaving it under his pillow. For someone like him, having a dead phone during class felt akin to being imprisoned. He could only watch as Zhang Wei played with his phone. After enduring 4 classes, noon finally arrived, marking the end of the morning sessions. As soon as class finished, Zhang Wei posed a significant question: what to eat for lunch? Shun and Zheng Mingsheng maintained their indifferent stance of anything is fine. Thus, Zhang Wei turned to Jiang Yichen for guidance. My sister asked me to join her for lunch, Jiang Yichen casually explained. In truth, he was headed to Professor Qin's apartment to finish the leftover pickled fish from the previous night. He could not recall how many times he had used his older sister as a shield. Upon hearing that Jiang Yichen was going to seek out Jiang Suihuan, Zhang Wei and the others discreetly excused themselves. After a brief interlude of a morning, Jiang Yichen returned to Professor Qin's apartment. Upon entering and changing his shoes, he sent a message to Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, will you return to the apartment for lunch? Qin Ling, no need. I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Yichen understood. With Qin Ling absent, Jiang Yichen decided to prepare a smaller portion of rice. Qin Ling had initially planned to return at noon to accompany Jiang Yichen for lunch. However, at that moment, in her office, surrounded by 3 women, she felt overwhelmed. Lu Rong interjected, "Oh, Qin Ling, you absolutely must join us for a meal today. Yesterday Lin Yao couldn't convince you, but today, the 3 of us are together. You must come." Fang Ruoyan added, "Exactly. Do you have any idea how heartbroken we were without you yesterday?" Lin Yao chimed in, "Ling Ling, please don't tell us you're too busy today." Qin Ling smiled helplessly. "I have time." They had come all the way to her office. How could she possibly refuse? The 4 women subsequently boarded Qin Ling's car. Fang Ruoyan, seated in the passenger seat, curiously remarked, "Miss Qin, why did you buy such a modest car? Just over $1 million? It hardly matches your status." She recalled their first gathering in college on the very first day of school, when this Miss Qin had brandished her black card, startling them all. "I bought it on a whim," Qin Ling replied, fastening her seatbelt and preparing to start the vehicle. She had chosen a car that was not overly ostentatious, as extravagant vehicles drew too much attention. Thus, she opted for this Porsche Cayenne, just over $1 million. "Miss, I believe you could upgrade to a luxury car, perhaps a supercar, or at the very least a Rolls-Royce or Bentley," Fang Ruoyan mused. "It's truly enviable. Some individuals start life where others finish. I have them, but I prefer not to drive them," Qin Ling stated. Fang Ruoyan fell silent immediately. Meanwhile, Lin Yao and Lu Rong in the back seat were intrigued. "You really have several? How is that possible?" "There can't be many." Qin Ling spoke nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Fang Ruoyan regretted bringing up the topic, thinking to herself, "Why did I have to mention this? It only gives Qin Ling a chance to show off." The car fell into a profound silence. The sound insulation of the vehicle, priced just over $1 million, was exceptional. Once the windows were closed, no road noise or wind sound could be heard. After a long pause, Qin Ling recalled something, glanced at the rearview mirror, and asked, "Lu Rong?" "Yes?" Lu Rong looked up. "I heard you're supporting a male university student?" Qin Ling inquired. "What? A male university student?" Is that true? I had no idea. Lu Rong exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yao teased. Come on, Rong, are you really seeing a male university student? He must call you Andy. Lu Rong protested. I've already said I'm not. Qin Ling, you're slandering me. This is defamation. Qin Ling turned her head to glance at Fong Ruoyan in the passenger seat, and without a moment's hesitation, she betrayed her. Fong Ruoyan told me that she knows the male college student you are supporting. Upon hearing this, Lu Rong was taken aback, and Fong Ruoyan was equally stunned. Fong Ruoyan, you are slandering me, Lu Rong exclaimed, her expression one of denial. What slander? Fong Ruoyan retorted, pulling out her phone and opening her moments. Searching for a male contact. Look for yourself. Doesn't this guy look familiar? Lu Rong replied. Don't be nervous, Qin Ling comforted. I merely wish to inquire about the experience of dating someone younger. Chapter 52. Good stamina? How to put this? Lu Rong felt a bit awkward. Scratching her head, she could sense the intense gazes of the other 3 women in the car upon her. Come on, speak up. Don't be shy, urged Fong Ruoyan. Yes, hurry up, chimed in Lin Yao. But we're not even dating, Lu Rong clarified, though I must admit the stamina of this younger guy is quite impressive. Oh, Fong Ruoyan and Lin Yao began to tease. A younger guy with good stamina. TSK, Lu Rong, you are quite shameless. Qin Ling, however, did not join in the teasing. She was intently focused on the traffic ahead. A younger guy with good stamina? She couldn't help but recall Jiang Yichen's lethargic demeanor from that morning. This young fellow probably couldn't match her endurance. How good can his stamina be? Fong Ruoyan inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Lu Rong, somewhat bashful, raised 5 fingers. Just average. Fong Ruoyan feigned indifference, then, in a tone of a seasoned veteran, began recounting her illustrious romantic history to the others, who listened with rapt attention, Qin Ling included. Is it really that enjoyable? Qin Ling asked, her curiosity evident. Fong Ruoyan grew animated. Miss Qin, when you find a boyfriend one day, you'll understand. No matter how vividly I describe it, it cannot compare to your own experience. Lu Rong and Lin Yao burst into laughter at this remark. Fong Ruoyan, what are you thinking? Do you really believe Miss Qin is the type to date? During college, the number of suitors she had surely exceeded 800, yet she never got close to any of them. Lin Yao added, I strongly suspect Ling Ling is allergic to romance. Qin Ling remained silent in the face of their playful jests, simply listening quietly. After a while, they arrived at the hot pot restaurant. The former college friends reunited, sharing amusing anecdotes from their university days. After the meal, Lin Yao and Lu Rong departed due to prior commitments. Lin Yao was called back by her parents, while Lu Rong went to meet her younger male companion. Ling, are you free this afternoon? Fong Ruoyan asked. What is up? How about I take you to the audition site for a stroll? Audition site? You mean the singing competition? Come along with me. I want to see if there are any promising talents during the auditions. Following the auditions, there would be the official preliminary rounds and the blind selection phase. And as one of the mentors, Fong Ruoyan naturally hoped to discover some exceptional talents for her team. This also serves as a foundation for the subsequent team stage. She had already made up her mind to first attend the auditions in person. If she encountered any promising talents, she would discreetly inform them to join her team later on. After contemplating, Qin Ling agreed. Today being Friday, the school would dismiss early in the afternoon, and she had no other commitments. The auditions for the second season of The Voice of Dreams were held in a shopping mall. Jiang Yichen set off from school at 3 in the afternoon, taking the subway to the competition venue. Each contestant could see their assigned number. And since Jiang Yichen's number was relatively late, he did not rush to the audition site early in the morning. Instead, he visited the practice room before the competition to refine his skills and rehearse his songs. At the Kai Plaza on the first floor, contestants took the stage one after another to perform. Below the stage, aside from 3 professional judges, there were many spectators enjoying the spectacle. Some recorded videos with their phones, while others listened intently to the performances. Some left after a short while others lingered for longer. Qin Ling and Fong Ruoyan arrived shortly after 2 o'clock. They settled in a milk tea shop on the second floor. To avoid being recognized, Fong Ruoyan deliberately wore a hat and sunglasses. She put them on herself and insisted on adorning Qin Ling with the same accessories. The two sat side by side, gazing at the stage below. Passers-by in front of the milk tea shop curiously eyed the two women in hats and sunglasses. Fong Ruoyan noticed that most of the gazes were directed at Qin Ling. As a fellow woman, she marveled at Qin Ling's striking figure. It was simply extraordinary. Standing an impressive height of 173 meters, Fong Ruoyan at 168 meters felt dwarfed by her presence. Lingling, what shall we eat later? Fong Ruoyan inquired, glancing at the clock which had just passed 4. The auditions would conclude at 5. Anything, Qin Ling replied. Shall we have barbecue? Fong Ruoyan suggested. Afterward, we could catch a movie? I heard a new horror film just released, and it seems intriguing. Sure, Qin Ling said, preparing to rise. Where are you going? Fong Ruoyan asked. To the barbecue place. It's not over yet. Aren't you staying to watch? Fong Ruoyan looked down at the stage and then back at Qin Ling, who was turning to leave. Over the past 2 hours, she had indeed spotted several promising candidates. She had even extended offers to some, and upon recognizing her identity, those talented individuals readily agreed to choose her as their mentor. Not interested, it's boring, Qin Ling declared decisively, continuing on her way. All right then. Fong Ruoyan followed suit, reasoning that the event was nearing its conclusion. Just as they took a few steps outside, a male contestant's self-introduction reached Qin Ling's ears. Hello everyone. My name is Jiang Yichen, a student from Mingxian Music Academy. Qin Ling's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Qin Ling, having perused the surroundings, noticed a rather commendable barbecue restaurant on the 4th floor of the mall. Fong Ruoyan, engrossed in her phone, was suddenly swept away by a gentle waft of fragrance. Turning to glance, she observed Qin Ling returning to her previous seat. Chapter 53. Your student is rather handsome, she exclaimed. Wow, what an attractive young man. Is he going to perform as well? He seems like he would sing beautifully. Wait, Mingxian Music Academy? Isn't that the one that recently gained popularity on short videos? The one where the student performed the secret that cannot be spoken at the campus gala? I've been listening to that song for days. It appears to be him, Jiang Yichen, such a melodious name, though he appears rather aloof, with a stoic expression. That's to be expected. I've heard from students at their school that he is known as the cool, indifferent heartthrob. In the audience, some quickly recognized Jiang Yichen's identity. The 3 judges at the panel adopted an attentive demeanor. Having sat there for an afternoon, fatigue had begun to set in. But with Jiang Yichen's appearance, their anticipation was undoubtedly reignited. I will present an original song titled The Old Testament of Bach. Jiang Yichen's voice resonated through the microphone, reaching the ears of Qin Ling and Fong Ruoyan on the 2nd floor. Fong Ruoyan, puzzled, turned to the beautiful woman beside her and inquired, Weren't you leaving? Why have you suddenly returned? Wearing sunglasses, Qin Ling's gaze was fixed on the stage below. She subtly lifted her hand, gesturing towards the young man about to perform. That one, my student. Fong Ruoyan followed her finger in astonishment. What? Your student? Aren't you a piano instructor? Wait a moment. Your student is quite attractive, yet he seems somewhat familiar. A look of contemplation crossed Fong Ruoyan's face. Unlike Qin Ling, who is devoid of even the most basic social media platforms, she felt as though Qin Ling might indeed have a generational gap with today's youth. Suddenly, the accompaniment of the song filled the air. Fong Ruoyan, with a serious expression, realized that she had not misheard. The young man below had indeed announced he would present an original composition. Beside her, Qin Ling attentively listened to the melody. The Old Testament of Bach, she mused. It is unlikely that any piano student is unaware of Bach's name. A renowned composer and keyboard player, often hailed as the father of Western music. As Qin Ling pondered this, the singing drew her back to the present. On March 21st, 1685, in the town of Eisenach by the banks of the Hessel River, melodies flowed within the St. Thomas Church. Bach, striving for sustenance, penned a well-tempered clavier under the moonlight of the Weimar Court, a prelude to the aria that classical piano cannot evoke. Much like Bach's music hidden within the sea of humanity. Outside, purple wind chimes swayed, reminiscent of your melodious voice that lingers in my ears. Last autumn, I penned a letter to you, capturing my yearning to meet you. Alas, the Old Testament has lost its significance. The melodious voice reverberated throughout the mall. Jiang Yichen's voice was distinctively captivating, a crystal-clear tone that resonated with youthful exuberance. Deeply emotional and profoundly infectious, he perfectly conveyed the sentiments and artistry encapsulated within the song. As he concluded the final note, the audience erupted into a thunderous applause. Though they struggled to comprehend the lyrics, it was unmistakably a melodious piece. Some were already eager to capture the moment of Jiang Yichen's performance and share it online. The three judges, returning to their senses, promptly raised their approval cards. The rules of the audition were straightforward. If two judges raised their cards in affirmation, it signified progression to the next stage of the competition. Goodness, goodness. Fang Ruoyan gasped, her jaw dropping. Qin Ling, say that again. He's truly your student? Qin Ling nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Let us go. Quickly introduce me. Fang Ruoyan urged. Your student is remarkable. An original song and impressive vocal skills. As she babbled, she slapped her forehead, exclaiming, I remember now. Isn't he the boy who gained some fame during the Academy's evening gala with his performance? I'm not sure, Qin Ling replied. That song, The Secret That Cannot Be Told, he sang that, right? Fang Ruoyan continued. Yes. Then it's settled, Fang Ruoyan exclaimed, slapping her thigh and pulling Qin Ling towards the stairs. He is a true gem. If I can have such a formidable talent under my wing, winning the championship would be within reach. Once Jiang Yichen stepped off the stage, a flurry of young ladies approached, eager to exchange contact information. Some were drawn to his striking appearance, while others were captivated by his impressive singing. A wealthy woman, elegantly dressed, approached Jiang Yichen, presenting her business card. If you're free, let us grab a drink sometime. You can call the number on the card. She had merely intended to stroll through the venue. But upon spotting such a handsome young man, her interest was piqued solely by Jiang Yichen's looks. Jiang Yichen remained expressionless. The affluent lady flashed him a knowing smile before turning to leave. Once she had departed, he casually discarded the card, feeling it was unwarranted. That woman must be at least 35. How absurd. I'm only 18. She could be my mother. Not far away. Qin Ling's expression shifted rapidly. As she descended the stairs, she noticed Jiang Yichen accepting the business card from the wealthy woman. Fang Ruoyan immediately sensed something amiss with her friend. Before descending, Qin Ling had appeared in good spirits, her lips curling into a subtle smile. But upon reaching the ground floor, her countenance had transformed entirely, the surrounding atmosphere seeming to chill alongside her frosty demeanor. Yet, before long, her tightly furrowed brows began to relax. The repetitive, textbook-like shifts in her expression left Fang Ruoyan momentarily bewildered. Qin Ling, what's wrong? Fang Ruoyan, slightly nearsighted, failed to realize that Qin Ling's mood swings were directly linked to Jiang Yichen's presence nearby. It's nothing. Nothing at all. Your expression was as cold as if someone owed you money. Suddenly, an unpleasant thought crossed your mind. But now what has changed? You seem to be recalling something joyful. Qin Ling smiled and affirmed, You are correct. Indeed, I have thought of some delightful matters. Fang Ruoyan, Chapter 54. Could it be that Miss Qin Yu? Jiang Yichen was taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Qin Ling at the audition venue. Just moments before, he had discarded a business card from a wealthy woman when the esteemed Professor Qin appeared before him, wearing a cap and sunglasses, radiating an enchanting charm. It must be said that Professor Qin possessed an undeniable aura. Her mere presence deterred those eager to ask for his contact information. Qin Ling proceeded to introduce the woman beside her, Fang Ruoyan. Jiang Yichen recalled this name. In the original narrative, she was depicted as a diva enamored with the concept of role reversal in relationships. At the time, Jiang Yichen, lacking sufficient knowledge, had even researched the meaning of this term. In essence, it referred to a dynamic where gender roles were inverted, where the husband plays the role of the wife and vice versa, both in society and in intimacy. Fang Ruoyan relished such playful dynamics, particularly favoring the idea of a cross-dressing partner. Jiang Yichen found himself imagining a scene with a cross-dressing companion in his dormitory. The thought of Shun Jie and Fang Ruoyan together made him shudder. Perhaps his imagination fell short. After the introductions, the trio made their way to a barbecue restaurant on the 4th floor. Jiang Yichen had not intended to join them, as he had planned to savor leftover pickled fish soup upon returning home. Yet, he could not resist Fong Ruoyan's enthusiastic invitation. "Come on, Jiang, join us for barbecue," Fong Ruoyan urged. No, I still have food at home," Jiang Yichen replied. "But I have already reserved a voucher on a certain app," she countered. "Actually, it's just some leftovers. It would matter if I didn't eat them. So barbecue it is. To be honest, I excel at grilling. You and Professor Qin can relax. I shall take charge of the barbecue," Jiang Yichen offered. Fong Ruoyan laughed heartily. "You are quite amusing, little brother." On the fourth floor, at the barbecue restaurant, they chose a cozy corner table. Fong Ruoyan and Qin Ling settled into their seats, initially intending to fetch some condiments, but were halted by Jiang Yichen. "Qin Ling, your student seems promising. How old are you this year?" Fong Ruoyan inquired with interest. Qin Ling, sensing the significance behind the question, narrowed her eyes and replied coldly, 18. "Oh, 18. Of age," Fong Ruoyan licked her lips. Suddenly, Qin Ling lost control of her grip, causing a teacup to shatter. The sharp sound startled Fong Ruoyan, who quickly withdrew her gaze from Jiang Yichen's back, only to meet Qin Ling's exquisitely striking eyes. "What are you planning, Fong Ruoyan?" Qin Ling asked sternly. "He is my student." Gulu Fong Ruoyan swallowed hard, her survival instinct surging as she pleaded, "Calm down, Miss Qin. I harbor no ulterior motives towards your student." In truth, she had felt a slight inclination earlier. Jiang Yichen possessed a strikingly handsome appearance that appealed to her. However, after witnessing Qin Ling crush a teacup before her very eyes, that fleeting attraction evaporated into thin air. Never mind, her life was paramount. She had first-hand experience of Qin Ling's formidable prowess. She could effortlessly dent steel with a single hand. Given her own petite stature, she doubted she could withstand even a few of Qin Ling's blows. Alas, Jiang Yichen happened to be Qin Ling's student. "Ah, Ling," Fong Ruoyan continued, pledging her loyalty. "Do I strike you as someone like Lu Rong? Would I really target a younger brother nearly a decade my junior? Please, do not misunderstand." Qin Ling raised an eyebrow, cautioning, "Be mindful of your words." Before she could finish, a nearby waitress noticed the tension and approached them. At that moment, Jiang Yichen returned, bringing a portion of dipping sauce for Qin Ling. The dipping sauce bowl at this barbecue restaurant was long and divided into 4 sections, typically filled with a variety of spices like 5-spice and spicy powders, or sauces such as barbecue and sauté. However, considering Professor Qin's refined palate, Jiang Yichen filled all 4 sections with a concoction he had prepared himself from the seasoning area. As for Fong Ruoyan's dipping sauce bowl, he didn't bother to be as accommodating. He simply scooped a few spoonfuls of 5-spice powder, spicy powder, and barbecue sauce into it. What was the matter? Upon returning, Jiang Yichen was met with the sight of shattered teacups strewn across the table, while 2 waitresses were diligently cleaning up the mess. "It's broken," Qin Ling replied. "Huh?" Jiang Yichen was taken aback. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed guests. How about I waive your bill?" The owner approached to apologize, having never encountered such a situation before. She had glanced at the surveillance and saw the cup in Qin Ling's hand shatter suddenly, startling her. After years in the restaurant business, this was her first encounter with such an occurrence. Fortunately, no one was injured. Otherwise, they would have faced medical expenses. "It's nothing." Qin Ling waved her hand dismissively. Among those present, only she and Fong Ruoyan understood that the teacup had not shattered on its own. After this brief interlude, the master barbecue chef Jiang Yichen took charge. The meat sizzled over the charcoal, while the fragrant cilantro and pungent vinegar in Qin Ling's dipping sauce bowl plunged Fong Ruoyan into deep contemplation. She had not thought much of it earlier, but now it struck her as rather peculiar. While it was commendable to care for one's students, this seemed excessive, crushing a teacup with such force. Moreover, how did Jiang Yichen know that Qin Ling favored vinegar and cilantro? This was decidedly unusual. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis flickered through Fong Ruoyan's mind. Could it be? No way. Miss Qin, perhaps the shocking nature of this conjecture widened her eyes in astonishment. "Come, Professor Qin, Teacher Fong, do try this." Jiang Yichen meticulously placed the freshly grilled meat into the bowls of the 2 women seated across from him. Addressing Fong Ruoyan with respect, he referred to her as Teacher Fong. Meanwhile, Qin Ling enveloped her piece of grilled meat in the dipping sauce, savoring its tangy flavor. The meat was perfectly charred on the outside, yet tender within, harmoniously complemented by the aroma of coriander. Truly delectable. This young lady has a profound understanding of her own palate. Fong Ruoyan, glancing at the grilled meat in her bowl and then at Qin Ling, picked up a piece with her chopsticks and placed it into Qin Ling's bowl, saying, "Ling, you should have it. I am currently on a fat reduction diet and can manage with some vegetables." With that, she proceeded to grill a skewer of corn for herself. Chapter 55. The Sourness of Love. Fong Ruoyan finally comprehended why Qin Ling had asked about the experience of dating younger boys earlier that afternoon in the car. It seemed she had been subtly inquiring on her own behalf. It was fortunate that neither of them had noticed at the time. Recalling the moment when Qin Ling had crushed the teacup with a cold expression, Fong Ruoyan felt an injustice. "Miss Qin, you should have mentioned your interest in your student earlier. Even if I had 800 times the courage, I would not dare entertain any thoughts about this young man." As Fong Ruoyan munched on her corn skewer, her gaze flitted back and forth between Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling. "Jiang Yichen," she initiated. "What is the matter?" The next phase of Dream Voice involves a blind selection of mentors. "Do you have a mentor in mind?" Jiang Yichen pondered for a moment before replying, "No." "Then how about joining my team?" Fong Ruoyan proposed. "Sure," Jiang Yichen nodded. For him, it mattered little which mentor he was under, since Fong Ruoyan had extended the invitation. He agreed. Qin Ling seemed to ponder something before placing her chopsticks on the table, looking earnestly at Jiang Yichen and asking, "Are you participating in this competition to enter the entertainment industry?" No. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "Professor Qin, I am merely an independent musician. I lack the funds for promotion, so I thought participating in this program might help elevate the visibility of my music. Why not join an entertainment company?" Fong Ruoyan inquired curiously. "I feel you could secure a decent contract." "I considered it," Jiang Yichen continued. "But joining an entertainment company means I wouldn't retain the rights to my music." "That's quite common, isn't it? The company shares the copyright of your music," Fong Ruoyan remarked. Puzzled, Jiang Yichen shook his head. "No, I prefer to keep the rights to my work." Fong Ruoyan looked bewildered, but refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone has different perspectives and aspirations. In her view, if Jiang Yichen were to join an entertainment company, he would undoubtedly rise to fame. He could play the piano, sing beautifully, and even write songs. Most importantly, his appearance was quite handsome. With a bit of packaging, he would surely become a popular star. Qin Ling observed the youthful visage of Jiang Yichen, perhaps due to the numerous pieces of meat he had grilled for her. His previously fair complexion now glowed a rosy hue. "Will you continue to study the piano?" Qin Ling asked. "Of course, I will," Jiang Yichen affirmed. Without a hint of hesitation, Jiang Yichen spoke. Upon hearing this unequivocal response, Qin Ling's lips immediately curled into a charming smile. Meanwhile, Fong Ruoyan felt as though the corn in her hand had lost its flavor. Was she being fed dog food? She mentally concocted a scene from the dialogue between Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen. "Will you still come to me for piano lessons in the future?" "Of course. I intend to study piano with Professor Qin for a lifetime." TSK. The scent of romance was palpable. Fong Ruoyan took a bite of the charred corn in her hand. "Hand me the tongs. I will roast it," Qin Ling said, extending her hand across the table. "No need," Jiang Yichen replied with a shake of his head, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the fabric of his sleeve. Although it was already late September and the weather was gradually cooling, the heat emanating from the charcoal was still quite oppressive. Qin Ling stood up, leaning on the table, and snatched the roasting tongs from Jiang Yichen's hand. "Wow, how domineering!" Fong Ruoyan mentally shouted. Qin Ling's boldness struck a chord with her. "Ouch!" Fong Ruoyan gasped, and her imagination began to run wild. She envisioned the delicate and handsome Jiang Yichen lying on the bed, while Qin Ling straddled him. "Wow!" Fong Ruoyan inadvertently let out a sharp sound. Both Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling turned to look at her, since they had begun their meal. Jiang Yichen had sensed that something was off with this little diva. "Fong Ruoyan?" Qin Ling furrowed her brow. "Ahem." Fong Ruoyan coughed strategically. "It's nothing at all. I suddenly have a bit of stomachache. I'll step out for a moment. You two continue chatting." With that, she left without looking back. Once she was gone, only Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen remained at the table. Qin Ling observed the youth's flushed face and asked, "Are you hot?" "Not really," Jiang Yichen replied. Qin Ling took out a few tissues and handed them to him. "Wipe your sweat." "Okay." Jiang Yichen accepted the tissues with a hint of embarrassment. On the grill, a slice of pork belly sizzled, releasing tiny bubbles of hot oil. Qin Ling used the tongs to flip it over. In the past, she seldom roasted meat. Whenever they went to barbecue restaurants, there were always chefs to handle it. She recalled the last time she had attempted to grill meat herself was in college, when she and her dorm mates, including Lin Yao, visited a barbecue place. That experience was etched in her memory, as she had charred quite a bit of meat on her first attempt. Ever since then, whenever they went out for barbecue, her friends never let her touch the grill again. After so many years, as she took up the tongs once more, Qin Ling appeared remarkably adept, having meticulously observed Jiang Yichen's technique. Now, she was merely replicating his actions. Her capacity for learning was rather impressive. Before long, a piece of perfectly roasted pork belly, crispy on the outside and tender within, landed in Jiang Yichen's bowl. He first used scissors to cut the large piece of pork into smaller segments, then picked them up with chopsticks, coating them in fragrant five-spice powder and spicy seasoning. When enjoying grilled meat, he typically indulged in just these two types of seasoning. After a few chews, he swallowed and then generously complimented Professor Qin, saying, "Professor Qin, your grilling skills are truly exceptional." Qin Ling smiled subtly, appreciating Jiang Yichen's praise. She silently committed his taste for five-spice powder and spicy seasoning to memory. Upon returning from the restroom, Feng Ruoyan witnessed this scene. The once icy campus beauty, her roommate, now wore a smile that radiated warmth. Impressive. Feng Ruoyan gave Jiang Yichen's back a thumbs up, intrigued by how he managed to bring such a transformation in Qin Ling. Many had sought to elicit a smile from the Ice Princess during their college days, yet all had failed miserably. Now, seeing the genuine smile gracing Qin Ling's face, Feng Ruoyan couldn't help but wonder if Jiang Yichen had cast some kind of spell, or perhaps it was his handsome visage that had worked its charm. Chapter 56. Love truly elevates one's grandeur after dinner. Feng Ruoyan felt the most moved. No one knew better than she the level of Qin Ling's grilling prowess, particularly since their dormitory had not allowed her to grill after their first sampling of her charred meat in college. Now, years later, she couldn't help but marvel at the truth that love indeed has the power to elevate one's greatness. She had just tasted a slice of Qin Ling's grilled pork belly, which was perfectly crispy on the outside and tender within. Post-dinner, Feng Ruoyan initially intended to watch a movie with Qin Ling, as a new horror film had recently premiered and looked promising. With Jiang Yichen's unexpected presence, she reluctantly decided to purchase an additional ticket. At 7:30 in the evening, the trio entered the cinema hall, settling into seats in rows 5, 8, 9, and 10. Feng Ruoyan informed her companions that she had chosen the best viewing positions in the center of the hall. Perhaps due to their early arrival, the hall was still empty. Feng Ruoyan led the way, counting the seat numbers. Normally, she would have opted for seat 9 in the middle, as she preferred sitting centrally with friends. However, today, she quietly made her way to the end and chose seat 10. Jiang Yichen had been closely following Feng Ruoyan, but was stopped in his tracks as Qin Ling unexpectedly pulled him back. Without uttering a word, she gracefully walked ahead with her long legs. Jiang Yichen thought little of it, assuming Qin Ling wanted to sit closer to her friend. He had not intended to sit beside Feng Ruoyan. Rather, he had planned to settle into seat 8 and then make way for Qin Ling. As the three of them took their seats, Jiang Yichen finally remembered to ask curiously, "Professor Qin, what movie are we watching?" After Feng Ruoyan had suggested a film, he had agreed, thinking it would be a pleasant way to pass the time. However, Feng Ruoyan's specific choice of movie tickets remained a mystery to him, as he had excused himself to the restroom right after their barbecue meal. Upon his return, he discovered Feng Ruoyan already at the ticket checkpoint, holding the tickets. "What a shock," Qin Ling remarked. "A horror film?" Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow. He seldom indulged in horror movies, let alone watch one in a theater. His usual cinematic preferences leaned towards science fiction or comedy, while romance and horror films were genres he rarely explored. Typically, these two categories were best enjoyed in the company of partner, and as a boy who had been single for 18 years, he had little experience with them. "Are you afraid?" Qin Ling inquired. Surely you jest, Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen scoffed. What could possibly be frightening about a mediocre horror film? Qin Ling responded softly. Perhaps it was because she had just finished class that morning. She still wore the same trench coat, white shirt, and black knee-length skirt. Jiang Yichen gazed at her, mesmerized. No matter how many times he beheld her, Professor Qin's striking beauty continued to captivate his aesthetic sensibilities. Her posture was both elegant and casual, with her slender fingers resting nonchalantly on the armrest. The theater's warm, white lighting cast a faint cool glow on her hands. Professor Qin exuded an air of subtle aloofness, her fingers seemingly radiating a quality that kept others at a distance. Jiang Yichen pondered intently. Did Qin Ling fear horror films? If so, should he offer her his shoulder for comfort? After some reflection, he clicked his tongue in discontent. It seemed the original novel had not addressed this matter. What are you thinking? Qin Ling turned her head to look at him. Professor Qin, do you fear horror films? Jiang Yichen asked. Once the words left his lips, he waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, forget I asked. He had nearly forgotten that Professor Qin was not alone. Feng Ruoyan was beside them. Even if she were genuinely afraid of horror films, she would likely cling to her close friend for solace. Feng Ruoyan, who had been attentively eavesdropping, couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Yichen's self-dialogue. Come on, don't be timid. Just go for it. Pull up the armrest and embrace Qin Ling. While Feng Ruoyan was cheering Jiang Yichen on, she suddenly envisioned the rather incongruous image of the aloof goddess Qin Ling nestled in Jiang Yichen's embrace. By the way, Feng, how much are the movie tickets? I'll send you the money, Jiang Yichen said, directing his gaze past Qin Ling to Feng Ruoyan. Although he relished the idea of treating himself, he felt a twinge of guilt after already enjoying a complimentary barbecue meal. It's fine. No need, Qin Ling replied. Feng Ruoyan interjected. Wait, sister, I was about to say the same thing. But isn't that a bit too straightforward? That's not acceptable. Jiang Yichen firmly declared as he opened his payment app, extending his phone towards Feng Ruoyan. Here, just scan it. Feng Ruoyan hesitated for a moment. As Jiang Yichen seemed to recall something, he withdrew his hand, deactivated the payment code, and opened his own QR code. Teacher Feng, let us simply add each other as friends. Feng Ruoyan's eyes widened in surprise. Casting a sidelong glance at the still aloof and composed Miss Qin, she inquired, what is the purpose of adding friends? If you do not wish for me to meet a fate akin to that of the teacup from earlier, quickly retract that wretched QR code. Add me. Qin Ling turned to Feng Ruoyan. Add? Feng Ruoyan was taken aback. He is about to enter the preliminary round. He will still be a member of your team. Qin Ling elucidated. Oh. Feng Ruoyan smacked her thigh, suddenly recalling this detail, and promptly took out her phone to scan Jiang Yichen's QR code. Ling, rest assured, I shall take good care of your treasured student. Qin Ling cast a meaningful glance at Feng Ruoyan. After adding each other, Jiang Yichen immediately transferred 50 yuan. Feng Ruoyan gazed at the transaction record on her phone, then turned to Qin Ling. She addressed Jiang Yichen. You need not reimburse me. Today's dinner and movie tickets were all covered by your teacher. With that, she returned the 50 yuan Jiang Yichen had sent. Simultaneously, she shot a look at Qin Ling, seeking praise. Chapter 57. Hand in hand, 10 minutes later. Individuals began to enter the theater and take their seats. The warm white lights dimmed, and advertisements commenced on the large screen, predominantly showcasing upcoming films. Among them, one film's trailer piqued Jiang Yichen's intense interest, Whitesnake 3. Having recently penned an 1,800-word reflection on it, Jiang Yichen was vividly reminded of the film. The trailer seemed to depict the reincarnation of Bai Wei into Su Xian. Just as Jiang Yichen was enjoying the unfolding scenes, that detestable bald monk Fa Hai reappeared. Professor Qin, how could someone like Fa Hai exist? Jiang Yichen exclaimed indignantly, asserting that with his immense powers, he acted without discernment during his demon-slaying endeavors, disregarding right and wrong. Cause and effect. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Ling offered her perspective. From Fa Hai's standpoint, he merely seeks to uphold righteousness and order in the world. The separation of humans and demons is an established principle. His actions are solely to ensure human safety and stability, and he is deeply committed to his Buddhist beliefs. As Qin Ling spoke, she noticed Jiang Yichen's furious expression. Of course, that is merely one perspective. To me, he appears rather obstinate and self-righteous, persistently adhering to the notion of human-demon separation, which gravely undermines the love between Su Xian and Bai Suzhen. His rigid stubbornness constitutes a brutal interference and a profound disrespect for love. Moreover, his excessive inflexibility leads him to perceive all demons as malevolent, overlooking Bai Suzhen's deep affection for Su Xian and the fact that she has never harmed anyone. Fundamentally, his so-called justice is but an obsession in his heart, merely a self-satisfying illusion. Listening to Professor Qin's eloquent discourse, Jiang Yichen nodded repeatedly, truly a distinguished scholar returning from abroad. His insights and articulation were worlds apart from the mere references to the sea of law he was accustomed to. At this moment, Fang Ruoyan wore a motherly smile, though the dim lights of the theater concealed it from everyone. Having known Qin Ling for many years, it was her first time witnessing such attentiveness from Qin Ling in addressing questions. Back in their university days, when she sought Qin Ling's guidance, the esteemed young lady had been rather aloof, merely directing her to the relevant passages in books without further elaboration, unlike the lengthy discussions that unfolded now. As the movie trailer concluded, the fright commenced its screening. Jiang Yichen distinctly observed the couples in the front row and, to his left, entwined with their partners. This was precisely why he never indulged in horror films. It felt less like watching a movie and more akin to being inundated with dog food. "Oh dear, I'm a bit scared. Hold me tighter," one could hear. "Rest your head on my shoulder. I'll embrace you while we watch. Don't worry, I'm right here." The sounds emanating from his left Jiang Yichen at a loss for words. Was he, in Professor Qin, to be considered part of this tableau? He shifted his body slightly to the right in mild disdain. In doing so, he caught a whiff of the familiar fragrance wafting from Professor Qin. Even in the darkness, her hand, as white as jade, stood out in stark contrast. Jiang Yichen rested his hand on the armrest, noting that the distance between his hand and Qin Ling's was merely the span of a finger. A warmth surged within him as he recalled the unanswered question from earlier. Thus, he softly inquired once more, "Professor Qin, are you afraid?" Qin Ling turned her head. Jiang Yichen's eyes sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, twinkling enchantingly. She first met his gaze with a mask of neutrality, then her eyes fell to his fingers, which were fidgeting on the armrest. "A little," she replied vaguely. She seldom watched films, let alone horror ones. During her university days, she had accompanied Lin Yao and others to watch, finding it somewhat frightening, not due to the film itself, but rather the exaggerated reactions of her friends. "I used to watch horror films at home with my sister. She was scared too, but when I held her hand, she felt reassured," Jiang Yichen rationalized, seeking a seemingly valid excuse. Qin Ling pondered and retorted, and then, after a brief pause to gather his courage, Jiang Yichen, summoning the bravery bestowed upon him by Liang Jingru, placed his fingers gently on the back of Professor Qin's alabaster hand. "So, if you feel frightened later, you can hold my hand." Professor Qin's hand was indeed cool to the touch, smooth and delicate, but he withdrew his hand almost instantly after that brief contact. Alas, his courage inspired by Liang Jingru had been quickly spent. Qin Ling remained silent, seemingly oblivious to the fleeting brush of Jiang Yichen's fingers against hers. Soon, the screen erupted with the first terrifying scene. "Ah, do not fear, my dear. I am right here." Nearby, a couple was nestled together, the young woman appearing as if she had encountered something profoundly terrifying, her body trembling slightly. The young man gently patted her back, offering solace. Jiang Yichen felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He had perhaps underestimated the horror film experience. The sound effects and the dimness of the theater created an immersive atmosphere. Fortunately, just as a frightening scene was about to unfold, Jiang Yichen swiftly closed his eyes. Moments later, a cool sensation enveloped his hand, prompting him to open his eyes. He found Qin Ling's delicate, pale hand resting on his, seemingly reassuring him not to be afraid, gently rising and falling as she lightly patted his hand 3 times. "Do not be afraid," Qin Ling comforted, turning to him. Was she right to do so? After all, He had mentioned earlier that when he felt frightened while watching a movie with his sister, he would react similarly. A smile unconsciously crept onto Jiang Yichen's lips, but he hesitated, justifying himself. Well, Professor Qin, I believe you may have misunderstood. I am not frightened. His voice dwindled as he spoke. Realizing that if he claimed he was unafraid, Professor Qin would likely retract her hand immediately. Caught between his pride and the cool touch of Qin Ling's hand, Jiang Yichen decisively chose the latter. Qin Ling, unable to hear his whispered words, asked in confusion. What? Nothing, Jiang Yichen replied, a look of trepidation on his face. Professor Qin, this film is quite terrifying. No sooner had he spoken than he felt the cool touch vanish. Professor Qin had withdrawn her hand. Wait, hold on. Jiang Yichen glanced at the screen, instantly understanding why Qin Ling had pulled her hand back. The terrifying scene had passed, revealing a picturesque tableau of chirping birds and blooming flowers. It is no longer frightening, Qin Ling stated calmly. If possible, I would prefer more horror scenes, Jiang Yichen replied. After the first scare, he found it impossible to concentrate on the film. The sudden contact from Qin Ling had ignited a flutter of excitement within him. Yet, after waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, not a trace of horror graced the screen. Resolving to take a bold step, he summoned the courage bestowed upon him by Liang Jingru and placed his palm over Qin Ling's cool hand. Chapter 58, Professor Qin, are you this adept at flirting? Qin Ling turned to look at Jiang Yichen. He stammered, feeling guilty, afraid that she might see through his intentions. Lowering his gaze, he confessed, Professor Qin, I am a bit scared. This is my first horror film, and I have yet to recover from that last terrifying scene. Qin Ling regarded the dark strands of his hair for a few moments before swiftly retracting her hand from beneath Jiang Yichen's. This action caused Jiang Yichen to abruptly lift his gaze, momentarily believing that Qin Ling had discerned his pretense of feigned madness. However, in the next instant, he observed Qin Ling placing her palm gently upon the back of his hand, lightly patting it several times before resting her hand there. A broad grin spread across Jiang Yichen's face, showcasing his pearly whites, a sight that drew a bemused judgment from Qin Ling, who thought him rather foolish. She then redirected her attention back to the grand screen where the film was unfolding. At this moment, Jiang Yichen had entirely cast aside the film. His focus was solely on their intertwined hands. Although it was not he who had placed his hand beneath that of the esteemed Professor Qin, it mattered little to him. That infuriating woman certainly knew how to entice. He savored the sensation of her cool, delicate, and soft hand. Closing his eyes once more, this time not due to the movie but rather to feel the pulse of Qin Ling. Yet this was a thought that proved to be overly ambitious. While Qin Ling diligently observed the film, she was simultaneously aware of the child beside her. Upon noticing Jiang Yichen with his eyes shut again, she assumed he had merely been startled. Consequently, she raised her hand and gave it a few gentle pats. As Jiang Yichen opened his eyes, he met Qin Ling's gaze. Unlike her usual air of indifference, her eyes now radiated warmth. Do not fear, Qin Ling uttered, those simple words evoking a sensation within Jiang Yichen that threatened to melt his heart. The original novel had not depicted Professor Qin as being so beguiling. He felt utterly enchanted by her allure. Seeing Jiang Yichen lost in thought, Qin Ling inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," he replied, suppressing the tumult within. She responded, turning back to the film. As the movie progressed, with the comforting presence of Professor Qin's cool hand, Jiang Yichen found his courage swelling. When confronted with frightening scenes, he did not even flinch. Gradually, he began to adjust the position of his hand, flipping it so that his palm faced upwards. At this moment, he truly held Professor Qin's delicate hand. When their hands connected, Qin Ling glanced his way, offering nothing more than a simple, neutral look. "Well, Professor Qin, this feels more comfortable," Jiang Yichen explained. She responded, withdrawing her gaze once more. Jiang Yichen began to play with the professor's dainty hand. The distinctness of her delicate knuckles made him swallow hard, suppressing an impulse to taste her. He mused that if he were to act on such a whim, Professor Qin could easily send him flying 3 meters away with a single kick. Initially, Qin Ling paid little mind. Her intention was merely to help Jiang Yichen feel less afraid while watching the film. However, gradually he began to overstep boundaries. He pried apart each of her fingers, meticulously exploring her hand as if it were a toy. Was he treating her hand as mere plaything? Qin Ling shot him a sharp glance. Jiang Yichen. Just as he intended to intertwine their fingers, Jiang Yichen felt a shiver run down his spine at the coolness of her tone. Why don't you get another try? Qin Ling said coldly. Jiang Yichen immediately became obedient, holding Qin Ling's small hand properly. Oh, darling, this movie is so terrifying, I can't bear to watch it. Don't be afraid, sweetheart, came the gentle whispers of couples nearby. Jiang Yichen's face displayed disdain. Were they showing off? As if they are the only ones. He yearned to take Qin Ling's hand and parade it in front of the couple. He had resolved that for the next few days, his right hand would remain unwashed. An hour later, the movie concluded. As the lights in the theater brightened, Qin Ling slowly withdrew her hand under Jiang Yichen's reluctant gaze. Exiting the theater, Jiang Yichen headed to the restroom. Upon entering, he raised his right hand to take a whiff. Ah, indeed, it bore the scent of Professor Qin. After a brief inhalation, he lowered his hand, not wanting to appear peculiar by smelling it excessively. Just as he did, a childish voice piped up beside him. Uncle, why are you smelling your hand? Did you not wash it after using the restroom? Many patrons washing their hands turned to look at Jiang Yichen. Whose child is this? Can you refrain from speaking so indiscriminately? And who are you calling uncle? I'm only 18. Jiang Yichen shot a glare at the child before retreating into a stall to relieve himself. Coincidentally, this childish remark reached the ears of Qin Ling and Fang Ruoyan. As Jiang Yichen had walked ahead of them, and the women's restroom was located within the men's, they happened to overhear. Fang Ruoyan stifled a laugh, curious about the expression on Qin Ling's face at that moment. A glance revealed that Qin Ling displayed no discernible emotion. The two women entered the ladies' room in succession. Fang Ruoyan stepped into a stall and was about to close the door when a delicate white hand pressed against it. Qin Ling squeezed into the same stall, much to Fang Ruoyan's bewilderment. What on earth is this about? Fang Ruoyan questioned, her face filled with confusion. While I have a decent relationship with you, Qin Ling, we aren't close enough to share a stall. Qin Ling locked the stall door and fixed her gaze on Fang Ruoyan, asking, why did you say those things before the movie? What things? Fang Ruoyan asked, clutching her stomach in urgency. Listen, Ruoyan, can you please step outside? I need to use the restroom, she pleaded. Dear lady, nature calls. If you don't step out soon, I fear I might offend your eyes. Qin Ling remained unmoved. With no other option, Fang Ruoyan quickly relented. All right, I noticed you have a slight interest in your student, and I thought I'd do you a favor by pushing things along. How did you figure that out? Qin Ling inquired. The moment one begins to eat, the essence becomes evident. You're dipping sauce, the cilantro, and vinegar. I recall mentioning you to your student prior to my meal, and then you crushed the teacup while Fang Ruoyan's legs brushed together. Oh, come on. Can you hurry up and step outside? I am truly on the verge of bursting. Do not go out and speak recklessly. Qin Ling glanced at the anxious Fang Ruoyan and reopened the compartment door she had just locked. I know. Do you not trust my discretion? Absolutely. With that, Fang Ruoyan pushed Qin Ling outside. 10 minutes later, in the mall parking lot, Jiang Yichen and his companions arrived in front of Qin Ling. Fang Ruoyan, adhering to her customary practice, always occupied the passenger seat when riding in a friend's car. And today was no exception. Yet, as she reached for the passenger door handle, she suddenly came to her senses and, filled with an instinct for survival, called out to Jiang Yichen, who was about to open the rear door, Jiang, why don't you sit here? I will take the back seat. Sure. Jiang Yichen replied with a nod of approval. In truth, he had intended to sit in the passenger seat as well. But Fang Ruoyan was quicker and claimed the position first. Once he settled into the passenger seat, Fang Ruoyan immediately shot a glance at Qin Ling. Qin Ling selectively ignored her and opened the driver's side door to sit inside. Just as she took her seat, a bag was presented before her. Qin Ling pressed her lips together, accepted the bag, and switched out her high heels. The moment Fang Ruoyan entered the car, she witnessed this scene and began to grasp why Qin Ling felt a flutter of emotions. She recalled how Qin Ling had been absorbed in her phone as soon as she got into the car, and during dinner, Jiang Yichen seemed to have memorized Qin Ling's preferences. In contrast, she had prepared a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes for Qin Ling a week prior. forgetting both vinegar and cilantro. The disparity was immediately apparent. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yichen, his actions had led Feng Ruoyan's imagination to conjure up a multitude of scenarios. He merely handed her the bag without a second thought. After dropping him off at school, Qin Ling turned the car around to leave. Once Jiang Yichen was gone, Feng Ruoyan, seated in the back, promptly inquired with keen curiosity, "Miss Qin, may I ask what stage you two have reached?" Oops, that was the wrong question. Let me rephrase. How well do you understand each other at this point? Hey, Ling, don't be silent. Do share. Who knows? I might be able to assist you. Oh, come on, just tell me. Be quiet, Qin Ling retorted. Feng Ruoyan, recognizing the cue, promptly silenced herself. This woman truly has a fiery temperament, silencing others at the slightest disagreement. Jiang Yichen returned to the dormitory at 10:30, with only 30 minutes remaining before curfew. After tidying up and taking a shower, he lay on his bed past 11. During his shower, he even raised his right hand to ensure it remained untouched by the spray. Even when drying himself with a towel, he utilized his left hand. This week, all the boys in the dorm were present, and the event from the cinema lingered vividly in Jiang Yichen's mind. Initially, he intended to fall asleep directly, but thoughts of Qin Ling kept him tossing and turning, staring blankly at his right hand. Zhang Wei, Shunin, and Zheng Mingcheng also noticed Jiang Yichen's somewhat deranged behavior. Lying on the bed with a foolish grin, he gazed at his right hand, making it difficult for them to overlook him. Zhang Wei, old Jiang, what's going on with you? Did you indulge a bit too much in the shower with your right hand? You're so engrossed. Jiang Yichen, mind your own business and keep that filthy mouth of yours shut. Shunin, TSK, Jiang Yichen, did you encounter a romantic interest today? Which girl has you grinning like a fool this late at night? No. Jiang Yichen's expression softened. Shun and no? With that silly look just now? I almost suspect you won 5 million in the lottery. Zheng Mingcheng, I captured your earlier expression and shared it in the dorm group. You can take a look for yourself. Jiang Yichen, life is truly filled with cameras everywhere. Zhang Wei, come on, admit it. Who did you meet today? Let me, your little matchmaker, analyze the situation for you. Shunin, and I, your romantic Napoleon. Zheng Micheng, count me in. Zhang Wei, you're irrelevant. Go play in the mud. Humph. Jiang Yichen appeared indifferent. What can you few strategists analyze? Can you even comprehend Professor Qin's thoughts? Even those who cheat can't quite grasp what he has in mind. Come on, old Jiang, do tell, Zhang Wei urged. Seeing Jiang Yichen remain unresponsive, Zhang Wei promptly stood up and stepped from his bed to Jiang Yichen's, determined to uncover the truth. Oh, Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow at Zhang Wei, who was about to resort to forceful means. Old Jiang, I'm merely curious. I mean no harm. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Yichen turned to Shun and Zheng Mingcheng across the way. Sister Shun, Brother Chun, you probably don't know yet, but Zhang Depeo, this scoundrel, before he could finish, Zhang Wei hurriedly covered his mouth. Shun and what? What is up with Zhang Depeo? Is there some gossip? Zheng Mingcheng, old Jiang, please continue. Nothing. Zhang Wei patted Jiang Yichen's shoulder, his eyes pleading. Old Jiang, we truly mean no harm. As your brothers, we would be happy for you to find someone you like. Since you're reluctant to share, we want to pry further. Chapter 60. Do you think you're Qin Ling? Daring to call me for a morning run? After a night of pleasant dreams, Jiang Yichen found himself dreaming of Qin Ling. It was once again in the cinema, but instead of the horror film from that afternoon, they were watching Whitesnake 3. He and Professor Qin were intertwined, fingers laced together, with her nestled in his embrace. His chin rested atop her head, inhaling the enchanting fragrance that captivated him. Then, at the film's conclusion, Qin Ling looked up at him, her eyes filled with affection. As he slowly leaned down, preparing to kiss her alluring lips, he suddenly seemed to hear Zhang Depeo's voice. Hey, old Jiang, wake up. Why are you sleeping in such a strange position? And why are you nibbling on your right fingers? Immediately, several gentle slaps landed on his face, startling Jiang Yichen awake. He propped himself up and glanced at the dimly lit sky outside, then surveyed the dormitory. Shun and Zheng Mingcheng were still asleep in their respective rooms, while Zhang Wei stood at his bedside. Did I oversleep for the 8 o'clock class? This was Jiang Yichen's initial thought. However, as he regained his senses, he realized it was Saturday. Zhang Depeo, You better have an urgent matter. Otherwise, your mother is not safe. Jiang Yichen spoke in a low voice. Damn it. He was just about to kiss someone when he was interrupted. Thankfully, he wasn't grumpy, or he might have thrown Jiang Wei off the balcony. Old Jiang, what are you talking about? Get up. Let us go for a morning run, Jiang Wei urged. Jiang Yichen was perplexed. Was this early morning wake-up call just to drag him out for a jog? Seriously, buddy, do you think you're Qin Ling? What's wrong? You're not seriously giving up after just one day, are you? Jiang Wei asked, puzzled. He only called Jiang Yichen because he noticed he had woken up early to run yesterday. Go away, don't disturb my sleep. Jiang Yichen waved his hand irritably and attempted to return to slumber. Although he had barely lain down for long, he soon drifted back into dreams. Unfortunately, Professor Qin did not reappear in his dreams. The weekend pastime for college students is quite simple. Those in relationships seek out their partners, while the singles indulge in gaming or scrolling through their phones, or they diligently frequent the library. Upon waking, Jiang Yichen was warmly invited by Shun, En, and the others. Wait a moment, let me wash my face and log on, Jiang Yichen yawned, rubbing his eyes as he headed to the balcony. As per usual, he washed his hands, picked up his toothbrush, squeezed out some toothpaste, and brushed in front of the half-length mirror. On weekdays, he would never take more than 30 seconds to brush his teeth. But since it was the weekend, Jiang Yichen took his time, and as he brushed, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Had he just washed his hands? Jiang Yichen sniffed. The lingering fragrance from Professor Qin had completely dissipated. Sighing, Jiang Yichen continued brushing and washing his face. Old Jiang, are you done yet? Hurry back. His roommates urged from within the dorm. I know. Stop barking, Jiang Yichen replied lazily as he brushed his teeth and then took out his phone. He opened the chat with Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, are you coming back to school at noon? No, that was a pointless question. She was likely spending the weekend at home. Jiang Yichen pondered for a moment and then retyped. Qin Yichen, how much were the movie tickets and barbecue from yesterday? I'll transfer you. Qin Ling, no need. Jiang Yichen, that's too kind. I'll wait until October to pay you back. Jiang Yichen, are you planning to stay at home all weekend? Jiang Yichen slyly inquired. Qin Ling, yes. Upon reading her reply, Jiang Yichen shrugged, as expected. Qin Ling, I have some matters to attend to. Jiang Yichen, all right. The brief yet delightful days of the weekend always seem to fly by. As one matures, time seems to accelerate, vanishing in the blink of an eye. It was a Sunday evening at the male dormitory. Old Jiang, you're quite something. I've come across several clips of your competition performances on Douyin lately. Jiang Wei jested. Just average. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. Over the weekend, his singing video from the Dream Voice editions had gained considerable popularity. The official Dream Voice account even released 3 videos featuring him. Riding the wave of this viral success, Jiang Yichen hastily made his song Box Old Testament available, garnering an impressive 30 million views and downloads, amounting to 360,000 RMB in just 2 days. However, he would have to wait until the 15th of next month to access those funds. Ah, it's annoying, Shannon lamented. We have to get up for the early 8 tomorrow. Zheng Mingqing added, the weather is getting colder. I hardly want to get out of bed in the morning. Shen Jie and Cheng Gu exchanged grievances about the early start, while Jiang Wei and Jiang Yichen remained silent at their respective desks. Jiang Yichen had never been fond of early mornings either, but recently he glanced down his abdomen and felt it. Was that a slight paunch? His eyes narrowed. He could no longer indulge in a lazy lifestyle of eating and sleeping. If he continued this way, he would become unfit. He needed to start jogging. He needed to exercise. Without delay, Jiang Yichen took out his phone and messaged the ever-envious Qin Kaijia. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin, are you jogging in the morning tomorrow? Qin Ling, yes. Jiang Yichen, then let me join you. I feel like I've gained a bit of weight and need to shed some. Qin Ling, no. Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling, I won't be at school for my morning jog tomorrow. Jiang Yichen smacked his forehead, recalling that Qin Ling was coming from Xiangyao community to the school the next day. Old Jiang, Jean de Peo, why are you both so quiet? Don't you find the early 8 bothersome? Shannon asked. Annoying. Extremely annoying. I strongly suggest we abolish the early 8. Jiang Yichen concurred. Upon reflection, he realized there was no need to rush into jogging. He could afford to sleep in one more day and start his efforts the day after. Exactly. I think so too, Jiang Wei echoed. It was common for debates to erupt in the male dormitory. Starting with the early 8. Shen and Zheng Mingqiang gradually escalated their discussions to national affairs. Jiang Yichen remained silent, as he rarely followed the news. Lying on his bed, he began scrolling through his social media feed. Upon opening it, he was met with numerous selfies from various girls, and amidst the blooming flowers, there was a piece of cow dung. Jiang Wei had posted a selfie 10 minutes ago, taken from a peculiar angle, with a mysterious smile and a rather amusing caption. My life is like walking on thin ice. Jiang Yichen rubbed his eyes and quickly clicked on the alluring selfie of Professor Qin. Chapter 61. When I finally win over Professor Qin, you'll see me flaunt it. At 11 o'clock, Qin Ling posted a photo on her social media. A group picture with Feng Ruoyan, Lin Yao, and Lu Rong at a flower shop. Jiang Yichen opened the video before he fell asleep. Qin Ling stood in position, her expression inscrutable as she gazed intently at the camera. In contrast, the expressions of Feng Ruoyan and her companions were far more animated. Jiang Yichen glanced at the bouquet of white lilies that Qin Ling held in her hands and was suddenly reminded of the white lilies he had previously gifted her at her apartment. Now surely wilted and gone. Lost in thought, he quietly checked his balance. This weekend, he had been quite frugal. On Saturday, he had cooked 2 dishes at Qin Ling's apartment, which he had continued to eat until noon today. For dinner, Jiang Suihuan had invited him out, allowing him to enjoy a free meal courtesy of his sister. The only expense he incurred this weekend was a trip to the school barber shop on Saturday. It was now September 22nd, and he had 930 yuan and 26 cents left, with 8 days until the month's end. Even if he spent 100 each day, as he had before, that amount would suffice. Jiang Yichen opened an app and searched for the flower shop, suddenly recalling the elderly lady selling flowers at the hospital entrance. The prices she offered were significantly cheaper than those at the florist. He began to plan his schedule for tomorrow. After school, he would take the subway to buy flowers at the hospital and return just in time for his first afternoon class, with Qin Ling lost in his thoughts. He was jolted by a sudden loud shout, causing him to drop his phone, which landed with a thud against his face. Brothers! Jiang Wei exclaimed excitedly, performing a dramatic fish leap. Shunan retorted, Are you trying to wake the dead? Why shout so loudly at this hour? Zheng Mingqing added, Jiang Wei. You! Jiang Wei interrupted, Everyone! I have exciting news. Jiang Yichen gritted his teeth. It better be genuinely good news. Jiang Wei announced, I'm in love. What? Jiang Yichen jumped up, delivering a swift kick towards his opponent's bed. You call this good news? Wait a minute. Shunan, curious, asked, Let's see a picture of this girl. Jiang Wei, beaming with joy, seemed unfazed by the kick, replying, I've sent her photo to our dorm group. Jiang Yichen paused his previous actions and picked up his phone to check the picture. The girl Jiang Wei had shared was indeed attractive, with a toned physique. Clad in yoga attire, her face was also pleasing, clearly resembling a fitness instructor. Are you sure this isn't just a trick to sell you a membership? Jiang Yichen questioned, puzzled. Nonsense. Jiang Wei countered enthusiastically, Old Jiang, you wouldn't understand, being a single dog and all. Jiang Yichen smiled innocently. All right. You think it's funny to mock me for being single? Just wait until I win over Professor Qin. I'll show you all. Back in high school, Jiang Yichen had already planned to experience romance in university. However, as the semester began, he had awakened to the memories of being a transmigrator, dedicating himself to altering Jiang Suihuan's destined fate. Now, since the narrative was not unfolding as in the original story, he was prepared to pursue a meaningful relationship. Previously, he had envisioned dating a senior, as he personally preferred an older girlfriend. However, during this recent period, who needs a senior sister? ISN T. Qin Ling. The charming elder sister, more delightful? Although Professor Qin may come off as somewhat aloof, her beauty and figure are undeniably striking. Moreover, she is not perpetually distant. She possesses a gentle demeanor as well. Ha ha! Jiang Wei burst into a hearty laugh, resembling a pig-esque snort. Old Jiang, have I rendered you speechless? Don't be disheartened. How about I assist you in wooing a girl tomorrow? No need, Jiang Yichen replied, disinterestedly, turning back to lie on his bed. silently picking up his phone to plan a visit to the hospital for Lily's the next day. Shannon appeared skeptical. Jean DePeo, is that for real? It feels somewhat unbelievable. What would make her interested in someone like you, a student? Zhang Wei excitedly countered. You wouldn't understand. This is love. Shannon frowned. How long have you known her? A blissful smile adorned Zhang Wei's face. Though we've only just met, do you comprehend that feeling of love at first sight? Shannon inquired. How old is she? Zhang Wei grinned foolishly. She is 25, an elder sister, Jiang Yichen smirked, finally understanding why Zhang Wei seemed transformed recently. It was indeed love. 25? That's not even older than Qin Ling. Can she truly be called an elder sister? Shannon suggested. Then bring her out tomorrow for us to meet. Zhang Wei replied. That's not possible. I haven't confirmed our relationship yet. I'll introduce her once we're officially together. Jiang Yichen interjected. Didn't you just say you're already together? Zhang Wei clarified. I meant to say we will be soon. It'll happen in a couple of days. Jiang Yichen frowned, but did not press further. He opened the chat with Qin Ling to inform her that he would not be cooking in the apartment the following day. The next day, due to indulging in late sleeps over the weekend, Jiang Yichen and his friends nearly overslept for their Monday morning class. However, this fortunate circumstance propelled them to push their limits once more. They rose at 7:54, managing to reach the classroom without being late. Though this was a minute later than their previous attempt. Perhaps it was accidental, or perhaps it was the impact of Jean DePeo's confession the night before. Regardless, today in class, the act of discreetly competing transformed into a brazen display of ambition. Zhang Wei, for once, diligently engaged with his textbooks. While the teacher lectured, he attentively took notes, a sight that left Shun In and Zheng Mingxing feeling anxious. Shun exclaimed, Wait, Zhang DePeo, are you actually serious about studying? Zhang Wei affirmed. Yes. Zheng Mingxing commented, That seems unlikely. I'm also chatting daily with a senior sister. Zhang Wei retorted. That merely indicates that the floral dress senior sister isn't your true love. He confessed, to be honest, both of you, I've been secretly studying for quite some time now. I no longer wish to study in secrecy. I intend to study earnestly. Shun and Zheng Mingxing stared at him in astonishment. Afterward, Zhang Wei cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Yichen, implying, Old Jiang, you no longer hold any leverage over me. Jiang Yichen, intrigued, asked, How are you so sure that the girl likes you too? Every day, she and I engage in conversation, and recently, we have also been going to the gym together. She sends me a goodnight message every night. And Zhang Wei expresses his happiness while recounting Chapter 62, Us, a connection of hearts regarding Zhang DePeo's affection for a 25-year-old elder sister. Jiang Yichen merely inquired briefly without delving deeper into the matter. After the morning classes concluded, Jiang Yichen once again parted ways with Shun and the others. Jiang Yichen, what is going on with you lately? Are you dining with your sister daily? Shannon asked. Actually, I have something to attend to today, Jiang Yichen replied, waving to the group as he hurriedly made his way outside the school. The subway station adjacent to the school made daily commuting quite convenient. However, before entering the subway station, Jiang Yichen planned to stop by a nearby noodle shop for a bowl of beef noodles. As soon as he sat down, his phone lit up with a message from Qin Ling. Where are you going? Jiang Yichen scrolled through the chat history and simply copied and pasted his response. I have something to take care of. Qin Ling had noticed Jiang Yichen rushing past her like the wind just moments ago, appearing anxious as if something significant had occurred outside the school. Curious, she asked where he was headed, especially since their first class that afternoon would be together. Upon reading Jiang Yichen's reply, she felt an uncanny sense of familiarity in his words. Qin Ling, naturally suspicious, scrolled up and indeed found that she had sent him the exact same message earlier. She quoted her own message and sent him a question mark. In the next instant, Jiang Yichen responded with a question mark as well. Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen, Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin. Qin Ling, don't be late for class this afternoon. Jiang Yichen, sure. Just as Jiang Yichen finished replying, a steaming bowl of beef noodles was placed before him. Could you please add some more cilantro? Jiang Yichen asked the owner. The owner, being accommodating, took the bowl back and returned it with a generous handful of fresh cilantro. Jiang Yichen then grabbed the small vinegar bottle from the table, making 3 circles to the left and 3 to the right before adding a splash of vinegar. Once everything was prepared, he took a photo and sent it to Qin Ling. After a considerable wait, he finished his noodles and even boarded the subway heading to the hospital before finally receiving a reply from Professor Qin. A photo resembling his beef noodles, but instead featuring rice noodles with clams, topped with cilantro and a dark broth that unmistakably bore the mark of added vinegar. Qin Ling, how much vinegar did you add? Jiang Yichen, 3 circles to the left, 3 to the right. A smile crept across Qin Ling's face as she read the message. Could this be considered a connection of hearts? This young man truly understands her. Lin Yao rubbed her eyes, feeling as though she might have misread. As Qin Ling smiled at her phone screen, she immediately supported herself on the table with both hands and leaned over to glance at Qin Ling's phone. It was locked. What was she up to? Qin Ling remarked coldly. Nothing. I was just a bit curious about what you saw on your screen, Lin Yao inquired. An amusing joke. Qin Ling replied. A joke? Lin Yao expressed skepticism, knowing that Qin Ling's sense of humor and emotional depth surpassed that of their circle considerably. What kind of joke could possibly make the esteemed Professor Qin laugh? What joke is it? Share it with me. I'd like to have a laugh too. Lin Yao pressed on. I forgot, Professor Qin stated succinctly. Lin Yao responded. No, seriously, can you be a bit more sincere with your nonchalance? Oh right, Ling. I must tell you something serious, Lin Yao said, her expression turning earnest. Go ahead. Last weekend, my mother set me up on a blind date, and I thought he seemed decent, so I planned to see where it goes. And then, I might not be able to enjoy those rice noodles with you at school anymore, and I probably won't return to the school dormitory for a while. Lin Yao expressed her concern. She worried that Qin Ling's solitary nature might lead her to feel lonely in her absence. Don't worry. I'll just have Feng Ruoyan come to school to keep you company. She has nothing to do right now and is always at your place. I'll have her stay in my dormitory, Lin Yao arranged. But before she could finish, Qin Ling interrupted. No need, it's fine. No need, but you'll be alone, Lin Yao said, feeling uneasy. I'm really fine, Qin Ling reassured her, adding her well wishes. I hope you and your date get along well. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Qin Ling arrived at the piano room an entire hour early. If her memory served her correctly, Jiang Yichen had arrived at 1:30 last week. Once in the piano room, she sat at the piano and began to play a romantic D-flat nocturne. Time seemed to pass slowly as she kept an eye on the door, occasionally glancing at the clock on the wall. Soon enough, it was 2 o'clock. Unable to sit still any longer, Qin Ling picked up her phone and called Jiang Yichen. The ringing echoed down the corridor, growing closer. In the next moment, Qin Ling saw Jiang Yichen, drenched in sweat, appear at the door of the piano room. Professor Qin, I'm not late, am I? Jiang Yichen panted. Having intended to arrive by 1:30, but was delayed by an incident with a flower vendor who had a heart attack. No, Qin Ling, seemingly oblivious to the clock that now read 2:01, replied, come in. Wait a moment. Jiang Yichen crouched down to wipe the sweat from his forehead and waved at Qin Ling. Professor, come here for a second. I have a surprise for you. After scrutinizing Jiang Yichen for a moment, Qin Ling rose and walked to the door of the piano room. The esteemed Professor Qin was once again wearing high heels, the sound of her footsteps ringing crisply against the floor. Within a few steps, she and Jiang Yichen locked eyes at the entrance. Close your eyes, Jiang Yichen said mysteriously. Qin Ling contemplated for 2 seconds before obediently closing her eyes. Seizing the moment while her eyes were shut, Jiang Yichen bent down to retrieve a bouquet of lilies he had hidden beneath the wall. The elderly woman selling flowers at the hospital was quite honest. This bouquet was 100 yuan cheaper than at the florist. All right, Jiang Yichen said. Upon opening her eyes, Qin Ling was greeted by the youthful, joyous smile of the boy before her. As her gaze lowered, she noticed his hands cradling a pristine bouquet of white lilies. Chapter 63. More dazzling than the sun was Jiang Yichen's smile. Qin Ling glanced at the vintage wrapping of the lilies and immediately formed a conjecture. Jiang Yichen had previously purchased a similarly wrapped bouquet for her from an elderly woman at that very hospital entrance. So, when he mentioned earlier that he had some matters to attend to, did he mean he was out buying flowers for her? Why, gifting me flowers again? Qin Ling inquired. just passing by. I had some errands to run this afternoon, so I picked them up along the way, Jiang Yichen explained, pausing momentarily before teasing Professor Qin. Will you throw them away this time if you accept them? Without uttering a word, Qin Ling accepted the bouquet of white lilies with both hands. Professor Qin, how do you find these lilies today? Are they satisfactory? Jiang Yichen continued his teasing. Just as she was about to utter her usual retort, Qin Ling swiftly corrected herself. They are lovely. With that, she turned her back and walked into the piano room. Jiang Yichen followed. How rare, Professor Qin. I thought you would call them average this time, too. As he settled onto the piano bench, Jiang Yichen suddenly realized that in his haste to leave early this morning, he had forgotten to bring his sheet music and teaching materials. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head. Professor Qin, it seems I've forgotten my materials. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Qin Ling placed her own teaching materials on the piano stand with a decisive thud. The white lilies found their resting place atop the piano cover. Observing the sweat glistening on Jiang Yichen's forehead, she reached into her briefcase and retrieved a few tissues. Handing them to him, wipe your sweat, she instructed. All right, Jiang Yichen replied, accepting the tissues. These tissues have a delightful fragrance. As they exchanged a few moments, 5 minutes of class time had already elapsed. Qin Ling urged Jiang Yichen to promptly play the piece assigned last week. Again, good. Again, good. Jiang Yichen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit off his game, perhaps due to the initial nerves. This scene reminded him of his first class with Professor Qin. However, unlike their initial encounter, 3 weeks later, her tone was significantly gentler. I'll demonstrate for you, Qin Ling announced. At the sound of her voice, Jiang Yichen immediately prepared to rise. But a delicate hand, pale as green onions, pressed him back into his seat. Scoot over a bit, Qin Ling directed, pointing to the left side of the piano bench. Jiang Yichen shifted slightly. The bench was indeed spacious enough for two. It was at this moment that he noticed something peculiar. Professor Qin had not brought her ruler today. As she settled beside him, their shoulders brushed against one another, and Jiang Yichen couldn't help but reveal a radiant smile, showcasing his exceptionally white teeth. Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling said softly. I'm here, Professor Qin. Just play on. I will watch attentively and learn earnestly. Qin Ling could hardly bear to look at Jiang Yichen, who appeared rather foolish, reminiscent of the simpleton offspring of a wealthy family. She refrained from gazing any longer, fearing that she might be unable to suppress her laughter. With a series of notes, Qin Ling diligently demonstrated the problematic segment of Jiang Yichen's exercise. As the final note resonated, she turned her head. The afternoon sunlight was rather blinding, yet even more dazzling were Jiang Yichen's prominent white teeth. Jiang Yichen, are you there? Have you comprehended it? Yes, Jiang Yichen nodded. Although a significant portion of his attention had been captivated by Professor Qin's flawless profile, he had listened attentively to her demonstration. Now you give it a try, Qin Ling instructed. She did not vacate her seat to take a position on a nearby stool, but rather shifted slightly to the right, providing Jiang Yichen ample space. All right, Jiang Yichen exclaimed, invigorated and brimming with confidence as he rolled up his sleeves, positioning his fingers on the piano, ready to embark on his performance. However, Professor Qin's petite hand promptly landed on the back of his hand. Look at the sheet music, Qin Ling reminded. Okay, this time, Jiang Yichen placed his fingers correctly on the keys in accordance with the score. As he struck a few notes, Professor Qin's gentle hand swiftly returned to him. You played the wrong notes, she pointed out, do it again. All right, Jiang Yichen had initially retracted his gleaming teeth, but after Qin Ling's admonition, they once again shone brightly. Once more. All right, Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling's expression turned stern. Are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Yichen's previously joyful demeanor transformed into seriousness, his shining teeth retreating again. Professor Qin, I've grasped it now. Don't rush, grant me another opportunity. Play, Qin Ling commanded. She harbored doubts about whether Jiang Yichen possessed some peculiar inclination. After all, why would he deliberately err in order to provoke a reprimand? Jiang Yichen played once more, delivering what he deemed a flawless performance. Yet upon glancing over, he observed that Professor Qin still maintained her stern countenance. Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen called out. Jiang Yichen, you are indeed doing this on purpose, Qin Ling asserted. Cough, cough. Cough. Jiang Yichen feigned a cough. Well, to explain, my mind has always been a bit different from others. When I was young and struggled with math problems, a swift tap on my palm from the teacher suddenly enlightened me. Therefore, Professor Qin, those slaps of yours were serendipitously effective. They catalyzed my epiphany. Qin Ling listened. Her expression clouded. So, you're implying that in future lessons, I must slap you for you to focus? Jiang Yichen replied with utmost seriousness, in a certain sense. That is indeed the case. Qin Ling turned around and retrieved her ruler from her briefcase, stating, "Very well, extend your palm. I shall give you a few taps." Jiang Yichen felt a sudden twitch in his skin, quickly adding, "Professor Qin, my mathematics teacher, never used a ruler when I was a child. She merely tapped my hand gently." Before he could finish, Qin Ling understood his intent, stowing away the ruler into her briefcase, her fingers cracking as she clenched her fist resolutely. Jiang Yichen exclaimed, "I said it was a gentle tap, yet now it seems I must escalate my combat power?" He continued, "Well, Professor Qin, how should I put it? Just continue your fabrication." Qin Ling interrupted, "Let me hear another tale." "What have I fabricated?" Jiang Yichen protested. "My mathematics teacher truly did, ah?" "Think carefully before you speak," Qin Ling interjected. Jiang Yichen insisted, "Professor Qin, I was merely attempting to lighten the class atmosphere. So I concocted a little joke. Ha ha ha, what do you think? Is it amusing?" Qin Ling replied, "I shall grant you another opportunity. Now play the remaining piece earnestly." "Certainly." Chapter 64. Your eye rolling is truly enchanting suddenly. Jiang Yichen felt as if he were possessed by the spirits of historical masters such as Bach, Chopin, and Beethoven. As he played those practice pieces, he could only describe the experience as flowing like a gentle stream. At the end of the class, Qin Ling inquired, "Which piece do you plan to perform for the monthly evaluation?" "That's a secret," Jiang Yichen replied with a mysterious smile. "Very well," Qin Ling said, not pressing further. The rules for the monthly evaluation required 2 pieces from the curriculum plus 1 self-selected piece. She had considered offering Jiang Yichen additional revision, but given his confidence, she decided to wait for the performance. "Professor Qin, how did I perform today?" Jiang Yichen asked with curiosity. "Quite well," Qin Ling assessed. "Wasn't it excellent?" Jiang Yichen retorted. Qin Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes, stating, "That will be all for today. Make sure to practice diligently the assignments I've given you." "Wow, Professor Qin, even your eye rolling is full of charm," Jiang Yichen exclaimed sincerely. Qin Ling's lips twitched slightly. "Hey, are you trying to suppress a laugh? I saw your mouth curving upwards just now. If you want to laugh, go ahead," Jiang Yichen said with a bright smile. Qin Ling typically maintained an icy demeanor, as though everyone owed her money. He had only seen her smile a few times, and it was far more captivating than her usual cold expression. Thus, he was genuinely curious about how someone like Qin Ling would look if she were to laugh heartily, her laughter echoing joyously. Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling managed her expression impeccably, her face turning cold in an instant. "Are you thinking of hand-drawing sheet music again?" "Professor Qin, please don't be like that. How about I tell you a joke?" "Once upon a time..." Silence. Qin Ling interrupted. "Class is over. You may leave. Just let me finish this joke. After all, it is indeed after class. And your next student hasn't arrived yet." Jiang Yichen waved his hand, ready to continue. Yet Qin Ling's icy voice rang out once more, "Jiang Yichen." He promptly fell silent. Observing Professor Qin's expression at this moment, one could discern a seriousness that hinted at uncertainty. He seemed unsure whether Qin Ling was genuinely angry or merely feigning her ire. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Jiang Yichen said briskly, rising to his feet and departing with haste. "Professor Qin, I will return to practice diligently, striving not to bring you shame during this month's evaluation." Once Jiang had left, Qin Ling repeatedly glanced at the door of the piano room. Confirming that he had indeed gone, she could no longer contain her amusement and broke into a quiet chuckle. As she laughed, she cradled the white lilies resting atop the piano, her fingers gliding over the pristine petals. With a hint of playful pride, Qin Ling murmured to herself, "Compete with me? You have a long way to go." Before long, a female student entered and greeted her, "Professor Qin." Qin Ling replied with a slight nod, retrieving a ruler from her briefcase. The girl, intrigued, glanced at the white lilies on the piano. Are those flowers yours, Professor? Yes, they were a gift from my nephew. Qin Ling answered casually. Later that evening, in the teacher's office, Qin Ling was organizing documents in preparation for the end of her workday. Mondays were particularly busy, filled with classes and meetings. Hey, Ling, where did you get those lilies? Lin Yao asked curiously. Over the weekend, they had visited a flower shop together. Yet Qin Ling had not purchased any flowers. They were given to me, Qin Ling replied. Lin Yao's eyes widened with intrigue. Her curiosity piqued. Who sent them? A man or a woman? She inquired, reaching for the lilies on Qin Ling's desk to examine them closely. A man, Qin Ling said, swatting away Lin Yao's inquisitive hand. A man? Lin Yao exclaimed, her surprise evident. Who is he? From our school? Qin Ling, maintaining her composure, glanced at Lin Yao, whose inquisitive nature was ablaze. In reply, my nephew. Lin Yao's interest dwindled instantly. She had anticipated a romantic gesture from some dashing stranger, only to discover it was a familial gift. However, she reasoned, if a wild man were to send flowers to Qin Ling, it would surely come with a card akin to the last one. The bouquet before her was wrapped in old newspapers, giving it a rather makeshift appearance. Ignoring Lin Yao's dismissive comments, Qin Ling finished packing her belongings. Grasping her briefcase in one hand and the flowers in the other, as she prepared to return to her apartment for dinner. Jiang Yichen had once again made his signature spicy sour shredded potatoes, her favorite dish. Suddenly, Qin Ling halted, turning back to Lin Yao. By the way, if it were you, what would you do if your nephew gifted you something? This was Jiang Yichen's third time sending her flowers, and she felt it necessary to reciprocate. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before responding. I would give him a set of the 5-3 books. Children should start learning early. What is 5-3? Qin Ling asked, perplexed. The 5-year college entrance examination and 3-year simulation, Lin Yao explained. I just gifted my nephew a set during the new year, along with a large box of various supplementary books. He was quite moved, nearly brought to tears. Qin Ling inquired, by the way, how old is your nephew this year? I have other matters to attend to. I must be going, Qin Ling said, waving her hand and swiftly exiting the office. Do not leave yet, Ling. Shall I send you the link? Lin Yao called from behind. As they exited the teaching building, Qin Ling, with a briefcase slung over one shoulder, freed a hand to retrieve her phone from her bag. She sought out Lu Rong on her device. Qin Ling, if your sugar daddy gifted you something, what would you reciprocate with? Lu Rong. Wait a moment, Miss Qin, what do you mean by that? Qin Ling, my nephew gave me a gift today, and I wish to return the favor, but I am uncertain what to give. Lu Rong, is it appropriate for you to ask me this? Qin Ling, your sugar daddy is about the same age as my nephew. I presume their preferences might be similar, given they are both born in the 2000s. Lu Rong, how about giving a red envelope? It is simple and straightforward. Qin Ling, what do you usually buy him as a gift? Lu Rong, phones, watches, clothes, and if he treats me well, I might also send him a red envelope. Chapter 65. SpongeBob in an upscale restaurant. Fong Ruoyan teased Lu Rong, who was deeply engrossed in conversation across the table. Lu Rong, who are you chatting with now? Is it your sugar daddy? No. It seems our Miss Qin has encountered a bit of trouble, and I am assisting her in resolving it, Lu Rong replied. Trouble? What happened to her? Fong Ruoyan inquired with curiosity. It's a trivial matter. Lu Rong then shared the recently concluded chat history with Fong Ruoyan. Upon viewing the messages, Fong Ruoyan burst into laughter. She was certain that this nephew was merely a ruse. It was likely that Jiang Yichen had sent Qin Ling a gift, and now Qin Ling was unsure of what to gift in return, prompting her to consult Lu Rong. Perceiving everything, Fong Ruoyan promptly retrieved her own phone, returning Lu Rong's device simultaneously. Since when does Qin Ling have such a nephew? Do you know? Lu Rong asked, intrigued. Of course I know. Fong Ruoyan replied with a mischievous smile. Miss Qin and her nephew share an exceptionally close bond. Really? I have never heard her mention him, Lu Rong said, perplexed. Just focus on your meal, Fong Ruoyan suggested, gesturing toward the exquisite dishes on the table, then dabbed her mouth with a napkin. Aren't you eating? I'm full. Fong Ruoyan responded while sending a message to Miss Qin. Fong Ruoyan, what are you up to? Qin Ling, is there something? Fong Ruoyan, I heard you're troubled about reciprocating a gift to your nephew. Fong Ruoyan, I'm dining with Lu Rong and saw your chat history. Qin Ling, what do you wish to convey? Fong Rin, TSK, Lingling, in the future, feel free to ask me about such matters. Fong Rin, I am a Napoleon of romantic affairs. You are well aware of my prowess from our university days. To this day, I have never faced a setback. Qin Ling, do continue. Fong Ruoyan, have you ever heard the adage that the psychology of men is akin to that of children? Fong Ruoyan, if you wish to return a gift to a boy, it is quite simple. Your nephew must enjoy gaming, correct? At that moment, a striking young woman paused in front of the apartment building. Qin Ling reminisced about the night when Jiang Yichen had stayed out all night at the internet CAF. Qin Ling replied, perhaps you should explore this angle, like figurines, graphics cards, or real-life interactions, Fong Ruoyan suggested. Ultimately, it's up to your discretion, she added. Thank you. Qin Ling acknowledged. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor reached Jiang Yichen's ears, prompting him to swiftly retrieve 2 sets of chopsticks from the kitchen. It was evident that Professor Qin had returned. The distinctive sound of her heels resonated with a certain weight, each step resonating powerfully. Having arranged the utensils, Jiang Yichen approached the entrance. Upon hearing the sound of her heels fade away, he opened the door and greeted Professor Qin, welcome home. While Qin Ling changed her shoes, Jiang Yichen took the opportunity to take her briefcase, lilies, and fragrant trench coat. During dinner, he observed Qin Ling's serious demeanor and felt a spark of inspiration. Professor Qin, allow me to share a story with you. Are you familiar with the tale of the white snake? In it, Su Xian once bought a hat for his wife, and upon wearing it, Bai Nyangzi died. Can you guess why? Jiang Yichen inquired, looking at Qin Ling. She furrowed her brow, pondering briefly. Is that actually part of the story? No, it's merely a joke, Jiang Yichen clarified. Can you guess why Bai Nyangzi perished after wearing the hat Su Xian gifted her? Setting down her chopsticks, Qin Ling contemplated deeply before responding. I cannot guess. Let me reveal the answer. Jiang Yichen exclaimed eagerly. It's because Su Xian gifted her a duck-billed hat, and it suffocated Bai Nyangzi. He had found this humorous anecdote online earlier that afternoon. Professor Qin, what do you think? Is it funny? He asked, chuckling. However, his laughter quickly faded as he noticed the icy expression on Qin Ling's face, which extinguished his amusement. Not only did Qin Ling refrain from laughing, but her lips remained still. She then inquired, perplexed, why would Su Xian harm Bai Nyangzi? This question left Jiang Yichen momentarily speechless. No, Professor Qin. It's just a joke, he explained. Yet, that joke lacks rigor, Qin Ling reasoned. Su Xian would never intend to harm Bai Nyangzi. At times, facing Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen felt a profound sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, he rallied himself. Ahem, allow me to share another one. One day, SpongeBob was fired by Mr. Krabs. With tears in his eyes, he lamented, Mr. Krabs, Mr. Krabs, Mr. Krabs. Do you know how Mr. Krabs responded? Jiang Yichen glanced across the table at Qin Ling, still deep in thought, prompted him to continue without delay. Mr. Krabs replied, no need to thank me. This too was a joke he had encountered earlier that day. In the afternoon, when he saw it, Jiang Yichen couldn't help but chuckle for a while. However, his smile soon froze as Professor Qin looked at him with an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Yichen remarked, well, it seems that Professor Qin has a rather high threshold for humor. Is it not amusing? It's all right. Qin Ling nodded, it's quite funny. I can see that you are genuinely enjoying yourself. Jiang Yichen replied, not really, forget it. I'll just have my meal. He took a bite of rice. By the way, what about SpongeBob? Qin Ling inquired, puzzled. Jiang Yichen burst out laughing, a few grains of rice spraying from his nose, his face turning crimson as he coughed for a while. He then looked at Qin Ling in astonishment and asked, Professor Qin, you don't know who SpongeBob is? I've heard of him in my childhood, Qin Ling recalled. You've never watched it? Jiang Yichen asked, amazed. Qin Ling fell silent. Noticing this, Jiang Yichen immediately began to perform. It's that one. Let me show you a bit. Are you ready, kids? Aye, Captain. Louder. Aye, Captain. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob. Absorbent and yellow and porous is he. SpongeBob. 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 Jiang Yichen lost himself in the performance, even employing vocal techniques. When he turned to look, he saw Professor Qin covering her mouth with one hand, Her usual cool demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Her narrow, sharp phoenix eyes gradually transformed into crescent moons. Chapter 66. The unexpected charm of Professor Qin's laughter. Jiang Yichen could somewhat understand why King Yu of Zhou would light signal fires to amuse the lords for a smile from a beautiful maiden. Professor Qin's laughter was indeed unexpected. Just as Jiang Yichen was lost in thought, Qin Ling's expression management kicked in once more. "Hey, Professor Qin, seriously? You look stunning when you smile," Jiang Yichen said earnestly. Qin Ling did not respond, merely lowering her head to eat the spicy and sour shredded potatoes. "How about I perform for you again to liven things up?" Jiang Yichen suggested eagerly. Although Professor Qin had laughed, it was a gentle kind of laughter, quite different from the hearty laughter he had imagined. The thought of her laughing heartily made him put even more effort into his performance of SpongeBob. However, to his disappointment, not only did she not burst into hearty laughter, but she didn't even stifle a giggle like before. Throughout the entire dinner, he performed a SpongeBob theme at least 5 times. After the meal, Professor Qin began to clear the table. Jiang Yichen, feeling somewhat despondent, sat on the sofa gazing at the stark white ceiling. He had tried his best, but Professor Qin's sense of humor was indeed elevated. After a moment of rest, he stealthily made his way into the kitchen. Qin Ling was washing dishes by the sink, seemingly unaware of his presence. "Hi there." Jiang Yichen seized the opportunity and suddenly popped his head out when her hands were free of dishes. Unlike this startled expression he had envisioned, Qin Ling merely cast a fleeting glance at him and inquired, "Do you wish to frighten me?" Jiang Yichen appeared quite embarrassed. "Next time, remember to tread more lightly," Qin Ling advised. Oh, Jiang Yichen nodded. A dismal failure. He was about to turn away when the devilish voice of Professor Qin echoed behind him. "Return and hand-draw the score." "What?" Jiang Yichen exclaimed, his face contorted with reluctance. "Professor Qin, I admit my mistake. I shall not dare again." Qin Ling raised an eyebrow and regarded Jiang Yichen. "I swear I shall never dare again," he quickly amended. 2 copies, Qin Ling stated. Jiang Yichen protested. "No, that's not." 3, Qin Ling interjected. Wait, 2 copies are sufficient. Just 2 copies of the score, right?" Fortunately, this week there weren't any particularly challenging pieces assigned, merely a few etudes. He could manage it within 2 hours upon returning home. He was determined to acknowledge his error, yet still dared to misbehave. The only regret was that he had not witnessed Qin Ling's frightful transformation. Qin Ling paused for a few seconds. As Jiang Yichen was about to exit the kitchen, she finally spoke. "Do you truly wish to avoid transcribing the score?" "Not at all. Professor Qin, to be candid, I absolutely adore transcribing scores. It deepens my understanding of the pieces," Jiang Yichen elaborated. However, before he could complete his fib, Qin Ling interrupted. "Is that so? Think carefully before you speak. If you truly enjoy it, we can use your transcriptions in every class from now on." Jiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback. He wanted to continue fabricating excuses. Yet, under the intense gaze of Professor Qin, he confessed, "I honestly do not wish to transcribe the score, but Professor Qin, I know I deserve this punishment. It is well earned." "Enough." Qin Ling halted Jiang Yichen's incessant chatter. After cleaning her hands, she said, "Later, assist me with a survey. Consider this matter settled." "I shall abide by Professor Qin's arrangements," Jiang Yichen replied respectfully. "What shall we prepare for dinner tomorrow?" Qin Ling inquired. "How about sauerkraut fish?" "Sounds delightful." The two exited the kitchen in sequence. Qin Ling settled onto the sofa, and Jiang Yichen followed suit. "Oh, by the way," Jiang Yichen pointed toward the newly installed double-door refrigerator in the kitchen. "Professor Qin, generally, it's best to consume vegetables and meat on the same day they are purchased. Avoid stockpiling too much in the refrigerator." This afternoon, upon his arrival at the apartment, he had discovered that Qin Ling had replaced the old refrigerator with a spacious, double-door smart model, and she had promptly filled it with an abundance of vegetables and meat. "All right, I understand," Qin Ling nodded. "Is there anything else needed in the kitchen?" Jiang Yichen pondered for a moment and realized that there had always been a lack of aprons. He had been mindful of this for the past few days. 3 days prior, he had ordered an apron online, which he expected to arrive by tomorrow. "Nothing else," Jiang Yichen replied. He He returned to the male dormitory at 8:30 in the evening. Previously, he had been waiting in the apartment, as Qin Ling had requested him to fill out a survey. However, after waiting for 20 minutes, Professor Qin merely instructed him to return and wait, promising to send the questionnaire later that evening. The monthly evaluation was scheduled for September 27th, leaving only 4 days remaining. Inside the dormitory, Sister Shun and Brother Cheng continued to leisurely engage in their games. Ever since Zhang Depeo had expressed his feelings the previous night, he had undergone a complete transformation, exuding a sense of isolation from the other 3 members of the dormitory. "Come on, old Jiang, log in," Shun beckoned. "No, Sister Shun, you go ahead and play." Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively. He had returned to the dorm merely to retrieve his sheet music. The practice room closed at 10:30 p.m., and he still had time to practice for a while. "Wait, old Jiang, are you also going to practice the piano?" Shun asked, puzzled. "I'm a slacker when it comes to studies," Jiang Yichen explained. As someone who barely managed to scrape by, he was acutely aware of his own standing. After practicing for over an hour in the piano building, Jiang Yichen returned to the dormitory. Coincidentally, at that moment, Professor Qin sent him 2 messages. One inquired whether he had been jogging in the morning, to which Jiang Yichen instinctively replied, "Of course." He surmised that Professor Qin was likely inviting him to run together the following day. The other message contained a document, a survey that Qin Ling had mentioned earlier. However, when Jiang Yichen opened the questionnaire, he was instantly bewildered. "Please select your 3 favorite games from the following list." Chapter 67, Survey Questionnaire. Please fill in your basic information. Gender, birthday, occupation, city. What types of games do you frequently play? Please choose your 3 favorite games from the following list. Please select your 3 most beloved game characters from the following. The more he filled it out, the more confused he became. So, this so-called survey from Professor Qin turned out to be a gaming questionnaire, just when he thought it was merely a game survey. The subsequent questions left him utterly perplexed. What is your relationship status? 1 single, 2 in a relationship, 3 married. How would you describe your personality traits? 1 cold and aloof, 2 warm and passionate, 3 optimistic, 4. What are your hobbies and interests? Do you believe you should possess substantial wealth, a high status, or power? 1 strongly agree, 2 agree, somewhat, 3 neutral, 4 disagree, somewhat, 5 strongly disagree. Do you think your appearance aligns with the expectations of the opposite sex? 1 strongly agree, 2 agree, somewhat, 3 neutral, 4 disagree, somewhat, 5 strongly disagree. Do you believe your appearance corresponds with your environment, status, personality, and other backgrounds? 1 strongly agree, 2 agree, somewhat, 3 neutral, 4 disagree, somewhat, 5 strongly disagree. Jiang Yichen had filled out halfway when he switched back to the chat window with Qin Ling. Jiang Yichen. "Professor Qin, this survey is quite unique, isn't it?" Qin Ling, "My friend abroad is conducting a survey primarily aimed at university students aged 18 to 22. Jiang Yichen, "Can I skip it then? How many questions are left?" Qin Ling, "No, you promised to complete it. Otherwise, I have no objection to you copying the answers by hand." Jiang Yichen, "All right." Jiang Yichen switched screens again and continued to fill out the form. "What are your appealing or unappealing features regarding your appearance?" Jiang Yichen pondered over the question, scratched his head, and randomly wrote, "Aside from being handsome, I am utterly lacking." "How would you describe your physique?" 6 feet tall, a muscular man with 8-pack abs. "What life skills do you possess?" "Cooking." "What is something very important to you, or a lucky charm?" "I don't know." "What are you most afraid of?" "Being late for an 8 a.m. class." "What is your favorite food?" "King crab." "What is your favorite color?" "None." "Do you have any body features like tattoos, birthmarks, scars, or moles?" "None." Jiang Yichen navigated through several pages of questions. Finally, he arrived at the last question. "How many romantic relationships have you had?" "None." It was 11 o'clock at night, past the curfew. Jiang Yichen sent the completed survey to Qin Ling. "What the heck?" A booming voice erupted in the dormitory. "Shunin," grumbling, shouted, "Who used up all my paper?" Jiang Yichen glanced down and then turned over in bed with a grunt. This had nothing to do with him. Zheng Mingcheng. Shunin, with an exaggerated gesture, approached Zheng Mingcheng, his eyes filled with fury. Just last Friday, he had bought a new pack of tissues, and now only the cardboard remained. Zheng Mingcheng, lifting the curtain, shook his head nervously and said, "It wasn't me." Shannon redirected his ire towards Jiang Yichen. Jiang Yichen. Was it you? It wasn't me, I swear, Jiang Yichen replied, shaking his head in guilt. Jean de Peo. Shannon arrived at the last bed. Where's that dog Zhang Wei? Zhang Mingsheng. I have no idea. Jiang Yichen. Neither do I. The three of them then realized it was already past 11, and Zhang Wei had yet to return. Seriously? Has he gotten lucky? Zhang Mingsheng remarked. Jiang Yichen gasped. So soon? Damn it. It must be that rascal who used up my paper. Shun angrily grabbed his phone and called Zhang Wei. Jiang Yichen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He didn't know why, but every time he ran out of paper, he thought he must go to the supermarket to buy more, only to quickly forget about it. Goodness, still not answering. Shen was fuming. Until bedtime, Jiang Yichen could hear the curses and shouts coming from the princess's room across the hall. Given the situation, if Shannon encountered Zhang Wei tomorrow, it would certainly explode. Jiang Yichen silently mourned for Zhang Wei for 3 seconds, then set his alarm and prepared to sleep. Shannon's paper was not solely utilized by him. Zhang Mingsheng and Zhang Wei were also discreetly involved. The following day, feeling the vibrations emanating from beneath his pillow, Jiang Yichen immediately awakened. Only Professor Qin, with his esteemed reputation, could compel him to rise so early in the morning. Unlike his usual haphazard routine for an 8 o'clock class, today he had set his alarm half an hour earlier, at 6 o'clock. He brushed his teeth with exceptional care and applied his skincare products after washing his face. Finally, Jiang Yichen applied a bit of Changji's hair wax to style his hair. He was thoroughly prepared. Gently, he pushed open the dormitory door and stepped outside, genuinely concerned that he might disturb the formidable presence of Sister Shun, who had been quite irate the previous evening. At 6:30, Jiang Yichen arrived promptly at the designated meeting spot beneath the faculty apartment building. However, he did not see Professor Qin. Puzzled, he picked up his phone and messaged Qin Ling. How rare it was for Professor Qin to be late. Qin Ling, 2 minutes. Jiang Yichen, all right. Though she claimed 2 minutes, it turned out to be 5. As he observed Qin Ling's delayed arrival, he could not help but tease Professor Qin. You are late today, she responded with a nonchalant. Jiang Yichen shrugged. Her cool demeanor was entirely expected. After a brief warm-up, the two embarked on their morning run. Half an hour in, Jiang Yichen found himself struggling, yet it was an improvement from last time. Previously, he had only managed 15 minutes. This time, he lasted 20, showing some progress. Qin Ling, however, seemed somewhat out of sorts, breathing heavily, which caught Jiang Yichen's attention. What are you staring at? She inquired. Professor Qin. Did you stay up late last night? She responded with a soft After Jiang Yichen had left the previous evening, she had spent 3 hours completing a survey. Some questions she answered herself, while others she haphazardly sourced online. Upon receiving Jiang Yichen's completed survey, she meticulously reviewed each response. However, some of his answers were rather casual. For instance, to the question, how would you describe your physique? He replied, 1 meter 80, with 8-pack abs like a muscular man. Qin Ling found this answer hard to believe, while his height was accurate. She had doubts about the 8-pack abs and felt that muscular man was a title that did not suit Jiang Yichen at all. Another question asked, what are your appealing or unappealing physical traits? And Jiang Yichen's response was, aside from being handsome, I possess nothing else. Qin Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes at that answer. Despite some of his casual responses, she had acquired answers to most of the questions she was curious about. Chapter 68, Gaia. The invigorating morning run concluded, and Jiang Yichen felt significantly more energized. From now on, aside from Mondays, he would no longer worry about waking up for early classes, as he would rise at 6 from Tuesday to Friday. Professor Qin, what shall we have for breakfast? Jiang Yichen inquired. I'll leave that to you, Qin Ling replied. Very well, Jiang Yichen nodded. Suddenly, it felt as though a vehicle had run over his face. Jiang Yichen turned his head to glance at Qin Ling, who remained as frostily indifferent as ever, seemingly oblivious to any issues in their prior dialogue. What are you looking at? Qin Ling inquired. Nothing, Jiang Yichen replied with a smile, redirecting his gaze. Professor Qin, perhaps I should take over. You still have dark circles under your eyes from last night's lack of rest. No need, she answered curtly as they strolled along. Upon reaching the teacher's apartment, they ascended the stairs. Professor Qin's residence was situated on the 4th floor. As they approached the 3rd floor, Qin Ling suddenly recalled something and murmured, Jiang Yichen. Your dormitory, the male homestead. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yichen stumbled, losing his footing and tumbling down the stairs. Qin Ling quickly reached out to pull him up. Are you all right, Jiang Yichen? I'm fine, really, he assured her with a carefree expression. Professor Qin, let me clarify. Our dormitory does not have any homosexuals. That label on our door? I never agreed to it, but the other 3 roommates insisted. They enjoy their quirks. You know, as he rubbed his bruised forehead, he attempted to explain to Qin Ling, who was in no mood to listen, urging him to continue up the stairs. Professor Qin, don't worry. I'm fine. It doesn't hurt at all, Jiang Yichen insisted. Qin Ling led him to her door and fished out her keys from her pocket. During this brief moment, Jiang Yichen, in a desperate attempt to mask his pain, donned a facade of suffering. Gaia, this injury feels like it hit a major artery, he thought, yearning to scream, but with Professor Qin present, he felt as though he could endure even the most excruciating tortures without flinching. Upon entering, Qin Ling didn't bother to change her shoes and hurried into her bedroom. Emerging shortly after with a medical kit, Jiang Yichen lounged casually on the sofa. I told you I'm fine. Not a drop of blood has been shed. It's merely a trivial bump. I'm not in pain at all. Be quiet. Qin Ling interjected, sitting beside him with a medical kit, retrieving a bottle of ointment. Jiang Yichen's eyes twitched as he raised his hand. Wait. Professor Qin, I truly don't need it. Applying medicine isn't necessary. It's already uncomfortable. Wouldn't applying it make it unbearable? Qin Ling paid no heed, first uncapping the ointment, and then retrieving a cotton swab from the kit. Jiang Yichen, with arms crossed defiantly between them, displayed a demeanor that suggested he would rather perish than allow the ointment to touch his skin. Qin Ling, with one hand forcefully lowering his obstructive arm, slowly approached his forehead with the cotton swab. Instinctively, he attempted to evade her, but as he began to rise, she coldly commanded, sit down. I said sit down. In truth, he felt fine. Maintaining his half-risen posture, Jiang Yichen desperately wished to stand. But after locking eyes with Qin Ling for a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly settled back into his seat. Don't move, she instructed, inching closer. Jiang Yichen found himself at a loss, unsure where to direct his gaze. Before him stood Qin Ling, separated by merely a head's distance. Although they had sat closely together in class the previous day, this face-to-face proximity was entirely different. The alluring scent of sandalwood emanating from Qin Ling enveloped him, and he could distinctly perceive the sweet warmth of her breath. Under the striking brilliance of Professor Qin's visage, Jiang Yichen's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet in the next instant, a sharp pain throbbed at his forehead. Reflexively, he wished to cry out, but he stifled the urge. Does it hurt? Qin Ling inquired. Not all. Jiang Yichen replied resolutely, concealing his discomfort. It doesn't hurt one bit. Didn't I tell you it was nothing? Why insist on applying this dreadful medicine? Qin Ling observed the mist gathering in the depths of Jiang Yichen's starry eyes, choosing not to unveil his facade of strength. Instead, she encouraged him, just bear with it. It will soon pass. It's nothing at all. Jiang Yichen persevered, grateful that the entire application process was brief, lasting only a few seconds. However, just as he exhaled with relief, Qin Ling dipped a cotton swab into the bottle of red flower oil once more. As her enticing lips parted and closed, she uttered words that sent a chill through Jiang Yichen. Don't move, I'm not finished yet. Immediately, the cotton swab pressed against his bruised forehead. Professor Qin, he exclaimed. What is it? She responded. I just remembered a dog I had in my childhood. It accompanied me for many years, but that winter it suddenly left. Do you understand? Jiang Yichen wiped his nose as he spoke. Yes, I understand. Qin Ling nodded. At last, after applying the second coat of red flower oil, the process concluded. Jiang Yichen sighed heavily, relieved that he had not succumbed to any actions that might undermine his masculinity. Don't move. The familiar phrase echoed in Jiang Yichen's ears like a sudden thunderclap. What? Professor Qin, there's more? He asked in despair. Yes, Qin Ling replied, holding a roll of gauze, yet to begin the bandaging. Oh, bandaging? That's fine then. Chapter 69. The apron as Shun En and Zheng Mingxing entered the classroom. They immediately noticed Jiang Yichen's head wrapped in bandages. "Old Jiang, what happened to you this early in the morning?" Shen inquired. "I wasn't paying attention while walking down the stairs and missed a step," Jiang Yichen explained. "And this bandage on your head? Did the school infirmary open this early?" "I got it from my sister," Jiang Yichen casually replied, then diverted the topic. "Where's Zhang Depeo? Have you seen him?" "No," they replied. The last time the trio had seen Zhang Wei was the previous afternoon. Zhang Mingxing added, "That scoundrel Zhang Depeo. Last night, I caught him using my hair gel and wax. I wondered why the wax had diminished so much when I barely used it. He must have been sneaking some." Shinin chimed in. "He even swiped my paper." Jiang Yichen exclaimed with righteous indignation. "Condemnation. Strong condemnation. Upon his return, the three of us shall confront him together. I shall be the first to cover his mouth." Zhang Mingxing agreed. "Shinin, even if he calls me father this time, I shall not spare him." The trio engaged in fervent discussion, determined to teach Zhang Wei a lesson. However, to their surprise, Zhang Wei did not appear in the classroom throughout the entire morning. "Shinin, damn it, I even helped him with attendance. This matter cannot be resolved with just 2 meals." Zhang Mingxing, 2 meals are far too few. 3 meals. Jiang Yichen, he must wash socks for a whole week. Shinin, I second that. Zhang Mingxing, I second that as well. During the lunch break, Jiang Yichen mentioned that he needed to collect a package and parted ways with Shinin. The school's delivery station was usually bustling with activity, but it tended to be less crowded during mealtimes. Jiang Yichen approached without standing in line, retrieved his parcel, and made his way to Professor Qin's apartment. He had already planned today's lunch menu: sauerkraut fish and spicy shredded potatoes. Qin Ling, who had only 2 classes on Tuesday mornings, drove to the nearest market after her class ended at 10:30. This was her first visit to the market for groceries, as she typically ordered takeout. Within the market, several vendors sold fish, and she chose a stall manned by a warm-hearted elderly lady. "Oh, what a beauty! Here to buy fish?" the lady greeted, having never seen such a striking girl before. Qin Ling nodded, pondering which type of fish to purchase, as the stall offered a variety. "Our fish just arrived and is exceptionally fresh. Which kind would you like?" the lady continued. After some thought, Qin Ling replied, "The fish for sauerkraut fish." With that brief statement, the lady immediately recognized that Qin Ling was a novice at buying fish. There are many types suitable for sauerkraut fish: grass carp, blackfish, perch, and carp. "Young lady, there are several options for sauerkraut fish. Grass carp is economical with a firm texture, while blackfish has fewer bones and a delightful flavor," the elderly lady explained, introducing each type of fish to Qin Ling. "I'll take a blackfish," Qin Ling decided. "Certainly. How large would you like it?" the lady inquired. Qin Ling pointed to the largest black fish in the stall. The elderly lady beamed with delight at her choice. "Very well. Would you like me to clean and fillet the fish for you?" Qin Ling nodded. The fish she pointed at weighed at least 7 pounds. This market has excellent service. Helping with fish preparation, she thought, realizing it would save Jiang Yichen some effort during lunch. After a brief wait, the elderly lady handed her a bag of neatly sliced fish. "That'll be 60. "All right." Qin Ling promptly scanned the payment code. After the successful transaction, she took the bag and asked, "Annie, do you sell king crabs here?" "What crabs?" the lady replied, slightly confused. "King crabs," Qin Ling repeated. No, dear. We only sell blue crabs here," the elderly lady responded. After receiving her answer, Qin Ling turned to leave. On the questionnaire filled out by Jiang Yichen, it was noted that his favorite food is king crab. After taking a few steps, Qin Ling turned back to glance at the elderly lady at the stall, then surveyed the other vendors, both ladies and gentlemen, all adorned with aprons. It suddenly dawned on her that the kitchen seemed to lack such an essential item. Without hesitation, Qin Ling made her way to the supermarket adjacent to the market, purchasing 2 aprons. "Wait, Professor Qin, were those 2 aprons in your hands?" Jiang Yichen inquired. "I just bought them this morning," Qin Ling replied as she handed one of the red-checkered aprons to Jiang Yichen. He received it in silence. "And what about the package you're holding?" Qin Ling asked. "It's an apron," Jiang Yichen answered. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling paused momentarily. "Never mind. It's not important." Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively and placed the package to the side. He then approached the countertop, opened the bag before him, and exclaimed with mild surprise, "Hey, Professor Qin, what kind of fish did you buy? It's all prepped." Black fish, Qin Ling replied softly. "That is quite good." Jiang Yichen began to feel a sense of joy, only to quickly realize something was amiss. "Isn't this a bit too much?" He carefully weighed the bag and then asked, "Professor Qin, how big is this black fish? It must weigh at least 5 pounds, right?" 60 yuan, Qin Ling responded. "Excuse me?" Jiang Yichen's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. 60 yuan? This must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Are we really going to eat that much? He recalled that the last time he made sauerkraut fish, he only bought a 2.5-pound fish. What a waste. Is it too much? Qin Ling asked. "It is a bit," Jiang Yichen admitted. "Next time, if you buy fish, aim for around 2 pounds, and that should suffice." "Understood," Qin Ling said as she donned her apron. Jiang Yichen's was red-checkered, while hers was black. "Help me," she requested, turning her back to reveal her exquisite silhouette. Understanding her intention, Jiang Yichen stepped forward to tie the apron's strings. Typically, he could tie an apron in mere seconds, but now he found himself taking his time. Qin Ling wore a white shirt today, and a familiar fragrance filled his nostrils. Jiang Yichen looked down at the ties, noting her slender waist. "Are you not finished yet?" Qin Ling glanced back. "Almost," he replied, wrapping the ties around one another with each motion imbued with tenderness. Is Professor Qin interested in learning how to cook? Indeed. Chapter 70. The sand that cannot be held should be cast away. Jiang Yichen prepared the sauerkraut fish with great deliberation, explaining the process as he went along. Qin Ling stood beside him, responding with the occasional nod, but otherwise remaining silent. After completing the entire procedure for making sauerkraut fish, Jiang Yichen was uncertain how much Qin Ling had absorbed. After enjoying their lunch, the clock struck 1:30. Jiang Yichen sat in the apartment for a while before heading to the classroom to resume his lessons. In the afternoon session, once again, Zhang Depeo's presence was notably absent, as shunned and cursed, questioning whether he had perished at the hands of a woman. He leveraged his vocal prowess to assist Zhang Wei. However, this time, unlike the morning, he could not evade consequences. Teacher Kuren marked Zhang Wei as absent. Shannon remarked, "Could it be that Zhang Depeo has met with misfortune?" Zhang Mingcheng inquired. "Has he fallen into a trap?" Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow, pondering how much time had elapsed, as if Zhang Wei had vanished from existence. Moments later, Shannon presented his phone to Zhang Mingcheng and Jiang Xie, saying, "Look, Zhang Depeo just posted a moment ago." The post read, "If one cannot grasp the sand, it is better to let it fly." Jiang Yichen and Zhang Mingcheng paused in surprise, but soon Jiang Yichen couldn't help but erupt in laughter, resembling the sound of a pig. How foolish they were to speculate about Zhang Depeo's potential dangers. It turned out to be a heartbreak instead. After school that afternoon, Jiang Yichen returned to the boys' dormitory, where he indeed spotted a despondent figure slumped on the balcony. Zhang Wei gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, his face marred by melancholy, his eyes brimming with unexpressed sorrow, resembling someone afflicted with depression. Jiang Yichen trailed slightly behind Shun and Zhang Mingcheng into the dormitory, only to witness a rather unkind scene. Shun approached Zhang Wei with a sorrowful expression, reciting, "If one cannot grasp the sand, it is better to let it fly." Zhang Mingcheng chimed in, "Don't worry. It's that 25-year-old older sister who is unworthy of you." Zhang Wei looked at the two, tears welling in his large eyes. At that moment, Jiang Yichen joined them, patting Zhang Wei's shoulder and offering genuine comfort. "It's all right. Even Napoleon faced defeat at Waterloo." Zhang Wei initially thought Jiang Yichen was there to console him, only to realize he was being stabbed metaphorically. The strategist in love is me, while Napoleon in romance is Shunin, Zhang Wei retorted. Jiang Yichen paused, acknowledging his mix-up, and they all erupted in laughter. Shunin continued, "Come on, Zhang Depeo, tell us what happened." "Indeed, it's your turn to share, Depeo. I've had my share of experiences recently. Let us analyze this together," Zhang Mingcheng expressed with curiosity. Zhang Wei sighed, slowly beginning to recount the events of recent days. Jiang Yichen, having moved a chair from inside, settled onto the balcony to listen intently. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's story, Jiang Yichen concluded, "Isn't it just as I previously guessed?" She merely wanted you to sign up for a membership. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wei was taken aback. Old Jiang. Do you understand? She gave me this feeling like a gentle older sister, you know? You understand, right? Jiang Wei gripped Jiang Yichen's arm excitedly. Jiang Yichen responded, I understand. I visit Professor Qin's gentle realm every day. No, you don't understand, Jiang Wei exclaimed, rising from his chair. Do you know the lethal power of her smile? When she smiled at me, I willingly handed over 200 to get a yearly membership. So, you've essentially wasted that money, Shun interjected. An invisible knife pierced Jiang Wei's chest in that moment. Yesterday, I invited her out for dinner. Jiang Wei choked back tears. Because our conversations have been pleasant lately, I mustered the courage to confess my feelings, only to discover that she has a 3-year-old daughter. Come on, Jiang Wei, what kind of man cries like this? If it's that bad, I can introduce you to someone, Shunin said, nonchalantly pulling out his phone. Zheng Mingsheng also offered comfort. It's all right, what did you say last time? A man who doesn't experience heartbreak will never grow up. The best way to forget a disastrous romance is to start another one. Jiang Wei sighed heavily. So how did it go with your senior in the floral dress? It's over, Zheng Mingsheng replied, his gaze dimming slightly. The flowers have feelings, but the stream flows indifferently. It's better to let go of sand that cannot be grasped. Jiang Wei responded, standing up to embrace Zheng Mingsheng. Good brother, I believe we can't just chat with one girl anymore. At this rate, we'll be single until the monkeys come home. Zheng Mingsheng pondered, I think we should first address the quantity issue before focusing on quality. Exactly. That's what I was thinking, Lao Zheng, Jiang Wei exclaimed, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen stood up and left the balcony. As a steadfast warrior of pure love, he could not engage in flirtations with multiple girls. Placing the stool back at the computer desk, Jiang Yichen picked up the sheet music, preparing to head to the piano room. With 3 days left until the monthly evaluation, he needed to make the most of his time. Just as he grasped the music sheets, Shun An's voice rang out from the balcony. Jean de Peo, let us keep things separate. Tell me, did you use my paper? What? Jiang Wei replied, feigning innocence. And my hair wax. Did you sneakily use it before you went out yesterday? Zheng Mingchang pressed. No one said you couldn't use it, but could you not take so much? Your hair doesn't need that much wax. Huh? Jiang Wei scratched his head, realizing he had indeed taken a bit of Zheng Mingcheng's wax before heading out. But just a little. As for Shun An's paper, if you remember correctly, Jiang Yichen had used the most of it. Upon hearing their conversation, Jiang Yichen quickly slipped out of the dormitory. Also, I answered for you during roll call this morning. Don't you think you should show a little gratitude? Shen inquired. Sister, I understand, Jiang Wei replied earnestly. For the next week, I'll take care of your breakfast. What about me? Zheng Mingqing asked. What I said to you? You don't need to worry about meals. Just wash my socks for a week, Shen responded. Socks. Jiang Wei blinked in surprise, then looked down at the black stockings Shun and was wearing. Chapter 71. To be honest, I like the domineering female CEO. A few days later, on Friday. Ever since Jiang Yichen was injured days ago, Qin Ling had not allowed him to join her for morning runs. After their jog, Qin Ling returned to her apartment and prepared a bowl of noodles. During the past few days, while Jiang Yichen cooked, she had been learning alongside him. However, she was utterly clueless. It seemed her culinary talent extended only to mastering the art of boiling noodles. Any attempts at stir-frying had ended in failure. After breakfast, Qin Ling made her way to a corner of the living room, retrieving 3 delivery boxes received the previous night. Since Jiang Yichen had sent her flowers 3 times, she contemplated gifting him 3 figurines, each representing characters he favored according to a survey: Raiden Shogun, Huang Quan, and Chong Li. The total cost for the 3 figurines amounted to 1,000 yuan. Carefully unboxing the figurines, Qin Ling then took out an exquisite gift box she had purchased the night before. After meticulously wrapping the gift, she placed it in a corner of the living room. With the National Day holiday approaching, there would be no time off this Saturday. Instead, she would attend supplementary classes all day, starting from the 29th. This meant she would have to remain at school this Friday. Jiang Yichen. Good morning, Professor Qin. My sister has invited me to lunch today, so I may not be able to make it. What shall we have for dinner? Qin Ling, you need not cook tonight. Hian Dichen, no cooking? Aren't you having dinner at the apartment? Qin Ling, no, we will eat at the apartment, and you should join us. Jiang Yichen, why is that? Qin Ling, don't ask. Jiang Yichen, all right. Qin Ling had already decided on dinner. King crab. She had made a reservation at a 5-star restaurant for the dish, and she would simply pick it up in the afternoon. At noon, in the cafeteria of Mingxian Music Academy, Jiang Yichen was dining with Jiang Suihuan, enjoying spicy hot pot. Little E, is your allowance sufficient? Jiang Suihuan inquired. Yes. Jiang Yichen nodded. Don't try to act tough in front of your sister, Jiang Suihuan said, firmly transferring 500 yuan to Jiang Yichen via her phone. She had sent him money several times recently, each time returned by him. This time you must accept it, she insisted. No, sister, you should keep it. Jiang Yichen replied with a wry smile. Jiang Suihuan had always shared her good fortune with him. They were half-siblings, and he seldom sought financial assistance from his stepmother. If he did ask, it was only of his father. Sister, look, I still have money in my account, Jiang Yichen remarked, showing her the few hundred yuan remaining in his balance. Did you get this from Dad? Jiang Suihuan asked. Yes, Jiang Yichen nodded. But that amount isn't enough, is it? The National Day holiday is coming up soon. Aren't you going out with friends? Jiang Suihuan questioned. Not at the moment, Jiang Yichen replied. Regardless, take this money. It's for you, understand? Jiang Suihuan assumed a big sister's demeanor. Jiang Yichen shook his head, returning the 500 yuan she had transferred. Even if he were truly short on funds, he would only ask his father for help. Sister, I might start earning money soon. There's no need for you to send me funds. My 2 songs on several music platforms have amassed over 100 million streams during this time, Jiang Yichen explained. Over 100 million? Jiang Suihuan was momentarily taken aback. How much could this possibly amount to? I estimate it should be around 200,000 to 300,000. Jiang Yichen replied. With 100 million streams, that translates to 120,000. His 2 songs from September alone should yield over 200 million in streaming and downloads. The Dream Voice competition was still in its audition phase, with the preliminary rounds not commencing until after the National Day festivities. 200,000 to 300,000, Jiang Suihuan exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, Jiang Yichen affirmed with a nod. You're truly impressive, little Yichen. If you become successful in the future, will you forget about your sister? Sister, how could you say such a thing? What is mine will also be yours. When the time comes, I will directly transfer you several thousand as pocket money, Jiang Yichen declared generously. No, you should keep it for yourself. Jiang Suihuan waved her hand dismissively. Let us not dwell on that. The hot pot is getting cold. Let us eat. After lunch, Jiang Suihuan inquired with concern, Little Yichen, how have you been getting along with Professor Qin lately? I recently heard someone say that Professor Qin is rather difficult to approach, often wearing a stern expression in class while wielding a ruler. Quite well, Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow. Who is spreading such rumors? Professor Qin is remarkable. If possible, I wish that she could teach all my major courses throughout college. Is she really that good? Jiang Suihuan frowned, continuing, according to sophomore senior in my club. Professor Qin is very serious and rarely smiles. If you play the piano poorly, she will make you start over repeatedly. Jiang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. However, he did not find her as cold as they claimed. She is quite wonderful. She is my favorite teacher. As long as you feel good about it, Jiang Suihuan replied. Do you have any girls you fancy lately? It has been a month since the semester officially began, Jiang Suihuan asked. Jiang Yichen fell silent. Yes, it's the Professor Qin you just mentioned. No, Jiang Yichen quickly responded. It was better to keep his feelings for Professor Qin a secret. If he were to succeed in winning her affection, it would indeed be a cause for celebration, but if he failed, it would remain unknown. No? Would you like me to introduce someone? Jiang Suihuan immediately became inquisitive. Little Yichen, you have no idea. Many girls in my modeling club are fond of you. They have been asking for your contact details, which is why I inquired about your opinion. No, Jiang Yichen waved his hand. Why not? Jiang Suihuan pressed, puzzled. Don't you want to be in a relationship? Jiang Yichen smirked and shifted the subject. Hey, sister, you scold me for not dating. But you haven't been in a relationship either. Have you not met anyone you like? Well, I truly haven't, Jiang Suihuan admitted honestly. I haven't encountered anyone who makes my heart race. Sister, I don't think I've ever asked you what type you prefer, Jiang Yichen inquired. Guess. I cannot possibly guess. If I tell you, promise not to laugh. Jiang Suehuan suddenly felt a bit bashful. What could possibly be amusing? A domineering female CEO. What on earth? Jiang Yichen's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Yes, little Yichen, you heard me correctly. Jiang Suehuan reiterated her sentiments, recalling that during her middle school years, she held little interest in boys. However, upon entering university, she encountered novels and developed a particular fondness for yuri literature, especially those featuring the domineering female CEO archetype. Hold on. Jiang Yichen interjected hastily, posing a profound question. Sister, you wouldn't be harboring feelings for Professor Qin, would you? It should have crossed his mind. For though Professor Qin's character diverged from the original narrative, his sister Jiang Suehuan's was unmistakable. Why mention Professor Qin? Jiang Suehuan inquired, puzzled. Why do appreciate girls? I think I'll pass on Professor Qin. Her demeanor is far too frosty, and besides, she may not even be inclined towards women, Jiang Suehuan elaborated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, in the original text, it was Professor Qin who had coerced Jiang Suehuan. Wait a moment. Jiang Yichen pondered deeply. Aside from the two heroines, Qin Ling and Jiang Suehuan, there existed a devoted supporting character, a certain CEO of a publicly listed company. Chapter 72. Monthly Evaluation. The dreaded monthly evaluation, a bane for first-year students, had arrived once again. Participants in this month's evaluation included students from the piano performance program, bel canto, folk singing, and popular singing disciplines, all gathered at the Xinglai Music Hall, the largest auditorium within the Mingxian Academy of Music, capable of accommodating over 1,000 spectators. In addition to the first-year students participating in the evaluation, many upperclassmen from the composition department and others came to observe the spectacle. As it was a Friday afternoon, the schedules of first, second, and third-year students were devoid of classes, which led to the first-year participants expressing their grievances towards the school administration. It seemed particularly cruel that the evaluation was scheduled for a Friday afternoon, a time when they should have been free. Isn't this just asking for trouble? In the fourth row, center seats, the group of four politely expressed their discontent towards the decision-makers of the evaluation. Should have remarked, seriously, what is wrong with them? Why choose a Friday afternoon when there are so many other times available? This is just tormenting us. Zhang Wei added. I'm going to file a complaint with the Education Bureau. Zheng Mingchang chimed in. You're not going. Zhang Wei retorted. I am your father. Shen quipped. You're my grandson. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen was scanning the crowd in search of Qin Ling's figure, initially assuming she would be among the judges. However, he found no familiar, beautiful visage at the judging panel. On stage, a teacher was delivering a speech outlining the rules for this month's evaluation. The large screen would randomly capture individuals from the audience. When someone's face appeared at the center, it signified their turn to participate in the evaluation. Piano students would take the stage to perform, while vocal students would showcase their singing. Zhang Wei exclaimed, Look, did you see that old man in the center of the judges' panel? Zheng Mingcheng. This old man seems somewhat familiar. Zhang Wei. He is the vice president of our school. I heard from seniors that he is exceptionally strict. Jiang Yichen. Strict? Zhang Wei. Just wait and see. I reckon this month's evaluation will not go well. Moments later. The monthly evaluation officially commences. The large screen on stage flickers continuously as it captures faces in real time. Gradually, a face appears on the screen. It's Jiang Suehuan. The hall immediately buzzes with excitement. Jiang Suehuan, renowned as the school beauty, holds considerable fame within the institution. Old Jiang, your sister is on stage. Zhang Wei exclaims. Jiang Yichen rolls his eyes. I'm not blind. Jiang Suehuan specializes in popular singing, and after introducing herself, she begins her performance. With hundreds seated before her, she remains entirely composed, choosing to sing The Secret That Cannot Be Told, a song previously performed by Jiang Yichen. Her voice possesses a distinct quality, soft and sweet. If Qin Ling's deep, alluring voice resembles the resonant tones of a cello, then Jiang Suehuan's voice is akin to the gentle plucking of a harp, producing a series of harmonious and soothing notes. Upon finishing her song, she captivates many of the boys present. Wow, old Jiang, your sister sings incredibly well. Is your singing style influenced by hers? Zhang Wei exclaims excitedly. Of course, she is my sister. Jiang Yichen replies proudly. Old Jiang, I suddenly have a suggestion. Would you like to hear it? Zhang Wei clears his throat and boldly offers, what do you think about me and your sister, before he can finish. Jiang Yichen twists his wrist and interrupts, if you wish to court death, feel free to continue. Never mind, I just let out a fart, Zhang Wei concedes. On stage, Jiang Suihuan completes her song and bows slightly to the audience. There are 5 judges, each holding a small red flower. If 3 judges raise their flowers, it signifies that the evaluation has been passed. At that moment, all 3 judges lift their flowers, indicating that Jiang Suihuan has successfully passed. This spectacle astonishes many students present. How could someone who sang so beautifully barely pass? Congratulations to student Jiang Suihuan for receiving 3 red flowers. The monthly evaluation is approved. Accompanied by the host's announcement, Jiang Suihuan gracefully descends from the stage. The large screen resumes its task of capturing faces in the audience. The next selected participant is also a vocal student, though specializing in bel canto. Unfortunately, she receives only 2 red flowers and does not pass the evaluation. The third contestant is a female piano student, a classmate of Jiang Yichen. After being selected by the judges to play 2 excerpts from the textbook, she begins her chosen piece. She receives only 1 red flower, thus failing the evaluation. Subsequently, 3 more students take the stage, yet only 1 succeeds, while the other 2 fail to receive any red flowers. Zhang Wei, sitting beside Jiang Yichen, expresses his dissatisfaction. What does this mean? Are they kidding? How can they not pass? This is too strict. Zheng Mingsheng, it's over. This school must be doing it on purpose. It seems that only Jiang Suihuan has passed. As Jiang Yichen was about to respond, he suddenly caught sight of his large visage on the big screen, prompting him to instinctively lower his head. History often reveals striking parallels. At that moment, Zhang Depeo, beside him, fully showcased the reflexes expected of a seasoned player in the realm of eternal conflict. He swiftly buried his own head even deeper, while deftly nudging Jiang Yichen's head up. Oh, it seems that our aloof campus heartthrob has been chosen. The host's eyes gleamed with excitement upon recognizing Jiang Yichen, who had also been the master of ceremonies during the freshman gala. Ever since that night, Jiang Yichen had become indelibly etched in his memory, even if he were to turn to ashes. Apologies, old Jiang. It seems my spirits have waned lately, and I haven't practiced diligently, Zhang Wei remarked, patting Jiang Yichen on the shoulder. Jiang Yichen, disinterested in engaging, rose to make his way onto the stage. Like the 3 students before him, he introduced himself and began the assessment. A teacher from the audience selected 2 segments from the textbook for practice. These pieces had been specifically explained to him by Qin Ling during previous lessons. Jiang Yichen played them with fluidity and grace. Next came his chosen piece, Chopin's Nocturne in E-flat major. Chapter 73. A blunder. This was Professor Qin's favorite composition. He had played it in middle school, though at the time he had little interest in it and had not mastered it. However, in recent days, he had devoted his practice to this very piece. As Jiang Yichen glanced down at the audience, he noticed Qin Ling seated in the corner of the first row alongside Lin Yao. No wonder he had struggled to spot her earlier. She was nestled in the rightmost corner. Ah, Ling, Jiang Yichen played those practice pieces quite well. Truly deserving of being your student, Lin Yao praised. Qin Ling smiled slightly. Not bad. After exchanging glances with Jiang Yichen, she felt a flicker of satisfaction at his progress, a testament to her diligent teaching. However, her contentment was short-lived as the next moment, Jiang Yichen's rendition of the Nocturne caused her brow to furrow. Of course, she was familiar with Chopin's Nocturne. However, as Jiang Yichen played, Lin Yao leaned in and whispered, "Isn't this the Nocturne by Chopin that Jiang Yichen is playing?" But as I listen, I can't help but feel something's amiss. Qin Ling remained silent, her gaze fixed on Jiang Yichen, who continued to play on stage. She had not taught this piece to him, and had anticipated he would choose the Winter Wind Etude, a piece she had helped him navigate through technical challenges during class. Now, she began to understand why. When she had inquired about his choice for the monthly evaluation, Jiang Yichen had responded with a cryptic, "It's a secret." On stage, as Jiang Yichen concluded his final note, he believed he had played adequately. Though not exceptionally, he felt confident it was not entirely lacking. The notion was commendable, yet the reality was rather stark. Among the 5 judges seated before the stage, only one raised a small red flower for Jiang Yichen. The monthly evaluation had not been passed. Jiang Yichen found himself in a daze, unsure how he returned to his seat. The evaluation on stage continued, but at that moment, he had lost all interest in listening. The raucous laughter of Zhang Depeo and Shen, who initially found amusement in his predicament, soon dwindled as they noticed something amiss with him, prompting them to offer various words of consolation. Jiang Yichen drifted into thought. He had originally intended to practice the piece in secret and surprise Qin Ling on stage. However, it appeared he had overestimated his own abilities. A student who was lagging behind should have simply played the pieces they had reviewed in class. Yet he insisted on attempting something more elaborate, opting to secretly rehearse a new piece. Now he faced the consequences. He had failed the monthly evaluation. In addition to him, there were several female students in the class who had also participated, and it seemed they had all succeeded. Under Professor Qin's tutelage, he appeared to be the only one who had failed this time. Fortunately, there was another classmate who, like him, had also not passed. The evaluation stretched from 2 o'clock in the afternoon until 4:30. When the host announced the conclusion of the evaluations, the students began to exit the hall, while Jiang Yichen remained seated, lost in thought. The whispers of those passing by were unmistakable to him. It was evident that Jiang Yichen had fallen into a rather unfortunate situation, seemingly one of the very few who had not passed the evaluation. Perhaps he should consider switching majors to vocal performance, for his singing was undeniably pleasant. He remained a student of Professor Qin, and his chosen piece had truly been a display of talent. Jiang Yichen sat close to the aisle, and he could clearly hear the hushed discussions of those who passed him. His emotions were difficult to articulate, primarily a sense of discomfort, not solely due to the failure of the evaluation, but rather from the feeling of having embarrassed Qin Ling. Perhaps he ought to exert himself a bit more during this period. Hey, what are you all talking about? Zhang Wei stood up, his fierce gaze fixed on those who had been whispering. Shen and Zheng Mingsheng also rose, glaring at the same group. The individuals displayed disdain, ready to speak. But upon catching sight of a graceful figure behind them, they wisely chose to silence themselves and departed. Jiang Yichen. Qin Ling approached him. Nothing's wrong. Jiang Yichen replied with a faint smile. Professor Qin, I'm perfectly fine. Come with me. I need to speak with you, Qin Ling said in a low voice. Professor Qin, I suddenly recalled that I seemed to have something to attend to. Jiang Yichen was at a loss for how to face Qin Ling. After hastily uttering this excuse, he hurriedly made his way outside. Qin Ling watched him retreating figure, while Zhang Wei interjected, Professor Qin, I swear. Old Jiang truly had an urgent matter. He mentioned it to us just now. Indeed, Professor Qin, others chimed in. Shen also spoke up, noting that Jiang Yichen had been remarkably diligent in his piano practice lately, dedicating his time to the practice room every day after school. When I invited him to join us for a game, he declined. Shen was speaking the truth. Jiang Yichen had indeed been quite industrious over the past 2 weeks, often absent from the dormitory except for the evenings. I could attest to this as well. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen has been putting in considerable effort. Yet it was unexpected that he still did not pass the monthly evaluation, according to Zheng Mingsheng. The expressionless demeanor of Professor Qin appeared to the 3 of them, as if he were there to reprimand. Hey, Lin Yao approached briskly, pulling Qin Ling aside to whisper, Ling, the child has worked hard enough. You shouldn't blame him. People have different talents. Who said I was going to blame him? Qin Ling retorted. She could see through Jiang Yichen's forced smile just moments ago. To be honest, she felt a bit troubled herself. After his performance, she had sent him several messages of comfort, yet he had not replied to a single one. Didn't you notice your cold demeanor? You scared him away, didn't you? Me? Scare him away? Qin Ling looked at Lin Yao with an impassive expression. Am I really that terrifying? Lin Yao wore a look that clearly suggested otherwise. Chapter 74, Comfort Xiao Yi. Are you all right? Jiang Suihuan had been waiting outside the music hall and quickly approached upon seeing Jiang Yichen. Me fine. Jiang Yichen replied calmly. Don't overthink the monthly evaluation. It's merely an assessment. If I don't pass, it will only affect my usual grade a bit. It's not a big deal. Indeed, sister, what are you thinking? I truly am fine. Jiang Yichen said with a carefree smile. Have I ever cared about my studies? If I lose some points, so be it. My only requirement is not to fail at the end of the semester. All right, enough of that. I'm heading back to the dorm to play games. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively and headed straight for the dormitory. Before entering university, his expectations were simple. As long as he didn't fail, he was satisfied. Hard work was never his concern. However, now he felt an urgent desire to practice the piano diligently. He didn't want to let Professor Qin down. Upon returning to the dormitory and sitting at his computer desk, Jiang Yichen opened his computer while simultaneously activating his phone. He operated both devices at once, uninstalling various games: League of Legends, PUBG, Honor of Kings, Honkai Impact, and Genshin Impact. When Shun Un and the others returned to the dormitory, they were met with this scene. Jiang Yichen was deleting games from both his computer and phone. Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock, "Old Jiang, have you lost your mind? The new season for Eternal Return is about to conclude, and League is launching an unlimited firepower mode for the National Day. You were just clamoring about the 500 draws you saved up to fully upgrade that character." Zheng Mingqing added, "And what about Honkai Impact? The Huang Quan character is getting a revival, and you had also saved 500 draws for that, right?" Shun and Jiang Yichen, "At least wait until you finish claiming the monthly card before deleting it." Jiang Yichen paid no heed to the reassurances of the three, remaining silent as he relentlessly deleted the game. Henceforth, I, Jiang Yichen, shall no longer engage with any games. His tone was resolute. My life will henceforth revolve solely around practicing the piano and studying. Do not call upon me to play games again. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, recalling his own intermittent dedication akin to Jiang Yichen's. Old Jiang, is it truly necessary? Do you realize how long it will take to re-download these games? Re-download? Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow, declaring, "I shall never download them again." Shunan interjected, "What if you do decide to download them again?" Jiang Yichen replied sternly, "If I ever download them again, I will jump off our balcony live." Zheng Mingqiang scratched his head, glancing out at the balcony. "Brother, we're on the second floor. You won't die from that." Zhang Wei, with a hearty laugh, retorted, "What kind of talk is that? Do you wish for him to meet with misfortune?" Jiang Yichen's temple pulsed as he amended his statement. "If I download these games again, no, if I ever play games again, I will be a dog." "That seems a bit extreme, Jiang Yichen. It's merely a minor monthly evaluation. Don't be like this," Shunan remarked. "You simply don't understand." Jiang Yichen dismissed their concerns, turning back to continue deleting the game. Inside the concert hall, Qin Ling casually took a seat. Lin Yao had left earlier due to other commitments, leaving her alone. Remembering Jiang Yichen's smile from earlier, Qin Ling pulled out her phone and messaged Fang Ruoyan. "Qin Ling, urgent matter." "Fang Ruoyan, what's wrong?" Upon seeing Qin Ling's urgent message, Fang Ruoyan, still at the dining table, immediately set down her chopsticks and quickly made a call. "Fang Ruoyan, hello, what's the matter? What is so urgent?" After a moment of thought, Qin Ling replied, "I have a friend abroad." Fang Ruoyan, Got it. You could just play that card in front of Lu Rong and the others. Just tell me directly, what is up with your nephew?" Qin Ling, today was the school's monthly evaluation, and he performed a piece he had never played in class before. Fang Ruoyan, and then? Qin Ling, he failed the monthly evaluation. Fang Ruoyan, why didn't he play a piece he practiced in class? Qin Ling, he performed Chopin's Nocturne. Fang Ruoyan, wow, this kid has some skills. If he had passed the evaluation today, wouldn't he have charmed you? What a pity, not enough talent, a failed act. Qin Ling, be serious. Fang Ruoyan, are you looking for ways to comfort him? Qin Ling, yes. Fang Ruoyan, that's easy. Just walk over, give him a warm embrace, and whisper in his ear that everything will be all right, that you're there for him. After considering Fang Ruoyan's suggestion, Qin Ling hung up the phone and began searching online, gathering a variety of opinions from netizens. The keywords she entered were how to comfort a dejected boy. One of the most highly praised responses read, "My long-distance boyfriend has been disheartened for several days due to poor exam results. My method of comforting him was to persistently send him selfies daily. He particularly admires my legs, so I send him pictures of my legs, black stockings, white stockings, and flesh-colored ones. With my unwavering companionship, he eventually emerged from the shadow of his exam." Upon reading this share, Qin Ling was enlightened and conceived her own idea. It seemed that Jiang Yichen particularly enjoyed seeing her in high heels, a fact she had long since discovered. Qin Ling promptly selected a photo from her phone's album and sent it to Jiang Yichen. He was diligently memorizing vocabulary from a newly downloaded application on his computer when suddenly a notification chimed. Jiang Yichen moved his mouse to check the message sender. Professor Qin? Upon opening it, although he had been mumbling English words, the moment the image loaded, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Surely, Professor Qin must have sent this to the wrong person. What was the purpose of sending him a picture of herself in high heels? Qin Ling, hug. Jiang Yichen quickly closed the vocabulary app. Staring at the hug emoji on his screen, he wondered if it was meant specifically for him as consolation. Goodness, he had to admit, the method of comfort was indeed captivating, truly befitting of Professor Qin. A voice of astonishment came from behind Jiang Yichen. Realizing what had happened, he swiftly shut his laptop with a decisive clap. What on earth, Jiang Yichen? Are you even human? I thought you were genuinely studying. Quickly confess who this jealous coriander sister is. Chapter 75. The Embrace. What the heck, Jiang Yichen? Honestly explain. Who is this jealous coriander sister? Zhang Wei shouted. Shen En and Zheng Mingcheng, who were playing games nearby, immediately turned their attention. What's going on? Who is this jealous coriander sister? Wasn't Jiang Yichen supposed to be studying vocabulary? Shen inquired. You didn't see it. Just now, after I finished in the restroom, Zhang Wei was ecstatic as he recounted to Shen and what he had just witnessed. Black high heels, exquisite feet, and very fair skin. Though it was merely a fleeting glance, based on Zhang Wei's extensive experience, he would rate that picture a perfect score. Goodness, Jiang Yichen, I was just feeling sympathy for you. And you better confess, who is this jealous coriander sister? Shen joined in the accusation. The next moment, Zheng Mingcheng also chimed in. The three surrounded Jiang Yichen at his chair, determined to get to the bottom of the matter. Well, since you all saw it, I won't hide it any longer. Jiang Yichen began to explain slowly. I have someone I've liked for a while. She's a bit older than me, but she lives not in our city, but in the neighboring city of Shillong. We are in a long-distance relationship. Just now, I mentioned something about next month's evaluation, and unexpectedly, she sent me that kind of photo to comfort me. In broad daylight. It truly tarnishes decorum. When we finally meet, I shall certainly have a proper conversation with her. How much older is she? Zhang Wei inquired. 9 years. How much? 9 years. 27? Shen exclaimed. This 27-year-old sister can actually fancy you? Zhang Wei, recently wounded by 25-year-old sister, wore an expression of disbelief. You must be joking. Zheng Mingcheng suggested. This elder sister has already sent a jade foot to Jiang Yichen. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's face darkened, as if he had consumed 10 pounds of Oreos. Old Jiang, tell me, how can you, looking so presentable, possibly be with someone 9 years your senior? You're living off her. However, despite his words, looking at Jiang Yichen's refined visage, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only he resembled Jiang Yichen, he would surely seek out a wealthy lady as well. Is a 9-year gap really that significant? Jiang Yichen shrugged indifferently. You. Zhang Wei, exasperated, paused and then asked, Does your elder sister have any friends? I'm not sure. We haven't established any relationship yet, Jiang Yichen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei chuckled. Wasn't this the script he had received last week? Old Jiang, don't blame your brother for not warning you. Be careful with such a mature elder sister. You may not be able to handle her. Sincerity is always the ultimate weapon, Jiang Yichen remarked. Am I not sincere? Didn't you see my outcome? Zhang Wei cited his own example. Before Jiang Yichen could respond, Shen interjected, Brother, sincerity also depends on looks. Just look at Jiang Yichen with his pretty boy face, and then at you, looking so unappealing. In this face-oriented society, that's not sincerity, it's harassment. Oh, damn it, Zhang Wei retorted angrily. Shen, you better clarify what you mean by my appearance being so unappealing. The topic inadvertently shifted. Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Wei was confronting Shen, Jiang Yichen quietly slipped out of the dormitory. Once outside the dormitory building, Jiang Yichen first glanced around to ensure safety before retrieving his phone to open the image that Qin Ling had sent him earlier. He hadn't examined it closely before. But now, savoring it in detail, he thought, Professor Qin's feet are truly exquisite. The slender ankles paired with the black lines of the high heels complemented each other beautifully, and her fair skin appeared particularly enchanting against the dark backdrop of the shoes. The skin on her feet was as smooth as jade, and her toes were neatly elongated. Hiss! Jiang Yichen had previously looked down upon foot fetishes, but now he was analyzing every frame. Unfortunately, Professor Qin only sent a close-up of her feet. If only she had sent a picture of her legs as well. No, that would be too much. Jiang Yichen shook his head, clearing away the frivolous thoughts. Qin Ling. 10 minutes had passed since Qin Ling sent the message to Jiang Yichen, and he had yet to respond. However, she was certain he had seen it, as the phone screen had displayed the other party is typing. Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, I am in such distress. My heart aches to the point of suffocation. Upon reading this message, Qin Ling immediately envisioned Jiang Yichen hiding under his blanket in the dormitory, secretly crying. Qin Ling, where are you? In the shadow of the dormitory, Jiang Yichen hesitated to return to his room for fear of being seen by his roommate. Wait, Qin Ling responded. What's the matter? Jiang Yichen inquired. I'll be there shortly, she assured him. Ah, Professor Qin, there's no need for that. I can manage alone for a bit, he replied, scratching his head, initially expecting her to send him comforting photos. Yet, her unexpected announcement left him unsettled. At this moment, separated by the phone, Qin Ling was unable to discern his underlying sorrow through his messages. However, that could soon change. He anticipated her remarks would only escalate, challenging him to concoct a tale to explain his plight. Professor Qin? He called out again, growing anxious as he noticed her silence. Could it be that you're actually coming over? A sense of déjà vu washed over him, reminiscent of the last time he had an upset stomach, prompting Qin Ling to storm into his dormitory. In a flurry, he dialed her number, and fortunately, she answered. Hello, Professor Qin, it's almost mealtime. Perhaps I should wait for you at the apartment, he suggested hurriedly. Don't leave, she urged, but her voice was faint, likely due to poor reception in the campus area. All right then, I'll wait at the apartment for dinner, Jiang Yichen concluded, hanging up before she could respond, and hurriedly made his way to the faculty apartment. However, he barely approached the building when he unexpectedly collided with Qin Ling, Professor Qin. He exclaimed, yet she swiftly grasped his arm, leading him to the shadowed side of the teaching building. Why did you hang up on me? She questioned. Thinking quickly, Jiang Yichen lowered his gaze to his feet and replied, I didn't want you to see my tears. I'm sorry, Professor Qin. I'm the only student who failed the monthly assessment. His words were a blend of truth and deception. While he indeed felt he had embarrassed her, he had yet to reach the point of shedding tears over it. His downcast eyes were a precaution against Qin Ling perceiving any dishonesty. With her lips pressed together, she observed the young man before her, unable to meet her gaze due to his self-reproach, and felt a tender spot in her heart stir. What a foolish boy, she thought. He had chosen that particular piece to surprise her. Despite the numerous issues in his performance during the assessment, the rhythm and touch were flawed. It resonated more beautifully to her ears than any concert she had previously attended. The music embodied the purest sentiments of an 18-year-old boy. Jiang Yichen, still staring at his feet, grew puzzled by Qin Ling's prolonged silence, and contemplated whether to muster the courage to glance up. Suddenly, a pair of sleek black high-heeled shoes entered his line of sight, followed by a familiar fragrance that enveloped him. Qin Ling's scent, a blend of her body and hair fragrance, wafting into his nostrils. Qin Ling gently embraced Jiang Yichen, patting his back softly as she said, You have not brought me any shame. Your performance was splendid. Chapter 76, Professor. I wish to learn the piano. Qin Ling donned a pair of high heels, reaching a height nearly equivalent to Jiang Yichen's. In an unexpected moment, Jiang Yichen found himself completely taken aback, tumbling into the warm embrace of Professor Qin. By the time he regained his composure, Qin Ling had already distanced herself by a step. Are you feeling better? Qin Ling inquired. Jiang Yichen nodded, somewhat dazed. Good, Qin Ling replied, satisfied. While Fangre might not always be dependable, she had proven effective in this regard, and indeed, Jiang Yichen appeared significantly improved, with no trace of sorrow in his eyes. "Professor Qin, may I experience that once more?" Jiang Yichen murmured, suddenly filled with regret. Everything had transpired so swiftly. His hands had been resting at his sides in his pockets. Had he known earlier that Qin Ling would offer him a hug, he would have willingly raised his arms to embrace her in return. "Pardon?" Qin Ling asked, slightly unclear. "Never mind. It's nothing." Jiang Yichen shook his head, pausing for a moment before continuing. "Professor Qin, I wish to learn the piano. I aspire to score 100 on my final exam and pursue graduate studies." "Very well." As they emerged from the shadows of the teaching building and returned to the campus avenue, Jiang Yichen wore a beaming smile. The discomfort he had felt earlier due to the monthly evaluations had vanished without a trace under the relentless encouragement of Professor Qin. "Do not overexert yourself," Qin Ling cautioned. Jiang Yichen understood she was referring to the self-selected piece he had chosen. "Understood, Professor Qin. I shall not overexert myself again. You may return to your apartment for now. I have something to attend to." Qin Ling glanced at the time. It was time for her to collect the king crab she had reserved. "All right, what shall we have for dinner?" Jiang Yichen queried. "Wait for my return," Qin Ling replied. In apartment 2, Unit 401, Jiang Yichen sat idly on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Tonight, he was relieved of the burden of cooking, leading him to feel quite unoccupied. He had even uninstalled the games. From the earlier encounter, it was evident that Qin Ling had likely gone out to procure some delicious food, hence her assurance that there would be no need for dinner preparations. As for what she might be bringing back, Jiang Yichen was uncertain, but he was not picky. He could make do with anything, even instant noodles. After reviewing a couple of English vocabulary words, he found himself restless and stood up, wandering around the living room. His gaze fell upon a gift box in the living room. However, he merely glanced at it before diverting his attention, although curiosity piqued his interest in its contents. He was unwilling to risk being caught on camera while unwrapping it. After meandering a couple of times around the living room, he noticed the garbage bin was half full and decided to change the trash bag. Within the garbage bag, 3 delivery boxes caught Jiang Yichen's eye. More specifically, it was the inscriptions on the boxes that captured his attention. Yuan, Shun, Beng, Tai, the Ming Dynasty. Could it be that Professor Qin also? Jiang Yichen suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Had he deleted the game too hastily? It was evident that Professor Qin was also an avid player. Shall we add each other as friends? Jiang Yichen pondered. However, he suddenly recalled his earlier declaration in the dormitory. If I play games again, I will be a dog. With a sigh, he expelled a breath of frustration. It's nothing. Someone once said, a man's words are the lies of a ghost. Promptly, he retrieved his phone, accessed the App Store, and re-downloaded Yuan Shun and the Ming Dynasty. Placing his phone on the coffee table, Jiang Yichen proceeded to change the garbage bag. What could Professor Qin have ordered in those 3 packages? Perhaps figurines? He scrutinized the items carefully. Due to the surveillance, he hesitated to reach into the garbage bag to examine the packaging closely, fearing that Qin Ling might perceive him as a pervert. When Professor Qin returned, carrying a king crab, Jiang Yichen was lost in thought on the sofa. Regret washed over him. He shouldn't have deleted the game. Now it was a hassle to reinstall everything after such a long time. Damn, this wretched campus. As he stared at the ceiling, he suddenly heard the familiar sound of high heels. He promptly rose and approached the entrance. Once the sound faded, he swung the door open. Professor Qin, what do you have there? Jiang Yichen inquired curiously, unable to discern what delicious treat Qin Ling had brought back due to the insulated container. Guess, Qin Ling replied playfully. Is it something for my child? Jiang Yichen thought to himself. I guess it's sour fish. He declared. Incorrect. Spicy crayfish. He tried again. Wrong again. Clam rice noodles. A super family feast. Carrying 4 large insulated containers, Qin Ling approached the dining table and shook her head at him. Nope, you've used up your 3 chances. 3 chances? What do you mean? Jiang Yichen pressed for clarification. If you had guessed correctly within 3 attempts, there would have been a prize. Qin Ling explained as she moved to the kitchen to retrieve 2 sets of chopsticks. Let us start over. I wasn't aware. Jiang Yichen protested. No more chances, Qin Ling stated, setting the table and preparing to open the containers. Jiang Yichen quickly raised his hand to cover hers. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Ling looked at the young man across from her. Professor Qin, that's not fair. You didn't explain the rules beforehand. How could I know? Let us do it again. Qin Ling smiled, but you didn't ask. Professor Qin, don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? Chapter 77. The Mysterious Gift. Professor Qin, could you grant me another opportunity? All right, the last chance. Go ahead and guess. Jiang Yichen leaned down, bringing his nose close to the insulated container to take a careful whiff. The rich aroma of seafood enveloped him, alongside a distinctly sweet scent of crab meat that had been steamed to perfection. This sweetness was pure and natural, unmasked by any complex seasonings. A fragrance revealed during the cooking process. This is crab, Jiang Yichen concluded confidently, having merely taken a moment to inhale. Straightening up, he proclaimed, Professor Qin, I guess what's in this container is crab. Qin Ling, intrigued, settled down, her hands gracefully resting on her thighs. It must be the king crab. Jiang Yichen spoke eloquently. Ordinary crabs are small in size, and their flavor is relatively subtle after steaming. However, the king crab is substantial, meaty, and thus possesses a rich aroma. Intelligent indeed. Qin Ling nodded in agreement, lifting the lid of the thermal container. As Jiang Yichen had surmised, it was indeed steamed king crab. Yet, just as she was about to unveil the other containers, Jiang Yichen raised a hand to stop her. Wait a moment, Professor Qin. I haven't finished guessing yet. Seizing the rare opportunity to showcase his prowess before Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen quickly leaned down, inhaling the scents wafting from the remaining 3 containers. A rich, creamy fragrance mingled with the delectable aroma of steamed seafood, the sweetness of the seafood harmonizing exquisitely with the savory essence of cheese. This dish must be cheese-baked king crab with garlic, the fragrance of crab meat, along with the aroma of breadcrumbs. Could it be the stir-fried crab from the typhoon shelter? With each of his guesses, Qin Ling nodded in affirmation. Once he completed his deductions, she lifted the lid. Approaching the final container, Jiang Yichen could only detect the scent of crab meat. However, undeterred, he lifted the container to weigh it in his hands, then shook it gently. It must be king crab kanji, he declared confidently. Indeed, Qin Ling replied softly, applauding him. You guessed them all, Professor Qin. So, what is the mysterious gift you mentioned? Jiang Yichen inquired. First, let us dine. Once we finish, I shall reveal it to you. Qin Ling lifted the lid of the last thermal container. She first served Jiang Yichen from across the table, filling his bowl before helping herself. Professor Qin, what prompted you to crave such a feast today? Jiang Yichen accepted the bowl, gazing at the sumptuous spread before him, saliva pooling in his mouth. Since childhood, he had been fond of such delicacies. After his father took him to savor king crab once, he became enamored. His fondness for king crab was largely due to its rarity. Unlike the commonplace home-cooked meals he could enjoy regularly, one must appreciate the rare, after all. Typically, it was only during festive occasions that his father would treat him to such indulgence. It was merely a casual purchase, Qin Ling stated. Casual? Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. Already planning to indulge in king crab for an entire week once he received his salary next month. The concerns of gout were trivial to him at 18. A prime age. Do you enjoy it? Qin Ling asked, contemplating Jiang Yichen's demeanor, which resembled that of a Navi son of a wealthy family. She realized she had unwittingly divulged much about herself through the survey. Yes, indeed, Jiang Yichen nodded. Practice diligently on the piano, and it shall be rewarding. Qin Ling picked up her chopsticks, delicately placing a crab leg into Jiang Yichen's bowl. By the way, Professor Qin, may I ask you something? Do you play the game Yuan Shun, Collapse of the Iron Dynasty? As he spoke, Jiang Yichen retrieved his phone, ready to add Qin Ling as a friend in the game. I do not play. You don't play? Jiang Yichen was taken aback, then pointed at a nearby trash bag. Then what about the figurines of game characters you bought? As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Yichen quickly clarified, Oh, Professor Qin, please do not misunderstand. I merely stumbled upon it while helping you with the trash. I had no intention of rummaging through your garbage bin. Qin Ling glanced at the neatly collected trash bags on the ground and then pointed at the dishes on the table with her chopsticks, saying, Let us eat first. Are you really not going to play, Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen suddenly felt that his previous 2 barks had gone unheard. No, in lingri iterative. Then you. Jiang Yichen began, But Qin Ling's voice turned stern. For the last time, let us eat first. All right, Jiang Yichen replied, noticing the impending ire of the esteemed professor, and he immediately lowered his head to gnaw on the crab legs. The delightful flavors urged him to indulge, and he feasted heartily. Typically, he would only eat until he was about 80% full, but today he pushed himself to the limits, reaching a state of complete satiation. When he could eat no more, he let out a satisfied belch, which somehow allowed him to continue eating. From 7 o'clock until 8:30. For a full hour and a half, Jiang Yichen uttered not a single superfluous word, wholly absorbed in his meal. The table was strewn with remnants of food. After a prolonged belch, he sank back into his chair, wearing a blissful expression. His belly was so full it felt as if he were 3 months pregnant. Qin Ling had finished her meal long before. Afterward, she settled onto the sofa. When Jiang Yichen finally finished eating, she took a trash bin and approached the dining table to tidy up. Professor Qin, allow me to help with the cleanup, Jiang Yichen said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Knowing the mess was entirely his doing. Rest, Qin Ling said, gently pressing down on Jiang Yichen, who had attempted to rise. Looking at the nearly empty 4 thermal containers and Jiang Yichen's protruding belly, it was evident that he truly relished the king crab. Professor Qin, this is quite embarrassing, he remarked as he watched her clean the table. It must be said, although Qin Ling often appeared serious, she displayed a remarkable domesticity when it came to household chores. If only she would gather her loose hair into a bun, the effect would be even more pronounced. What is this mysterious gift you mentioned, Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen had been pondering the enigmatic present she had alluded to before their meal. Just a moment, she replied. After collecting the food scraps, she changed the trash bag and took a cloth to wipe the table. Jiang Yichen watched intently as Qin Ling busily flitted around the living room like a diligent little bee. Eventually, this industrious bee approached the corner of the room, carrying the gift box he had seen earlier that afternoon. The mysterious gift. Qin Ling placed the box onto the table and casually picked up the cloth as she made her way to the kitchen. Chapter 78. Isn't she a bit proud? Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen had not anticipated that the elegant gift box he had encountered earlier was intended for him. The box was exquisite, clearly of high quality. Its black, square exterior was adorned with a layer of finely textured, gold-embossed paper, the patterns subtly visible. Jiang Yichen untied the ribbon atop the box and began to unveil its contents. Before him lay 3 neatly arranged boxes of figurines. Are these not his beloved first, second, and third wives? Jiang Yichen carefully extracted the boxes and glanced at the nearby trash bin. So, this gift was meticulously prepared for him by Qin Ling early this morning. As he joyfully began to unwrap the boxes, a pair of enchanting eyes in the kitchen observed him discreetly. The first box opened, and nostalgia washed over Jiang Yichen. It was the enticing milk fragrance knife of the Raiden Shogun that had drawn him into the world of Genshin Impact. Suddenly, he became aware of something amiss. These 3 figurines were his absolute favorites. How did Professor Qin know this? If this were mere coincidence, it would be an extraordinary one. He would much rather believe that Professor Qin possessed the ability to read minds. And then there was the Imperial Crab set for dinner. Jiang Yichen snapped his thigh in realization. It was that peculiar survey from the other day. He had found it rather strange at the time, but had given it little thought. Now, he had every reason to suspect that this was a trap set by Qin Ling. He hurried into the kitchen, neglecting to unwrap the remaining 2 boxes on the table. Qin Ling was busy wringing out the cloth she had used to wipe the table. Upon entering the kitchen, Jiang Yichen remained silent, a smile illuminating his face as he watched her. Qin Ling, undeterred by his intense gaze, continued her tasks naturally, twisting the cloth and placing it on a nearby rack. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen finally spoke. How did you come to know that those 3 game characters are my favorites? With a calm demeanor, Qin Ling wiped her hands, glanced at Jiang Yichen's inquisitive expression, and replied, I saw your survey. Oh, Jiang Yichen pressed further. We didn't create this survey yourself, did you? You're overthinking it. A friend of mine did, Qin Ling said, exiting the kitchen after drying her hands. Jiang Yichen followed closely behind, continuing to inquire, which friend? Can you introduce me? Qin Ling took a seat on the sofa, and her persistent shadow followed suit. Noticing her silence, Jiang Yichen probed. All right, then why did you look at my survey? I clicked the wrong link, Qin Ling stated, maintaining her composure. Afterward, she picked up a cup of water from the coffee table and took a sip. Click the wrong link? You mean to say you accidentally opened my survey and inadvertently read it? Jiang Yichen questioned. Well, it was a minuscule chance, just a brief glance. Qin Ling clarified. Professor Qin, are you certain? Those who lie must swallow 1,000 needles, Jiang Yichen retorted. You've told a fair share of lies yourself. Qin Ling countered. The two exchanged incredulous glances, Jiang Yichen unconvinced. He was no fool. The idea of a friend was merely a pretense. Most likely, it was Qin Ling who orchestrated that survey. This proud Professor Qin certainly had a roundabout way of gifting. However, a sudden smile broke across Jiang Yichen's face. What are you laughing at? Qin Ling inquired. It's nothing. I've received a gift, and I am quite delighted, Jiang Yichen replied. However, more than the gift itself. He took greater joy in Professor Qin's response to this sentiment. Some things need not be explicitly stated. Understanding is sufficient. Professor Qin, shall we play a game together? Jiang Yichen proposed. I do not play games. All right then. I shall proceed to open the mysterious gift prepared by Professor Qin as a reward for my correct guess of the dish. That evening, as Jiang Yichen departed from the faculty dormitory, he found himself in possession of 3 figurines. This was indeed his first experience receiving such gifts. He cast a lingering glance at the 4th floor, distinctly feeling that his affection for this aloof yet gentle, somewhat proud older sister had deepened. Initially attracted to Qin Ling by her striking beauty, it was their time spent together that revealed her older sister charm, which had genuinely captivated him. Upon returning to the dormitory with the 3 figurines, he quickly caught the attention of Zhang Wei and the others. Jiang Yichen, did you not claim to have forsaken gaming? What are these 3 figurines? Asked Shunan. They were purchased earlier. The delivery arrived today, Jiang Yichen explained. Look, old Jiang, since you've sworn off games, why not give those figurines to me? Zhang Wei suggested. Look down at the ground. What have you dropped? Jiang Yichen retorted. What? My face is on the ground. How can you say such shameless things so confidently? Jiang Yichen carefully placed the 3 figurines on his computer desk. This was the first gift from Qin Ling, and he intended to cherish it. Just as he cautiously set the figurines on the 2nd shelf of his desk, a large, dark hand seized one for a closer examination. Old Jiang, this Raiden Shogun seems a bit off. Her eyes appear small and lackluster, and her lips have some imperfections. The detailing is decent, but the flaws are quite ordinary, he commented. Jiang Yichen felt his temper flare. Jean de Pau, what do you know? This was given to me by my beloved. What nonsense! Zhang Wei exclaimed. Bah, you are holding my beloved. Give it back. Jiang Yichen snatched the figurine back. Here, take it. It's just a figurine. I have plenty at home. Why be so worked up? Zhang Wei teased. If you like it that much, I can lend you my beloved for a couple of days. Not only those figurines, but I can also let you enjoy my in-game character. My Eula is fully leveled, capable of delivering a critical blow of 999. Not a chance. Do not utter such peculiar phrases. Jiang Yichen replied. What peculiar phrases? Did you not frequently borrow my beloved during military training? That was then, this is now. Please refrain from such odd talk in the future. They may be game characters, but they do have names. It is Eula. Chapter 79. The Jealous Cilantro Sister. The following day, the 28th. The final day before the National Day holiday. Since he mentioned his intention to study earnestly yesterday, Jiang Yichen surprisingly picked up his textbook today. At the podium, the English teacher was elucidating grammar. Jiang Yichen listened attentively. Since the college entrance examination, he had seldom put pen to paper, but today he not only brought his textbook, but also a notebook and a pen. While the teacher lectured, he diligently took notes. A man's word is his bond. He had proclaimed his commitment to serious study, and thus he must adhere to it. Jiang Yichen's pen moved swiftly across the page. Old Jiang, do you think I should pursue Jinx or Caitlin? Zhang Wei turned to ask. Jiang Yichen glanced over and replied, definitely Jinx. If you activate Caitlin with that equipment, it would be far too slow. That makes sense, Zhang Wei nodded. Jiang Yichen continued to focus intently on the teacher at the front of the class. Old Jiang, why don't you join me? Let us duo Q, Zhang Wei suggested. Absolutely not. I've uninstalled the game. Enough already. I'm here to study, Jiang Yichen retorted. As the English class concluded, The next subject was the history of Western music. As soon as class began, Jiang Yichen took out his phone. Zhang Wei noticed and inquired, "Aren't you supposed to be studying earnestly?" "Ah," Jiang Yichen replied. "So why are you on your phone now? Is there really a need to listen to the history of Western music?" Jiang Yichen countered, "Of course, studying is essential, but it must be selective. I must focus on my piano courses in English, but honestly, there is no necessity to study music history." Zhang Wei was taken aback, watching as Jiang Yichen opened a game app. "Didn't you say you weren't playing games anymore?" "Well, I used to claim I would get into Tsinghua or Peking University, but look where that got me," Jiang Yichen replied. Zhang Wei gasped, finding his words strangely peculiar. He scratched his head and asked, "Didn't you say yesterday that if you played games again, you would stream yourself jumping off a building?" "Oh wait, no. You said if you played again, you'd be a dog." Jiang Yichen turned, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder. "Didn't you say a couple of weeks ago that you would study diligently? Have you been studying? Why are you playing now during this class?" "You didn't join me for the last one," Zhang Wei replied, perplexed. "I was focused on studying during the last class." Zhang Wei was utterly confused, trying to comprehend this exchange. "All right, enough of this. Go ahead and play." After completing his daily tasks in the game, Jiang Yichen opened another app, having spent the entirety of the evening on these two games alone. As morning classes wrapped up, Shunan suddenly realized something and turned to Jiang Yichen, asking, "Jiang Yichen, haven't you shown us a picture of your older sister yet? What is there to see?" "There is nothing remarkable," Jiang Yichen replied while gathering his belongings, preparing to head to Professor Qin's apartment for lunch. Just as he stood up, Zhang Wei grabbed him. "Old Jiang, you're lying," Zhang Wei asserted confidently. "Though I only caught a glimpse yesterday, in my years of experience, the owner of those exquisite feet must indeed be a stunning beauty." All right, release my hand, and I'll show you a picture," Jiang Yichen said, exasperated. As soon as Zhang Wei released his grip, he hastily darted outside. "What are you looking at? Can you three even comprehend this?" If Professor Qin's photograph were to be revealed, Shun and the others would likely faint on the spot. He should have anticipated this. Given Shun and Zhang Wei's insatiable curiosity about the appearance of the big sister he had mentioned. Nevertheless, it was of no concern. He could easily generate a random photo later on. "Old Jiang, you scoundrel," Zhang Wei cursed. Before they could react, Jiang Yichen had already scurried out like a rabbit, reaching the classroom door. After him, Shunan exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table and immediately rising. Zheng Mingsheng and Zhang Wei swiftly followed suit. The trio, upon exiting the classroom, instinctively split up, each taking different paths. Jiang Yichen, filled with disdain, was far from the naive boy he once was. His endurance had significantly improved from his recent morning jogs with Professor Qin. It was a mere dream for Zhang Wei and his companions to catch up with him. Jiang Yichen quickly reached the bottom of the teaching building and was about to exit when he spotted Qin Ling approaching. Reacting swiftly, he avoided a collision. "Professor Qin?" Jiang Yichen greeted briefly, glancing back and softly explaining, "There are people chasing me from behind, so I'll take my leave now. See you at lunch." Without waiting for a response, he continued running until he reached a safe distance. Not long after he had exited the teaching building, Shun and his companions emerged from the sides, ready to give chase. As they prepared to dash out, Qin Ling intercepted them, commanding stop. The three halted immediately. Over the past month, Professor Qin had become renowned in the academy as the strictest teacher, wielding a ruler and maintaining a stern expression throughout her classes. Zhang Wei had once contemplated being a student of hers, but now he thought better of it, imagining Jiang Yichen enduring her icy demeanor during classes. Zhang Wei felt a pang of sympathy for him. "No running or fighting in the teaching building," Qin Ling reminded them. Yes, the three nodded in unison. Professor Qin, have you seen Jiang Yichen? Which direction did he head?" Shunan inquired. "No," Qin Ling replied as she prepared to turn away. But Zhang Wei's next remark made her pause. "What a pity. That little rascal Jiang Yichen runs incredibly fast. No way. Let's head back to the dormitory and wait. I refuse to believe he won't return. I must see what that jealous coriander sister looks like today." With that, the three stormed past Qin Ling, heading back towards the dormitory. Observing their departing figures, Qin Ling narrowed her eyes, having caught every word Jiang Wei uttered. Jealous Coriander's sister? How intriguing. She retrieved her phone from her briefcase and dialed Jiang Yichen. Hello, Professor Qin. What's up? Where are you? At the teacher's apartment building. All right. Chapter 80. The enchanting professor sister. Upon receiving an unexpected call from Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen did not dwell on it for long. After returning to Qin Ling's apartment, he retrieved his phone and generated several images of the captivating elder sister, which he then shared in the dormitory group of the male comrades. Jiang Yichen, attention everyone. Come and see, truly, is it necessary to pursue me over a few pictures? Jiang Yichen, image 6, Jiang Wei. Then why did you run just now? Jiang Yichen, I needed to gather opinions on these photos. Shunin, I can't shake the feeling that there's something off about these images. Jiang Yichen, what is odd about them? I'm just showing you a snapshot of me and her, image 1. Jiang Yichen gazed with satisfaction at the images displayed on his phone screen. The photograph featured a stunning elder sister with exquisite features, captured in a close embrace with him. Indeed, the quality of such images has reached an astonishing level, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Shunin, 666, Zhang Mingxing, 666, Jiang Wei. Wow. Old Jiang, you are truly incorrigible. Jiang Wei, quickly bring over a few of her enchanting friends, and I shall forgive you. Jiang Yichen, you might as well continue disliking me. It was all in jest. Should he comply, he would be exposing himself. As for her friends, such considerations could wait until he successfully established a relationship with Qin Ling. However, contemplating the formidable friends of the esteemed Professor Qin, it was evident that Jiang Wei would find them utterly unattainable. Even Lin Yao, the esteemed teacher, would pose a near insurmountable challenge for him, let alone the other two. Top, tap, tap, the familiar and melodious sound echoed. Qin Ling had returned. Jiang Yichen approached the door and opened it as usual. Good afternoon, Professor Qin. What shall we have for lunch today? He inquired. Qin Ling smiled. This smile, however, seemed somewhat unsettling to Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, is everything all right? Qin Ling expertly handed her briefcase to Jiang Yichen before asking, what nickname did you assign me? Jiang Yichen's eyes twitched in confusion. Why the sudden inquiry? To be candid, he had labeled Qin Ling with a rather exaggerated title, the enchanting goddess professor sister, beloved by all. The nickname can be no longer than 16 characters. Qin Ling reminded him. Huh? Really? Jiang Yichen chuckled. I may have slightly embellished it. The actual part one assigned you is merely the enchanting goddess professor sister. If you doubt it, feel free to check my phone. With that, Jiang Yichen boldly extended his phone towards her. Qin Ling raised her hand to accept it, but Jiang Yichen suddenly retracted his hand, exclaiming, it appears my phone is out of battery. Wait, Professor Qin, are you really going to take it? I'll fetch you a charger, Qin Ling replied. Professor Qin, your phone is an Apple, while mine is a Xiaomi. They are incompatible, Jiang Yichen reminded her, turning to place the briefcase on the sofa. Unexpectedly, a deliberate and measured voice from behind pierced the air. Love, jealousy, the fragrant sister? With a sudden clatter, Jiang Yichen lost his grip, and his briefcase tumbled to the ground. Qin Ling approached him, bending down to retrieve the fallen document. Jiang Yichen gazed at the woman beside him with astonishment. How did she know? Had she secretly glanced at his phone, or perhaps sought the assistance of a hacker? Professor Qin, I merely heard your friend mention it earlier, Qin Ling explained. Which friend? Jiang Yichen inquired. Someone with slightly darker skin. I don't recognize them, she replied. I see, Jiang Yichen mused, immediately identifying the individual. There was no need to elaborate. Sister Shun, the cross-dressing aficionado, was unmistakable, along with Zhang Mingxiang, who sported spectacles. And Jiang Wei, known as Big Cannon, definitely dark-skinned. With a heightened sense of urgency, Jiang Yichen said, Well, Professor Qin, regarding that note, I primarily based it on your well-known fondness for cilantro and your occasional jealousy. There was no ulterior motive. Qin Ling responded softly. Jiang Yichen found himself perplexed by her response. Was she angry or merely indifferent? He could not discern her emotions. During the subsequent cooking session, he discreetly observed the graceful figure seated on the sofa from the kitchen. Qin Ling sat there, a laptop perched on her lap. her expression neutral as she typed away at the keyboard. This was the usual demeanor of Qin Ling. Once the meal was prepared, Jiang Yichen served the dishes at the table, still keenly observing her. "What are you staring at?" Qin Ling asked. "Professor Qin, are you upset?" he queried. "No," came her succinct reply. "Then perhaps you could smile a little?" "Hee, just a smile would do," Jiang Yichen urged, scooping rice while presenting her with a bright smile. Qin Ling shot him an exasperated glance. "Oh, I got it. Professor Qin, that eye roll of yours indicates you're truly not angry," Jiang Yichen concluded. "Why would I be upset over a mere note?" she questioned. "How about I change the note to the divine and beautiful professor's sister instead?" Jiang Yichen suggested. Qin Ling fell silent. Jiang Yichen stroked his chin, sensing that the sudden silence indicated her disapproval of the cilantro-loving, jealous sister moniker. "Your silence implies consent. I'll make the change," he declared, promptly altering the note on his phone and flashing the screen before her. Qin Ling glanced at the display and remarked, "It's just a note. Whatever." All right. Jiang Yichen acknowledged, reclaiming his phone, gaining a deeper understanding of Professor Qin's prideful nature. "Why were they pursuing you just now?" Qin Ling inquired. "Well," Jiang Yichen began, briefly recounting how he had received a picture from Qin Ling on his computer yesterday, which Zhang Wei had seen. "Therefore, Professor Qin, you must ask beforehand next time. Don't initiate with 0 frames. By the way, who taught you your comforting techniques?" "A friend," Qin Ling replied, "and also, I sent the picture by mistake." "Sent by mistake?" Jiang Yichen was taken aback. "Yes. What picture did you intend to send, Professor Qin?" He pressed further. "The one meant to offer comfort." "Specifically?" "To eat." "Huh." Jiang Yichen seemed to struggle to keep up with Qin Ling's train of thought. "I meant for you to eat first. Otherwise, the food will get cold," she clarified. "Oh, I see." After the meal, Jiang Yichen continued to inquire, "So, Professor Qin, what images do you intend to send?" After washing the dishes, Jiang Yichen reiterated, "So, Professor Qin, what images are you planning to share?" Qin Ling responded, "Are you curious?" Jiang Yichen replied, "Indeed, I wish to see what those comforting images truly depict." Qin Ling instructed, "Return and copy the sheet music twice." In Chapter 81, titled National Day Remedial Classes, all the students exited the classroom with smiles after the final lesson of the afternoon. University life during the National Day holiday, devoid of assignments, was truly delightful. Some contemplated traveling, others preferred to stay home, and couples separated by distance finally seized the opportunity to be together. There were even those who booked a hotel for 7 consecutive days. Shannon asked, "How do you plan to spend your National Day?" Zhang Mingqing replied, "A 7-day tour of Tivit." Zhang Wei added, "I intend to visit the Gathering State Cave, the Fire Luo Kingdom, and the Dragon Hidden Paradise." Shen interrupted, "You two be quiet." Turning to Jiang Yichen, he asked, "What about you, Lao, Jiang? How do you plan to spend it?" Jiang Yichen replied, "I don't know. I haven't made any plans yet." He intended to return home first. "Should we go out and have some fun?" Shannon suggested. "National Day? Traveling?" Zhang Wei and Zhang Mingsheng shook their heads. Who doesn't know that the most people travel during National Day? Even visiting the Great Wall would be crowded. It's far more comfortable to stay home and play games. "All right then, I'll go out with my girlfriend," Shannon declared. "Wait." Zhang Wei looked at Shun Un and asked, "Girlfriend? What girlfriend?" Shannon rolled his eyes. Having come to understand Zhang Wei's nature, what other girlfriend could there be? Zhang Wei's expression changed. "Sister Shun, upon further reflection, I believe we should indeed travel. At our young age, we ought to explore the scenery. Staying at home is hardly a viable option." Zhang Mingcheng concurred. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." "Sister Shun, where do you suggest we go?" Shannon turned to the two. "Lao Jiang, where do you think we should go?" Jiang Yichen replied, "Me? I think I'll just travel home." He thought to himself that with the money he had, affording a plane ticket would be a stretch. Zhang Wei urged, "Come on, Lao Jiang, let's go together. We might as well invite your elder sister. The more, the merrier." "Forget it. You all can go have fun," Jiang Yichen said, stepping onto the balcony. Zhang Wei looked as if his plans were crumbling before him. Jiang Suihuan, "Xiao Yi, would you like to go out together?" Hian Dichen, "No." "Elder sister, I plan to go out with friends during National Day." Jiang Suihuan, "All right, when will you be back?" "I also want to go out with friends, but I should return by the 3rd. We can have a meal together then." Jiang Yichen. Sounds good. As Jiang Yichen replied to Jiang Suihuan's message, he made his way to the restroom. In his childhood, he had lived with Jiang Suihuan, but after graduating high school, he moved to the old house left by his mother. After responding to his elder sister, Qin Ling sent him another message. Qin Ling, when will you leave school? Jiang Yichen, tomorrow morning. Qin Ling, will you come over in the evening? Jiang Yichen, yes. When will you leave school, Professor Qin? Qin Ling, tomorrow morning. Jiang Yichen, what a coincidence. May I hitch a ride tomorrow? Just drop me off at any subway station on line 2. Although transportation is quite convenient now, with a subway station right outside Mingxian Music Academy, Jiang Yichen would need to take line 2 to return home, while the school is connected to line 8. Unfortunately, although line 2 is not far from line 8, the transfer station is quite distant. Qin Ling, all right. Qin Ling lightly tapped the word on her phone screen, then glanced at the woman seated on the sofa in her living room. Ling, when are you leaving? Can I catch a ride? Lin Yao inquired. Tomorrow, Qin Ling replied. Tomorrow? Why tomorrow? Let us go tonight. We can have some fun together. I've already made plans with Lu Rong and Fong Ruoyan. I have something to attend to tonight. What is it? Don't ask. Lin Yao scoffed, rolling her eyes. She then opened the chat group with Fong Ruoyan and the others. The dream of 300 million young men for Lin Yao, Fong Ruoyan, Lu Rong's sisters. Qin Ling said she has something to do tonight and won't be joining us for dinner. Lu Rong. Qin Ling, I have some unfinished work. Lu Rong, what work? It's the National Day holiday. Qin Ling, don't ask. Fong Ruoyan, understood. I comprehend your situation, Miss Qin. Lu Rong, what do you mean? Fong Ruoyan, clarify. Qin Ling, kitchen knife. Fong Ruoyan, it's well known that Miss Qin, as a teacher, is always very responsible. Staying at school must be due to some unfinished business with a student. Lin Yao, that makes some sense. Lin Yao nodded in agreement, then turned to Qin Ling, asking, Ling, would you like to come to my family's farmhouse during the National Day holiday? Not going, Qin Ling replied. All right then. Lin Yao, feeling a bit dejected, found this response rather predictable. Not talking to you anymore, I'm heading back. With that, she angrily picked up her suitcase from in front of the sofa and exited Qin Ling's apartment. Take care, Qin Ling called after her. In the evening, Professor Qin, how does a leftover dish taste? Is it still acceptable? Quite acceptable. Qin Ling picked up a piece of the leftover spicy and sour shredded potatoes and put it in her mouth. What are your plans for the National Day? Qin Ling inquired. Staying home. Upon hearing this, Qin Ling took out her phone and sent Jiang Yichen an address. Come here tomorrow. Jiang Yichen set down his chopsticks and turned to open the address sent by Qin Ling. It was a music store rather close to his home, only about 3 kilometers away. Professor Qin, what is this? Jiang Yichen's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Class. What on earth? Class. Jiang Yichen sprang up from his chair in surprise. However, under the disdainful gaze of Professor Qin, he sat back down. Professor Qin, I must have misheard. Class? It's the National Day holiday. Tomorrow is the first day of the holiday. You want me to attend class? At the music store? Jiang Yichen repeatedly questioned, uncertain. Yes. You heard correctly. Qin Ling assured him. You mentioned last time that you would practice diligently, aiming for a perfect score in the final exam and aspiring for graduate studies. I indeed said so. But is it really necessary to have remedial classes during the National Day holiday? Jiang Yichen responded with confusion. Your playing leaves much to be desired. Qin Ling tactfully remarked, you must double your efforts. Jiang Yichen chuckled, feeling both helpless and speechless. Lies may not wound, but the truth is a sharp blade. He retorted, all right, I understand. What time shall we meet tomorrow? Jiang Yichen agreed, reasoning that since he had nothing planned for the holiday, attending class with Qin Ling would suffice. At 2 in the afternoon, she replied. Very well, Jiang Yichen said, pausing for a moment before inquiring, Professor Qin, what are your plans for the National Day? To assist you with your studies, Qin Ling replied. Yesterday, when you expressed your desire to pursue graduate studies, you nearly shed tears. I cannot refuse to help you. Jiang Yichen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. Professor Qin, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Who was on the verge of tears? Moreover, it seems your implication is that we won't just have one session during the holiday. Indeed, with an 8-day holiday, we shall have classes twice, Qin Ling clarified. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but smile wryly. Professor Qin, I truly appreciate your help. With an air of nonchalance, Qin Ling replied, no need for thanks. Chapter 82. Professor Qin looked stunning in high heels the next day. Shortly after 10 in the morning, Jiang Yichen departed from the male dormitory, dragging his suitcase behind him. The previous night, Zhang Wei and others had enjoyed themselves thoroughly, though Jiang Yichen was unaware of how late they had stayed up, as he had gone to bed quite early and enjoyed a restful night without disturbance. Ever since he began jogging with Professor Qin, his sleeping schedule had gradually become more regular. He now retired by midnight and rose at 6:30 to head to the faculty dormitory. The weather today was particularly splendid, with sunlight cascading like fine gold dust upon the pavement. Many others, like Jiang Yichen, were seen wheeling their suitcases out of the university, albeit with different destinations in mind. He was bound for the parking lot, having arranged to meet Qin Ling there at 11 o'clock. Upon arriving at the parking area, Jiang Yichen strolled around until he located Qin Ling's car. She had yet to arrive, so he settled on a suitcase and began scrolling through his phone. A few minutes later, he heard a familiar sound from behind him. The parking lot was indoors, with a polished surface that echoed the sound of high heels striking the ground from afar. Jiang Yichen tucked his phone away, standing to face the source of the sound. Professor Qin approached, clad in a trench coat, but unlike her usual ensemble of a blouse and skirt, she wore a sleek black dress that revealed her slender calves. The black high heels elongated her legs beautifully. From a distance, Jiang Yichen marveled at how remarkably long her legs appeared. This was his first time witnessing Qin Ling in a dress that showcased her calves. Typically, she donned long skirts that allowed only glimpses of her feet. How long have you been waiting? Qin Ling inquired as she drew closer, having arrived 10 minutes early, only to find Jiang Yichen had beaten her there. Just a few minutes, he replied. Qin Ling approached the trunk, gesturing for Jiang Yichen to pass her the suitcase. Jiang Yichen, understanding her intent, first placed the suitcase inside before entering the vehicle and fastening his seatbelt. He then handed over the shoe bag from the passenger side, extending it toward her. Professor Qin, it seems you have a penchant for high heels, Jiang Yichen remarked, noting that aside from her morning jogs, he had scarcely seen Qin Ling in anything but elegant footwear. He had only observed her in flats once or twice at the beginning of the semester. However, she truly looked stunning in high heels, perhaps due to her inherent grace, confidence, and maturity. Once Qin Ling had changed her shoes, Jiang Yichen took the shoe bag back and set it by his feet. The car started and gradually made its way out. As they exited the parking lot, the languid sunlight streamed through the windows, prompting Jiang Yichen to stretch comfortably. Turning his gaze towards the stoic professor at the wheel, he said, Professor Qin, with such splendid weather today, why not smile a little? Qin Ling cast a fleeting glance his way and retorted, if the weather were poor, should I then weep? Jiang Yichen fell silent, redirecting his attention to the view outside. The nearest subway station to Mingxian Music was approximately a kilometer away, a brief drive indeed. Professor Qin, please drop me off at that intersection over there, Jiang Yichen indicated. However, Qin Ling offered no response. Upon reaching the specified intersection, she showed no intention of decelerating. Instead, she pressed the accelerator, racing ahead just as the traffic light turned green. Jiang Yichen turned to her, questioning, aren't you going to let me off? I will take you home directly. Qin Ling replied coolly. Professor Qin, you needn't go to such lengths, Jiang Yichen chuckled. He thought to himself how unnecessary it was for her to have said nothing earlier. Fortunately, he had charged 10 yuan in the subway app that morning. Do you know my address? He inquired. Yes, Qin Ling nodded slightly. How do you know? Jiang Yichen pressed for clarification. The information is recorded in your class QQ group, Qin Ling explained. Recently, she had conducted a survey that required Jiang Yichen to provide his address, although he had only given a vague description. The class group had much more detailed information. Jiang Yichen felt somewhat incredulous. They had only been in university for 2 months. Yet he had already lost count of how many times he had filled out information in the group. He wondered what the school administration was thinking, as they frequently asked the counselor to circulate documents for everyone to complete. Did you specifically look up my home address? Jiang Yichen inquired with a knowing smile. Just then, they encountered a red light, and Qin Ling applied the brakes, calmly stating, Yes, I chose a practice room close to your home to provide you with extra lessons. I truly appreciate you taking the time during this National Day holiday to offer your guidance, Professor Qin, he expressed gratefully. You're welcome. Just focus on your practice, she replied. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Professor Qin. By the way, what shall we have for lunch later? Jiang Yichen asked. As Qin Ling fell into silence, Jiang Yichen continued. How about you come to my house later, and I will prepare a meal for you? Sounds good, Qin Ling replied almost instantaneously. What dishes would you like for lunch? Anything is fine. All right, Jiang Yichen responded. Perhaps the sunlight felt quite pleasant. The gentle breeze and just the right amount of sunshine gradually lulled him into a sense of drowsiness. Professor Qin, I will take a nap. Please wake me when we arrive, he said. MHM, Qin Ling replied, slowly raising the car windows. The speed of the vehicle decreased. Jiang Yichen adjusted his seat to a comfortable angle, settled into a relaxed position, and soon drifted off to sleep. As Qin Ling drove, she cast several glances at the sleeping figure beside her. Finally, when she encountered a red light, she removed her trench coat and draped it over Jiang Yichen. As he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, Jiang Yichen stirred slightly, uttering the words, Professor Qin. With a subtle smile, Qin Ling observed Jiang Yichen's peaceful slumber. Chapter 83. The purple flare as they neared Jiang Yichen's residence. Qin Ling first navigated to a nearby market before gently waking the slumbering Jiang Yichen. She speculated that he must have been dreaming sweetly, as evidenced by the drool that had pooled on her khaki trench coat. She recalled a similar morning when Jiang Yichen had awoken at her home, leaving a considerable amount of drool on her pillow. Qin Ling frowned slightly. Drooling in one's sleep was hardly a commendable habit. Jiang Yichen rubbed his eyes, sat up, and yawned, soon noticing the trench coat draped over him. Huh? He turned to Qin Ling and said, Professor Qin, what is this? Before he could finish, Qin Ling interjected, you mentioned feeling cold while you were asleep. Jiang Yichen glanced at the splendid sunshine outside, then at his own outfit. Although it was autumn, he was dressed in a sweatshirt and jacket. Cold? I'm not even deficient in yang. What nonsense! He regarded Qin Ling's composed demeanor and said, All right, thank you, Professor Qin. You're welcome, she replied, raising a delicate hand to indicate the damp spot on the trench coat. You will need to wash it when you get home. Jiang Yichen looked down at the direction of her finger, recalling that he had never been one to drool in his sleep. Professor Qin, let me explain. I usually do not do this, he insisted. MHM. Qin Ling turned her hand over, displaying an open palm. Shoes, she stated. Oh, Jiang Yichen finally understood. Once Qin Ling had changed her shoes, Jiang Yichen exited the car, only to realize they had arrived at the market. Typically, the peak hours for grocery shopping were from 7 to 9 in the morning and 5 to 7 in the evening, making their midday visit rather unusual. Jiang Yichen showcased his bargaining skills as he approached a friendly-looking woman in her 30s at her stall. With a smile, he asked, Sister, how much are your tomatoes? 5 yuan per pound, the vendor replied. Jiang Yichen, Sister, your prices here are considerably higher than over there. I genuinely wish to purchase some. How about 4 yuan for 3 jin? The shopkeeper, my produce is of exceptional quality. However, if you are truly interested, I can offer it for 4.50, which is my final price. If that suits you, feel free to take it. Jiang Yichen, Dear sister, let us settle on 4.20. I will pay immediately. The shopkeeper glanced at Jiang Yichen, hesitating for a moment. All right, I will sell it to you. Jiang Yichen repeatedly addressed her as sister, making the shopkeeper feel somewhat bashful. After purchasing tomatoes, cabbage, and potatoes, he casually grabbed some scallions. Subsequently, Jiang Yichen brought Qin Ling to a deli, where he procured some marinated dishes. Professor Qin, for lunch we shall have sweet and sour cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and this lung slice. Upon returning to the car, Jiang Yichen reflected on the quality of the market's offerings. Had he given prior notice, he could have taken Qin Ling to his usual market, saving a few more coins. Qin Ling found Jiang Yichen rather impressive. If she were in his position, she would struggle to bargain and certainly wouldn't shamelessly refer to a nearly 40-year-old woman as sister. Professor Qin, what do you think of my bargaining skills? Jiang Yichen said, somewhat proudly. Average. Average? These skills were honed over many years. Give me my shoes. What on earth, sister? Why did you change shoes then? If you were going to stroll around in heels, you may as well have worn flats. You can't drive in high heels, can you? It's only 2 intersections away. Despite his words of confusion, Jiang Yichen obediently handed over the shoe bag. Do you possess a driver's license? Qin Ling asked as she received the bag, but did not immediately change her shoes. No. Firstly, according to traffic safety regulations, one must not engage in any behavior that impairs safe driving, and wearing high heels falls into that category. Qin Ling explained. Moreover, Jiang Yichen, from the tone of your voice earlier, it seems you consider me an older sister. Not at all. Professor Qin, you are as youthful as an 18-year-old university student. How could you be an older sister? Jiang Yichen replied. Qin Ling's complexion surpassed that of many girls in their prime. He was at a loss as to how she maintained such radiance. You just called that 40-year-old shopkeeper sister, and now you're calling me the same? What is your definition of sister? Is it anyone older than you? No, Professor Qin. That was merely a matter of social tact. A little flattery can persuade those vendors to offer better prices. Jiang Yichen clarified. Moreover, in my heart, you truly embody the essence of a gentle older sister. Addressing those vendors as sister was insincere, but calling you sister is heartfelt. Though many at school perceive you as aloof and serious, I believe they fail to understand you. But I do, Professor Qin. You are, at your core, an exceptionally gentle person, Jiang Yichen said earnestly. If only your piano playing could match your silver tongue. You and T have failed the monthly evaluation. Qin Ling withdrew her gaze from Jiang Yichen and slightly bent down to change her shoes. The young boy, despite his tender age, possessed a rather audacious demeanor. They do not understand you, but I do, he declared. How bold he was. How much can you truly comprehend? She thought. This cannot merely be flattery, dear sister. My words are sincere and heartfelt. What do you call me? She inquired. Sister, he replied. Be quiet. Do not be so presumptuous. I am your teacher. Beneath her cascading black hair, Qin Ling's ears flushed slightly. Oh, it's fine. It is not class time now. In private, may I call you sister? Qin Ling fell silent. Observing her expressionless demeanor, Jiang Yichen assumed she disapproved of the title and was prepared to abandon the matter. However, he suddenly seemed to recall something amusing, cleared his throat, and raised his voice, exclaiming in a teasing tone, Zizi. Qin Ling, lost in thought, shivered at the sound of that name. If you utter such sounds again, I shall toss you out of the car, she retorted, her discomfort evident. All right, Professor Qin. I merely jest. Do not take it to heart, Jiang Yichen replied earnestly, clearly enjoying the banter. Chapter 84. The leg tickle in comparison to Qin Ling's lavishly decorated apartment. Jiang Yichen's modest 2-bedroom flat appeared rather austere. Situated in an old neighborhood, this residence was one of the few remnants left to him by his mother. He retrieved his keys and unlocked the door, with Qin Ling following closely behind. The house exuded an air of time-worn charm. Though the decor was somewhat simplistic, it possessed a unique character. Upon entering, one found the living room adorned with slightly worn brown wooden floors, the edges darkened with age, while the surrounding white walls bore a faint yellow hue, embellished with countless childlike doodles. A vintage single sofa sat in one corner, somewhat tattered and lacking vibrancy. The dining table, television stand, and coffee table, though aged, contributed to an atmosphere of simplicity and tranquility that brought Qin Ling an indescribable sense of comfort and security. Professor Qin, there are no slippers in my home, so there's no need to change, Jiang Yichen mentioned, placing the bag he carried on the dining table. He had a pair, but they were left at school. As Qin Ling approached the sofa, intending to sit, Jiang Yichen quickly intervened. Wait, Professor Qin, let me fetch a towel to wipe it down. He entered the kitchen and returned with a towel, noting the layer of dust that had accumulated in his absence over the past 2 months. I'll prepare the meal. You take care of that, Qin Ling said, accepting the towel from him. Very well. A fine layer of dust coated the sofa. After wiping it clean, Qin Ling had just settled down when her peripheral vision caught sight of a small figure on the armrest, a cockroach, locking eyes with her. In an instant, she sprang up as if propelled by a spring, following up with a swift roundhouse kick. Bang! In the kitchen, Jiang Yichen, who had been chopping vegetables, hastily set down his knife and rushed out to investigate the commotion. He observed that the aging sofa in his home had toppled over. Jiang Yichen asked Professor Qin, Do you intend to use my sofa as a punching bag? There's a cockroach. Qin Ling looked gravely at the overturned sofa. A cockroach? Are you all right? Jiang Yichen hurried over. This sofa had been passed down from his grandfather's generation. Just as he managed to right the sofa, Qin Ling swiftly pulled him behind her. Professor Qin? It's not dead yet. Qin Ling, with one hand shielding Jiang Yichen, gazed at the sofa as if facing a formidable foe. Jiang Yichen felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was Professor Qin afraid of cockroaches? The original text didn't mention that. However, judging by her serious demeanor, he couldn't discern her fear, but she certainly seemed to detest them. He himself held a strong aversion to cockroaches, though over the years, he had grown somewhat immune to them. He could now even kill one without a change in expression, provided it wasn't an exceptional circumstance. Otherwise, he would typically squash it underfoot. Professor Qin, I'll head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Jiang Yichen announced as he made his way towards the kitchen. After half an hour had passed, he emerged, only to find Qin Ling still standing in the same rigid position, her eyes fixed intently on the vintage sofa. Professor Qin, it's time for dinner, Jiang Yichen called out. No response. Professor Qin? Still no reply. After setting the table, he approached her. In just a few strides, he was positioned directly behind her when Qin Ling suddenly demonstrated the prowess of a martial arts master. She stepped forward, raised her leg, and with a firm step, crushed the head of the cockroach that had just emerged. Impressive. Jiang Yichen's eyelids twitched. Qin Ling released a sigh of relief. She felt much lighter now. The mere thought of that creature still being alive had made her uneasy. After waiting for over half an hour, the moment had finally arrived and she had acted swiftly. Professor Qin, dinner is ready, Jiang Yichen called again. Qin Ling turned gracefully and walked to the dining table, taking her seat. The meal consisted of stir-fried cabbage, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and spicy beef slices. After the meal, reflecting on Qin Ling's impressive kick, Jiang Yichen curiously inquired, Professor Qin, may I ask you something? Go ahead. Could you teach me a couple of moves? Qin Ling elegantly dabbed her mouth with a tissue. I teach music. However, I believe you could impart some martial arts skills to me, Professor Qin. You cannot fathom how perilous society can be nowadays. What if one day I encounter a robbery while walking? It would be beneficial to have some self-defense skills, Jiang Yichen earnestly explained. Although such incidents were rare in today's law-abiding society, it did not deter him from using this rationale to learn a few techniques. Once he had mastered them, he intended to test his skills against Zhang Depeo, the muscular man. Mastering martial arts is not an overnight endeavor. It requires considerable time. You should focus on your studies now, Qin Ling elucidated. Is there a simple, universally effective technique that could swiftly incapacitate an opponent? Jiang Yichen inquired. There is. Qin Ling nodded. The lower strikes. Lower strikes? Jiang Yichen was taken aback. Then he realized that your reference to the three paths must pertain to that particular position, right? Professor Qin, this feels a bit ominous. I'll wash the dishes. Qin Ling rose, tidying the dishes as she made her way to the kitchen. Jiang Yichen followed closely behind, inquiring, Professor Qin, do you think I could possibly be that rare martial arts prodigy? If you could just open my meridians, I could soar to great heights. Stop reading novels. Qin Ling donned an old apron and turned her back to Jiang Yichen. Understanding her unspoken request, he stepped forward to assist her in fastening the apron. Just as he finished, before he could fully admire her exquisite silhouette, Professor Qin spun around, and her long leg, propelled by a gust of wind, struck his face with a sharp sting. A leg sweep? Jiang Yichen turned to glance at the lengthy leg resting on his shoulder. Qin Ling's dress today reached only to her knees, and, at this moment, the hem had slid up to the top of her thigh. Her legs were undeniably long, fair, and straight, every inch devoid of excess flesh, resembling a masterpiece meticulously crafted by an artist. To be frank, he could spend a lifetime admiring those legs. Just as Jiang Yichen was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a lightness on his shoulder. He watched as the long leg traced a perfect arc in the air, finally coming to rest vertically on the ground. It was then that Jiang Yichen noticed the corpse of a cockroach on the heel of Professor Qin's high-heeled shoe. It's nothing, Qin Ling said nonchalantly. Jiang Yichen shook his head in disbelief. That cockroach is truly unfortunate. Chapter 85. Don't laugh. It's silly. Do you have a piano? After washing the dishes, Qin Ling stepped out of the kitchen and casually glanced towards the room diagonally across, where a mahogany, upright piano stood. Yes, Jiang Yichen replied, but I haven't played it in a long while. It's probably out of tune. And it was a second-hand purchase, rather mediocre. This piano was bought by his father when he was in middle school for 3,000 yuan. At first, it was decent, but after 2 years, various issues arose, leading him to rarely play it. In high school, he resorted to using the school's piano instead. Mediocre? Qin Ling approached the piano, lifted the lid, and played a couple of notes. Then decisively, she closed the lid. Indeed, quite mediocre. Yunya Piano Store. This was the address Qin Ling had sent to Jiang Yichen the night before. It was of moderate size, situated on the second floor, with numerous practice rooms. Jiang Yichen observed that the soundproofing was quite effective. Qin Ling led Jiang Yichen to the front desk, where she confirmed their reservation, and a young lady guided them to a practice room. The room was spacious, equipped with an upright piano, a tea table, a small sofa, and a cabinet filled with an array of music textbooks and classic literature. The piano was a renowned foreign brand, significantly better than those found in the school practice rooms. How much is it per hour? Jiang Yichen asked curiously. 100, Qin Ling replied. That is quite expensive, Jiang Yichen thought. That is equivalent to a day's internet fee. Let us begin the lesson. Qin Ling gracefully approached the piano bench and sat down, smoothing her skirt. Jiang Yichen retrieved his textbook from his backpack, placed it upon the music stand, and took his seat beside her. The earlier incident in the kitchen, where Qin Ling had playfully tripped him, lingered in his mind, and now, sitting next to her, he felt his heart race. What's with the flushed cheeks? Qin Ling inquired. Is it that obvious? Jiang Yichen touched his face, realizing it was indeed warm. Perhaps it's just the heat of the sun today, he chuckled in response. Qin Ling regarded him with a hint of suspicion before opening the textbook and pointing to a section of a practice piece. Play it. All right. Jiang Yichen placed his hands on the black and white keys and began to play. As expected, he found himself being corrected by Qin Ling time and again. Jiang Yichen, she said with a frown, what's wrong with you? You seem distracted, embarrassed. He halted his performance and pondered for a moment before extending his hand towards her. Strike me, Professor Qin, just a couple of times. His mind was still preoccupied with the image of her fair thigh from earlier. Could he really be blamed? He was merely an inexperienced freshman, barely 18, confronted with someone like Qin Ling. What could he possibly do to shield himself? Qin Ling raised her hand and lightly tapped his palm twice. The coolness of her touch seemed to alleviate a fraction of the turbulence within him. But that's not sufficient. He urged, harder, Professor. With a furrowed brow, she refrained from striking again and instead asked, give me a reason. I'm struggling to concentrate. So I thought this might help, Jiang Yichen explained. Understanding dawned on Qin Ling, and she lifted her hand again, this time applying a bit more force to strike his palm. Ow! Jiang Yichen gasped, feeling a sharp sting. That was a bit much. Does it hurt? I only used a fraction of my strength, Qin Ling remarked. Impressive, he replied. It must be said, Professor Qin's hand was quite effective. As he felt the lingering pain in his palm, the distracting image of her thigh began to fade away. With fluidity, he played through the piece. Qin Ling's gaze lingered on him, exhibiting a hint of peculiarity. Feng Ruoyan had mentioned a type of person with masochistic tendencies, those who derive pleasure from being struck. Did it seem to her that Jiang Yichen might possess such inclinations? Upon finishing the practice piece, it was time for the nocturne in D-flat major, which Jiang Yichen had played during the monthly review. I heard you play this last time, Qin Ling said as she began to demonstrate. Let me point out something here. Jiang Yichen listened attentively, and before long, an hour had swiftly passed. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted there were 2 minutes remaining, prompting him to rise and gather his materials. What are you doing? Qin Ling asked. I'm packing up. It's been an hour, hasn't it? Who told you it was only an hour? I scheduled 5 hours. Jiang Yichen's mouth fell agape in shock. Professor Qin, you can't possibly intend to hold a 5-hour class today, can you? Qin Ling nodded earnestly and proceeded to explain. Last time you mentioned your desire to pursue graduate studies and to achieve a perfect score in your final exams. At your current level, that seems unattainable. Jiang Yichen sat on the piano bench, his face ashen, suddenly filled with regret. In moments of impulsiveness, one often utters words that lead to deep remorse. And he found himself in such a predicament. Despite his regret, Jiang Yichen glanced at the graceful figure beside him and thought, practice. It's merely 5 hours. With Professor Qin by my side, I could sit at this piano all day. He rolled up the sleeves of his shirt, brimming with enthusiasm. Qin Ling, noticing his spirited demeanor, felt a sense of satisfaction. You may begin practicing. If you encounter anything unclear, feel free to ask me. With that, she rose from the piano bench, walked to the cabinet behind, retrieved a copy of The Moon and sixpence, and settled onto the sofa to read. Jiang Yichen cast a few glances back at her before earnestly resuming his practice. Time passed quietly, and soon an hour had elapsed. The previously sunny morning sky became overcast, and after a moment, the patter of raindrops began to tap against the window. Jiang Yichen glanced at the clock on the wall. He had been practicing for 2 hours. His hands are beginning to feel fatigued. Your hands are sore? Qin Ling, unbeknownst to him, had already positioned herself behind Jiang Yichen. She had clearly observed his earlier wrist movements. Jiang Yichen replied, turning to face Qin Ling whenever he drew near her. He could always catch a whiff of that familiar fragrance. Extend your hand, Qin Ling instructed. Jiang Yichen complied. She first grasped his right arm. Professor Qin, what are you doing? Jiang Yichen suddenly chuckled. Qin Ling pressed gently on his palm, explaining as she worked, if your wrist is sore, you can apply pressure to the Yangshi point to unblock meridians and alleviate discomfort. Also, the Like point can improve the circulation of qi and blood in the wrist. Qin Ling demonstrated a series of techniques, though Jiang Yichen hardly paid attention to the keyword she mentioned. He suddenly realized that after 2 hours of practice, he no longer felt particularly fatigued. Jiang Yichen, Qin Ling raised her finger and lightly tapped his forehead. Don't laugh, it's rather silly. After finishing with his right hand, she moved on to his left. Jiang Yichen relished the professional massage from his mentor. Professor Qin, your technique is quite expert. Have you trained specifically for this? He asked, eyes closed. Qin Ling's hands were cool to the touch, making the massage exceedingly pleasant. Indeed, she replied, feeling her own hands warming as she pressed down. Jiang Yichen's hands were notably large and warm. Having large hands is a natural advantage for playing the piano, while others might only span a 10th. He could easily reach a 12th or 13th, allowing him to play pieces with remarkable ease. Once she had applied sufficient pressure, Qin Ling returned to the small sofa to continue reading The Moon and sixpence. However, Jiang Yichen did not resume playing. Instead, he rose and joined her on the sofa. Qin Ling lowered her gaze to the book in her hands, her fingertips grazing the pages. Sensing a movement beside her, she did not look up, but merely inquired. Taking a break? Yes, let's rest for a while, Jiang Yichen replied, reclining against the back of the sofa, gradually allowing himself to relax. The sound of raindrops tapping against the window continued, and the room fell into an unexpected silence, leaving only the soft rustle of Qin Ling turning the pages. Jiang Yichen savored the tranquility of the moment, turning his head to gaze outside, shifting slightly to the side. He had not given much thought when he sat down earlier, maintaining some distance from Professor Qin. Although they usually sat closely together during class, he had never found himself sitting so near her at other times. Professor Qin, what book are you reading? Jiang Yichen suddenly turned his head, leaning in as if he were a myopic person straining to see the text. In that instant, he not only sat next to Qin Ling, but also rested his arm on her shoulder, adopting a friendly demeanor akin to how he and Zhang Wei would often lean against each other. Thump, thump, thump. He could hear his own heartbeat. This was perhaps the boldest thing he had done this year, bolder even than holding Qin Ling's hand in the cinema. The closer he was, the more he could distinctly perceive the fragrance emanating from her. Qin Ling had been engrossed in her reading when she noticed Jiang Yichen's awkward attempt to shift closer. She glanced down at the head obstructing half of her book and then swept her gaze over the arm resting on her shoulder. Jiang Yichen, what is it? He turned to face her, his angle allowing him to see her jawline. Qin Ling remained silent, simply observing him. At that moment, Jiang Yichen felt his heart racing. The pressure from Professor Qin was undeniably intense. Within moments, He could feel his palms beginning to sweat, a sense of perspiration creeping over him. Professor Qin, I merely wanted to see what you were reading, he stammered, attempting to lighten the mood with a nervous laugh. Qin Ling lowered her eyes to the youthful face that was now so close to her. You've certainly grown bolder, even resting your arm on my shoulder and leaning in so close. However, you seem quite tense. Her lips parted slightly, releasing a fragrant breath that brushed against Jiang Yichen's face. Tense? Am I nervous? I just want to see what book Professor Qin is reading. How could I be nervous? Perhaps you are overthinking it, Jiang Yichen replied, adjusting his posture to appear more composed, his tone calm and seemingly devoid of anxiety. Qin Ling smiled faintly. So, what book do you think I am reading? Jiang Yichen fell silent. His attention had been far from that earlier. After a brief hesitation, he said, You are reading. Glancing at the book, upon noticing his little movement, Qin Ling promptly closed the book, even turning it with the back facing up. Couldn't see clearly? She teased. You were so close just moments ago. That moment was too brief. I couldn't discern anything with so many words, Jiang Yichen explained. How about giving me a hint? Professor Qin? Jiang Yichen, while speaking, lightly nudged Qin Ling's knee with his own, seemingly oblivious to the subtle intimacy of the gesture. Qin Ling merely gazed at Jiang Yichen's face and remarked, a man, in pursuit of an unattainable dream, resolutely cast aside the comforts of stable life, indifferent to the abundance around him, instead choosing to chase after the intangible. Jiang Yichen's expression turned contemplative, his brows knitting deeper. Do you not know? Qin Ling inquired. The family business, the aspiration for artistic expression, she continued to hint. After a brief pause of 2 minutes, Qin Ling bluntly stated, enough with the guessing. You have not read this book. With that, she turned the book over, revealing the title on the cover, The Moon and Sixpence. Actually, that was precisely what I was thinking earlier. I just couldn't recall it at the moment, Jiang Yichen admitted. Qin Ling chuckled lightly, then tell me, what is the protagonist's name? Jiang Yichen replied. He certainly needs to amend his tendency to ramble. What's he trying to prove? In front of Professor Qin. He ought not to put on such airs. Oh, Professor Qin, look, it's raining outside. Jiang Yichen pointed toward the window, the attempt to shift the topic glaringly apparent. Qin Ling lounged lazily against the back of the sofa, not glancing out the window, her hands folded on her lap, her phoenix-like eyes quietly fixed on Jiang Yichen, as if she could see through everything without a hint of emotion. Had it been at their first encounter, Jiang Yichen would likely have been too intimidated to utter a word, wishing instead to distance himself from her penetrating gaze. Yet, today was different. He did not move an inch, and under the weight of Qin Ling's intense gaze, he nudged her knee again with his own. With a beaming smile, he asked, Professor Qin, do you prefer cloudy days or sunny ones? Qin Ling glanced at the rain-soaked scenery outside before her gaze settled on Jiang Yichen's smiling face. Either is fine. It matters not, she replied. Professor Qin, why don't you ask me whether I prefer cloudy days or sunny ones? Jiang Yichen suggested. Qin Ling did not inquire. Continuing to gaze silently, Jiang Yichen anticipated this demeanor from the esteemed professor. If she were to obediently comply, she would not be the Qin Ling he had come to know. With her silence, Jiang Yichen took it upon himself to answer, Professor Qin. I cherish every day that you are present. How Klitsch. Chapter 87. Scorpions in the farmhouse. Jiang Yichen had never before sat so quietly in a room, merely watching the raindrops fall outside. Usually, he would spend his leisure time engrossed in his phone, with Qin Ling seated quietly beside him. He suddenly felt that remaining in this moment indefinitely would not be so bad. One of the 4 arts cherished by scholars is listening to the rain. As a natural phenomenon, its various forms and sound can evoke a plethora of emotions and associations, be it tranquility, melancholy, or nostalgia. In the serene room, a low, soothing voice began to resonate. Jiang Yichen found himself at a loss for words. If he were to speak, he would probably just say, what heavy rain. He regretted not having studied more diligently in school, for a couplet of ancient poetry would have served as a splendid embellishment in front of Professor Qin. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Jiang Yichen resumed his piano practice. By the time Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen left the practice room, the rain had ceased. The downpour lasted throughout the afternoon, causing a noticeable drop in temperature. Jiang Yichen cast a glance at Qin Ling, who was clad only in a dress. While he had not felt the chill inside the room, stepping outside, he now sensed a briskness in the air. Without further thought, he removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. As Qin Ling walked ahead, she soon realized and found herself enveloped by Jiang Yichen's black baseball jacket. Coming to a halt, she promptly returned the garment. "Professor Qin, please wear it. It has just rained, and the weather outside is quite cold," Jiang Yichen urged. Earlier that day, while on their way home, he had dozed off in the car, and Qin Ling had generously lent him her trench coat. Now, seeing her in a flimsy dress, he felt a sense of responsibility for her comfort. "I'm not cold. My sweatshirt is quite thick," Jiang Yichen added. He pondered that perhaps she was concerned he was insufficiently dressed, hence her insistence on returning the coat. "Your jacket is ugly," Qin Ling remarked, firmly refusing to wear it. "You keep it." Jiang Yichen felt a twinge of irritation. "Ugly? Where is it ugly?" He glanced down at the baseball jacket, which he had meticulously chosen during a sale on a certain online marketplace. Although it was reasonably priced at 149 yuan, it was a piece he had selected with care. "I misspoke," Qin Ling corrected herself. "It simply doesn't team match my dress, so I don't want to wear it." "Doesn't match?" Jiang Yichen stared in disbelief. Her dress was black, just as his baseball jacket was. What was the mismatch? Aren't they in the same color palette? "Professor Qin, I believe," Jiang Yichen began, but Qin Ling turned and walked away. "Wait, let me finish," he called after her, expressing his views, ultimately concluding that his jacket complemented her attire quite well. "I don't like all black," she replied. "What is wrong with all black?" He countered. "I simply don't like it." Faced with Qin Ling's resolute stance, Jiang Yichen reluctantly donned the jacket himself. The parking lot was a fair distance away, and they walked for quite a while. Once in the car, the warmth inside provided a pleasant contrast to the chilly exterior. Jiang Yichen adeptly handed Qin Ling her flats. "Professor Qin, where shall we dine this evening?" he inquired. "I'm not sure," she replied. "How about we have dinner at my place?" "Sounds good." On their way home, Jiang Yichen idly scrolled through his phone. Upon opening his social media feed, he straightened in his seat. A photo captured on the screen showed Jiang Suihuan with her friends. Captioned, "The agri-tainment was delightful, though it was unfortunate that it rained." At that moment, Jiang Yichen was suddenly reminded of the original plot of the novel. He recalled that Jiang Suihuan would encounter a scorpion by the creek tomorrow, on September 30th, and would be stung on her wrist, with Qin Ling coming to her aid. Jiang Yichen fell into deep contemplation. The bar scene that was supposed to occur 2 weeks prior had not transpired, and the events since the start of the semester had diverged entirely from the original narrative. As Jiang Yichen furrowed his brow and gazed out the window, the rain-soaked streets resembled a mirror, reflecting the sky, the silhouettes of trees, and the contours of buildings. Vehicles passed by, splattering tiny droplets. The original narrative's plot and character designs lack any significant reference value. The information provided, akin to the book revealing that Qin Ling has a penchant for sour flavors and cilantro, suggests that scorpions may also appear at the upcoming farm stay. Jiang Yichen, "Sister, where are you?" Jiang Suihuan, "I'm out having fun with friends." Jiang Yichen, "At the farm stay." Jiang Suihuan, "Yes." Jiang Yichen, "Can you come back? I need to discuss something with you." Jiang Suihuan, "What is it?" "I just agreed with my friends that if the weather is nice tomorrow, we'll go fishing by the creek." Jiang Yichen, "It's nothing major. Just could you send me your location? I'd like to join the fun." Jiang Suihuan, "When I asked you before, you said you wouldn't come." Jiang Yichen, "Come on, sis. Just send me the coordinates." Jiang Suihuan, "All right. Is something the matter?" Qin Ling inquired, having noticed Jiang Yichen's somewhat unusual expression. "It's nothing much. Just my sister asked me to go out and play." Jiang Yichen explained, "I'll be out for a day and return the day after tomorrow." He had devised a plan. Tomorrow, he would persuade Jiang Suihuan to change her mind and enjoy some other activity, ensuring she refrains from going to the creek. Then, he would stealthily position himself nearby and wait for the opportune moment to take action. The book detailed that Jiang Suihuan had encountered a scorpion beneath a scenic rock. "Playing for a day? Where to?" Qin Ling continued to inquire. "To the farm stay," Jiang Yichen replied, then recalled the details from the book and added, "Interestingly, Professor Qin, this farm stay is actually run by Teacher Lin." The narrative indicated that Qin Ling was invited by Lin Yao to the farm stay, leading to her fortuitous meeting with Jiang Yichen. After a moment of silence, Qin Ling remarked, "It is indeed quite a coincidence. She invited me just yesterday." Jiang Yichen, struck by inspiration, proposed, "Professor Qin, how about we go together tomorrow? I feel that 4 days of classes during the National Day holiday is a bit excessive. We might as well enjoy a couple of days before returning to our studies." "That sounds good," Qin Ling nodded. "In fact, let us not wait until tomorrow. Let us head over tonight. This golden week for National Day will undoubtedly attract a multitude of visitors," she added. "The Mingxian Music Academy starts its break early, on the 29th. If they waited until tomorrow, the 30th, there might be no spots left at the farm stay." She had a faint recollection of the farm stay at Lin Yao's house, having visited it twice during her university days, and it was quite popular back then. "Tonight?" Jiang Yichen expressed mild surprise. "Yes." As Qin Ling spoke, she turned the vehicle around, heading in another direction. "Professor Qin, this truly is an impromptu adventure." Chapter 88. Who can remedy this woman? After nearly 2 hours of travel, at around 9 in the evening, Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling found a noodle shop not far from their destination. They ordered 2 bowls of beef noodles, garnished generously with cilantro. As the bowls of noodles were placed on the table, Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen, in perfect harmony, reached for the small vinegar bottle on the table. "After you," they both said in unison. "No, I insist," they replied again, as if choreographed. An unexpected silence enveloped the air for a brief moment. Jiang Yichen then spoke. "Professor Qin, please go ahead." "Very well." Qin Ling took the vinegar bottle, twirled it 3 times to the left and 3 times to the right, and then passed it across the table. Jiang Yichen received it, mirroring her actions with the same graceful rotations. After dinner, the two embarked on their journey. And a few minutes later, Qin Ling recognized the familiar sign, Shangyun Iju. Upon parking, she guided Jiang Yichen inside, where the ambience remained unchanged from her university days. The blue-tiled roofs and earthen walls, along with the stone path illuminated by the dim light of night, evoked a serene chill. The cottages were scattered, their outlines hazily discernible in the twilight. Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling momentarily parted ways. He mentioned he would find Jiang Yichen, while Qin Ling sought out Lin Yao. Lin Yao was quite surprised to see Qin Ling at their family-run agritourism business at such an hour, especially recalling the indifference Qin Ling had displayed the previous day. Well, I distinctly remember someone saying they wouldn't come. What's the story here?" Lin Yao remarked with a teasing tone. Qin Ling seemed oblivious to the sarcasm, merely lifting a cup of warm water from the table and sipping it, saying, "Here we go again." The lightness of her words made Lin Yao both amused and exasperated. "Dear Miss Qin, could you enlighten me on what caused this sudden change of heart?" Fang Ruoyan inquired, her curiosity piqued. Qin Ling chose not to respond directly. Instead, shifting the topic, "What about Lu Rong? Is she not coming?" "Ah, she is currently at the hotel, getting cozy with her wealthy male college student," Lin Yao replied. "It's all your fault. I initially planned for the 4 of us to come together, but when you declined, Lu Rong found it uninteresting and decided not to come either." "Blame me, then," Qin Ling said, a hint of resignation in her tone. Lin Yao fell silent. "Seriously, who can tame this woman's temperament?" "I'm stepping out for a moment," Qin Ling announced as she rose and walked towards the door. Fang Ruoyan seemed to ponder something and followed her outside. The two exited the room in succession. As Qin Ling strolled along the stone path, she savored the distinct atmosphere that set this place apart from the town. The grass by the roadside resonated with the harmonious chirping of insects. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying a delicate blend of earthy fragrances and the scent of blooming flowers. "Miss, aren't you feeling cold?" Fang Ruoyan queried as she stepped outside. It had rained earlier, and the temperature had dropped significantly, yet Qin Ling wore only a dress, devoid of any outerwear. "I'm fine," Qin Ling replied, continuing her pace. A few steps ahead, Fang Ruoyan strode confidently in front of her, then turned to ask, "What brings you here so suddenly?" "Let me guess, did one of your students come along?" In Fang Ruoyan's perception, Qin Ling was not one to change her mind lightly. The unexpected visit raised her suspicions. "Yes," Qin Ling answered candidly, sensing no need for concealment with Feng Ruoyan. TSK, TSK. Feng Ruoyan scoffed at Qin Ling's behavior, deeming it a clear case of prioritizing romance over friendship. She and Lin Yao had invited Qin Ling, but she had initially declined. However, as soon as Jiang Yichen spoke, he immediately arrived. This is truly a case of forsaking principles for the allure of beauty. What's the matter? Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. It's nothing, Feng Ruoyan chuckled. But where is your student? I don't see him around. He has gone to find someone, Qin Ling replied. Oh, Feng Ruoyan nodded thoughtfully, then gestured toward the nearby stone bridge, saying, Miss Qin, do you remember that stone bridge? Qin Ling glanced over the stone bridge. Back in school, there was a wealthy fellow who pursued you, but you completely ignored him. Then, in a fit of excitement, he slipped and fell into the lake. Feng Ruoyan reminisced. Listening to this account, Qin Ling remarked, I have a vague recollection. Feng Ruoyan took Qin Ling's hand, leading her to the stone bridge. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered beautifully. The two paused for a moment, and then a familiar figure intruded upon their view. Oh my, Miss Qin, it seems your student has been whisked away. Feng Ruoyan pointed towards two silhouettes beneath a willow tree. In the stillness of night, a solitary male and female were together. This certainly seemed somewhat ambiguous. Moreover, the girl was even playfully ruffling the boy's hair. Feng Ruoyan turned her head, observing Qin Ling's expression, which remained unperturbed. To her surprise, Miss Qin, your expression management is quite impressive. Or perhaps you simply do not harbor strong feelings for your student. She had expected to witness Qin Ling's jealousy erupting in a fiery display. Qin Ling stole a glance in their direction. She recognized both individuals, Jiang Yichen and Jiang Suehuan. What's wrong with siblings being affectionate, Professor Qin? Feng Ruoyan called out. Could this perhaps be the calm before a storm? Qin Ling replied softly. You're not planning to split them apart with a single strike, are you? Feng Ruoyan exaggerated. Qin Ling retorted, they are siblings. What are you imagining? Siblings? Feng Ruoyan paused, suddenly realizing her misunderstanding. After 2 minutes of watching the pair beneath the willow tree, she said, Hey, Ling, I just had an immature thought. If it's immature, perhaps you should refrain from voicing it, Qin Ling replied. Feng Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback, but continued, How about I assist you? You could take a leisurely stroll with your student under this moonlight. It would be best not to return tonight. As she spoke, she pulled Qin Ling towards the willow tree. If Qin Ling were unwilling, she could stop at any moment. Given Qin Ling's formidable strength, she could not be forced. Yet, despite her apparent reluctance, Qin Ling's feet obediently followed. What contradiction! Feng Ruoyan scoffed, though Miss Qin maintained an air of utmost seriousness. She likely was already contemplating where to stroll with her student. The distance from the stone bridge to the willow tree was less than a minute's walk. Oh, isn't that Jiang Yichen? What a coincidence. Chapter 89. What if I insist you wear this outfit? When Jiang Yichen approached Jiang Suehuan, she was engrossed in a game of do di zhu with her friends. Surprised to see him, Jiang Suehuan exclaimed. As Jiang Yichen was about to speak, he was pulled down into a seat by Jiang Suehuan. After playing a couple of rounds of do di zhu, he finally took Jiang Suehuan outside. Glancing at the nearby willow trees, he led her over. Xiao, hey, weren't you supposed to arrive tomorrow? Why are you here tonight? Jiang Suehuan gently ruffled Jiang Yichen's hair. He did not respond, but instead asked, Sister, how about we try something different tomorrow? What do you think of rock climbing or perhaps a live-action adventure? If those don't work, we could always feed rabbits, make rice cakes, or grind tofu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Suehuan tilted her head, her brows slightly furrowed. But I've already made plans with my friends. Fishing isn't really fun, she replied. Look, fishing takes so long. It could be as little as half an hour or stretch for hours, and there's a chance of catching nothing at all. It's rather tedious, Jiang Yichen countered. It's not that bad, Jiang Suehuan retorted. Just wait a moment. She then leaned closer to Jiang Yichen and sniffed at him. You smell nice, she remarked. I just came from a taxi. The driver had a car air freshener, Jiang Yichen explained. The fragrance on him was indeed a remnant of Qin Ling's car scent. Oh, Jiang Suehuan nodded, not thinking much of it. If we're not going fishing, I need to discuss this with my other friends, she said. Sure, he replied. No sooner had he spoken than a teasing voice floated into their ears. Isn't this Jiang Yichen? What coincidence? Fong Ruoyan appeared, pulling Qin Ling along as she approached the siblings. Huh? Jiang Suihuan questioned. Professor Qin? Qin Ling nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Professor Qin, Jiang Yichen feigned surprise, greeting her. You. Jiang Suihuan suddenly became excited. Are you Fong Ruoyan? Yes, Fong Ruoyan replied, somewhat surprised by her enthusiasm. I loved your songs when I was in middle school. Jiang Suihuan exclaimed. Oh, thank you, Fong Ruoyan said with a slight smile. Jiang Yichen, just a moment ago, Professor Qin and I spotted you on that bridge. She was just telling me about your performance in class, saying you've been doing well lately. By the way, she mentioned wanting to have a private chat with you once the holidays are over. I think there's no need to wait. We can do it now. As she spoke, Fong Ruoyan walked away, casting a knowing glance at Jiang Suihuan. Understanding, Jiang Suihuan said, I'll go ahead. With that, she hurried towards Fong Ruoyan, eager to get an autograph. Jiang Yichen exchanged glances with Qin Ling. Soon, only the two of them remained beneath the willow tree. So, Professor Qin, is what Fong Laosher said true or false? Jiang Yichen inquired. Yes, Qin Ling replied, turning to walk in another direction. Jiang Yichen stood frozen in place. Catch up, Qin Ling called back. Oh, Jiang Yichen said as he observed the tall figure of Professor Qin ahead. Was she the type to secretly praise him from behind? It didn't seem likely. Professor Qin, what will you discuss with me once school starts? Jiang Yichen asked, catching up. Just read more, Qin Ling advised. Jiang Yichen exclaimed, puzzled. You're too slow-witted. Jiang Yichen's confusion deepened. No talking, just walk, she instructed. Jiang Yichen was left even more bewildered. Wait a moment, he needs to contemplate carefully. What does Qin Ling mean? Following Qin Ling for several minutes, Jiang Yichen remained deep in thought. Ultimately, he concluded, the riddle maker truly deserves a scolding. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting a few strands of Qin Ling's hair. The pale moonlight seemed to drape Qin Ling in a gown of silver gossamer. Jiang Yichen turned his head to glance several times. Under the moonlight, Qin Ling's skin appeared even more radiant, her ethereal demeanor akin to that of a celestial being. Perhaps not all riddle makers deserve such disdain, Jiang Yichen mused, adhering to the principle that beauty begets justice. Looking at me again, Qin Ling's ruby lips parted slightly. Professor Qin, you ought to put on a jacket. Jiang Yichen once more removed his own clothing, a black baseball jacket. Qin Ling cast a fleeting glance and remarked, I won wear it. It doesn't match. Aren't you cold? Jiang Yichen inquired. Although Professor Qin possessed formidable martial prowess, surely she was still human. Not cold, Qin Ling replied. She often practiced in nothing but a flimsy garment. I'm used to it. Is she genuinely unbothered by the chill? Jiang Yichen observed her arms hanging by her sides. And while engaging in conversation, he suddenly grasped Qin Ling's delicate hand. Professor Qin, your hand is quite cold. You should really wear something. Jiang Yichen felt as though he had touched a block of ice. Not all, she rejected. Jiang Yichen turned to face her directly, his demeanor unusually resolute. What if I insist on having you wear this jacket? Qin Ling halted, meeting Jiang Yichen's gaze with an expressionless face, remaining silent, as if the unspoken words lingered in the air. After 10 seconds of silent confrontation, Jiang Yichen was the first to relent. How foolish of him to think he could confront Qin Ling in such a manner. Ah, Professor Qin, your hand is so cold. You might catch a chill. Just look at the breeze by the stream. It's so brisk. If you were to fall ill, who would teach my class during the National Day holiday? Jiang Yichen implored, with a touch of melodrama. Qin Ling regarded the earnest youth before her. Was he genuinely worried about her catching a cold? Throughout her life, she had only fallen ill a handful of times. The evening breeze felt nothing but pleasant to her. But if you've given me your jacket, aren't you cold? Qin Ling inquired. Me? Cold? Jiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback, then grasped Qin Ling's hands, lifting them to show her. Come on, Professor Qin. Do I appear cold to you? Unlike Qin Ling's icy hands, Jiang Yichen's were warm, as if harboring a furnace within. Qin Ling silently accepted Jiang Yichen's jacket and donned it. Clad in black baseball attire, a dress, and high heels, the ensemble appeared rather peculiar. Observing this, Jiang Yichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. persuading the esteemed Professor Qin to where something was no easy feat as he shifted closer to her. Jiang Yichen was about to release her small hand when a sudden idea struck him. Professor Qin, your hand is quite chilly. Allow me to warm it for you. My hands are rather warm. Okay, she replied. Chapter 90. The Boy and the Fairy. This was the first time he held Professor Qin's delicate hand while walking. Unlike their previous outing to the cinema, Jiang Yichen grasped her hand firmly, stealing a glance at Qin Ling, who was adorned in his baseball jacket. He felt a sweet warmth blossoming within him. Switching from her right hand to her left, he guided her along the stone path of the agritourism venue, alternating between sides. With his efforts, the coolness of her hand began to warm considerably. Professor Qin, is it warmer now? Jiang Yichen inquired. Let me warm it up a bit more, just in case it gets cold again, he replied. If possible, he would gladly hold onto that icy hand for a lifetime. As they continued, a playful thought crossed Jiang Yichen's mind. He gently opened Qin Ling's hand and playfully tickled her palm. She immediately halted her steps. Jiang Yichen, what are you doing? What's wrong? He asked innocently. Is it fun? She retorted. Just like their experience at the cinema, he couldn't be still while holding her hand. He treated it like a toy. It's fun. He nodded. I could play with Professor Qin's little hand all day. Upon seeing her brow furrow slightly, he quickly amended. Actually, it's not fun at all. Are you treating my hand like a toy? She questioned. Absolutely not. Jiang Yichen stammered, his explanation lacking conviction. He felt a twinge of helplessness. After all, he had merely tickled her palm twice. It seemed he would need to be more discreet in the future. Qin Ling turned to scrutinize Jiang Yichen's handsome face, her grip on his hand tightening as she prepared to withdraw her hand from his grasp. Professor Qin, let me tell you a story, Jiang Yichen began. Once upon a time, a young man encountered a fairy. As they strolled together, the fairy's hands were quite cold, prompting the young man to hold her hand in an effort to warm it. However, as they walked, he suddenly found himself compelled to tickle her palm, which made the fairy quite angry, and the young man regretted his actions. Wanting to appease her, he shared a story that ultimately soothed her displeasure. As he spun this improvised tale, he discreetly observed Professor Qin's reaction. Despite his utmost effort to create a plausible explanation, it did not seem to resonate with her. In an instant, Qin Ling withdrew her hand. Jiang Yichen felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have refrained from such antics. The fairy was not angry. She simply felt the warmth of perspiration on her palm and wished to wipe it away. Hearing her authoritative voice, Jiang Yichen's expression shifted from playful to delighted. Qin Ling pulled him from the left to the right. How childish, she remarked, playing with fingers. Go ahead, let us see what else you can come up with. Extending her right hand, she allowed Jiang Yichen to continue holding it. Being held by him felt quite pleasant, akin to having a hand warmer attached at all times. She mused that by winter, she need not worry about cold hands at all. Jiang Yichen took hold of Qin Ling's right hand and inquired, might the fairy smile? The young man was quite eager to witness the fairy's smile. However, the fairy was reluctant to smile. Qin Ling replied. What does Professor Qin think the young man should do to amuse the fairy? Jiang Yichen asked. Why does the young man desire to see the fairy smile? Qin Ling queried. Jiang Yichen swallowed hard. What would happen if he confessed that the young man had feelings for the fairy? Though he used the terms young man and fairy, Qin Ling was no fool. She quickly realized that the young man referred to him, and the fairy was a representation of herself. Moreover, her previous remarks after withdrawing her hand clearly indicated that she understood his intentions. In an instant, a myriad of possibilities flooded Jiang Yichen's mind. Although it was his first attempt at pursuing a girl, he grasped a fundamental truth. A confession should be a triumphant anthem, not a battle cry. Because the young man adores this fairy, Jiang Yichen elongated his words. Feeling an unprecedented sense of nervousness as he carefully observed Qin Ling's reaction beside him. As he had anticipated, Professor Qin maintained her icy demeanor. He had even cleverly contemplated seizing the opportunity to utter some ambiguous words to gauge her expression. So why did you choose to divide that statement into two parts? Qin Ling remarked. Little rascal. Do you truly believe I cannot discern the little schemes in your heart? Jiang Yichen felt a pang of embarrassment. I thought you were referring to the young man's affection for the fairy, she replied. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen's heart skipped a beat as his keen eyes continued to capture the nuances of Qin Ling's expression. Professor Qin, if you put it that way, you're not entirely mistaken, Jiang Yichen said. In truth, the young man harbors a slight fondness for this fairy. Oh, Qin Ling responded with intrigue. A slight fondness? Jiang Yichen's gaze faltered momentarily. Ahem, actually, it's more of a tiny bit rather than just a bit. Qin Ling chose to ignore Jiang Yichen, who had turned his head away, as she also averted her gaze, smiling in the blind spot where Jiang Yichen could not see her. They maintained this peculiar stance, their eyes directed away from each other, yet their hands remained tightly intertwined. After walking for half a minute, they neared the exit of the agritainment area and glanced at the spacious road ahead. In unison, Jiang Yichen and Qin Ling turned around and began to walk back. Professor Qin, allow me to warm your hands, Jiang Yichen offered, first forming a protective gesture before reaching out to grasp Qin Ling's left hand. However, she swiftly evaded him. I'm sweaty, Qin Ling stated. Let us wait a moment. All right, Jiang Yichen nodded. After taking a few steps back, he seemed to recall something and quietly asked, Professor Qin, do you think this fairy would like this young man? A little, Qin Ling responded. A little? Jiang Yichen turned to look at her. Is this a compliment? Professor Qin, do you believe this fairy feels a little or a lot? He continued, emphasizing the words a little and a lot. I don't know. What? You don't know? Jiang Yichen pursed his lips, wanting to say something, yet uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. I am not that celestial being. How could I possibly know? Qin Ling gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Chapter 91. Professor Qin feels shy observing Professor Qin's nonchalant expression. Jiang Yichen felt a tinge of helplessness. But sister, weren't you just referring to yourself as a celestial being? He questioned, bemused by her sudden shift in tone. Professor Qin, she replied. Never mind. Qin Ling pressed her lips together, drawing her baseball jacket tighter around herself. Such a sweet-talking child, calling me a celestial being. As the autumn breeze rustled around them, Jiang Yichen was about to ask Qin Ling if she needed to warm her hands again when he suddenly spotted a scorpion near her feet. Oh no! Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled Qin Ling into his embrace. She was taken aback, not having anticipated his boldness today. First linking arms with her in the afternoon, then holding her hand in the evening, and now embracing her. Qin Ling placed her hands against Jiang Yichen's chest, questioning, What are you doing? Shoo, Professor Qin. Do not move, he whispered, his breath warm against her ear. Despite the somewhat intimate position they found themselves in, his focus remained fixed on the scorpion nearby. Gradually, he shifted his body, extending his leg, preparing to crush the creature beneath his size 43 foot. Just a scorpion. I can easily squash it, he thought. Qin Ling felt uncomfortable and pushed gently against his chest. This was the first time a boy had leaned in so close, whispering in her ear, his warm breath tickling her. Jiang Yichen released her momentarily, and Qin Ling furrowed her brows as his arms stayed firmly around her back, holding her tightly. Wait, Professor Qin. Don't move. There's a cockroach. Let me take care of it first. Jiang Yichen held his breath as the small scorpion seemed blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Positioned sideways before him, and Qin Ling, based on his extensive experience dealing with cockroaches over the years, he was confident that the scorpion had a 99% chance of meeting its end beneath his formidable foot. Qin Ling turned her head slightly. Her ear felt quite itchy. Normally, she would have noticed the scorpion at her feet, but her attention had been fully captivated by Jiang Yichen since earlier. Shoo! Jiang Yichen exhaled softly. His large foot hovered directly above the scorpion, casting a shadow over it. The creature might have been confused, wondering why the daylight had suddenly darkened. Just as he was about to deliver a decisive blow, Qin Ling unexpectedly pushed him away with some force. Qin Ling could no longer endure the sensation. She suspected Jiang Yichen was doing it on purpose, continuously blowing warm air in her ear, which felt unbearably ticklish. As she pushed him, she stumbled back a couple of steps, causing Jiang Yichen to miss his target. His gaze remained fixed on the ground by Qin Ling's feet, and he watched helplessly as the scorpion scurried away, stinging her foot in the process. Professor Qin, are you all right? Jiang Yichen quickly looked up at her. Concern etched across his face. In the past, Professor Qin's frostbitten visage had unexpectedly transformed, now adorned with a rosy hue that left Jiang Yichen momentarily taken aback. The vibrant blush upon her cheeks elicited a reaction from him. Yet when Qin Ling raised her hand, poised to strike, she reconsidered, realizing the child was astutely targeting her sensitive areas. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yichen inquired, "Professor Qin, are you all right?" "I am perfectly fine," Qin Ling replied through gritted teeth. "No," Jiang Yichen countered, gesturing toward the ground. "I meant your foot. A scorpion just stung you." Qin Ling glanced downward, noticing a small red mark on her pristine foot, exposed by her high-heeled shoe. "Allow me to call for assistance," Jiang Yichen said, producing his phone. He supported Qin Ling as they moved to a nearby bench. As described in the original text, the scorpion in question was identified as the East Asian scorpion, a traditional medicinal resource known for its efficacy in alleviating pain and dispelling toxins. This species, relatively non-toxic, is even considered a delicacy in certain regions due to its nutritional value. So, what you just referred to as a cockroach was actually a scorpion. Qin Ling, now seated on the bench, displayed an unexpected calmness. "Indeed," Jiang Yichen affirmed, then spoke into the phone he had just dialed. "I have someone here who has been stung by a scorpion. The address is—" "Professor Qin, are you truly all right?" Jiang Yichen urged, his concern palpable. "Do you feel dizzy or nauseous?" Qin Ling peered at her foot, where the sting had left a slight redness and swelling above her toes. "You should have let me handle it," she remarked, contemplating that had she been the one to confront the scorpion, it would never have escaped. Jiang Yichen remained silent, reflecting that had Professor Qin not unexpectedly pushed him, he would have swiftly crushed the creature beneath his foot. If his instincts were correct, this very scorpion was likely the one that had stung his sister in the original narrative. He promptly knelt before Qin Ling, aware that after a scorpion's sting, sucking out the venom could be somewhat effective in reducing the amount entering the bloodstream, though not advisable for those with oral wounds. Qin Ling looked at the youth before her with a puzzled expression. "Jiang Yichen, I didn't mean to blame you," she clarified, assuming he thought she held him accountable. "It's quite all right, Professor Qin, I understand," he replied as he gently grasped her right foot, carefully removing her high-heeled shoe. With one hand holding her ankle and the other supporting her sole, he prepared to examine her injury. "What are you doing?" Qin Ling's eyelids fluttered with apprehension. "Don't worry, Professor Qin, I'm just checking your wound," he reassured her. "Check what?" "Put me down now," she commanded coldly. "Please hold still, Professor Qin. I'm inspecting for any remnants of the scorpion's stinger," Jiang Yichen insisted, leaning in closer to scrutinize her foot, ultimately murmuring to himself, "All right, it appears there are none." Chapter 92. Truly Absurd. Jiang Yichen waved his hand dismissively, then reached for the uninjured foot of Qin Ling. "What are you doing?" Qin Ling deftly evaded his touch. "Allow me to remove your high heels," Jiang Yichen said. "Your foot is injured. I'll carry you out shortly." "No need." As soon as the words of refusal left her lips, Jiang Yichen, as if he had not heard, assertively removed her other high heel as well. Under normal circumstances, he would never have dared to act in such a manner, but after the series of events that transpired that night, his audacity had significantly increased. "Jiang Yichen, you are becoming increasingly bold," Qin Ling remarked. Although she protested, she did not hinder his actions. "Not at all," Jiang Yichen replied, holding both high heels in his hands. "Professor Qin, I am simply following your wishes. However, given the urgency of the situation tonight, I trust you understand? I am merely concerned for your well-being." While speaking, Jiang Yichen turned his crouched body around. "Come here, Professor Qin. I'll carry you out." He continued, "Do not even think about walking on your own. You have just been stung by a scorpion. What if you exacerbate the spread of the venom by taking a few more steps? You do think ahead for me." Qin Ling huffed. Upon finishing her words, she slowly leaned against Jiang Yichen's rather broad shoulder. "Come a bit closer," she said, patting his shoulder. "You're quite far away." "Oh, right." Jiang Yichen shifted his position backward by a couple of steps. Under the moonlight, he could hear the incessant chirping of insects. Besides their sounds, he could almost hear the rhythmic pounding of his own heart. Before long, he felt a gentle weight settle on his back, accompanied by the fragrant strands of hair cascading past his ear. As Qin Ling pressed against him, Jiang Yichen's heart raced even faster. He felt rather inept. Her long arms gradually wrapped around his neck. Observing the familiar sleeves of her attire, he mused that when she returned the garment to him tomorrow, it would undoubtedly be infused with her enchanting fragrance. "Aren't you getting up?" Qin Ling inquired. The sultry tone of her voice instantly pulled Jiang Yichen back to reality. "All right," he replied. He then opened his arms, enveloping her long legs. His heart raced anew as the hem of her knee-length dress rose a few inches. His palms inadvertently brushed against her smooth, fair thigh, igniting a tumult of emotions within him. Slowly, Jiang Yichen rose to his feet. "Jiang Yichen, what's wrong?" "Your heart is racing," she noted. Jiang Yichen took a few deep breaths and jested. "After all, I am carrying a fairy on my back." Qin Ling, however, was not in a better state than him. The events of the evening had rendered her unable to maintain her usual aloof demeanor. She quietly touched her face, feeling its warmth. She must be blushing. First, they held hands, then he blew gently into her ear, and finally, he carried her on his back. In her 27 years, she had never been so intimately close to a male. She could sense that Jiang Yichen's heartbeat had quickened significantly, pounding like it was about to leap from his chest. Qin Ling quietly placed her hand over her own heart, feeling the rhythmic thumping, resonating at the same frequency as Jiang Yichen's. Chapter 93. Moon-Snatching Professor Qin. "How much do you weigh?" Jiang Yichen asked as he carried Qin Ling along the stone-paved path. Truth be told, it was a bit heavy. If his memory served him right, Qin Ling weighed around 106 pounds. Perhaps he should intensify his workouts once back at school. "Heavy? Not at all. I was merely inquiring," she replied. Jiang Yichen's eyes sparkled as he suggested, "How about this, Professor Qin? Let me guess your weight, and, if I get it right, you must grant me a wish." "Not playing," Qin Ling retorted instantly, feeling a pang of regret for allowing Jiang Yichen to carry her. This position felt quite embarrassing. She was, after all, resting on the back of an 18-year-old boy. "Not playing? Come on, Professor Qin. If I guess wrong, I will grant you a wish." Jiang Yichen insisted, halting his steps. Qin Ling was at a loss for words. Was he treating her like a 3-year-old? A wish? How childish. "Professor, if you remain silent, I will assume you tacitly agree," Jiang Yichen declared. After a few seconds of silence, he resumed walking, exclaiming, "I guess you weigh 106 pounds. Am I correct?" Jiang Yichen smirked, fully aware of Qin Ling's actual weight. "Incorrect," she replied. "Impossible. Professor Qin, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Jiang Yichen exclaimed incredulously. He vividly recalled that in the original novel, Qin Ling's weight was indeed 106 pounds. There was no room for error. "Do you think I resemble you?" Qin Ling scoffed. Jiang Yichen was left bewildered. What did that even mean? Resemble me? What's wrong with that? "Professor, are you suggesting I can't handle a game?" He retorted. "You're simply foolish. You ought to read more." Qin Ling disparaged him. Jiang Yichen paused, carrying Qin Ling a bit further before processing her words. "Wait, Professor Qin. Are you implying that I can't handle it? Your reflexes are rather slow." "That's not accurate. How could I not handle it? Last time at home, during the vegetable naming game, you cheated after 3 attempts." Jiang Yichen looked stunned. Was it him who couldn't handle it? "Although you're quite beautiful, Professor Qin, such words should not be spoken lightly." Before Jiang Yichen could finish, he suddenly halted, furrowing his brow and casting a sidelong glance at the Qin Ling on his back, a look of realization dawning upon him. Qin Ling felt perplexed by his gaze. "What? Ah, Professor Qin, you truly are cunning," attempting to divert the topic. Jiang Yichen remarked, his eyes gleaming with insight. "Rest assured, my wish will not be unreasonable and will certainly not contravene your principles." To him, Qin Ling's actions indicated that he had indeed guessed correctly, prompting her to change the subject. "Ha!" Qin Ling smiled slightly. "Jiang Yichen, you really are remarkably naive." Qin Ling retrieved her mobile phone from her clothing pocket and proceeded to open an application that recorded her weight. With a swift motion, she thrust the screen towards Jiang Yichen's face. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yichen was momentarily taken aback. The latest entry in Qin Ling's weight log indicated she weighed 53.5 kilograms, or 107 pounds. Wait, what? Jiang Yichen pondered. Could it be that his daily culinary contributions over the past half-month had resulted in Qin Ling gaining a pound? Professor Qin, was your weight 56 kilograms a month and a half ago? Jiang Yichen inquired. Yes, she confirmed. So, I was actually guessing your weight from a month and a half ago, Jiang Yichen continued. Qin Ling, with a hint of disdain, retorted, so, do you perceive any issues with my earlier statement? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yichen grew anxious. Oh, Professor Qin, I had to even finish my thought. A man of honor accepts his wagers. Just tell me your wish, and even if you desire the moon, I shall fetch it for you. Very well. I wish for the moon, Qin Ling replied. Wait a moment. Is that truly reasonable? Jiang Yichen asked, the atmosphere suddenly thickening with silence. After a brief pause, he suggested, perhaps, Professor Qin, you could choose something else? The stars in the sky, Qin Ling declared. Could we aim for something more practical? Jiang Yichen pressed. I haven't decided yet. I shall save it, Qin Ling stated. Save? Is that even possible? Professor, this wish is only valid for tonight, Jiang Yichen reminded her. Then you should just go and fetch the moon for me, Qin Ling insisted. I want to say another word, Professor. Perhaps it's best to keep that wish for later, Jiang Yichen conceded. He carried Qin Ling to the main road outside the Taoyuan cottage. After calling for an ambulance, the operator had advised them to wait for 15 minutes, and now 10 minutes had elapsed. The ambulance would likely arrive soon. Put me down, Qin Ling demanded. It's all right, Professor Qin. I'm not tired, Jiang Yichen reassured her. Let me down, she insisted, tapping his shoulder. It's not a matter of fatigue, is it? She thought, relieved that they hadn't encountered anyone on this evening. Otherwise, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. She vowed never to ride on Jiang Yichen's back again. Sensing the firmness in her tone, Jiang Yichen complied. Professor Qin's physique was quite delicate. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind carrying her again in the future. Come now, Professor Qin, lift your foot. Be good. I will help you with your shoes, Jiang Yichen said, holding her high heels. Qin Ling grimaced. Did he truly see her as a little girl? Come, Professor Qin, be obedient, he coaxed. However, before he could finish, Qin Ling struggled down from his back, unbothered by the dirt, and placed her feet directly on the ground. Jiang Yichen turned to face her, their gazes locking. Her frosty eyes met his. Qin Ling gazed intently at him, then snatched her high heels from his grasp. With a decisive motion, she tossed one shoe to the ground and, after bending down to adjust it, slipped on the other. After donning her high heels, she straightened up and locked eyes with Jiang Yichen. Professor Qin, the floor is quite dirty, Jiang Yichen remarked, belatedly realizing the situation. Jiang Yichen, do not be so presumptuous in the future. Do you understand? Qin Ling replied in a low voice. Understood. Chapter 94. Hospitalization late at night. Feng Ruoyan gazed at her phone screen with a face full of skepticism. In the past hour, she had called Qin Ling a dozen times and sent countless messages, yet her calls went unanswered and her messages vanished into the void. Although she had indeed told Qin Ling earlier that if possible, she should not return tonight, was it true that she would not come back at all? Feng Ruoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had Miss Qin succumbed so swiftly? At this late hour, where was Qin Ling? What about Qin Ling? Lin Yao inquired, curiosity evident in her tone. I don't know. Feng Ruoyan shook her head. Weren't you out with her tonight? You have no idea where she went? She said she was going to meet a friend, Feng Ruoyan explained. When Qin Ling had first arrived that evening, they had all agreed to share a room, reminiscing about their university dorm life. Qin Ling had consented. Yet now, it was already 11:30, and there was still no sign of her. Has she run off again? Lin Yao exclaimed in frustration. Most likely, Feng Ruoyan's mind flickered with a sudden idea. Wait a minute. Since Qin Ling isn't answering her calls or messages, I can reach out to Jiang Yichen. She recalled that she had added Jiang Yichen's contact during their last outing to the movies. Hastily, Feng Ruoyan grabbed her phone, located Jiang Yichen's number, and sent a message. Feng Ruoyan, are you with Qin Ling? The response came almost instantaneously. Yes. Oh my. Feng Ruoyan stared at the single word displayed on her screen, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. It was nearly midnight. Who would take such a long stroll at this hour? It could only mean one thing, two lonely souls together. Jiang Yichen, Professor Qin was stung by a scorpion, and I am currently at the hospital with her. Another message popped up on her screen, interrupting Feng Ruoyan's spiraling thoughts. Feng Ruoyan, what happened? Stung by a scorpion? Is she all right? Jiang Yichen, The doctor said it's nothing serious. She just needs to be observed in the hospital for 2 days. By the way, Fong Laosher, that scorpion is still at the farm, so you should have someone check it out tomorrow afternoon, near the scenic rock by the creek. Fong Ruoyan, okay, got it. Qin Ling was stung by a scorpion? Fong Ruoyan meticulously read the messages 3 times. How could the formidable Miss Qin possibly be stung by a scorpion? Surely, that creature would tremble at the mere sight of her. What's wrong? You look serious. Is it because Qin Ling said she wouldn't return tonight? Lin Yao asked. Yes, exactly, Fong Ruoyan nodded. She truly isn't coming back. Lin Yao exclaimed, springing to her feet. Lin Yao, are you aware that there are scorpions at your family's farm? Fong Ruoyan questioned. Scorpions? Lin Yao was taken aback. Yes. Qin Ling was stung by one of your scorpions, and now she's in the hospital. Fong Ruoyan clarified. What? Lin Yao cried out sharply. What's going on? I don't know. That is precisely what I'm trying to find out from you. Fong Ruoyan recalled Jiang Yichen's admonition, urging her to promptly find someone to handle the situation. With the National Day festivities upon them, it was fortunate that Qin Ling was the one stung. Had it been another visitor, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Yao, upon hearing this, felt an immediate sense of urgency and, disregarding the late hour, dialed her parents without hesitation. Fong Ruoyan added, it's by the scenic rock near the creek. In the hospital, a young nurse entered a patient room quietly. Within, there were 3 patients, an elderly gentleman, an elderly lady, and a new arrival brought in during the night. Upon opening the door, her gaze was drawn to the first bed on the left, where the main light was off, but a bedside lamp illuminated the space. A stunningly beautiful woman sat on the bed, her head tilted, her eyes cold. Beside her, a young man was intently watching her, seemingly embroiled in a disagreement. The nurse thought little of it. After checking the monitors and confirming everything was normal, she silently exited. Jiang Yichen, just take a cab home and get some sleep. Qin Ling suggested. What are you talking about? I'll just sleep here tonight, he replied. Where will you sleep? Qin Ling pointed to the room, which contained 2 more beds on her left, both occupied at that moment. Jiang Yichen shifted the chair forward and patted the edge of Qin Ling's bed. I'll just lie down and sleep here. That's absurd, Qin Ling countered. What are you talking about, Professor Qin? It's quite inconvenient to take a cab at this hour. I'll have someone come pick you up, Qin Ling said, reaching for her phone, only to realize it was dead after pressing the power button a couple of times. Jiang Yichen quietly observed. He had already noticed Qin Ling's phone was out of battery. His own phone was also dead, having shut down after he responded to Fong Ruoyan's message. Qin Ling set her phone down and glanced over. Professor Qin, don't look at me. My phone is also dead, Jiang Yichen remarked, fearing she might not believe him. And he pressed the power button on his phone several times in front of her. If you aren't going to sleep, could you please keep your voices down? Grumbled the elderly gentleman in the room, unable to tolerate the noise at midnight. At his words, both Qin Ling and Jiang Yichen fell silent. Qin Ling was at a loss with Jiang Yichen. It was truly a case of good intentions gone awry. Sleep sitting up? How could anyone possibly rest like that? She chose not to engage with him further, lying down in her blankets, turning away from him. As for inviting Jiang Yichen to join her on the bed, that was out of the question. Aside from the propriety of their genders, the bed hardly seemed large enough for 2. Jiang Yichen scratched his head, sensing that Professor Qin appeared to be upset. He took a seat on the side of the bed where she lay. At that moment, Qin Ling's eyes were tightly shut, but he knew she was not asleep. Professor Qin, are you angry? He asked. There was no reply. How about I tell you a story? He continued, but still, there was no response. Once upon a time, a fairy was stung by a scorpion while walking. A young man kindly took her to the hospital. Upon arrival, the fairy urged the young man to take a taxi back and rest. Yet he felt that leaving her alone in the hospital at night would be lonely. Despite her silence, as if she had fallen asleep, he remained by her side. Professor Qin, do you think the fairy is upset? Jiang Yichen inquired. Professor Qin slowly opened her eyes, glancing at the bedside, where the dim light of the lamp illuminated a pair of bright eyes that stood out in the darkness. Pondering, Qin Ling asked, once upon a time, a hospital? Would a fairy stay in a hospital? I know, Professor Qin, I was merely using a vivid metaphor, Jiang Yichen replied. Feeling drowsy. You should rest first, Professor. I will sleep after I see you doze off. He leaned at the bedside, propping his chin on his hands. Professor Qin's visage was undeniably captivating from any angle. The soft glow of the lamp cast a warm halo on Jiang Yichen's fair face. Qin Ling tilted her head, gazing intently at the youth beside her, whose bright eyes reflected sincerity and concern. Suddenly recalling something, she sat up. "What is it, Professor Qin?" Jiang Yichen asked. No sooner had he spoken than a coat was draped over his shoulders. "Put it on," Qin Ling instructed before settling back into her covers. Jiang Yichen, holding the coat, inhaled its rich fragrance. "Professor Qin, this coat smells delightful." "Enough, young man. It's past midnight. Can you not indulge in your romantic musings until morning?" An elderly man nearby, who was trying to sleep, could no longer contain his exasperation. With a wave of her hand, Qin Ling turned off the bedside lamp, plunging the room into darkness. She gently closed her eyes, while Jiang Yichen wrapped himself in the fragrant coat, not in a hurry to sleep. He took the opportunity to gaze at Qin Ling's serene sleeping face, her usually piercing eyes now peacefully shut, with long eyelashes resembling butterfly wings. After a considerable wait, Jiang Yichen leaned closer to Qin Ling and softly whispered, "Professor Qin, are you asleep?" Receiving no response, he nestled his head on his arms, subtly taking hold of her hand that lay outside the covers. At that moment, as he lowered his head to grasp her hand, her tranquil face quivered slightly. The following day, Qin Ling was the first to awaken, having developed a natural biological clock for early rising. Jiang Yichen, however, remained in deep slumber, without an alarm. He could sleep until midday. Even before she opened her eyes, Qin Ling sensed warmth emanating from her hand. As she lifted the covers to look, she discovered Jiang Yichen still holding her hand. Turning her gaze, she felt a slight annoyance. His habit of sleeping poorly persisted, and he had drooled again. On the pristine white sheets lay a conspicuous, damp stain. Although it had dried, the evidence of last night's drooling lingered. Qin Ling lifted the quilt, preparing to rise from the bed. She pulled at her hand, but found it immobile. With a bit more force, she attempted again, yet her hand remained stuck, awakening Jiang Yichen in the process. Last night, he had dreamt sweetly, envisioning a delightful outing with Professor Qin to a restaurant for king crab, relishing every bite with sheer joy. "Huh?" Jiang Yichen drowsily opened his eyes to find Qin Ling gazing at him, rubbing his head to gather his thoughts. He followed her gaze. "Let go," Qin Ling instructed. Jiang Yichen glanced down, realizing their fingers were entwined. He recalled merely holding her hand normally the night before. Hastily releasing her hand, he stammered, "Professor Qin, I noticed your hand was outside the covers. I was concerned you might be cold, so I thought to warm it." Qin Ling turned her back, slipping into the hospital-provided slippers as she headed to the restroom. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but think how foolish his excuse sounded. If he were truly worried about her being cold, wouldn't it have been more logical to tuck her hand beneath the covers? Still seated, he stretched languidly. As someone capable of sleeping while standing during military training, last night's experience of dozing off while seated seemed trivial to him, merely a basic error. To his dismay, Jiang Yichen noticed the unmistakable mark on the sheets once again. Had he drooled again? He swiftly covered the stain, hoping Qin Ling hadn't noticed. Peering towards the door, he pondered how he had never drooled in his sleep before. It dawned on him that this habit had only begun since meeting Qin Ling. Upon returning from the restroom, Qin Ling noticed the deliberately obscured mark, but chose not to comment. Their breakfast consisted of buns, congee, and pickled vegetables, which Jiang Yichen had procured. Fortunately, Qin Ling's reaction to the scorpion sting was not severe. Her foot was slightly swollen, but showed no systemic symptoms. After receiving treatment at the hospital, the swelling had significantly diminished, and by afternoon, the doctor advised that she could return home for observation. Additionally, he cautioned her to keep the wound clean to prevent infection and monitor for any new symptoms. Jiang Yichen nodded attentively. In the morning, after borrowing a charger from the nurse at the front desk to recharge his phone, Jiang Yichen also secured a power bank for Qin Ling's use. As they prepared to leave the hospital in the afternoon, Jiang Yichen used his own funds to buy a pair of festive pink slippers on sale for just 9 yuan from a nearby supermarket. Presenting the slippers to Qin Ling, she regarded them with pronounced disdain, refusing to wear them and insisting on her high heels. Jiang Yichen, however, was adamant, with her foot still bandaged. High heels were out of the question. They found themselves in a standoff. Qin Ling once again exuded the commanding presence befitting a distinguished Professor Qin. Her chilling command to give me the shoes resonating with an icy intensity that felt as though one were plummeting into an abyss. However, Jiang Yichen was unwilling to comply. It was simply out of the question. Faced with the formidable aura of Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen chose to retreat momentarily, stepping outside to summon an elderly physician with a somewhat balding head. After listening attentively to Jiang Yichen's brief account, the doctor solemnly addressed Qin Ling, stating that wearing high heels would impede the healing process and potentially disrupt local blood circulation. In the presence of such expert authority, even the well-versed Qin Ling could do little more than nod in compliance, like a dutiful student acknowledging a lesson. Thus, when they discharged from the hospital in the afternoon, Jiang Yichen found himself clutching Qin Ling's black stiletto heels, while she donned a pair of discounted pink slippers purchased from the supermarket. The combination of her black dress paired with the pink footwear created an eccentric ensemble, accompanied by Qin Ling's expression of indifference. Jiang Yichen couldn't help but stifle laughter at the absurdity of it all. Chapter 96. The love for black. The two took a taxi home, opting to forego returning to the countryside retreat, as the current state of Professor Qin was ill-suited for leisure. After waiting a few minutes at the hospital entrance, a white sedan came to a smooth halt before them. The driver, a man in his 30s, confirmed their details with Jiang Yichen before remarking, "This ride is a bit far. We'll need to take the highway, and you'll be responsible for the tolls." "Understood." Jiang Yichen nodded in acknowledgement. "Look at you. You've gained some skills," Qin Ling commented. "What skills?" Jiang Yichen inquired. "What do you think?" Qin Ling retorted. Jiang Yichen, fully aware of her implication, quickly clarified, "Oh, Professor Qin, did you not hear what the doctor said? You cannot wear high heels. It hampers your recovery and disrupts circulation." He recounted the doctor's advice with surprising retention, despite his usual difficulty in memorizing other matters. Qin Ling lifted her foot, pointing at the pink slippers. "So, you intentionally chose these pink slippers?" "Professor Qin, that assertion is quite erroneous. I simply grabbed a pair at random when I entered the supermarket and proceeded to the checkout," Jiang Yichen explained. "Very well," he conceded. The slippers had indeed been a deliberate choice. His curiosity piqued at the thought of how the typically aloof and regal Qin Ling would appear in such contrasting footwear. "Are you certain?" Qin Ling's sharp gaze pierced through him. Jiang Yichen quickly turned to look out the window. "Absolutely." A cold chuckle escaped Qin Ling's lips. "All right, you little rascal. Just wait. Professor Qin, do you not like them? If you're dissatisfied, I can purchase another pair for you when we disembark," Jiang Yichen offered with a smile. Qin Ling glanced at her slippers and smiled faintly in return. "No need." Suddenly, an uneasy chill crept down Jiang Yichen's spine as he observed the polite yet unsettling smile on Professor Qin's face. "I'll buy you a black pair," he suggested, "the color you most adore." Qin Ling's favorite color is black, followed closely by white and then gray, as mentioned in the original novel. "Did you know I favor black?" Qin Ling inquired, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Yichen explained, "Indeed, it's because Professor Qin often wears black clothing, and even your slippers at home are black." Jiang Yichen, "What I mean is, why did you buy pink slippers then?" Qin Ling asked. Jiang Yichen hesitated, sensing he might have misspoken. Should he have not mentioned Qin Ling's preference for black? After all, it would imply that he was aware of her favorite color, yet still chose to purchase a pair of pink ones. "Professor Qin, I mentioned earlier that I simply grabbed a pair when I walked into the supermarket," Jiang Yichen weakly justified, his voice trailing off as he met Qin Ling's inquisitive gaze. His tone diminishing. "Forget it. Let the world end," he decided, ceasing his explanations and merely offering a smile to Qin Ling. "Do you know what my least favorite color is?" Qin Ling asked. Jiang Yichen frowned, glancing at the slippers on Professor Qin's feet, stammering, "It wouldn't be pink, would it?" The original novel does not reveal Qin Ling's least favorite color. "You guessed correctly," Qin Ling replied. After a moment of silence, Jiang Yichen said, "Professor, I will remember that. I will consciously avoid pink when shopping next time." Qin Ling did not respond, merely turning her gaze to the window. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen's phone screen buzzed with a series of messages from his sister, Jiang Suihuan. Jiang Suihuan. Xiao, where are you? Didn't you say we were going out today? Jiang Yichen. Sis, yesterday Professor Qin was stung by a scorpion, and I took her to the hospital, so don't go play by the creek. Jiang Suihuan. A scorpion? No wonder I heard them say a professional scorpion catcher is coming to the agritainment today. Jiang Yichen stared at the messages on his phone, realizing he had altered the original plot. He pondered, considering that the information provided in the original novel still held credibility. Thus, Jiang Yichen began to mentally outline some crucial details from the original narrative. Minutes later, his phone's memo app displayed several key points. One detail indicated that a few days later, on October 8th, the second day after the National Day holiday, a car would run a red light at an intersection in front of the school due to drunk driving, resulting in an accident with Qin Ling's vehicle. The crash would cause Qin Ling to suffer a leg fracture, though it would not be severe, merely a fracture of the tibia and fibula. Not serious enough to require surgery. She would spend 2 weeks in the hospital, undergoing conservative treatment with manual reduction, followed by casting and a 2-month recovery period. Aside from this pressing matter, other issues, such as Qin Ling's father marrying a mistress and her overseas teacher suffering a heart attack, were rendered trivial. Jiang Yichen also reviewed the information regarding his sister, Jiang Suihuan, but found little of significance. However, one detail stood out to him as particularly useful. Mid-October, Jiang Suihuan will encounter that passionate and domineering female CEO. The astute driver first glanced at the stunning woman leaning against the window through the rearview mirror, then shifted his gaze to the young man seated beside her. When the duo boarded the vehicle moments ago, he observed the young man holding the woman's high heels and assumed they were a couple. However, as he listened to their conversation, the dynamic seemed increasingly peculiar. A professor? The driver scrutinized them through the mirror. In his experience, professors were typically in their 30s, yet he had never encountered someone as youthful and beautiful as the one before him. Moreover, the young man beside her was likely her student. Their relationship was quite intriguing. The driver silently commended Jiang Yichen for managing to win over his teacher. Impressive indeed. Over the years of driving, he had witnessed numerous unconventional relationships, but a romantic involvement between university faculty and students was a first for him. Young man, you are truly fortunate to have such a beautiful teacher, the driver remarked, reminiscing about his own school days when he harbored secret affections for his teacher, though he kept those feelings to himself. Jiang Yichen, initially lost in thought, lifted his head upon hearing the driver's comment. Some drivers are quite eager to engage their passengers in conversation. Having rarely taken cabs before, Jiang Yichen had not encountered such a loquacious driver until today. The driver regaled him with tales of his past glories during the 2-hour journey, recounting his experiences with an English teacher back in college, chattering away incessantly. Their conversation meandered from his glorious youth to recent national events, and eventually, the driver even inquired about Jiang Yichen's views on the current Russo-Ukrainian situation. Chapter 97. You study for my sake? After this ride, Jiang Yichen felt somewhat fatigued. Professor Qin appeared oblivious, engrossed in her phone. Goodbye, Jiang classmate. If you can, please remember to leave a 5-star review. The driver waved to Jiang Yichen as he departed. Sure, Jiang Yichen replied with a smile. A 5-star rating was out of the question. He never left reviews for rides, movies, or takeout unless under 2 circumstances. One being a rebate offer, commonly seen when ordering takeout, where they request a 5-star review in exchange for a monetary incentive. The other involved a negative experience, as with the last time he dined at Chow's and ended up with food poisoning. In such cases, Jiang Yichen would readily leave a 1-star review. Professor Qin, let me buy you another pair of slippers, Jiang Yichen suggested, glancing at the woman beside him. No need, Qin Ling replied. It's all right. It won't take long, Jiang Yichen insisted, pointing to a nearby supermarket. You're foolish, Qin Ling frowned. We're almost home. Why buy slippers? We have some at home. They entered the Xiangyao community, with Jiang Yichen following closely behind Qin Ling. In the hospital, he initially intended to take Qin Ling back to his residence. However, Professor Qin mentioned the presence of cockroaches in his home, suggesting he might need to purchase a can of insecticide before returning that evening. Previously, he often heard neighbors discussing the impending demolition of their old complex. the allocation of new housing, and compensation payments. At first, Jiang Yichen was quite excited, eagerly anticipating that day. Yet, as the years slipped by without any developments, he ceased to ponder the fate of his family's old house. Now, he had started earning. Last month, the revenue from 2 songs was estimated at over 200,000 yuan. After some calculation, it seemed to be around 270,000, though the actual amount would be less due to taxes. Once the National Day holiday concluded, the official commencement of the Dream Voice competition would provide another opportunity for free publicity. Surely, earnings in October would surpass those of September. Following Qin Ling home, Jiang Yichen recalled that this was his 3rd visit to Professor Qin's residence. Upon entering, Qin Ling swiftly retrieved her slippers from the shoe cabinet and quickly changed into them. She truly wished to avoid wearing those pink slippers for even a second longer. Jiang Yichen bent down to place his high-heeled shoes into the cabinet. As he attempted to retrieve a pair of slippers, he was astonished to find the cabinet seemingly devoid of them. He examined the space carefully. "Professor Qin, where have all your slippers gone?" he inquired, puzzled. Qin Ling, equally bewildered, believed there should have been several pairs at home. "Then you might as well wear these," she said, placing the pink slippers at his feet. It was likely the handiwork of Feng Ruoyan, who had been staying with her for some time. "What?" Jiang Yichen exclaimed in surprise. Were it not for his return with Qin Ling, he might have suspected that Professor Qin had intentionally hidden the slippers, leaving him with the pink pair to wear. "Do you disdain what you bought yourself?" Qin Ling scoffed. Jiang Yichen momentarily stiffened, but ultimately slipped his feet into the pink slippers, stating, "Not at all. I was merely astonished that the slippers at Professor Qin's house had seemingly vanished." The pink slippers still held a trace of warmth. However, to him, they were evidently too small. His size 43 feet felt cramped within them. Qin Ling's lips curled into a smile. While he had teased her about the awkwardness of wearing the pink slippers, she found his appearance in them even more amusing. "You have 2 minutes," she said, turning toward the living room. "What do you mean by 2 minutes?" Jiang Yichen asked in confusion. 2 minutes to prepare. We will practice the piano shortly." "What?" He swiftly stepped in front of her, the pink slippers making a comical sound as he stepped. "Professor Qin, are we having class again?" he asked, excitement evident in his expression. "No class," Qin Ling replied. "We will practice, and I will watch you." Jiang Yichen was left speechless. He had thought that Qin Ling wanted him to come over to cook, but it seems he had misjudged the situation. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yichen sat before the piano as Qin Ling placed an old textbook on a music stand. Although her briefcase remained in the car, her home was filled with several textbooks she had previously used. Jiang Yichen returned home at 3 o'clock and practiced for 3 hours, concluding at 6. As he finished, he shook his hands uncomfortably. "Give me your hand," Qin Ling, who had been seated beside him, said. While Jiang Yichen practiced, she read a book, attentively answering his questions and demonstrating when needed. It was quite peculiar. Jiang Yichen initially felt exhausted from his practice. Yet at the moment Qin Ling held his hand to massage and relax him, all fatigue vanished. He felt completely rejuvenated, even eager to practice for a few more hours. Qin Ling's massage was more effective than a shot of adrenaline. Jiang Yichen mused that at this rate, he would inevitably transform from a slacker into a top student. Noticing the time and realizing it was mealtime, Jiang Yichen rose to head to the kitchen. Just as he stood, Qin Ling seemed to read his intentions and said, "You don't need to cook." In those simple 5 words, Jiang Yichen immediately understood the subtext. "I ordered takeout." "Professor Qin, what did you order?" he asked curiously. Qin Ling closed her book, meeting his eager gaze with a smile, and replied, "Guess." Jiang Yichen lowered his head in contemplation and then said, "Professor Qin, if I guess correctly, is there a reward?" Qin Ling smiled slightly. "Are you trying to reach for the moon?" Jiang Yichen replied, "Look at you. No wonder you are Professor Qin. Your sarcasm is so refined. If I guess correctly, will you agree to one thing for me?" Qin Ling immediately responded, "Then don't guess." Jiang Yichen felt as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown over his enthusiasm. "Professor, given how well I've behaved lately, you've told me to go east, and I haven't gone west. I've been diligent and just practiced for 3 hours. Is your studying for me?" Qin Ling countered. Jiang Yichen silently thought, "ISNT it for you? Moreover, I don't think you've been particularly well-behaved lately, she added. What do you mean by that? Jiang Yichen retorted. Qin Ling pointed at the pink slippers he wore. No, Jiang Yichen began to explain, but she cut him off. All right, I'll think about it. She had been observing his recent behavior keenly. At the beginning of the semester, she had checked Jiang Yichen's performance on the smart campus system, noting he had hardly visited the practice room that week. All right. Jiang Yichen's serious expression suddenly transformed into a smile. Professor Qin, I think I've fallen in love with studying. Then let us continue practicing, Qin Ling said. Dinner should still be a while. All right. Jiang Yichen turned back to the piano. Chapter 98. You have ominous signs. Half an hour later, the takeout arrived. Unlike the usual delivery person clad in a yellow robe, this one was dressed in a formal suit. Jiang Yichen accepted several thermal containers from the other party's hands. He placed the containers on the table and then proceeded to the kitchen to retrieve 2 bowls. Bringing his nose close to the thermal containers, Jiang Yichen smiled broadly and confidently proclaimed, King crab. How foolish, Qin Ling remarked. Jiang Yichen's previously elevated spirits faltered. How many times had it been now? It felt as though Professor Qin had been consistently disparaging his intelligence over the past few days. Where was the foolishness? Jiang Yichen propped himself up on the table, ready to engage in a debate with Qin Ling. Have you not noticed that the packaging is identical to the last time? Was it necessary to guess? Qin Ling pointed out. Jiang Yichen glanced down at the thermal containers on the table. Admittedly, they did seem quite familiar. He sat back down. Well, I guessed it right, didn't I? He countered. Qin Ling began to unveil the thermal containers, prompting, Go on, say it. Professor Qin, once your foot heals, would you like to visit an amusement park? Jiang Yichen inquired. Not interested, Qin Ling replied without hesitation. At times, Jiang Yichen questioned whether Professor Qin deliberately taunted him. Qin Ling stacked the container lids to the side and glanced at Jiang Yichen's downcast expression, finding it amusing. Children are indeed children, unable to conceal their feelings. If you wish to go, that can be arranged, Qin Ling said. Jiang Yichen looked at Qin Ling intently. So, this was intentional. A deliberate jab at him. What? Are you unhappy? Qin Ling asked. Not at all, Professor Qin. I just feel that you've suddenly become rather confrontational, Jiang Yichen replied. Qin Ling coldly eat. She had not forgotten the incident regarding the pink slippers she had purposely purchased for him. With the delectable food before him, Jiang Yichen immediately lifted a crab leg, bringing it to his lips, only to retract it and offer it to Qin Ling. Professor Qin, you should try this first bite of crab leg. It is absolutely delightful. Despite being tormented by Professor Qin time and again, he regarded her with the affection of a first love. Don't. Qin Ling swiftly refused. You just had it in your mouth. Jiang Yichen's lips twitched. Had he truly placed it in his mouth? It had barely been a fist's distance from his lips. He regretted asking. Jiang Yichen withdrew his hand and gnawed on the crab leg himself. So, was your wish regarding weight guessing the same as this? Qin Ling inquired. Yes, Jiang Yichen said, slurping on the crab leg in a rather unrefined manner. But upon hearing Qin Ling's question, he raised his head and nodded. Well, wish granted, Qin Ling stated. In contrast to him, Qin Ling consumed her crab with a grace that was markedly elegant, savoring each bite. Jiang Yichen, however, resembled a ravenous spirit returned to life. Had it been during their initial acquaintance, he would have exhibited a far more refined dining manner. Yet, after a month of daily meals with Qin Ling, he could no longer maintain the facade of decorum, especially when it came to his favorite king crab. Every time one observes Professor Qin's leisurely demeanor, one might conclude, as the elders would say, that if it were a century ago, he would surely perish from hunger. Qin Ling silently watched Jiang Yichen devour the king crab with unrefined eagerness. He truly relished this delicacy. It seems prudent to arrange for a reservation at that restaurant. This will undoubtedly facilitate future bookings and deliveries. After the meal, Jiang Yichen sprawled across the sofa, utterly content. It appears he had a prophetic dream last night. Having dreamt about it yesterday, he indeed enjoyed king crab with Qin Ling today. Qin Ling busied herself clearing the table. After a moment, she joined him on the sofa. All right. Jiang Yichen straightened his posture and shifted closer to Qin Ling. Professor Qin, may I request a favor from you? Speak, Qin Ling replied, turning her head to look at him. On the evening of October 8th, please refrain from driving, Jiang Yichen said earnestly. Why? Qin Ling appeared somewhat puzzled by his request. Professor Qin, to be candid, my ancestors were renowned geomancers from the Qin dynasty, and when I was a child, my father entrusted me with a tome titled The 72 Characters of Feng Shui and Yin Yang. And? Qin Ling inquired, furrowing her brow. Today I consulted my skills, Jiang Yichen asserted with a serious expression. Professor Qin, you are forewarned of dire omens. On the night of October 8th, should you drive, you will be struck by a vehicle. Qin Ling regarded Jiang Yichen silently, her eyes conveying a singular thought. Are you unwell? Do you not believe me? Jiang Yichen adjusted his attire, one hand behind his back while the other gestured dramatically, mimicking the mannerisms of mystics often seen in television dramas. Professor Qin, I can divine your birth date with mere calculations. Jiang Yichen, do I strike you as a fool? You inquired about my birthday in front of Teacher Lin at the start of the semester, Qin Ling retorted, bewildered by his antics. Cough, cough. Jiang Yichen raised his hand, adopting a posture reminiscent of a sage. Wait, Professor Qin, I have yet to conclude. Speak your mind, and furthermore, Jiang Yichen, be mindful of your address, sage. Qin Ling felt a laugh bubbling within her. Such a young lad, yet he spoke with such pretentiousness. Very well, I shall be direct. I calculated, Professor Qin, did you not experience a kidnapping during your middle school years? Qin Ling narrowed her eyes, continue. And the perpetrator was none other than your stepmother. Proceed, she urged. The color of your basement is a deep gray. Is that all? Qin Ling scoffed. This incident made headlines a few years ago, accompanied by photographs, Jiang Yichen noted, recognizing that this was not particularly surprising. Was he attempting to pose as a mystic based on this? Qin Ling dismissed him as merely indulging in theatrics. If you're truly so adept, then why did you not accurately predict my weight? Chapter 99. So, should I thank you for my weight? Jiang Yichen's face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. That was an oversight on my part. It seems the 72 characters of Yin Yang you inherited from your ancestors are not particularly impressive, Qin Ling remarked. Jiang Yichen shook his head, chuckling softly. Professor Qin, in that case, since I just guessed the dish correctly, could you promise me not to drive out on the evening of October 8th? Compared to visiting the amusement park with Qin Ling, Jiang Yichen was far more concerned about ensuring her safety. Are we not going to the amusement park? Qin Ling inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yichen nodded. Yes. Just as the words escaped his lips, a delicate, jade-like finger lightly tapped his forehead, this time with a bit more force than before. Jiang Yichen winced in pain. I truly do not understand what you are thinking, Qin Ling remarked, pointing at her foot. Do you really think I can drive like this? Her foot was still wrapped in bandages, and it would take at least 2 weeks before she could remove them. And during this time, was she supposed to drive? She couldn't help but admire Jiang Yichen's serious yet absurd reasoning, claiming to have inherited a renowned ancestral mastery of yin yang and feng shui, resembling a quack fortune teller. Jiang Yichen stared blankly at the bandage on Qin Ling's foot, then slapped his forehead. How could he have forgotten this detail? The original storyline had not involved Qin Ling being stung by a scorpion. Professor Qin, to be honest, I found you rather dull after our meal, so I thought I would tell a joke to cheer you up. Jiang Yichen quickly corrected himself. Qin Ling withdrew her hand, gesturing in the air while muttering, since you said that, then about this amusement park. Hey! Jiang Yichen grasped Qin Ling's gesturing hand and pulled it toward himself. Professor, I was merely joking to make you smile. How could you take it seriously? Your audacity seems to be growing, Qin Ling remarked, her gaze fixed on his hands, tightly enveloping hers. Jiang Yichen chuckled and said, Professor Qin, your hands are cold. Let me warm them for you. You see, your foot is injured, and if you catch a cold on top of that, it would be unfortunate. So, should I thank you for that? Qin Ling raised an eyebrow. Not necessary, Jiang Yichen replied casually. As a student, I must naturally show consideration for a teacher who goes to such lengths to provide me with extra lessons. Smooth talker. Qin Ling turned her head away, lifting her other hand to grab the remote control from the coffee table and turning on the television. Professor, your television is truly enormous. How many inches is it? As Jiang Yichen rubbed Qin Ling's hands, he adjusted his sitting position, now shoulder to shoulder with her while watching the screen. Unconsciously, he seemed to have grown accustomed to sitting so closely beside Qin Ling. I don't know, Qin Ling responded. She wasn't in charge of the furniture or the home's decor. Professor, what do you usually watch? Jiang Yichen asked. No sooner had he posed the question than he saw Qin Ling turn on the science channel with the remote. The bold letters approaching science on the screen immediately extinguished Jiang Yichen's interest in watching. He had never turned on such educational programming in his 18 years of life. He had assumed that, given Qin Ling's personality, she would prefer suspenseful crime dramas. Yet, he had indeed underestimated the literary sophistication of Professor Qin. What about you? What do you generally watch? Qin Ling asked. Anime, romantic variety shows, dramas, whatever is entertaining, Jiang Yichen replied. Jiang Yichen inquired, Professor Qin, have you ever watched a dating reality show? Allow me to recommend one. It is truly captivating and guaranteed to sweeten your heart. Qin Ling pondered for a moment, clutching the remote control before handing it over to Jiang Yichen. He understood her unspoken request and, with the remote in hand, searched for heartfelt melody. Few couples emerge successfully from such shows, yet this one features a pair. It was Qin Ling's first time indulging in this genre of entertainment. Jiang Yichen sat beside her, shifting from left to right and back again as her icy palms gradually warmed. As the clock struck 10, Jiang Yichen, noting the time, remarked, Professor Qin, I shall take my leave now. Qin Ling softly replied, extracting a tissue from the coffee table to wipe her hands. There was much perspiration. Jiang Yichen seemed to possess a tendency to sweat. Although his hands had warmed hers, they were also damp with moisture. He lingered at the door, glancing back several times as he departed. Qin Ling remained on the sofa, watching him leave. Upon changing his shoes, Jiang Yichen held the pair of pink slippers in his hands. He presumed that Qin Ling would not wear them again, so it seemed wiser for him to take them home. After just one evening, the slippers had already conformed to his shape. Are you planning to take those slippers home? Qin Ling had approached him unbeknownst to him. Ah, Jiang Yichen nodded. If you do not favor pink, it would be unnecessary to keep them at your place. If the opportunity arises next time, I shall purchase you a pair in black. Just leave them, Qin Ling replied. Jiang Yichen hesitated, raising his head to inquire, these slippers? Qin Ling maintained her composure, stating, this National Day, you are to come to my home for piano practice and lessons. Initially, she had intended to offer Jiang Yichen supplementary lessons at a music school, but her foot would not allow her to do so. This is quite improper, Professor Qin. Jiang Yichen replied with a forced smile. I can simply buy a new pair next time. But you wore them quite fittingly tonight, Qin Ling smiled, a hint of teasing in her eyes. Very well, Jiang Yichen acquiesced, placing the slippers in the shoe cabinet before turning to exit the room. Professor Qin, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow and the day after. Jiang Yichen leaned against the doorframe. All right, shall we meet the day after tomorrow? Then I shall take my leave, he said. Just as Jiang Yichen was about to close the door, he suddenly recalled something and swung it open again. The gap mere centimeters apart. Qin Ling stood at the entrance, her expression still as frosty as ever. Jiang Yichen gazed into her captivating eyes and smiled. Good night, Professor Qin. Good night, Qin Ling, rarely showing a smile, replied. With a soft thud, the door closed. Jiang Yichen, wrapped in his coat, descended in the elevator, feeling a warmth within. Surely, he would have sweet dreams upon returning home. He lowered his head and inhaled the scent of his clothes. The fragrance that belonged solely to Professor Qin lingered still. Qin Ling stood by the window, gazing intently at Jiang Yichen, who had just exited her building. Chapter 100. The pursuit of affection. The following day, at Mingxian Music Academy, Jiang Yichen, having finished his lunch, departed from home and took the subway to the recording studio within the academy. The preliminary round of the Dream Voice competition commenced on the 7th. This was the first round, followed by subsequent rounds every Saturday. Fortune smiled upon him as he drew the first performance slot. During the National Day holiday, few students remained on campus, resulting in a serene atmosphere along the pathways. Qin Ling, don't forget to practice the piano when you have time. A message from Qin Ling appeared on his phone screen. Jiang Yichen understood. Jiang Yichen, is your leg feeling any better? While reading the messages, Jiang Yichen made his way to the recording studio. By the time he reached the door, he had yet to receive a reply from Qin Ling. He presumed that Professor Qin was once again preoccupied with some task. The practice rooms and recording studios at the academy could be accessed via the smart campus login. Scanning the QR code on the door with his phone, Jiang Yichen entered the studio. The space was rectangular, its walls covered with specialized soundproofing materials, ensuring excellent acoustics. Consequently, the academy's recording studio had become a favored destination for couples, second only to the secluded grove. Jiang Yichen had prepared well for the song he intended to perform in the preliminaries, Nocturne. It was one of his favorite songs, and he anticipated that Qin Ling would appreciate it as well. Approaching the control panel, he donned his headphones and commenced recording. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at the Xiangyao community Qin Ling's residence, the doorbell rang, prompting her to conclude her yoga session and rise to answer the door. Earlier that morning, the scale had revealed a slight increase in her weight of 0.2 kilograms. With her leg injured and unable to run, she resorted to simpler yoga exercises. "Oh, Ling, I've missed you terribly. Is your foot all right?" As soon as the door opened, Fang Ruoyan rushed in and enveloped Qin Ling in a warm embrace. Qin Ling disdainfully pushed the woman's arms away, responding, "I'm not dead." "Oh, then that's good. You wouldn't believe it. I had intended to enjoy a vacation, but Lin Yao turned me into free labor." Fang Ruoyan recounted, bending down to retrieve slippers from the shoe cabinet. After searching for a moment, she looked up and asked, do you still have slippers at your place? Shouldn't that be a question for you?" Qin Ling retorted, a hint of annoyance in her tone. Fang Ruoyan frowned slightly, recalling, "I remember visiting Lu Rong once, wearing slippers, but the next morning, one went missing. Oh, and this time, I brought slippers intending to play by the creek, but I forgot to take them back." Qin Ling smiled at the woman, known for her knack for mischief, and inquired, "Is there anything else?" "What else could there be?" "That's all," Fang Ruoyan shrugged, bending down to open another section of the shoe cabinet. "Wow, pink slippers!" she exclaimed, pulling them out. "Miss Qin, when did you buy these? I had no idea. You didn't buy them especially for me, because you knew I love pink, did you?" Qin Ling felt a vain throb at her temple as she glanced at the pink slippers on the floor. She was still lost in thought when she suddenly saw Fang Ruoyan swiftly removing her shoes and socks. Just as she was about to place her bare foot into the pink slippers, Qin Ling immediately pulled Fang Ruoyan back. What's wrong?" Fang Ruoyan asked in confusion, almost losing her balance. "It's nothing," Qin Ling replied, kicking off her own slippers and offering them to Fang Ruoyan. "You should wear these." By the time Fang Ruoyan comprehended the situation, Qin Ling was already striding into the living room in the pink slippers. Fang Ruoyan looked down at her own black slippers, puzzled. Back in university, her desk and bedding were all adorned in shades of pink, reflecting her youthful exuberance. She found joy in those colors and often asked Qin Ling if they looked good, to which Qin Ling would always respond nonchalantly, indicating her indifference to pink. Yet now, she was wearing pink slippers. A thought struck Fang Ruoyan. She quickly donned her black slippers and approached Qin Ling. "Hey, Qin Ling, those slippers must have been a gift from Jiang Yichen, right?" Qin Ling fell silent, yet Fang Ruoyan already knew the answer. "How could he possibly buy you pink slippers?" "TSK, that guy," she said, taking a seat beside Qin Ling, who had just finished her yoga session, a light sheen of sweat gracing her forehead. Strands of hair clung to her fair brow, and Fang Ruoyan could even catch a whiff of the woman's subtle, damp fragrance. Qin Ling, clad in her yoga attire, was undeniably alluring, her figure captivating, but her expression remained perpetually icy. Fang Ruoyan suddenly felt curious. Was Qin Ling the same way in front of Jiang Yichen? "Let me ask you something," Qin Ling said, turning her head. "Don't say anything yet." "Let me guess," Fang Ruoyan replied with a smile. "Is this about your nephew?" After a moment of silence, Qin Ling nodded slightly. "Ha!" Fang Ruoyan chuckled, straightening up with a serious demeanor. "You should share first. Let me, the Napoleon of romance, help you analyze." Instinctively, Qin Ling sensed that her friend had misunderstood something. "His birthday is approaching, and I'm contemplating what kind of gift to give," Qin Ling confessed. Uncertain, it was her first time giving a birthday present to a boy. Jiang Yichen's birthday was on October 10th. Initially, she considered gifting him some electronic gadgets, but felt they were somewhat inappropriate. Then she thought of giving him a figurine like last time, but still felt something was lacking. A birthday gift? Fang Ruoyan smirked, patting her chest. You've come to the right person for this. Gifting is not merely about the act of giving. It transcends the mere exchange of items, embodying a heartfelt expression that allows the recipient to genuinely perceive the fervent and sincere emotions hidden within. Let me give you an example. If it were your birthday and Jiang Yichen gifted you 2 scarves, one he purchased for 998, and the other he painstakingly knitted himself with carefully chosen yarn, what would you feel? Fang Ruoyan eagerly shared her insights and recounted her past experiences with gift-giving. Indeed, what matters most is the indelible impression you leave on him. Even decades later, he should still be able to recall the moment when you presented him with a gift. Fang Ruoyan remarked. Qin Ling nodded thoughtfully. An indelible impression.